Chapter 114, Sparring and Second Chances. In Sarandel, Jacob woke up in his massive bed to find himself alone. He stretched and let out a satisfied yawn. Now that was a good night's sleep. He checked his phone. I slept for 12 hours, but it's only 7 a.m. in the outside world. And it's Saturday. I should go back to sleep. Just as he pulled the luxurious covers back over his head, Allison appeared in his bedroom. Jay, are you awake? No, I'm not, he grumbled, his voice muffled by the blanket. Allison strode over and yanked the covers off. Get up. You said yesterday you'd spar with the three of us so we could learn to control our new strength. Jacob's hand shot out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her down onto the bed. How about you sleep with me for a couple more hours instead? He kissed her, then made a face. Ack, you're all sweaty and salty. What have you been doing? Training with Lydia and Malia, she said, wriggling free. But none of us could use our full strength for fear of hurting each other. So get up. And fight us. Fine, Jacob sighed, surrendering to the inevitable. He teleported them both to a wide, grassy valley far from the palace, where Lydia and Malia were waiting. He gave each of them a quick kiss. All right. You can use all your physical strength and attack me with everything you've got. But only physical strength, no other abilities. That's not fair, Lydia protested, crossing her arms. What you need right now, Jacob explained, is to perfectly control your immense physical power. So no elemental attacks, no teleporting, no sonic screams. And don't worry, I won't shift. I'll fight you in my human form. Lydia's lips curved into a sly smile. Are you sure? We might just end up beating your ass. That's impossible. I know, but can't you let us win? She pouted dramatically. No. And I'm not going easy on you. Jacob's eyes glinted with playful menace. He looked directly at her. Let's start with you. He vanished. A fraction of a second later, he was behind her. His foot connected with her, but in a solid, well-placed kick that sent her flying like a cannonball toward Allison. The two collided with a shared yelp and tumbled to the ground in a heap. Jacob turned his glowing red eyes on Malia. You're next. Malia's own eyes ignited with a fierce golden glow, a wild, eager grin spreading across her face. Bring it on. She was the first to attack. Her body became a blur as she closed the distance in an instant, her fist rocketing toward his face with enough force to shatter concrete. Jacob didn't dodge. He met her punch with one of his own. The collision wasn't just sound, it was a visible shockwave of compressed air that blasted outward, flattening the grass in a 10-meter radius. Malia was sent flying backward, but she flipped midair and landed in a predatory crouch 10 meters away, her grin wider than ever. Again, she yelled and shot forward. This time, Jacob sidestepped her charge with fluid grace and delivered a swift kick to her stomach, sending her rolling across the grass. Before he could press the attack, Allison was there, having recovered. She leaped into the air, her body a controlled arc, and aimed a devastating flying knee at his head. Jacob raised an arm. The impact sounded like a thunderclap. He didn't budge an inch, but the ground beneath his feet fissured. In one smooth motion, he grabbed Allison's leg and swung her like a hammer, slamming her into the charging Malia. The two girls crashed into the earth together, creating a new, shallow crater. Lydia, having recovered and circled around him, used her flying ability to appear 20 meters above him. She flew down like a meteor, her right foot aimed at his head in a crushing axe kick. Jacob simply raised a hand and caught her. The force of her descent drove him knee-deep into the earth, but he held firm, then tossed her aside like a rag doll. They continued like that for an hour. The valley became an orchestra of destruction. Every blocked punch sent concussive waves through the air. Every kick that missed tore a fresh gouge in the landscape. The girls were fast, incredibly strong, and began to work with instinctual synergy, Allison using her martial arts and wind-assisted agility to attack him from all angles. Malia, caught up in the thrill of the fight, charged at him on pure impulse. No strategy, no caution, just a direct and reckless confrontation, and Lydia exploiting every opening with precise, powerful strikes, all aiming to wipe the smug smile off his face. Yet Jacob remained their absolute superior, parrying, redirecting, and countering their onslaught with an infuriatingly calm smile. He was playing with them. Frustration finally boiled over. Girls, let's shift. Allison yelled, panting. In unison, their forms changed. Lydia's skin paled, her eyes and hair turning white. Malia grew taller, her face elongating into a coyote muzzle, fur rippling over her body, a tail lashing behind her. Allison's hair turned dark green, her eyes glowing with emerald light, her ears becoming elegantly pointed. Their power spiked. Lydia landed the first meaningful hit, a solid punch to Jacob's chest that actually made him slide back a few meters, his feet plowing twin trenches in the soil. Malia followed up instantly, scoring a thunderous kick to his side that sent him skidding sideways. Allison, moving like a ghost, appeared behind him and delivered a rapid series of blows to his back that echoed like detonations, finally driving him forward onto one knee in a small crater of his own making. Jacob stood up, completely unharmed, and smiled. "Now we're talking." The smile widened, showing a hint of fong. "I'm going to stop playing defense." His counterattack was a blur of controlled violence. He didn't teleport, he simply moved too fast. He wasn't cruel, but he was no longer gentle. Each of his strikes was calibrated to push them to their absolute limit, to teach them the ceiling of their new strength through impact and pain. The valley echoed with the symphony of their sparring for another 2 hours before it finally came to an end. Jacob stood amidst the scarred, cratered landscape, a light sheen of sweat on his brow and a satisfied smile on his face. At his feet, the 3 girls lay sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily in ragged unison. Their transformed states had faded, leaving them in their human forms, covered in dirt, sweat, and grass stains, utterly spent. Malia groaned, clutching her side. "I think you cracked my ribs again." "Ah. Everything hurts," Lydia whimpered, not moving an inch. Allison just stared up at the serene Serendel sky, her chest heaving. "I'm so tired, I could really use your offer to sleep for a few hours right about now." Jacob looked down at them. "So, are you girls in control now, or should we spar some more?" "No," Lydia said immediately. "No more sparring with you, you monster. I'm in total control." "Me too," Allison panted. Malia grinned through her pain. "I wouldn't mind fighting you again, but not today. Right now I'm too tired. I just want to sleep." "All right," Jacob said, his smile softening. "But Lydia, you two should learn how to fight properly from Allison or Cogman. Malia, you charge in blindly, and Lydia, you're trying to be smart, but your attacks are predictable and your defense is full of openings." Lydia pushed herself up on her elbows. "I'm already learning martial arts from Allison, but it's too boring. Besides, I have my sound attacks, that fire spell you gave me, and teleportation. I don't think I need martial arts." She narrowed her eyes at him. "And why aren't you learning martial arts?" A grin spread across Jacob's face. "Because I don't need to, I watched all of Bruce Lee's movies." He dropped into Bruce Lee's on-guard stance, then snapped a punch forward with a sharp W-A-A-A-A, making the girls burst into laughter. After their laughter subsided, Allison sat up, her expression serious. "You probably should learn some martial arts. If you ever fight someone with the same strength as you and they're actually skilled at fighting, you could lose." Jacob shrugged. "Fine. I'll rewatch all of Bruce Lee's movies. I'll watch them with you," Malia said eagerly. "I hate learning the boring way." Allison shook her head in exasperation. "You two idiots. Movies won't teach you anything." Fine, we'll learn," Jacob conceded. He offered Allison a hand and pulled her to her feet, wrapping her in a hug. Then he wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. "Since you were the best during the spar, I've decided to reward you with a long bath with me." Allison rolled her eyes. "Reward me or reward yourself, you pervert?" Jacob kissed her. "Does it really matter? We're both going to have fun." Then he teleported them both to the palace's large bathroom, where a different kind of sparring began. Malia and Lydia teleported to another bathroom, washed off the grime of battle, and then collapsed together in Jacob's massive bed, falling into a deep, exhausted sleep. 2 hours later, a refreshed Jacob and a relaxed Allison joined them, and the 4 slept peacefully for another 7 hours. When they finally awoke, they teleported back to the mansion. It was 10 a.m. in Beacon Hills. The smell of breakfast filled the air. Cogman was in the kitchen cooking. In the backyard, Stiles was sparring with a newly transformed Erica, while Scott watched from the sidelines. Malia, drawn by the smell, headed straight for the kitchen. Lydia and Jacob wandered out to the backyard to observe. Allison, however, went to the guest room to check on Kate. She found her aunt awake, freshly showered and wearing the clothes Allison had left out for her. Kate sat on the edge of the bed, her face pale, looking weaker than Allison had ever seen her. Kate looked up as Allison entered. "Good morning, Princess." Allison hated everything Kate had done to the Hales. Yet the sound of that old nickname, the memory of Kate's desperate words yesterday when she thought she was going to die, and the horrific image of Peter slitting her throat, it all collided at once, melting the ice in her heart. The thought of losing her aunt for good was unbearable. Allison couldn't hold back. She ran to the bed, threw her arms around Kate and began to sob. Kate was surprised, but after a moment, a soft, genuine smile touched her lips. She hugged her niece back tightly, tears tracing silent paths down her own cheeks. When Allison finally calmed, she pulled back and sat beside Kate. She gently checked her aunt's neck. The savage wound was completely healed, not even a scar remaining. She looked at Kate's pale face. "How are you feeling?" "My body feels weak, but I'm fine," Kate said quietly. She reached out, wiping a stray tear from Allison's cheek. "So, me dying is what it took for you to forgive me?" Allison let out a humorless snort. "Actually, I was there when Peter slit your throat. And I chose not to help because what you did was truly awful. But," her voice broke. "But what?" "The thought of you being dead, it broke my heart," Allison admitted in a whisper. "And I regretted not helping you the moment I thought you were gone." Kate's smile was bittersweet. "So, have you forgiven me?" Allison sighed. "Yes. Even though you are a monster and I hate what you did, I still love you." Kate pulled her into another hug. "I love you too, sweetheart. More than anything." After a long moment, they broke apart. Allison's expression turned firm. "But I'm only forgiving you this time. If you kill innocent people again, I will kill you myself. I promise." Kate met her gaze solemnly. "I promise you I will do better. I'll never listen to Gerard again." Allison nodded. "Speaking of Gerard, he'll probably come to Beacon Hills to hunt you soon." Kate sighed, a weary acceptance in her eyes. "Yeah. That he will. I have no doubt." She changed the subject. "Do Chris and Victoria know I'm still alive?" Allison nodded. "Yeah. They know." Kate looked genuinely surprised. "I'm shocked Chris let me live, even though I'm a shapeshifter now. I thought he'd follow the code and kill me himself." Allison's expression softened. "He said he already watched you die once and couldn't go through that again when I told him you were still alive. He said you're his little sister and he loves you." "Are you sure we're talking about the same person?" Kate asked, a hint of her old teasing returning. "Yes," Allison nodded, a small smile on her lips. "Both Dad and I love you, Kate. We've decided to give you a second chance. So don't disappoint us." "I won't," Kate promised. "But I need Jacob to teach me how to control myself now that I'm a shapeshifter. Otherwise, I might end up killing someone by accident." Allison snorted. "Jay's not an option. He's a pervert, and he'd definitely take advantage of the situation to molest you. He might even get greedy and decide he wants you." Kate smirked. "I don't mind." "I know you don't, you bitch," Allison shot back, rolling her eyes. "But I do." "Hey, that was uncalled for." "Anyway," Allison smiled, steering the conversation back, "I will teach you control." Kate blinked. "How?" "By beating you, of course." Allison's smile grew wider and less sweet. "What?" "I'm going to make you lose control. Then I'll beat you until you regain it. I'll repeat the process until you have total control, even on a full moon." Kate swallowed hard. "Is there no other way?" "That's the fastest and most effective way I know," Allison stated matter-of-factly. "You'll also need an anchor." She then proceeded to explain the concept of an anchor to her aunt. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Jacob and Lydia stood beside Scott, watching Stiles and Erica spar. "Erica seems happy," Lydia observed, a faint smile on her face. Scott nodded, a genuine grin spreading across his own. "Yeah. She was so happy when she woke up this morning that she was crying loudly. And then stupid Stiles started crying with her, even louder. They woke me up. I thought something terrible had happened." Jacob smirked. "You sound jealous." Scott's grin vanished. He grabbed Jacob by the collar of his shirt. "Of course I'm jealous. I want to be in love too." Jacob just kept smiling. "Hang in there, man. It'll happen for you too. Someday. Probably." "What do you mean, probably?" Scott's grip on Jacob tightened. "You know what, let's spar too." "Are you sure?" Jacob replied, his smile turning predatory. With a nervous laugh, Scott released his grip and started smoothing out Jacob's shirt with exaggerated care. Never mind. I was just joking. Erica, noticing Lydia and Jacob, stopped sparring and ran over. She stood directly in front of Jacob, her expression earnest. Thank you for helping me get the bite. Jacob smiled warmly. Don't worry about it. It was a small thing. Erica's eyes welled up with tears. It might be small to you, but to me it's a favor I can never repay. I thought I'd never be healed. Her voice broke and she began to cry. Lydia stepped forward and wrapped her in a comforting hug, holding her until the tears subsided. When they parted, Erica wiped her eyes, embarrassed. Sorry, I ruined your clothes with sweat and tears. Don't worry about it, Lydia said dismissively. Let's get you cleaned up. After breakfast, we're going shopping and to a salon. My treat. What do you say? Erica's face lit up with a beautiful smile. Okay. Thank you. With that, Lydia led Erica back into the mansion. Stiles watched them go with a love-struck grin on his face. Then he turned to Jacob. Thank you for helping Erica, and more importantly for telling me to go after her. You're welcome, buddy, Jacob said. Stiles's grin turned into a mischievous smirk. He leaned in conspiratorially. She was beautiful before, but now she's so hot. I'm really grateful. His smirk widened. So grateful I want to kiss you right now. He lunged forward, trying to wrap Jacob in a hug and plant a sloppy kiss on his cheek. Jacob recoiled in horror. Disgusting. Get lost. He hit Stiles in the face with a swift punch, followed by a roundhouse kick. W-A-T-A-H, he shouted, sending Stiles flying through the air. Stiles hit a tree and slid to the ground, groaning dramatically. Jacob struck a classic kung fu pose and snorted. Humph, stupid Allison said I need to learn martial arts. I should already have a black belt. Scott watched the entire display with a raised eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? Nothing, Jacob said, dropping the pose. He turned and began walking back toward the mansion. Let's go inside. Scott shrugged and followed, the two of them walking and talking as if nothing had happened, leaving Stiles behind. Stiles sat up, clutching his side. Guys? Help me. I think I broke something. Hey. Guys, wait up. Guys. Chapter 115, Breakfast with Kate. Jacob, Stiles, Scott, Malia, Erica, and Lydia were having breakfast in the kitchen when Allison and Kate joined them at the large table. Jacob looked at the pale, still weak Kate and raised an eyebrow. So the saying the wicked live long is true, huh? Kate gave him a tired wink. I guess I'm lucky. Stiles looked at her. Aren't you going to follow the hunter's code and, take your own life? Kate snorted. Why would I do that? That's just stupid. But don't you hate shapeshifters? Scott asked, confusion etched on his face. Allison let out a sigh. Kate hates other people with supernatural powers and wants to kill them all, but she doesn't seem to mind having powers herself. She's a hypocritical, evil bitch. So let's just leave it at that. Kate just smirked and didn't deny what Allison said. Scott turned a worried look on Allison. Should I be worried that the evil your aunt will try to hunt me? Allison smirked. Don't worry. I talked to her. She won't hurt innocent people anymore. Her smirk widened. Although you should be careful. Kate likes minors. She might not hurt you, but she could do other, perverted, weird things to you. Kate pouted at Allison. Princess, I don't like minors. Stop spreading bad rumors about me. Then she turned her gaze to Scott, her eyes glinting. But I do like your beautiful brown eyes. And I don't mind if you want to have some fun. I won't tell if you don't. Scott paled. He grabbed his plate and scrambled to the far end of the table, putting as much distance between himself and Kate as possible. Allison, keep her away from me. Stiles and Jacob burst out laughing. Jacob wiped a tear from his eye. Didn't you say you wanted to find love, Scott? Kate's your chance. She's evil, sure, but she is beautiful. No, thank you. Scott said firmly. I want a girl my own age. And since you seem to like older women, you can have her. Just stay away from my mom. Jacob's eyes flicked to Kate. She is hot. And I kind of want her, but I want Cora more. So I can't. He shook his head slightly and looked back at Scott. Allison would kill me. Besides, I want a Latina girl, so I do prefer Melissa. She's so gentle and sweet and… Scott cut him off. She's not a girl, she's old. Jacob said. I can fix that. I can make her look young again. Just wait until I turn 18. Scott looked desperately to Allison for help. She just smiled sweetly. Don't look at me, I can't help you. Besides, didn't you just tell him to go after Kate? I'm really enjoying your misery right now. With a defeated sigh, Scott retreated into his breakfast. Kate watched the exchange with a raised eyebrow, then turned to Allison. I've been meaning to ask, why are you letting Jacob have more girlfriends? Aren't you jealous? Allison shrugged, her expression calm. Not really. Seeking more partners is in his nature. I can't do anything about it. Kate looked at Jacob and slowly licked her lips. You must be very good in bed. I kind of want to try having fun with you. Allison's calm vanished. Her voice turned icy. Unless you want to die, and I mean really die this time, you will stay away from him. Kate pouted again. Why do you allow him to have other women but not me? Because that would be very weird. You're not just my aunt, you're like my sister. Now eat your food and stop talking about things that will never happen. Don't be angry, I was just joking, Kate said, backing down. She took a bite of the meat on her plate, then her eyes widened in surprise. Oh wow. What kind of meat is this? I can feel the weakness in my body fading fast. That's supernatural buffalo meat, Allison explained. Eat more. It's good for you. Stiles, chewing thoughtfully, looked at Kate. By the way, Kate, I read in the bestiary that an alpha werewolf's bite can turn people, and the shape they take reflects who they are. So, what did you turn into? Kate swallowed. I have no idea. I just know I'm a shapeshifter since I didn't die from having my throat slit. Jacob studied her for a moment. I can make you shift and find out what you are. How? Kate asked. Instead of answering, Jacob's eyes flared crimson. He let out a low, commanding roar, not at full volume, but layered with the potent aura of an alpha. It was a sound meant to trigger the beast within. Kate gasped. Her own eyes ignited with a vivid emerald green light. Her skin darkened to a bluish-purple hue, covered in black jaguar-like spots. Sharp fangs lengthened in her mouth, and black claws extended from her fingertips. Everyone stared in surprise. Kate, shifting for the first time, began to growl, a low, predatory rumble building in her chest. Her body tensed, her new instincts threatening to overwhelm her. Just as she seemed about to lose control, Jacob released another, softer, more calming roar. The green glow in Kate's eyes steadied and her breathing evened out. She looked down at her spotted hands in awe. Stiles was the first to break the silence. Cogman? What is she? Cogman, who had been observing from the kitchen doorway, stepped forward. She is a were-jaguar, a feline species of shapeshifter. According to the bestiary, they are known for their speed, stealth, and agility. He paused. They also possess a unique secondary ability. They can control berserkers. Erica asked. What are berserkers? Berserkers are humans who undergo special rituals using the pelts and bones of bears, Cogman explained. The ritual grants them supernatural strength, speed, and durability. However, doing so also causes them to channel the bear's ferocity, causing them to become mindlessly violent beings. A were-jaguar, through pheromones or a psychic link inherent to their species, can assert control over such beings. While he spoke, Jacob was staring at Kate in her were-jaguar form. A burning, almost primal desire ignited in his eyes. Oh no. My monster girl kink is kicking in. Kate is so hot in this form and is far more beautiful than her appearance in canon. I kind of really want her right now. Should I go for her instead of Cora? I just have to coax Allison somehow. But I really want Cora too. And I can't have them both, that's impossible. This is hard. But I should probably forget about Kate. She's crazy. Lydia, seated across from him, noticed his intense stare. She sent a telepathic message to Allison. Allison, look at the pervert next to you. I bet he's seriously considering going after Kate right now. Do something. Allison, sitting beside Jacob, followed Lydia's mental nudge. Her eyes darted from Kate to Jacob, and she saw the hungry look in his glowing red eyes. She reached over, caught his ear between her fingers, and twisted. Don't even think about it, she whispered. I'm okay with other girls, but not her. Jacob snapped out of his reverie, pretending to be wronged. Hey, I don't want to go after her. I was just surprised by what she turned into. That's all. Allison rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'd believe you if you weren't practically drooling. Jacob took the hand twisting his ear, brought it to his lips and kissed it gently. Don't worry. I won't go after Kate. I promise. Allison, Kate called, her voice a low feline purr. Take a picture of me. I want to see what I look like. Allison sighed, pulled out her phone and snapped a quick photo, then handed the phone to her aunt. Kate looked at the image, the bluish-purple skin, the elegant black spots, the fierce green eyes, and a slow, satisfied smile spread across her maw. I look good, don't I? After that, she shifted back to her human form, once they explained how, and the group finished their breakfast. As they cleared the table, Lydia announced, Allison, I'm taking Erica shopping and to a salon. Do you want to join us? No, my parents are coming to visit, Allison said. I need to stay home. All right. Have fun, Lydia replied. Malia perked up. I want to go with you. Lydia looked at her, surprised. You? You want to go shopping? Not shopping, Malia clarified. I want to cut my hair shorter. Jacob, who had been listening, immediately protested. But I love your long, beautiful hair. Malia stood up, walked over and kissed him. You'll love it short too. And it'll grow back. Jacob sighed in mock defeat. It's a shame. But as long as you're happy, I guess. With that, Cogman drove Lydia, Erica, and Malia into town. Scott and Stiles left in their own cars shortly after. Kate yawned. Allison, I'm going back to sleep. Wake me up when your parents get here. All right, Allison agreed. Kate retreated to the guest room. Jacob and Allison walked outside to the gazebo and settled onto the couch there. Give me the bestiary, Allison said. I want to read it. Don't you have it on your phone? Jacob asked, already lying down and resting his head in her lap. I do. But I want the book. Jacob retrieved the ancient, leather-bound tome from his pocket dimension and handed it to her. He then pulled out his Game Boy and started playing, perfectly content. An hour later, Chris and Victoria arrived. Cogman, having already returned from his chauffeur duties, opened the gate. Chris parked in the driveway and Allison and Jacob went out to greet them. They all settled in the living room. Cogman, Allison said, please make some tea and bring some snacks. Right away, my lady, Cogman acknowledged with a slight bow before disappearing into the kitchen. Chris said, How is Kate? Is she awake? She's fine, Allison said. She had breakfast with us and went back to sleep. Oh, and she's a were-jaguar, by the way. Chris raised an eyebrow. A were-jaguar? Yeah. Do you want me to wake her up? Not yet, Chris said, his expression turning serious. First, tell us what you kids encountered in the woods yesterday. What was that monster? And those roars, especially the last one. It was terrifying. Allison shot a glance at Jacob. The last roar was Jay. He got a little too excited. Chris turned his intense gaze on the young dragon. Seriously? What kind of creature are you to make a sound like that? Jacob smirked. Why don't you guess? I'll tell you if you're right. Chris held his stare for a moment, then shook his head. Never mind. He looked back at Allison. Tell me about the monster you fought. Allison recounted the events, the 7 witches, their sacrifices, the space portal, and the ice-wielding Yeti. When she finished, she asked, Do you know of any monster like that Yeti? No, Chris admitted, frowning. There are non-humanoid monsters in the bestiary, but nothing described as being that powerful. Jacob, sipping the tea Cogman had just served, spoke up. By the way, do you two know about the SDS? Victoria nodded. Yes. We know of them. We maintain a respectful distance. Did you meet them? We did, Allison confirmed. They showed up right after Jay killed the Yeti. We wore masks and told them we were hunters just passing through. They attempted to recruit us, but we declined. Jacob looked over at Cogman, who was standing attentively by the door. Cogman, keep an eye on the SDS. Let me know if they find any particularly special monsters. I might be interested in fighting it. I am already monitoring them, sir. Cogman replied. The agents from yesterday received new orders after our departure. They are to investigate reports of something sinking fishing boats and even a cargo ship in the waters near Alaska. Jacob's interest was visibly piqued. Really? Let me know the moment they find out what it is. Of course, sir, Cogman said before leaving the living room. Jacob then turned his attention back to the Argents. He reached into his pocket dimension and retrieved 2 of his remaining 6 vials of Mirakuru. He handed one to Chris and one to Victoria. This is the potion Stiles drank. It will grant you strength equal to a beta werewolf, along with a powerful healing factor. There are no side effects. Consider it my gift to you. Allison's face lit up with pure joy. She threw her arms around Jacob. Thank you. Jacob kissed her forehead. You're welcome. Victoria studied the glowing green liquid in the vial with a hunter's caution. Are you certain there are no side effects? Yes, Mom, I'm sure, Allison said, breaking the hug to reassure her mother. I drank one myself before I became a fairy. Chris looked at Jacob, genuine gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. I echoed, her voice softer now. You're welcome, Jacob said. This world is getting crazier by the day. Having some power to protect yourselves will put Allison's mind at ease. He gave Allison a quick kiss, then stood up. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm off to go shopping. Allison raised an eyebrow. Don't you hate shopping? I'm not going for clothes. I'm going to buy some Hot Wheels and video games. Allison smiled, shaking her head fondly. Okay. Have fun. Jacob left the mansion and found Cogman in the driveway, overseeing the delivery of a new grand piano. He just shook his head with a small smile and got into his black Camaro. Alone in the car, he focused internally. System. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 500 coins, a calculator, cabin tent. Jacob ignored the calculator and tent and thought. System, will I get 500 coins every day? No, host. The amount is random, dependent on your luck. You might receive 100,000 coins or more, or you might receive 1 coin. Show me the shop, he commanded. A translucent blue grid materialized before his eyes, filled with images of every item he had ever received as a daily sign-in reward. Listed alongside them were the food items from his event, location, quest, and monthly sign-ins. Jacob scanned the prices. The Scar Buffalo and Sea King meat are 100 coins per kilo. That's fair, I guess. The daily reward items are cheap, none of them exceed 10 coins, not even things like the Krabby Patty or Paddington's Marmalade. He navigated to the 5th page of the shop. His eye twitched. This page was dedicated to the other category of rewards. The lewd, bizarre, and downright questionable items. Every single one was priced over 2,000 coins. Brand new underwear, 2,500 coins. Previously worn underwear, 30,000 coins. Bottles labeled celebrity bathwater, 50,000 coins. He groaned internally. Seriously, system? Why are these disgusting things even in the shop? And why are they so expensive? You can just go ahead and delete them from the shop. I am never ever buying that stuff. You may simply ignore those items if they are undesirable, host. Whatever, Jacob sighed, closing the system interface. He put the car in gear and drove toward town. Chapter 116, A New Companion. 5 days had passed since Jacob fought the Yeti. Allison had spent that time ruthlessly teaching Kate to control her new were-jaguar nature, and to her surprise, Kate's anchor turned out to be Allison herself. Stiles was taking a gentler approach with Erica, and she was nearly in complete control. Jacob woke up in Malia's room in the Serendel Palace, his body wrapped in her koala-like embrace. He kissed her forehead, then turned his excited attention inward, where a system notification was waiting. Monthly sign-in available, let's do the daily sign-in first, Jacob thought, buzzing with anticipation. I want to see how lucky I am today. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 7,500 coins, Volga Reserve Ostra Caviar X 20 kilos, Lionel Hogwarts Express O Gauge 2007, I seem very lucky today. First time I've gotten more than 1,000 coins since unlocking the shop. And 20 kilos of caviar must be worth over 100 grand, but honestly I'm more excited about the train, even if it's the least valuable. Now let's find out if I still have some luck left. He took a deep, steadying breath. System. Monthly sign-in. Monthly sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, Dragon Scroll, Kung Fu Panda, an ancient, legendary artifact reserved for the Dragon Warrior, created by Master Oogway. Said to contain the secret to limitless power. Spider Sense, Spider-Man, a precognitive danger sense that alerts the user to incoming threats. A summoning scroll, a scroll that allows the user to summon a female character from a movie world. Note, the character summoned is random and depends on your luck. The scroll acts as an unbreakable contract, the summoned cannot betray or harm you. Jacob's face fell as he read the first reward. Screw you, system. What legendary artifact? What limitless power? That scroll is just a mirror. His expression brightened at the second reward. Spider-Man's danger sense? Now that's a handy ability. At least I won't make stupid mistakes like touching that wizard or getting hit by the Gorgon's stare again. Then he read the last reward and became very excited. System. I'm sorry I just scolded you. I love you to death. He retrieved the summoning scroll from his pocket dimension, holding it like a treasure. I wonder who I'm going to summon. Scarlet Witch? Spider-Gwen? Jean Grey from X-Men Dark Phoenix? Ramsey from Fast and Furious, she's hot. Or Claire from Jurassic World, she's so hot. I'm so excited. He jumped out of bed, ready to use the scroll immediately, but stopped himself. Better call everyone first. That way the girls won't ask where the new woman came from. He put the scroll away and shook Malia gently. Malia, get up. There's something I want to show you. Malia cracked one eye open, looking thoroughly unimpressed. If it's a sex thing, I'm tired. Go show Allison or Lydia. Let me sleep. She turned over and pulled the covers over her head. Jacob yanked the covers off and gave her bare backside a light, playful smack. Get up. I want to summon someone and you have to be there. He scooped her up. But first, let's take a shower. He teleported them to the bathroom. While washing up with a grumbling Malia, he telepathically woke Allison and Lydia. He also took a moment to mentally command, System, merge the spider sensibility into my body. Are you sure, host? Yes. A warm pulse spread through his veins. Ability merged successfully. Soon why all gathered in the palace gardens. After Jacob called for Cogman, he finally took the scroll back out. Allison rubbed her eyes, still half asleep. What's that scroll that has you so excited? It's a summoning scroll. Like the one I used to summon Cogman. Really? Lydia asked, her interest piqued. Who are you going to summon this time? Jacob, who hadn't stopped smiling since he got the scroll, said, I have no idea. We'll find out when I use it. Allison narrowed her eyes. You're smiling like an idiot. I'm sure you know exactly who it is. Lydia nodded in agreement. Yeah. And I bet it's a woman, because you weren't this excited when you summoned Cogman. I really don't know. Jacob insisted. You're lying, Allison said flatly. Tell the truth. All I know, Jacob explained, holding up the scroll, is that it's going to summon a female character from a movie world. Lydia's expression turned thoughtful. Wait, what if she doesn't want to stay in our world? What if she has a life in her original world that she doesn't want to give up? Jacob's smile vanished. Oh, I didn't think of that. Then it returned, brighter than before. But what if she wants to leave her world? Or what if summoning her saves her life? Allison crossed her arms. You've already decided to summon her, haven't you? Yes. Now stand back. He stepped forward, unrolled the scroll, and tossed it into the air. It ignited with a brilliant glow and the space before them split open. A blinding flash of light forced them all to close their eyes and step back. A lazy, slightly disoriented female voice, rich with a Mexican accent, drifted from the heart of the light. What's happening? I'm feeling dizzy. Jacob's heart leaped. Oh, a Mexican accent. And from her voice, she's not my age, she's an older woman. I hope she's hot. The spatial crack sealed shut and the light faded. Jacob and the others opened their eyes, scanning the garden for the woman who had just spoken. There was no woman. They looked down. Standing on the grass was a black cat. In boots. A rapier-style sword rested in a belt at her waist. Jacob stared. His excited grin froze, then slowly melted away into an expression of utter, stunned silence and profound disappointment. Lydia and the girls walked closer. Lydia leaned down. Did you just speak? The cat placed a paw on her hip. Of course I just spoke. She looked around, her whiskers twitching. Now tell me, Redhead, where am I? Hearing the cat speak again, the girls stared in surprise. The cat jumped nimbly onto Lydia's shoulder. She snapped her fingers twice in front of Lydia's face. Did the cat eat your tongue, girl? Speak. Where am I? She then looked past Lydia at the immense, gleaming white palace, her eyes going wide. And what's with the massive palace? Is there any treasure in it? Lydia snapped out of her shock. The palace is our home. This place is called Serendel. It's an extra-dimensional island and only we can access it. She smirked, looking at the cat perched on her shoulder. As for treasure, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, Kitty Softpaws. We don't have any. Kitty jumped off Lydia's shoulder, landing gracefully on the grass. She asked, Do you know who I am? Allison nodded. Yes, we do. We just watched your movie a few days ago. Although you look a little different than you did in the movie, but I guess that's normal, if you can call any of this normal. Kitty tilted her head. Movie? What's a movie? It's like a story, Allison explained. I'll show it to you later. And what exactly is this story about? Kitty asked, her tail swishing. Lydia answered. It's about you and Puss in Boots stealing magical beans from the infamous criminals Jack and Jill. Kitty scoffed. I know Jack and Jill. But I have no idea who this Puss in Boots is, and I definitely didn't steal any magical beans. Maybe Jacob summoned you before those events happened, Lydia mused. Malia glanced at Jacob and said, Girls, what's wrong with that idiot? He's been standing there with that stunned look for a while now. Allison and Lydia looked over at Jacob, still frozen in place, and burst into laughter. Malia tilted her head. Why are you laughing? Lydia wiped a tear from her eye. That pervert was expecting to summon a beautiful woman. Instead, he got a talking cat. Malia smirked. Oh, I see. He must be heartbroken. Cogman cleared his throat. His shoulders shook slightly with suppressed laughter. I shall prepare breakfast, my ladies. He turned and strode quickly toward the palace, a faint chuckle escaping him that soon evolved into full-blown laughter. The sound of laughter finally broke through Jacob's stupor. He came back to his senses with a jolt, his disappointment turning to frustration. He lunged toward Kitty. Come here. Kitty nimbly jumped away. Hands off. You can't touch a lady like that. Jacob growled and raised a hand. His telekinesis flared. I said, come here. Kitty let out a yelp as she was lifted off the ground and floated helplessly toward him. What is happening? Jacob caught her by the scruff of her neck. Go back to your world and give me back my summoning scroll. Allison rolled her eyes, walked over, and gently took Kitty from his grasp. Can you even send her back? No. Jacob groaned, his shoulders slumping. But I don't want a stupid cat. I wanted to summon a beautiful woman. He flopped onto the grass, lying there utterly listless. Lydia smirked down at him. Well, Kitty is a beautiful woman, isn't she? No, Jacob grumbled into the grass. She is not a woman. She is a cat. Allison, now holding a rather offended-looking Kitty, turned serious. Tell me, you pervert. Can we trust this thieving cat? Jacob sighed, not lifting his head. Yes. The summoning scroll was also a contract between me and her. She can't betray me, and no one can read her mind. Good, Allison said. She looked down at the cat in her arms. Let's go inside. I'll tell you everything you need to know. She paused, fixing Kitty with a stern look. And give Lydia her earrings back. Lydia's hands flew to her ears. They were bare. When did she take my earrings? Malia shrugged. When she was on your shoulder. Lydia walked over to Allison and held out her hand. Kitty produced the earrings from somewhere. Sorry, she said with a sheepish grin. It's a habit of mine. With that, the girls headed inside the palace, leaving Jacob alone on the grass. He remained there, curled up, hugging his knees, depressed and mentally scolding the system over and over for its cruel trick. He was supposed to get a woman, not a cat. Meanwhile, in Beacon Hills, it was 7 a.m. Stiles drove to an address his father had texted him that morning. When he arrived, he found 4 deputies standing outside a house. Morning, guys, Stiles greeted them. Where's my dad? One of the deputies, Clark, nodded grimly. Morning, Stiles. The sheriff's inside, but I don't recommend you go in there. I need to talk to him, Stiles said, his curiosity piqued. And I've seen dead people before. Not like this, Deputy Clark warned, her face pale. It's gruesome, Stiles said. Now I'm really curious. Just then, Noah called from an open window. Clark let him in. The deputy lifted the yellow crime scene tape. Go ahead. Stiles entered the house. Noah met him in the hallway and led him to a bedroom. An old man lay in bed, his face frozen in a mask of pure terror. In the center of his chest was a gaping, fist-sized wound. But there was no blood. The edges of the wound looked charred as if burned, but the tissue was frozen solid. The man's entire body had a faint blue tinge, as if flash-frozen from the inside. Noah's voice was low and tired. Do you have any idea what could cause that? Because that doesn't look like it was done by a normal human. Stiles studied the horrific scene. No. I'll take a few pictures and send them to Cogman. He might know. Noah nodded. All right. And tell him this is the second victim. We found a woman yesterday with the same wound. Nothing was stolen, her organs and blood were all there but frozen just like this. The two victims had one thing in common, they were both diagnosed with terminal cancer. Stiles began carefully taking pictures with his phone, his mind racing. Who would kill these poor people who were already dying? I don't know, son, Noah sighed, rubbing his temples. This town is getting crazier by the day. And I have a feeling this isn't the last victim. Ask Jacob for help. You can bring him here after school to see if he can track the killer's scent, or if his butler can find surveillance footage we couldn't, like last time. I will, Stiles promised, his voice grim. Chapter 117, A Spectral Killer. In the palace dining room, the girls were having breakfast with Kitty when a still depressed Jacob finally joined them. Allison smirked. Are you done sulking? Jacob ignored her, slumping into a chair. He rested his cheek on one hand and began eating, punctuating each bite with a dramatic sigh. Lydia smiled, sipping her tea. I guess he's still heartbroken. Malia, sitting beside him, nudged his shoulder. Why are you so sad anyway? Kitty's great. I already like her. Jacob sighed, pushing his food around his plate. I was hoping to summon a beautiful older woman. Lydia's smile vanished, replaced by a pout. So, you're already tired of the three of us and want someone new? No. Jacob said quickly, looking at each of them. I love you girls and I will never get tired of you. But you know what I am. I'm greedy, I'm lustful, and I love women. I can't help it. Allison fixed him with a searching, serious look. Is your wanting more women really because you're a dragon, or is it just an excuse? Answer honestly. Jacob met her gaze. Honestly? At first, before I awakened my bloodline, I loved women. The idea of having more than one wife was just that, an idea, a fantasy. A daydream like it might be for any man. He paused, choosing his words carefully. But when I awakened my dragon bloodline, it rewired my instincts. That idea became a physical, spiritual, even magical compulsion. And it gets worse, more demanding the stronger I become. It's not just a want anymore, Allison. It's a profound need. It's my hoarding instinct. Malia tilted her head. Hoarding instinct? It's the instinct to collect and amass treasures of great value, Jacob explained. And part of that is the instinct to find and safeguard more wives. It's overwhelming. Lydia's eyes narrowed slightly. Are we just objects to you then? You are not objects, Lydia, Jacob said firmly. I love you girls. Each one of you is my priceless, irreplaceable treasure. And I would rather die than lose any of you. Kitty, who had been quietly nibbling on a piece of fish, wiped her mouth with a napkin. If he really is a dragon, then he's telling the truth. There are dragons in my world, and they will fight to the death if someone tries to take their treasure, or their princess. She took a delicate sip of milk from a tiny cup and looked at Jacob. I've always wanted to ask a dragon a question. Jacob managed a small smile. What do you want to know? Why does your kind like to kidnap princesses and lock them up in towers? Jacob blinked. I don't know. I've never kidnapped any, Malia smirked. What about me? Hey, I didn't kidn. He stopped, sighed, and conceded. Fine. I did sort of kidnap you. But I didn't lock you up and you're not a princess. Lydia's smirk matched Malia's. But Allison Cowell. D be considered the princess of an old hunter family. Jacob said. Even if she is, I didn't kidnap her, did I? Cogman, who had been sitting politely at the end of the table, cleared his throat. If I may interject, from a cross-analysis of myths and recorded narratives, dragons are portrayed as kidnapping princesses for two primary reasons. He held up a finger. First, as treasure, just as dragons hoard gold, they may view a princess as a rare, exotic pet or living treasure to display. A second finger joined the first. Second, for political leverage, using a royal hostage for ransom or to deter aggression against their territory. He paused. There is also a third, less common trope. Sometimes there is no kidnapping at all. The princess flees from an arranged marriage or a tyrannical guardian and actively seeks the dragon's protection. Jacob pointed at Cogman triumphantly. You hear that? We're not always the bad guys. He turned to Allison. Like in your case. You escaped from your tyrannical mother to seek my protection. Allison rolled her eyes. Hey, I didn't escape from my mom and she is not tyrannical. If you say so, Jacob said, his grin returning. He looked at Lydia. And you? You escaped from your parents' bitter divorce and constant fighting and came to me for love and comfort. Lydia shrugged. I'm not going to deny it. I was just interested in you at first, wanted some fun, a distraction from the chaos at home. And I ended up falling in love with you. Malia smiled. But you still kidnapped me though. Jacob wrapped an arm around her shoulders. I was just worried about you being alone in the woods. I'm a good dragon. Malia leaned into him. If you say so. Allison checked her phone and stood up. All right, time for us to go to school. Kitty perked up, her ears twitching. Can I go too? I really want to see your world after everything you've told me about it. No, you can't come to school, Allison said. But after school, Lydia and I will take you shopping. You have to promise not to talk in front of people, though. You'd freak them out. Kitty gave an exaggerated sigh. Fine. I'm too depressed to go to school today, Jacob announced, pushing his chair back. So, Kitty, you can hang out with me. Kitty brightened immediately. She jumped onto the table and walked quickly to Jacob. Can we ride a car? Can I drive? And I want a phone like the girls have. Can I go steal one? Jacob reached out and gently scratched behind her ears. We can do all of that. But no stealing. If you want something, you tell us and we'll buy it for you. Okay. Kitty purred loudly as he scratched. Okay. No stealing. Now can we go to the outside world? Sure, Jacob said. Allison shook her head, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Jay, you're skipping school too much. Don't worry about it, Jacob said with a dismissive wave. I donated $300,000 to the school. My good friend, the principal, told me I can skip whenever I want. I only have to show up for tests. He grinned. You girls can skip too if you want. Malia's face lit up. Oh good. I don't want to go to school. It's so boring. Allison and Lydia immediately flanked her, each taking an arm. You have to go to school to learn, Lydia said firmly, steering her toward the hallway. You've been in the woods for 7 years. You need to learn how to socialize and talk to people, Allison added, reinforcing the point as they guided her away. Jacob scooped Kitty into his arms. All right, let's go. He teleported them back to the mansion in Beacon Hills. He placed her on the living room couch, turned on the massive TV and showed her how to use the remote. I'll be right back. He went upstairs to change. When he returned, he found Kitty utterly engrossed, her nose almost touching the screen, watching a nature documentary about deep-sea fish. He smiled. Kitty, let's go. Take the belt and boots off. And remember, when we're around people, act like a normal cat and don't talk. Kitty looked away from the shimmering fish with obvious reluctance, but she obediently slipped out of her tiny belt and boots and jumped onto Jacob's shoulder with ease. Jacob got into his black Camaro, and Kitty immediately hopped onto the dashboard, her wide eyes taking in everything as he drove toward town. She was clearly enjoying the ride, her tail swishing happily. Then, suddenly, her ears drooped. She jumped down from the dashboard and settled into the passenger seat, looking troubled. Jacob noticed the change. What's wrong? Do you miss your world? No, Kitty said softly, looking out the window. I don't miss that place at all. Then what is it? You can talk to me. She turned to him, her green eyes serious. I had owners before. They were nice, but one day they took my claws. I still don't know why they did it. It broke my heart, so I ran away. Jacob kept his eyes on the road, his voice gentle. I don't want to sound rude, Kitty, but in our world that's not a big deal. Almost every cat owner here cuts their cat's claws. It's mostly for the cat's safety. Overgrown claws can curve and painfully grow back into the paw pads. Kitty's eyes widened in shock. What? Is that why they did it? Probably, Jacob nodded. And besides, even if they're cut, claws grow back. Mine never did. That's why I'm known as Kitty Softpaws. That's weird, Jacob thought, but he didn't voice it. Anyway, why did you tell me about your past? She looked down at her paws. I want to know if you're going to hurt me too. Or abandon me. Jacob smiled softly. He reached over, carefully scooped her into his lap and stroked her back. First of all, you're not just my pet. Kitty looked up at him, her green eyes searching. Then what am I to you? To me and to the girls, you're a member of our family. We will never abandon you. We will never hurt you. And we will make sure you live a happy life for the rest of your life. I promise. Kitty stared at him for a long moment. Then, with a soft, choked sound, she wrapped her front paws around his neck and buried her face in his collar. Thank you, I always wanted a family. She whispered. Jacob felt the dampness of tears against his neck, but he said nothing. He just continued to stroke her back, letting her release the old, buried pain. After a while, when her quiet sniffles had subsided, Jacob broke the silence. So, do you want to drive the car? Kitty immediately let go, turning around on his lap with renewed excitement. She stood on his thighs, placed her paws firmly on the steering wheel, and stared intently at the road ahead, a determined grin on her feline face. Jacob just smiled, gave her an affectionate pat on the head, and kept one hand lightly on the wheel to guide it. My life is getting crazier each day. I have a talking cat. He thought with a mixture of amusement and acceptance. Too bad she isn't a woman, but maybe one day I'll get a system reward that can turn her into a cat girl. Now that would be nice. Meanwhile, at Beacon Hills High, Cogman pulled the Rolls-Royce to a smooth stop. As the girls got out, Stiles came running over, looking frantic. Where's Jacob? He asked. He won't be coming to school today, Allison said. Do you need him for something? Stiles pulled out his phone. My dad wants him and Cogman to help with a case. Something is killing people in town. Again. He showed them the photos and explained the details, the victims with terminal cancer, the horrific wounds that were both burned and frozen. Malia's eyes lit up with interest. Stiles, Cogman, and I can help with the case. Lydia shook her head. Malia, you shouldn't skip school. Just tell Jay about it. He's just playing around today. No, Malia said firmly. Jay is busy showing Kitty around. Let him be. I'll help Stiles. She opened the car door and practically shoved Stiles back inside, climbing in after him. Cogman, drive. Stiles blinked, bewildered. Wait, who's Kitty? You'll meet her soon, Malia said cryptically. Cogman bowed slightly to Lydia and Allison. I shall see you after school, my ladies. He then got into the driver's seat and pulled away, leaving Allison and Lydia shaking their heads as they walked into the school. Cogman, Stiles, and Malia arrived at the crime scene. Sheriff Stilinski was still there, looking exhausted. He let them inside. Malia immediately began sniffing the air. There's a scent here, some kind of dog. But it's faint. She walked to a wall, her nose wrinkling. And it disappears right here. Stiles frowned. What do you mean, disappears? Like teleportation? I don't know, Malia admitted. The scent just stops. Like it vanished into the wall. Cogman, who had been standing perfectly still with his eyes closed, opened them. I know why the scent disappeared. Noah turned to him, hope sparking in his tired eyes. Did you find something? Yes, I found a hidden surveillance camera in the house directly behind this one. Cogman said, I have identified what we're dealing with. However, the news is not good. Is it something dangerous? Stiles asked. For you and your father, extremely. Conventional weapons would be useless. For Lady Malia, it would be a simple matter to kill it. The problem is locating it. He gestured to Stiles's phone. I have sent you the footage. Stiles pulled out his phone. Malia and Noah leaned in to watch. The video showed a large, shaggy black dog with glowing red eyes padding silently down the street at night. It walked directly through the victim's backyard fence as if it weren't there, approached the wall of the house, and phased straight through the solid brick. A few minutes later, a wisp of dark smoke seeped back out through the wall and dissipated into the night air. Stiles stared, his blood running cold. What was that thing? Cogman clasped his hands behind his back. I believe that was a black Shuck. A shapeshifter like the Hellhound. But unlike hellhounds, which often serve as guardians of the supernatural world, the black shuck is a malevolent creature. It derives pleasure from terrorizing and killing those who are already sick and dying. Depending on its whim, it may kill its target quickly or haunt them for up to a year before delivering the final blow. Noah let out a heavy sigh, the pieces clicking into place. That explains why both victims had terminal cancer. I need to find this thing fast. You should not confront it alone, Sheriff, Cogman advised. As you saw, it can assume a mist-like form. Physical attacks will pass through it harmlessly. To kill it in that form, one must strike it with elemental fire or lightning. Noah ran a hand over his face. Can you find it? I will try when I go back home. However, tracking a being that can become incorporeal mist will be difficult. Lady Malia cannot follow its scent for the same reason. All right, Noah said, his shoulders slumping slightly. Thank you. I hope you can find it and deal with it soon. I will do my best to find it, Cogman replied. Then he turned to Malia. My lady, shall I return you to school? Malia shook her head. No. I don't want to go back to school. Take me home. I want to sleep some more. As you wish, my lady. After school, Cogman drove Allison and Lydia back to the mansion. They found Jacob sprawled on a large recliner in the living room. Malia was curled against one side of him, and Kitty was nestled against the other. All three were watching an animal documentary about lions on the massive TV. Allison and Lydia walked over, each giving Jacob a soft kiss. Did Cogman tell you about the black shuck? Allison asked, settling on the arm of the chair. Jacob nodded, his eyes still on the screen where a lioness was. Hunting? Yeah. We'll deal with it when Cogman finds it. Chapter 118, The Dragon Egg Hatches. Jacob lay in bed in his Serendel room, Allison curled against him with her head on his chest. He ran his fingers absently through her hair. Should I give Kitty the Hulk serum, or the potion I gave you before you became a fairy? He asked. Allison shifted slightly. How much Hulk serum do you have left? I had 20 vials. I gave you girls 3, so I have 17 left. Then give her the Hulk serum, Allison suggested. She'll probably want to join us when we fight. The stronger she is, the better. All right. I'll give her one tomorrow. He paused, a thought occurring to him. By the way, how are your parents liking their new strength? I haven't seen them since I gave them the potion. Allison smiled. They're very happy. They told me they're going to invite you over for dinner to thank you. Her smile widened. And by the way, they're acting like newlyweds these days. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Really? Yeah. They're all lovey-dovey with each other. They actually kicked me out the other day when I tried to spend the night at their house. Jacob chuckled. You might get a sibling soon, huh? Allison laughed softly. A little sister or brother would be nice. She lifted her head and kissed him. Thank you. You made them very happy. I'm so grateful for that. You're welcome, love. He held her closer, then remembered something. Speaking of kids, I have a dragon egg I forgot about. Allison sat up, her eyes wide with interest. A dragon egg? Take it out. I want to see it. Jacob retrieved the egg from his pocket dimension. It was a smooth, beautiful blue orb about the size of a basketball. Allison took it carefully, running her hands over the flawless surface. Oh, it's so smooth. She handed it back. What kind of dragon do you think will come out of it? Jacob placed the egg beside them on the bed. I don't know. But we'll find out soon. Now let's sleep. They settled back into each other's arms and drifted off. A few hours later, Jacob woke to a faint cracking sound next to him. He looked over and saw the egg rocking gently on the mattress. He gently shook Allison. Allison, wake up. It's hatching. Allison mumbled, eyes still closed. What's hatching? The dragon egg. Wake up or you'll miss it. Allison's eyes snapped open. She immediately focused on the egg, which was now shuddering with more force. Jacob quickly teleported to Lydia and Malia's rooms, appearing briefly in each to scoop up a sleepy girl before teleporting back and depositing them both unceremoniously on the bed. Lydia and Malia woke up, confused and disoriented. Hey, what's going on? Malia grumbled, rubbing her eyes. Allison pointed excitedly at the egg. Look. Both girls stared at the glowing, rocking blue orb. Lydia blinked. What is that? A dragon egg, Jacob said, his voice full of anticipation. And it's hatching. Malia frowned, her sleep-addled brain processing slowly. A dragon egg? She looked from the egg to Allison. Did you give birth? Allison was stunned into momentary silence. What? No. The egg is Jay's. Now Malia looked utterly bewildered. She turned and gave Jacob a deeply weird look. I didn't know you could lay eggs. Lydia and Allison burst into helpless laughter. Jacob's face darkened. He reached over and flicked Malia's forehead. What are you thinking, you idiot? I'm a man, I can't give birth. I got the egg from my pocket dimension. Malia rubbed her forehead, a slow grin spreading across her face as she joined in the laughter. Jacob shook his head, a smile finally breaking through his exasperation, and turned his full attention back to the egg. The crack spread rapidly. With a final soft crunch, a piece of shell fell away. A moment later, a small, wet, and utterly adorable baby blue dragon, about the size of a cat, pushed its way out. It blinked its large, intelligent blue eyes, looking curiously at Jacob and the three girls surrounding it. The girls all exclaimed in unison, "Wow! So cute!" Jacob extended a hand and gently touched the little dragon's head. A brilliant flash of white light filled the room. When it faded, a translucent system screen appeared before Jacob's eyes. The dragon Saphira is attempting to form a life bond with you. Do you accept? Saphira? The dragon from the movie Weredragon? Great. Accept the bond. The red dragon tattoo on his palm, the symbol of his bonds with his mates, glowed fiercely before fading again. A new notification appeared. Life bond with Saphira established. Your death will cause hers. Her death will not affect you. Your strength growth rate is slightly enhanced. Saphira's strength will grow in tandem with yours, capping at 60% of your full power upon her maturity. You may draw energy from her through the bond in times of need. Allison shielded her eyes from the afterglow. Jay, what was that flash of light? I just bonded with her, Jacob said, a sense of excitement in his voice. Her? Lydia asked. Yeah, her. Jacob carefully picked up the tiny, shivering dragon, cradling her in his arms. Did any of you ever watch the movie Weredragon? I did, Lydia said. I watched it too, Allison added. Why? Jacob looked down at the little blue creature nuzzling into his warmth. Even though she looks a bit different from the movie version, this is Saphira. Really? Lydia leaned in for a closer look. Yes. I learned her name and origin when the bond formed. Malia tilted her head. So, is she your mate too? Are you going to sleep with her in her dragon form? Or is she going to turn human when she grows up? Jacob explained. She's not my mate. Our bond isn't a mating bond. But maybe I can help her gain a human form someday. Only then would I consider marrying her. I'm a pervert, but not to the extent of sleeping with her in her dragon form. Malia smirked. But don't you love sleeping with us in our hybrid forms? I do love monster girls, Jacob admitted. But not full animals. Have I ever asked you to do it while you're in your full coyote form? Malia considered it, a playful glint in her eye. No. But I thought you just forgot or were still too shy to ask. Jacob's face darkened again. Okay, that's it. You're going to get punished this morning and I'm not letting you go until you pass out. Malia's smirk widened. Bring it on. Jacob gently handed Saphira to Allison. Feed her some meat and make sure to introduce her to Kitty. Otherwise, Saphira might try to eat her. Allison took the little dragon, cooing, Come here, cutie. She and Lydia left the room, teasing the newborn dragon. Jacob turned back to Malia and pounced, pinning her to the bed. Now, time to deal with your mischievous ass. He sealed her lips with a deep kiss, and soon the room was filled with Malia's moans. After a while, the moans turned into low, rumbling growls as she shifted into her hybrid form. The two of them continued for hours, lost in each other. True to his word, Jacob didn't stop until an exhausted, thoroughly satisfied Malia finally passed out in his arms. He smiled with deep satisfaction, hugged her close, and took a nap with her. When they woke up, Jacob and Malia took a bath and then went to the garden in front of the palace. Jacob saw Saphira happily chasing after Kitty, who was teasing her with a piece of string. Cogman, where are Allison and Lydia? Jacob asked. They are at school, sir, Cogman replied, appearing beside him. Did you find the black Shuck yet? Not yet, sir. Saphira noticed Jacob and came running over. He picked her up with a smile. You seem full of energy. Kitty trotted up. She loved the skyr buffalo meat. She ate until her belly bulged, slept for hours, and just woke up half an hour ago. She's been playing ever since. Jacob smiled and retrieved a rubber chicken from his pocket dimension. He squeezed it, and it let out a loud, ridiculous squeal. Saphira's blue eyes widened with intense interest. He gave it to her and set her back down to play. Next, he took out a vial of the Hulk serum and handed it to Kitty. Drink this. It will make you very strong, give you a super healing ability, and it might even help you regrow your claws. Kitty took the vial, her eyes wide with hope. Are you telling the truth? Are my claws really going to grow back? Jacob patted her head. Try it and we'll find out. Kitty nodded excitedly. Okay. Wish me luck. She uncorked the vial and drank the glowing green serum. Immediately, her body began to heat up. She started sweating through her paw pads and lay down on the grass as a wave of pain washed through her small frame, but it was manageable. The pain will pass soon, Jacob said reassuringly. Just hold on. Malia, watching Saphira still gleefully mauling the rubber chicken, asked, Are you going to give the serum to Saphira too? Jacob shook his head. No, she doesn't need it. We share a life bond, her strength grows with mine. The air of Serendel is rich with magic, and she can feast on magical meat. Give her a year or two and she'll become a powerful giant of a dragon. I see, Malia said. Then her stomach growled loudly. She looked over at Cogman. Old man, cook us some meat. I'm starving. It is already prepared, my lady, Cogman replied. Shall I bring it here? Yes. Cogman gave a slight bow, then vanished with a soft pop. A moment later, he reappeared in the garden, a large, polished wooden table held effortlessly in his arms. He vanished again, reappeared with 2 ornate chairs, then made a final trip carrying a massive silver platter heaped with sizzling, aromatic cuts of meat. Jacob and Malia sat down and began to eat. The rich smell of the cooked meat caught Saphira's attention. She immediately abandoned the now silent rubber chicken, scampered over to Jacob, and climbed up his leg into his lap. Jacob smiled dotingly, selected a tender piece of meat, and began to feed her. After about 40 minutes, Kitty's body had fully absorbed the serum. She stood up, and the first thing she did was raise a paw and flex. To her amazement, sharp, gleaming claws extended from her paw. Overcome with joy, she leaped toward Jacob with her new, uncontrolled strength. The impact almost knocked him out of his chair. Whoa! Jacob grunted, steadying himself. He was about to say something, but he felt the tiny, trembling body in his arms and heard her quiet, happy sobs. He simply held her and patted her back, letting her release the flood of emotion. When she finally calmed down, she looked up at him, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome, Jacob said softly. Then he smiled. But Kitty, you need to learn how to control your new strength. You almost sent me flying when you jumped. Kitty smiled sheepishly. Sorry about that. Malia, now cradling a dozing Saphira, spoke up. I don't feel like going to school. So I'll spar with her and help her control her strength. All right, Jacob agreed. He looked down at Kitty on his lap. Give me your hand. Kitty extended her front leg and Jacob grasped it. A flash of golden light emanated from their joined hands, and when it faded, a faint dragon head mark appeared on the back of Kitty's front leg before shimmering and disappearing beneath her skin. Jacob explained, You can now enter and leave Serendel whenever you want, and you can teleport anywhere inside it. Ask Cogman and Malia to teach you how. Then he took 2 ancient-looking scrolls from his pocket dimension in hand. Add them to her. This one, he said, pointing to the first, is the Quen scroll. After using it, you'll gain the ability to create a powerful energy shield to protect yourself. The other is the Scroll of Faraga. It will teach you a powerful fire spell to attack your enemies. Kitty took the scrolls carefully. Thank you, she said, rubbing her small head affectionately against Jacob's cheek. You're welcome. He placed her gently on the table and stood up. He gave Malia a quick kiss. Teach her how to use the scrolls and get used to her new strength. I'm going to school. Cogman stepped forward. Shall I drive you, sir? Nah, I'm going to drive myself. With that he teleported, appearing back in the mansion in Beacon Hills. He changed his clothes and walked out to his Camaro. Sliding into the driver's seat, he focused internally. System. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 500 coins, Seiko's panties, High School of the Dead still warm. She just took them off. Enjoy host. Tony Montana's little friend, Scarface, a Colt AR-15 fitted with a cobbled-together M203 grenade launcher. Possesses infinite ammunition. Jacob's face darkened. Screw you, system. How many times do I have to say I don't want underwear as rewards? Especially used ones. He got out of the car, retrieved the offending item from his pocket dimension, and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a small fireball in his palm. The underwear burst into flames before they even hit the ground, turning to ashes in an instant. Disgusting, he muttered, dusting off his hands. He got back into the car and took out the other reward. The weight of the customized AR-15 was solid and satisfying in his hands. Nice. It might not be the most effective weapon against supernatural creatures, but anything with infinite ammo is good to have. He stored it back in his pocket dimension. System, show me my status. A detailed translucent screen materialized before his eyes. Status: name, Jacob Alexander, 16 years old. Species, human/dragon. Abilities: 1. Pyrokinesis 2. Electrokinesis 3. Geokinesis 4. Magmakinesis 5. Fire and electricity immunity 6. Standard shifter abilities 7. Poison immunity 8. Charm passive makes you charming only to women you're interested in. 9. Dragonborn shout, fuss ro da, Skyrim 10. Dragon fire, lightning, lava breath 11. Storm call, Skyrim 12. The Quen sign, The Witcher 13. Deadpool healing factor, MCU 14. Absolute anonymity, passive completely conceals your energy and natural scent. 15. Teleportation 16. Telekinesis 17. Heat vision 18. Spider sense weapons and items, banana peel Mario Kart, defective lightsaber, defective invisibility cloak, Excalibur knockoff, the Joker's laughing bomb times 20, a can of Popeye spinach, Mirakuru, Arrow DC Comics, times 4, Senzu beans times 2, given to Allison and Lydia, expired Senzu beans times 7, spatial ring times 7, memory neuralizer, Men in Black. Replica katana Shusui, 1 piece, Glock 45, SNW 500 revolver, alien wrist blaster, cowboys and aliens, hand grenades times 10 Quen, scroll times 5, Phoenix down times 17 Final Fantasy, the State Route 6 Despicable Me, white honey potion The Witcher, times 12, scroll of Faraga times 16, Cinderella's glass shoes variant, concealment charm bracelets times 12, Captain Jack Sparrow's compass, Hulk serum times 16 MCU, Spartan laser times 10, Halo, Dragon Scroll Kung Fu Panda, Tony Montana's little friend. Vehicles, Chevrolet Camaro SS 2011, Rolls-Royce Ghost 2011, Bentley Mulsanne 2011, Ducati Hypermotored 1100 EVO SP 2011, Harley-Davidson Sportster 883 2011, James Bond's Aston Martin DB5. Harem space, Serendel, an extra-dimensional island with a grand palace, forests and a large lake. Access is exclusive to you, your bonded wives and people you grant entry permission to. System shop, unlocked. Can purchase previously obtained daily sign-in rewards and food items from event location, quest, monthly sign-ins. Other items, potions, abilities, bloodlines, etc. require further system upgrades to unlock. Currency, system coins. Jacob scanned the list. His eyes lingered on the vehicles section. James Bond's Aston Martin DB5. I forgot I got that car. I'm driving it today. He got out of the Camaro. With a thought, he retrieved the iconic silver Aston Martin from his pocket dimension. It appeared on the driveway with a soft thump, its polished chrome and classic lines gleaming in the sunlight. After a moment of admiring the beautiful machine, Jacob got in, savored the smell of leather, and turned the key. The engine purred to life with a smooth, powerful rumble. He grinned and pulled out of the driveway, heading for school in style. Chapter 119, A Dinner with the Argents. Jacob arrived at school during lunch. He parked his Aston Martin and headed straight for the cafeteria, where he found Allison, Lydia, Stiles, Scott, and Erica at their usual table. He slid into a seat. What are you guys talking about? Stiles leaned in, lowering his voice. There are 3 new werewolves in school. Jacob raised an eyebrow and casually scanned the room. He spotted them sitting together at a table in the far corner. So Derek turned Isaac and Boyd, just like in canon. But who's the girl? I can't see her face. He turned back to Stiles. I know Isaac and Boyd, but who's the girl? Before Stiles could answer, Scott spoke up. Her name's Tracy Stewart. And I call dibs. Jacob narrowed his eyes at Scott, who immediately pleaded, Please, just let me have this one. Jacob smirked. Relax, I have no interest in her. But can you even ask her out? Do you need me to be your wingman? Scott shook his head. No, thank you. I can ask her out myself. You just stay away from her. Jacob shrugged. Like I said, I'm not interested. His smirk widened. I'm more interested in Melissa. I should pay her a visit, I haven't seen her in a while. To his surprise, Scott didn't react. He just kept staring at the back of Tracy's head, completely ignoring him. Jacob picked a clean chicken bone off Allison's plate and hit Scott on the head with it. Hey, didn't you hear what I just said? Scott blinked, finally looking at him. I did. I just don't care. Jacob's smile returned. Does that mean I have your blessing? No, Scott said flatly. It just means I know my mom won't date a minor. I'm a minor now, Jacob countered. But I'll be 18 in a year and a couple of months. Scott stood up, straightening his jacket. Well, that's a problem for later. He glanced toward the cafeteria door. For now, I'm going to talk to Tracy. She just left. Jacob gave him a mock salute. Okay, son, have fun. And if you don't want me as your wingman, you can ask your Uncle Stiles for advice so you don't get rejected. Stiles laughed. I can give you some solid tips, nephew Scott. Screw you both, Scott said, but he was smiling. I finally have a chance at a girlfriend, and I'm not letting you ruin my good mood. He walked out of the cafeteria, leaving Jacob, Stiles, and the girls laughing. When the laughter died down, Stiles's expression turned serious. By the way, guys, there's something weird going on. Someone or something has been digging up graves and stealing human organs from the cemetery. Jacob asked. Did that happen yesterday? No, it happened 4 days ago, Stiles said. I found it in my dad's files yesterday, but he just classified it as a grave robbery. His focus is on the Black Shuck case. Allison frowned. Maybe it's not a supernatural case this time. Maybe, Stiles agreed. Jacob thought. So the events of Season 2 have already started. That's the Omega werewolf stealing and eating human organs. He scanned the cafeteria looking for Jackson but didn't see him. What should I do about Jackson? He's an idiot, but he's not evil. The real villain is that creep Matt, who stalked Allison and controlled the Kanima in the show. Yeah, I'm definitely getting rid of that guy. He was pulled from his thoughts by Allison nudging his shoulder. I was talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Jacob blinked. Sorry. What did you say? Mom invited you to dinner tonight. Are you going or not? Of course I'm going. Allison smiled. Okay, I'll call and tell her we're coming. She took out her phone to make the call. Jacob turned back to Stiles. Have you seen Jackson today? Yeah, he was in class this morning, Stiles said, lowering his voice again. But he was acting really weird. He looked pale and sick and he got a nosebleed. The blood coming out was black. Why are you asking about him? And why was he bleeding black blood? Jacob feigned ignorance. I was asking because I didn't see him with Derek's new betas. And I have no idea why he's bleeding black blood. Just then the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. They gathered their things and headed back to class. After school, the group gathered in front of the building. Scott was smiling like an idiot. All right, guys, see you later. I have a date. Jacob held up a hand. Wait. He pulled some cash from his pocket dimension. Here's $1,000. Take Tracy somewhere nice, son. Scott growled, screw you, but he snatched the money. But thanks. I could use it. He ran to his car and sped off. Jacob smiled, wrapping an arm around Allison and Lydia. I'm going to be a good father. Lydia and Allison just shook their heads, smiling. Stiles loudly cleared his throat. Ahem. Ahem. Jacob looked at him. What? Stiles grinned sheepishly. Do you need a second son? I'll even call you Daddy. Jacob looked at him with pure disgust. Nope. And if you call me that, I swear I'll break your teeth. He took out another $1,000 and slapped the cash into Stiles's chest. If you want money, just say so. You don't have to disgust me. Stiles caught the money, his smirk widening. Thanks, D. The lethal looks from both Jacob and Lydia made him stop mid-word. He turned and quickly dragged a laughing Erica away. Let's go, babe. Jacob and Lydia are about to kill me. Jacob and Allison walked Lydia over to the Rolls-Royce, where Cogman was waiting. Jacob kissed Lydia goodbye. See you later, love. See you guys later, Lydia said, getting into the car. Cogman looked at Allison. Aren't you coming home, my lady? No, Allison said. Jay and I are going to my parents for dinner. I see, Cogman said. Have a pleasant evening. Thanks. Cogman drove off smoothly and Jacob and Allison walked over to the Aston Martin. Allison eyed the sleek silver car appreciatively. Nice car. When did you get it? I got it from my pocket dimension a few days ago, Jacob said, unlocking it with a click. I kind of forgot about it. Can I drive? Jacob tossed her the keys. Sure. They got in and Allison drove them toward her parents' house. Soon they pulled into the Argent driveway. Allison parked the car and Jacob retrieved a wheel of blue cheese from his pocket dimension he got as a daily reward. This is an Italian blue cheese called Gorgonzola, he said. Since your parents like stinky cheese, I thought they'd appreciate it. They're going to love it, Allison said. Do you have any fancy chocolate in that pocket dimension of yours? I do. Do you want to give them some? Allison nodded. Yeah. Give me a box. Or make it 2. Jacob quickly purchased 2 boxes of premium chocolate from the system shop for 12 coins and handed them to her. Then they got out of the car and walked up to the front door. Kate was the one who opened it. Allison kissed her aunt on the cheek and gave her one of the chocolate boxes. For you. Thanks, princess, Kate said, smiling. She then greeted Jacob with a playful glint in her eye. Good evening, handsome. Jacob gave a nod. Kate. They went inside, heading toward the kitchen, which was filled with the delicious aroma of a home-cooked meal. Allison kissed her parents hello. Jacob handed the wheel of cheese to Chris. Here. Enjoy. But please don't open it until I leave. Chris accepted it with a smile. Oh, Gorgonzola. It does have a strong, pungent smell, but it tastes fantastic paired with honey and toast or a nice Wagyu steak. Victoria nodded in agreement. It's also excellent in pasta or risotto. I could make some for you kids if you'd like. Jacob and Allison spoke at the same time. Please don't. Victoria just smiled. Your loss. Allison then took a large box filled with skyr buffalo meat from her spatial ring. I brought you some of that meat you liked from our place. Chris took the box, his expression genuinely pleased. Thank you, sweetheart. That meat was incredible. I haven't stopped thinking about it since I ate it. When you finish that box, just tell Allison to give you more, Jacob said. We have plenty. Chris stored the meat in the refrigerator. Thanks. All right, Victoria said, clapping her hands together. Chris, you take Jacob to the living room. Kate, Allison, and I will finish up in here. Chris and Jacob went to the living room, talking comfortably until Allison called them for dinner. They moved to the dining room and enjoyed a relaxed, delicious meal. Chris and Victoria expressed their gratitude to Jacob once more for the Mirakuru. Afterward, they all settled in the cozy living room near the fireplace. Allison and Jacob curled up together in a large recliner. Chris had his arm around Victoria on the couch, and Kate sat in a plush armchair. Allison brought up the town's latest trouble. By the way, have you heard about the black Shuck in town? Chris's expression grew serious. A black Shuck? No, we hadn't. Allison filled them in and then said, Cogman is looking for it, but so far he hasn't found it. Black Shucks aren't always depicted as purely evil, Chris mused, falling into his hunter's knowledge. Some folklore says they're guardians who protect travelers or accompany women walking home alone at night. Those are just stories, Victoria countered, her tone sharper. Black Shucks are evil creatures. They haunt the dying and drive them insane before delivering the killing blow. There are documented incidents of them stalking wounded soldiers on battlefields, howling and watching from a distance at night, enjoying the soldiers' fear before finishing them off. They'd also appear in towns hit by the plague, tormenting the sick until they lost their minds from fear, then killing them with a blue fire that burns and freezes simultaneously. Allison frowned. Why do they do that? The haunting, I mean. Does it make them stronger? Probably not, Kate said, swirling her drink. Some creatures are just psychopaths. They enjoy the suffering of others. Like your butler. Hey! Allison protested. Cogman is not a psych. She paused. Well, he is a psychopath. But he's not evil. Kate shuddered slightly. He might not be evil, but he sure scares me. I don't like being alone with him in the same room. It feels so creepy when he looks at me with that unsettling smile of his. Allison laughed. That's my fault. I told him to try and get along with you. The smiling is his attempt to be friendly. He means well, it just looks sinister on him. Victoria changed the subject. By the way, Allison, I've been thinking of going back to work. I'm considering a teaching position at your school. What do you think? Really? Allison asked, surprised. What subject are you going to teach? English. Allison smiled. Then please don't be too strict with me. And also go easy on Malia. We have to drag her to school every day as it is, don't make her hate it more than she already does. Victoria winked. I'll try to be nice. Jacob studied her. You're not going to school just to teach, are you? And what else would I be going there for? Victoria asked, her expression neutral. You're going to monitor Derek's betas. Right. Maybe. Just don't attack them unless they actually hurt people, Jacob said. And when Gerard comes to Beacon Hills, make sure to warn him not to take the principal's job or even step foot in my school. Chris looked intrigued. Why are you so concerned about the principal? Because he's my friend. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Friend? Allison chuckled. Yeah. Jay and Stiles get kicked out of class almost every day, so they've become friends with the principal. Jay even convinced him to let them put a TV and some video games in an empty classroom to serve detention there. The principal sometimes plays video games with them. Victoria said, Is that really what a principal should do? Detention is meant to be a punishment, not for them to have fun. She fixed Jacob with a stern look. What about your grades? Do you even learn anything in school? I'm a straight A student, Jacob said with a shrug. He's telling the truth, Allison confirmed, though she sounded amused. Surprisingly, he and Stiles have good grades. They just can't listen in class or sit still for a second. The only time Jay is quiet in class is when he's asleep, which also gets him detention. Jacob smirked at Victoria. What were you like as a student? I bet you were the kind who reminded the teacher when they forgot to assign homework. Victoria smiled, a rare nostalgic glint in her eye. As a matter of fact, I was. I was a good student, but I didn't have many friends. Not because I couldn't, but because I found most of my classmates intellectually lacking. I quite enjoyed the miserable looks on their faces when I reminded the teachers about homework. Allison laughed. Didn't doing that get you in trouble? It did, Victoria admitted. But I was trained as a hunter. I beat up anyone who tried to bully me, girls or boys. Allison smiled proudly. I'd expect nothing less from you, Mom. She turned to her father. What about you, Dad? What kind of student were you? Chris's expression grew distant. Gerard started training me young. He showed me horrible things. School was a place where I could relax and try to be a normal kid. But in high school I was mostly absent-minded, thinking about the things I'd seen and dreading my first real hunt. That's why I didn't want to tell you about the supernatural or that we were hunters. I wanted you to have what I couldn't, a normal childhood. I appreciate that, Dad. Thank you, Allison said softly. Chris gave a wry smile. You weren't very thankful when you found out we were hunters, though. Do you remember how angry you were? I was angry because you sent your hunters to attack Jay, Lydia, and me instead of just talking to me, Allison reminded him. Chris coughed awkwardly. We all make mistakes, I guess. He shifted in his seat. By the way, Gerard will arrive in town in a day or two. Allison's expression hardened. Does he know about Kate? Yes, Chris said. Jacob frowned. How? All the hunters you brought to fight Peter that night are dead. Who told him Kate was turned? That was actually my fault, Kate admitted with a sigh. 3 days ago I was with Chris and some other hunters visiting one of our warehouses. I forgot there was a mountain ash barrier around it. The hunters all saw me being blocked by the barrier. I wanted to kill them all, but Chris didn't let me. So they told Gerard I'm a shapeshifter. Allison shot her aunt a worried look. Then you should be careful. He'll definitely try to kill you. I will be, Kate promised. Jacob stretched and looked down at Allison in his arms. All right, time for me to head home. Are you coming with me or staying? I'll spend the night here, Allison said. Can you leave the car? I'll drive it to school tomorrow. Sure. He kissed her, handed her the keys, and stood up. See you tomorrow. He nodded to the others. Good night, everyone. Thanks for dinner. Then he vanished. Chris and Victoria had seen him teleport before, so they weren't shocked. Kate, however, looked around the room bewildered. Where did he go? He teleported, Allison said simply. Teleported? Yeah. He's already home by now. Kate sighed, a hint of envy in her voice. That's a handy ability to have. It is, Allison agreed, standing. She took Kate's hand. Come on, let's go watch a movie in my room. Kate brightened. Can we watch a horror movie? No. Horror movies are stupid. Let's watch a comedy. As the two headed upstairs, Victoria watched them go, then turned to Chris, her expression serious. She snuggled closer. How are you going to deal with Gerard? Chris let out a long, weary sigh. All I can do is warn him not to do anything stupid. The rest is up to him. But what if he tries to attack Jacob or Allison or one of their friends? Victoria pressed. Chris shrugged, his face set in grim resignation. Then that kid Jacob will definitely kill him. Or worse, send his butler to deal with him. And I won't interfere. Gerard has hurt too many innocent people. He doesn't follow the code anymore. Let him face the consequences of his own actions. Chapter 120, Identified. 2 days passed without incident in Beacon Hills. Stiles and Scott had just returned to Scott's house after a double date with Erica and Tracy. Stiles flopped onto the couch with a contented sigh. Things are going really good with you and Tracy, huh? Scott collapsed next to him, a dreamy smile on his face. Yeah. She even told me Derek was happy when she said she was dating me, and he encouraged her to be with me. I didn't know Derek liked me that much. Stiles gave him a flat look. You're an idiot. What? Why? Derek wants you in his pack, but he can't force you because of Jacob. So when Tracy told him she was dating you, he probably saw it as a perfect opportunity. A honey trap to pull you in. Scott frowned. Why would he even want me? He already has 4 betas if we count Peter. I don't see the point. Stiles sighed in exasperation. Again, you are an idiot. Let's ignore the fact that you're stronger than all his current betas. Let's also ignore that if you joined, he'd probably think Erica and I would follow. The most important thing about you is that you're friends with Jacob. If you were in his pack, Derek could always ask you to ask Jacob for help if he got in over his head. Scott's expression cleared slightly. I see. But I'm not joining his pack. I'd help him if I could, though. And I don't think Jacob would refuse if Derek asked for help directly. Jacob probably wouldn't refuse, Stiles agreed. But if you were already in the pack, asking would be a lot easier. Scott said, well, I'm never joining his pack. If anything, I'll convince Tracy to leave his pack and join mine. Stiles blinked. Are you planning to build a pack? I won't turn people, Scott clarified. But I want to be an alpha of my own pack someday. And I already have you as my first beta. Stiles held up a hand. Who said I'm your beta? I'm as strong as you are. Besides, I'd rather be in Jacob's pack, or flock, or whatever you call a dragon's group. Scott snorted. You're dreaming. Dragons NLY accept females into their group. And last I checked, you're not a female. Anyway, Stiles said, waving it off, I'm your best friend, but I'm not your beta. And to be honest, if you want to be an alpha, you need to man up a little. You don't even like to fight. How are you going to protect your pack if someone tries to kill them? I don't mind fighting, Scott insisted. I just don't want to kill. Stiles looked at him seriously. Scott, tell me something. If Jacob hadn't killed those witches and that yeti in the woods, how many people in this town do you think would have died? Scott thought for a moment. If that yeti had gotten into town, it would have killed everyone. It would have turned Beacon Hills into a frozen hell. So you understand that what Jacob did was necessary, Stiles pressed. Remember the Wendigo family? And the Bogator hunters, who kill not only supernatural targets but anyone close to them. What would you have done if you were in Jacob's place? Kill them or spare them? Think about it. Think about the consequences of sparing them. Think about your mom and every other innocent person in this town. Scott looked troubled. What would you do? I've thought about it a lot, Stiles admitted. And my answer is I would kill them if I had to. I'd rather lose sleep for a few nights than lose my dad or someone I care about. If me killing someone saves innocent lives, I'd do it. Scott sighed heavily and leaned back into the couch, falling silent. Stiles nudged his shoulder. Don't worry too much. With Jacob around, you probably won't ever have to make that choice. But you should think about it. Seriously. What would you do if you had to decide and neither Jacob nor I was there? You need to be prepared so you don't hesitate when the time comes. Scott sighed again. That's something to think about later. He pushed himself to his feet. Let's go get dinner for my mom. She has a late shift tonight. They got into Scott's car, drove to a restaurant for takeout, and then headed to the hospital. Melissa wasn't at the nurse's station. They found her further down one of the hospital corridors, holding a shuddering woman in a comforting hug just outside a patient room. The woman's sobs were a raw, broken sound in the quiet hallway. Stiles and Scott hung back, waiting respectfully. After a few minutes, the woman pulled away, accepting a tissue from Melissa. She whispered a choked, "Thank you," before slipping back into the room, the door sighing softly shut behind her. Melissa turned, her professional composure softening into weariness as she saw her son and Stiles. She walked over, accepting the bag of food with a grateful, tired smile. "What's wrong with her?" Stiles asked quietly, his eyes flicking to the closed door. Melissa sighed. Her father was just diagnosed with glioblastoma. Stage 4. It's too late to do anything meaningful. It's just about pain management now. Scott's brow furrowed. What's glioblastoma? Stiles answered before Melissa could, remembering facts he wished he didn't know. It's a highly aggressive form of cancer that begins within the brain or spinal cord. It's bad. I know about it because I read a lot about brain tumors when my mom was sick. A wave of sadness washed over Stiles as he remembered his mother. Melissa saw it instantly. She reached out and pulled him into a warm, one-armed hug around his shoulders. "Okay, none of that," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "No dwelling on sad memories. Let's go to the break room. I'm starved." As they turned to go, Scott and Melissa started talking. Stiles, however, found his attention snagged by a presence his brain had unconsciously filtered out until now. It was an old janitor, cleaning the floor a little way down the hall. He was thin and stooped, dressed in dark hospital-issue scrubs that seemed to hang off his bony frame. He worked with a slow, methodical patience, as if time itself had no claim on him. Stiles narrowed his eyes. That man feels creepy. As they passed him, the old man paused his mopping. He didn't look up at them. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the closed door of the patient's room. "That man's path is set," the janitor murmured, almost to himself. His voice was dry and raspy. "Every step from here is torment for him and a slow bleed of grief for his girl. She is burning her own life to keep a guttering flame alive. Sometimes letting the dark come is how you save the other candles." He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod, as if agreeing with his own bleak wisdom, and then resumed his mopping. Scott, focused on his mother, didn't hear a word. But Stiles heard every word and he stopped dead. He looked from the closed door back to the old janitor. The words didn't sound like the bleak musings of a tired old man. They sounded like a statement of fact. A cold, dark principle. A promise. "You coming, Stiles?" Scott called from up ahead. Stiles didn't respond. He was still staring at the old man, a chill creeping down his spine. The old man finally raised his head. His eyes, milky and clouded, met Stiles's. They held that gaze for a few seconds that felt like minutes. Then the old man spoke again, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that somehow carried perfectly down the empty hall. For her, the end was not hopeless. Not long. Not painful. She forgot everything, even her own son. But for you, child? Her last days were hopeless. Endless. Agonizing. And that pain still haunts you, doesn't it? The janitor's head tilted slightly. It makes you wonder if the kindest thing a soul can do is sometimes to leave a door open for the freezing cold, so the ones left inside aren't burned by the slow, terrible fire of forgetting. Stiles stepped back in horror, his blood running cold. "He's talking about my mom." "It's you," he blurted out, his voice cracking. Melissa turned, concerned. "Stiles, what's going on?" Stiles was already fumbling for his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed Jacob's number. "Scott, take Melissa and run." "It's him." Scott looked bewildered. "Him who?" The phone pressed to his ear, Stiles hissed. "It's the black Shuck." Melissa looked utterly confused. Scott, however, finally looked at the old janitor, truly looked at him, and horror dawned on his face. The old man stared at Stiles, a flicker of surprise in his cloudy eyes. "Scott, what are you waiting for? Go!" Stiles shouted. Scott grabbed Melissa's hand and turned to flee, but a dark shadow seemed to detach from the wall and solidify directly in their path. It was the old man, but he was different now. His posture was straighter, and his eyes glowed with a bright, malevolent red light. The temperature in the hallway plummeted. Frost spiderwebbed across the floor and crawled up the walls. A cold, silent blue flame flickered to life in the palm of the old man's outstretched hand. Scott's eyes flared a fierce yellow. He shoved Melissa behind him and planted himself between her and the creature, a low, warning growl rumbling in his chest. The old man gave Scott a look of profound sadness. "I do not hunt the hale and healthy young wolf. But you have seen my face. I cannot let you go." But just as he moved to attack, he froze. His entire body went rigid. His hair seemed to stand on end, and the red glow in his eyes vanished, replaced by a vacant, empty stare, as if he were trapped in a sudden, profound trance. At that exact moment, the phone connected. Jacob's lazy voice came through. "Stiles, what's up? Hurry. Come to the hospital. Scott and I are. No, Melissa is in danger. It's the Black Shuck." The Black Shuck came back to his senses, then his form dissolved into a wisp of inky shadow that seeped into the floor and vanished. Not 10 seconds later, Jacob appeared at the far end of the hallway, having teleported from his mansion to the hospital's parking lot and sprinted inside. He ignored Stiles and Scott and went straight to Melissa, taking her hands in his. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Melissa said, though she was visibly shaken. "But can someone please tell me what's going on?" "Give me a second," Jacob said, his voice tight. He closed his eyes, focusing all his enhanced senses, trying to find any trace of the spectral creature. He felt nothing, no energy signature, no cold spot, nothing. The thing was gone. He opened his eyes, his expression grim. "Let's go. You can't stay here tonight and you can't go home. That thing might come after you." Melissa nodded. "Okay. Let me just end my shift." They accompanied her as she officially clocked out. While they did, Stiles quickly told Jacob everything that had happened, the janitor's cryptic words, the direct reference to his mother's illness. Jacob's expression darkened with each detail. On the way to the parking lot, Scott filled his mother in on what a Black Shuck was. Once in the parking lot, Jacob made sure no one was watching. With a wave of his hand, he stored Scott's car in his pocket dimension. Then he took Melissa's hand, wrapped both Stiles and Scott in his telekinetic grip, and teleported. They reappeared in the living room of the mansion. Jacob gently lowered a stumbling Melissa onto the couch. Stiles and Scott weren't granted the same courtesy. They dropped unceremoniously to the floor with a synchronized thud. Malia, Kitty, Lydia, Allison, Kate, and Cogman, who were all in the living room, looked at them in surprise. Allison said, "I see you saved them, but what about the Black Shuck?" Jacob didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to Stiles, his expression dark. Without a word, he drew back his fist and punched Stiles hard in the face, breaking his nose with a sickening crunch. Everyone gasped. Scott jumped to his feet. "Jacob, what are you doing?" Stiles groaned, clutching his face. Blood streamed between his fingers, but his enhanced healing was already at work. He winced as he straightened the broken cartilage with a wet pop. "That hurts, but I deserve it." Jacob was clearly furious. He yelled at Stiles, "You dumbass. Not only did you endanger yourself and Scott, but you also put Melissa in danger." Stiles looked down, ashamed. "I'm sorry. He got to me by talking about my mom. My brain just stopped working." Lydia asked. "Jay, what did Stiles do?" "He figured out who the Black Shuck was," Jacob snapped, his anger still boiling. "And instead of walking away and calling me, he confronted it. Him and Scott can't beat that thing, and with Melissa there, they couldn't even run if they tried." Stiles mumbled again, "I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself." Allison asked, "Who was the Black Shuck?" "A janitor at the hospital," Jacob said, his voice tight. "But he's gone now." Lydia gave Stiles a deeply disappointed look. "So, if you hadn't spooked him, we could have just gone to the hospital and dealt with him." "Well done." Melissa spoke up. "Okay, give Stiles a break. He was reminded of his mom. He wasn't thinking straight." Allison nodded, though her expression was serious. "Stiles, tell us everything." How did you figure it out? Everyone settled into chairs and couches as Stiles recounted the entire encounter. The janitor's cryptic words, the direct, chilling reference to his mother's illness, the confrontation. Malia, listening intently, tilted her head. But you said he wanted to kill you three. So why did he change his mind and run? I don't know, Stiles admitted. But I think he felt Jacob coming. When I called Jacob, he just stood there, stunned, for a second. Then he turned into shadow and disappeared. Scott added, I smelled fear on him right before he vanished. Lydia's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I don't think he felt Jacob coming. Black Shucks, like banshees, can predict mortal danger. I think when he was in that trance, he saw a vision. He predicted that if he stayed, he would die. Allison looked at Jacob. So how do we find him now? Jacob turned to Melissa. Do you know him? The janitor? Melissa shook her head. No. I've seen him around the hospital a few times, but he's new. I don't know his name. Jacob looked at Cogman. Pull up the hospital security footage. See if you can identify him and track him. Cogman gave a slight bow. At once, sir. He closed his eyes, his internal systems connecting seamlessly to the internet and local networks. A few minutes later, he opened them. I've identified him, though he operates under multiple aliases and switches them with each relocation. Anyway, I know what he looks like now, so I can find him as long as a camera spots him in town. I also found the motel room he's staying in, but he probably won't go back there. Just then, Stiles's phone buzzed with a notification. He pulled it out and read the message, his eyes widening. Guys, something just attacked an ambulance transporting a heart attack patient. It ripped the patient apart and took his organs. Do you think it's the Black Shuck? No, Jacob said immediately. That's probably the thing that's been digging up graves in the cemetery. As he spoke, a translucent system window materialized before his eyes. Event sign in available host can sign in after witnessing Gerard Argent cut the Omega werewolf in half. Time remaining 40 minutes, Jacob thought, so Gerard is finally in town. He stood up and said, Malia, Cogman. Go to that motel and check if the Black Shuck went back. If you find him, kill him. He then looked at Stiles. Send me the location of the ambulance attack. I'll go there, catch the scent of whatever did it, and track it down. Stiles quickly sent the location to Jacob's phone. As Jacob turned to leave, Allison stepped forward. I'm coming with you. Kate stood as well, a grin on her face. If you don't mind, I'd like to join the hunt. Kitty, who had been curled in Lydia's lap, stretched and hopped to the floor. I'm going too. Scott and Melissa stared, their jaws dropping. Stiles shot to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at the cat. Did the cat just talk? Kitty placed a paw on her hip. Yes, I did. Haven't you ever seen a talking cat before? If I had, I wouldn't be this shocked. Stiles exclaimed, looking wildly from Kitty to Jacob. When did you get a talking cat? I want one too. You can't get one, Jacob said flatly. And a piece of advice, don't offend her. She's stronger than you. He turned back to Allison. Stay here. I'll track the organ thief, then come back to teleport you. I need to hurry before the scent fades. Allison nodded. Okay. We'll wait. Go. Jacob didn't waste another second. He hadn't been to the attack location before, so he couldn't teleport directly. Instead, he strode out of the mansion. Once outside, he used his telekinesis to launch himself into the night sky, following the location on his phone. After Jacob left, Malia and Cogman also headed for the motel where the Black Shuck was staying. Chapter 121, The Omega's End. Jacob flew using his telekinesis until he reached the accident location. Sheriff Stilinski and a few of his deputies were talking with the shaken paramedics. Jacob teleported from the sky into the nearby woods, then walked calmly toward the sheriff, calling out to him. Noah broke away from the group and met him. Stiles told me you were coming. Do you have any idea what or who did this? Jacob subtly sniffed the air, his enhanced senses filtering through the scents of blood, fuel, and fear. From the smell, it's a werewolf. Noah's face tightened. A werewolf? Do werewolves eat humans? Some of them do, Jacob said grimly. Anyway, I'm here to track it. I've already caught its scent. See you later, Sheriff. With that, Jacob walked back into the tree line. Once he was out of sight of the deputies, he broke into a blur of superhuman speed, following the foul, coppery trail left by the creature. He found the Omega 10 minutes later. The werewolf was still enjoying his grisly meal, squatting behind a thick oak tree in the deeper forest. He was devouring the liver and heart he'd stolen from the heart attack patient. Jacob didn't intervene. He just watched, his expression cold, for 20 minutes until the Omega finished eating. Then he began to follow. He moved silently, keeping a careful distance to avoid alerting the Omega to his scent or sound. He trailed the creature for another 20 minutes before his own heightened senses prickled with warning. He could feel several people lying in wait ahead. He also detected another presence following the Omega, closer than he was. Jacob stopped and looked to his right. There, behind a massive pine tree, Derek was crouched, his eyes fixed on the oblivious Omega. Jacob teleported, appearing right beside him. Derek flinched violently, a low growl rising in his throat before he recognized who it was. Jacob smirked. "Relax. It's just me." Derek shot him a glare. "Can you please stop appearing next to me out of nowhere?" "Hold that thought," Jacob said. Then he vanished. Derek looked around, bewildered, but Jacob was already gone. Jacob reappeared in the mansion's living room. "I found the organ thief." Stiles jumped up. "What kind of creature is it?" "A werewolf." "Now who's coming? We need to hurry or we'll miss the show." Everyone stood up, even Melissa. Jacob raised an eyebrow. "So everyone wants to go, huh? Fine. But stay quiet when we get there." He fixed a pointed glare on Stiles. "Especially you." Stiles held up his hands. "I'll be quiet. I promise." Jacob wrapped everyone in his telekinetic field and teleported them back to the woods, appearing right next to Derek, who was still scanning the trees for him. Derek nearly jumped out of his skin. "Come on, man. I said stop doing that." Scott blinked in surprise. "Derek? What are you doing here?" Derek's eyes flickered to Kate, who merely smirked but said nothing. He turned back to Scott. "I was following that Omega. I knew about him a few days ago, but he was just stealing organs from graves. I didn't care much. But tonight he attacked a living person in an ambulance. I was planning to kill him." Stiles frowned. "You knew about him for days and didn't deal with him?" Jacob cut in, his voice low as he gestured ahead. "Okay, everyone. Watch that idiot. He's walking right into an ambush." "Who's ambushing him?" Stiles whispered. Derek peered into the darkness ahead. "Hunters. More than a dozen of them waiting for him." "Not just any hunters," Jacob corrected, his senses fully focused. "That's Gerard Argent. And I can feel 3 powerful individuals with him. If I had to guess, they're Boggiters. Have you heard of them, Derek?" Derek's jaw tightened. "Yes. Hunters with supernatural abilities. But they're only active in Europe. What are they doing here?" Allison said, "Probably because we killed a few of them a few weeks ago. They're here for revenge." Kate's expression turned grim. "If that's true, then there might be more than just 3 in town. The guy you killed, Bartek, was the brother of the head of the Zema family, Stanislav Zema. And Stanislav is an evil bastard who will do anything to exterminate his enemies." As they spoke, Gerard and his group stepped out of the shadows, directly into the Omega's path. The Omega didn't hesitate. He shifted and turned to flee on all fours, only for his hands to snag in a concealed tripwire. He was yanked into the air, hanging helplessly by his wrists. Gerard, Chris, and 15 other hunters closed in, forming a tight circle around the dangling creature as it snarled and thrashed. Chris stepped forward, holding a crackling taser wand. He jabbed it into the Omega's side. Electricity surged, forcing him to shift back to human form. "Who are you?" Chris demanded, his voice cold. "What are you doing here?" The Omega whimpered. "Nothing. Nothing, I swear." "You're not from here, are you?" "No. I came looking for the Alpha. I heard he was here, that's all. Look, I didn't do anything. I didn't hurt anyone. No one living. He wasn't alive in the ambulance. He wasn't, I swear." Gerard looked around at his assembled hunters, a cruel smile on his face. "Gentlemen, take a look at a rare sight." He turned to Chris. "You want to tell them what we've caught?" Chris's voice was flat. "An Omega." Gerard paced before the terrified man. Possibly kicked out of his own pack. Or the sole survivor of a pack that was hunted down. Or possibly alone by his own choice. He chuckled, a dry, unpleasant sound. Certainly not a wise choice. He walked over to one of his hunters, took a long, sharp sword from him, and returned to stand directly in front of the Omega. Because, as I am about to demonstrate, Gerard said, raising the blade, an Omega rarely survives on his own. He swung the sword in a brutal horizontal arc. The blade cut the Omega cleanly in half. The lower section of the body fell to the forest floor with a wet, sickening thud, spilling organs and blood onto the fallen leaves. At that exact moment, a translucent system window materialized before Jacob's eyes. You have witnessed Gerard Argent cut the Omega werewolf in half. Event sign-in is now available, host. System sign-in. Event sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, Sword of Gryffindor, Harry Potter, a goblin-made sword crafted from pure silver. It can absorb that which makes it stronger. It is indestructible and deals great damage to supernatural creatures. It never needs cleaning, cryokinesis, the ability to lower temperature, create ice, and control frozen matter. Can range from making ice cubes to flash-freezing landscapes. Scroll of Lightning Release X20, Lightning Beast Naruto Effect, teaches the A-rank technique in which the user creates a concentrated bolt of lightning and shapes it into a fast-moving, beast-like projectile that tracks its target. Jacob quickly read the list and was satisfied. Nice. The sword is a nice weapon. Cryokinesis is a good ability, but I'll give it to one of the girls. As for the lightning beast technique, I'll give that to everyone. That way they'll all have a way to fight creatures that can only be hit by elemental powers. His attention snapped back to the hunters. Chris walked up to Gerard, his voice low but firm. We have a code. Not when they turn my beloved daughter into a monster, Gerard snarled, his eyes burning with fury. As a hunter, I have to kill her with my own hands now. He stabbed the bloody sword into the ground and turned to address the assembled hunters. There is no code. Not anymore. From now on, these things are just bodies waiting to be cut in half. He glared directly at Chris. Are you listening? Because I don't care if they're wounded and weak. Or seemingly harmless, begging for their life with a promise that they'll never, ever hurt anyone. Or some desperate, lost soul with no idea what they're getting into. We find them. We kill them. He turned, sweeping his gaze across the dark forest. His eyes seemed to linger on the exact patch of shadows where Jacob and his group were hidden. We kill them all, he shouted into the night. From their hiding place, Stiles looked at Allison, his voice a hushed whisper. So, is that old man another evil member of your family? Allison sighed, her expression pained. Unfortunately, yes. That's my grandfather. Jacob glanced at Kate, who was visibly depressed, her shoulders slumped. All right, Kate, stop feeling sorry for yourself. You reek of desperation. Tell me who those hunters with Gerard. Kate sighed, forcing herself to focus. She studied the group. 3 of them are definitely Boggiters from the Zema family, but their patriarch, Stanislav, isn't among them. 6 are Argent hunters. The other 6, they're from the Loran hunter family. Do you remember them? Jacob nodded. I do. The ones who came to hunt me with the wizard. Yes, Kate confirmed. Which means there are more of the Zema and Loran hunters here in Beacon Hills. They're definitely here to find the person who killed their family members. She gave Jacob a pointed look. Which means you. Jacob didn't seem concerned. He smirked. Well, I'll play with them. And Cogman will be so happy when he hears there are so many people he can have his twisted fun with. Kate sighed, rubbing her temples. What are you going to do about Gerard? Jacob's smirk faded into cold neutrality. You heard him. He wants to kill every supernatural creature in town, and that includes me and my family. So he will die. But for Chris's sake, I won't kill him unless he tries to attack me, my family, or my friends first. Lydia, who had been staring intently at Gerard, spoke up quietly. He's already dying. Allison turned to her. Who? Gerard. He's already dying from something. I can feel it. Jacob nodded. Yeah. He has cancer. I can smell it. Suddenly, Jacob's posture shifted. Everyone quiet. He closed his eyes, pouring all his focus into his senses, scanning the woods around them. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, glowing a fierce red. He looked in a specific direction, then waved his hands. An invisible Quen energy shield, layered with a thicker telekinetic barrier, snapped into existence around their group. Lydia, create a sound barrier around us. Now, he ordered. Lydia complied instantly, her hands moving in a subtle gesture. A bubble of absolute silence enveloped them. "What's going on?" she said, the sound not carrying beyond her shield. "The black Shuck is coming for Gerard," Jacob said. "I can feel it approaching. So, everyone, don't think about killing him. I don't know how his mortal danger sense works, but let's not risk it. Maybe if we don't project intent, he won't feel threatened and we'll get closer. Especially you, Allison. You and I are the only ones here who can use lightning attacks, which are deadly to him." "Okay," Allison said, taking a steadying breath. "But can you bring Dad here? I don't want him facing that thing." Jacob didn't answer. He simply teleported. He reappeared beside Chris, who was standing a short distance from Gerard, watching as the old man ordered hunters to cut down and burn the Omega's remains. Jacob placed a hand on Chris's shoulder, and in the next instant they were both back inside the layered barrier with the others. Chris staggered slightly, startled, but relaxed when he saw Allison and the familiar faces. "What's going on?" "The black Shuck is coming for Gerard," Allison explained quickly. "What? Why?" Kate pointed at Lydia. "Because Gerard is dying from cancer. She can feel it." Chris, knowing Lydia was a banshee, accepted the explanation without question. He sighed, a deep weariness in his eyes, and looked at Jacob. "Are you just using Gerard as bait, or are you going to let the black Shuck kill him?" Jacob shrugged, his expression unreadable. "I will not save Gerard if that's what you're asking. You heard what he said. He wants to kill all supernatural creatures in town. So let him deal with the black Shuck. He will probably survive," Chris said grimly. "I told him about the black Shuck. That's why he brought the 3 Boggaters. They can kill it using their supernatural energy." Just then, a long, low, and utterly creepy howl echoed through the woods, a sound that seemed to slither through the trees and curl around the bones. Jacob's lips curved into a faint smile. "All right," he said softly. "Let's watch the show." Chapter 122, No Creature Outruns Death. Gerard and his group of hunters, who had been busy dealing with the corpse of the dead Omega, froze at the blood-curdling howl that slithered through the trees. They spun, weapons raised, peering into the ink-black woods to locate the source. Gerard snatched a taser wand from his belt. "It's the black Shuck. Chris, get your taser ready." He glanced around, his brow furrowing. "Chris, where did you go?" One of the Zema hunters, a brutish man with a scar across his cheek, sneered. "Maybe he got scared and ran. Or maybe, since he let that bitch Kate live, he made a deal with the Shuck to kill you, old man." Another Zema, younger and colder, added, "Or perhaps he is a shapeshifter too. He doesn't feel entirely human to me. Maybe we should help you kill him, old man." "Chris is not a shapeshifter, I tested him myself," Gerard snapped, though a flicker of doubt passed behind his eyes. "And even if he were, it is my concern. I will deal with my own blood. Now focus." From their hidden vantage point behind the layered shields, Allison's eyes ignited with a furious emerald glow upon hearing Gerard and the hunters casually discuss murdering her father. Jacob placed a calming hand on her arm. "Relax, love. That idiot won't survive the night. I promise. So please calm down. Don't spook the black Shuck." Allison took a deep breath, forcing the green light in her eyes to dim. Another howl tore through the night, closer, louder, and dripping with malice. The temperature in the clearing plummeted. Frost bloomed across leaves and soil. From the deepest shadows behind the hunters, the black Shuck emerged. It was a shaggy, monstrous black dog, its form wreathed in swirling darkness. 2 points of hellish red light, its eyes burned from within the gloom. Those eyes fixed unblinkingly on Gerard. For a few seconds the creature just stared, as if memorizing its prey. Then its gaze swept over the hunters surrounding Gerard, lingering on the 3 Boggaters who had already drawn their broadswords, the blades now sheathed in a crackling, white energy that hummed in the frozen air. Gerard wisely shuffled backward, putting the 3 Boggaters between himself and the black Shuck. "Come on. What are you waiting for?" he barked at the other hunters. "Throw the incendiary grenades. Now." The Argent and Loron hunters fumbled with their gear, then hurled a volley of red canisters, incendiary grenades, toward the black Shuck. The creature didn't even try to dodge the explosions. Instead, its form dissolved into pure, liquid shadow. It became a blur of darkness, moving with a speed that defied physics. It streaked past the blooming fireballs and shot toward the line of human hunters. The hunters had no chance. They fired their assault rifles on full auto, but the bullets passed through the insubstantial shadow form without effect. They swung their taser wands in desperate arcs, but the Shuck was a phantom, always just out of reach. Then it was among them. A shadowy paw, solidified for a split second, swept out. A hunter's throat opened with a gush of blood that instantly froze at the edges, the wound both cauterized and flash-frozen by a touch of blue flame. Another hunter screamed as a shadow claw punched through his Kevlar vest and ribs, tearing out his still-beating heart before it, too, turned to a frozen lump. Efficient, brutal, and silent except for the wet sounds of tearing and the choked gurgles of the dying. 7 hunters fell in a few seconds before the Shuck changed its target. It reformed briefly, a solid nightmare of fur and fangs, and turned its burning red gaze on the 3 boggiters. The boggiters did not flinch. The white energy around their blades flared brighter. They moved with their own supernatural speed, not to flee but to encircle. The black Shuck lunged at the one on the left. The boggiter met the charge, his energy-coated sword swinging in a horizontal arc meant to bisect the creature. The Shuck twisted in midair, the blade grazing its flank. Where the white energy touched the shadow, a sizzling, painful bloody tear appeared, and the Shuck let out a pained shriek. Emboldened, the other 2 boggiters attacked from the flanks. The Shuck was fast, but they were coordinated. It dodged one sword thrust by dissolving into mist, but the 3rd boggiter anticipated the move. He didn't swing at the mist, he thrust his blade into the center of the swirling darkness the moment it began to solidify. A scream of agony echoed through the woods. The Shuck rematerialized, stumbling back. A deep sizzling gash smoked on its shoulder. In retaliation, it unleashed a torrent of its blue, freezing flame directly into the face of the boggiter who had wounded it. The hunter roared, throwing up an arm sheathed in white energy. The blue fire met the white energy in a violent hiss of steam and cold. The boggiter's defense held, but just barely. Frost crawled up his arm and he staggered back, his face pale with pain and shock from the intense cold. Seizing the momentary distraction, the Shuck turned its full fury on him. It charged head-on, ignoring a slicing wound from the 2nd hunter's blade across its back. Shadow claws, wreathed in that deadly blue fire, found their mark, tearing through the boggiter's energy-weakened guard and into his chest. The hunter's eyes widened. He looked down at the frozen, burning ruin of his torso, then slumped to the ground, the light in his eyes and the energy on his sword extinguishing together. 1 boggiter down. The Shuck, now wounded and bleeding from multiple gashes, turned toward the boggiter that had slashed its back. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of its freezing blue fire breath. The boggiter raised a hand, conjuring a shimmering energy shield. The blue fire crashed against it, pushing him back with immense force. Cracks began to spiderweb across the shield's surface. With a roar, he poured every last drop of his energy into the barrier, forcing the fire back for a heartbeat, but the shield shattered. He dove sideways, but not fast enough. The edge of the blue flame caught his leg. In an instant, the limb was flash-frozen solid. He crashed to the ground, screaming in agony as his frozen flesh cracked and blackened. The black Shuck ignored the fallen boggiter. It turned, its glowing red eyes locking once more on its real target, Gerard. But the 3rd, uninjured boggiter was already in motion. He gathered all his energy into his sword until the blade hummed and blazed with white light. With a guttural roar, he hurled it like a javelin across the clearing. The blade shot with supernatural speed. The Shuck, its focus locked on Gerard, didn't dodge in time. The sword buried itself deep into its stomach. The creature howled in agony, a raw, guttural sound. It stumbled, its shadow form flickering and becoming more solid, more vulnerable. The white energy coating the sword sizzled against its essence like acid. Seeing his chance, Gerard lunged forward. He didn't aim his taser wand at the beast itself, but at the sword's hilt, a perfect metal conduit now piercing the creature's core. He jammed the crackling electrodes against the pommel and triggered a full, devastating charge. Electricity surged through the metal blade and into the Shuck's corporeal form. The effect was catastrophic. A violent full-body seizure racked the Shuck. The shadows bled away like ink in water. The monstrous dog form shrank, twisted, and melted, reverting to the naked, frail, gasping form of the old janitor, collapsed on the frosty ground with a sword still protruding from his gut. Gerard let out a harsh, triumphant laugh. He dropped the spent taser wand and fumbled for the pistol at his hip. "Now you die, beast," he spat, raising the barrel. But the old Shuck's eyes, though clouded with pain, snapped open. With shocking speed, his hand shot out and locked around Gerard's gun wrist in an iron grip. The old Shuck smirked. Blue fire flickered to life on his hand and set up Gerard's arm. Gerard screamed, a sound of pure, searing agony, as his flesh instantly flash-froze, the skin turning blue and brittle. Just as the Shuck was about to finish Gerard with his other hand, the uninjured Bogator was upon him. The hunter's fist, sheathed in a final surge of white energy, slammed into the old Shuck's side. Crack! The sound of breaking ribs was loud in the sudden quiet. The force of the blow launched the Shuck from his feet, sending him flying backward, and tearing Gerard's frozen arm away in his grip. The old Shuck crashed into the thick trunk of an oak tree with enough force to splinter the bark before slumping to its roots. For a moment he lay still. Then, slowly, he pushed himself up. He dropped the remains of Gerard's arm. Then, gripping the hilt of the sword in his stomach with both hands, he pulled it out with a wet, tearing sound. The wound beneath steamed, and the flesh began to knit itself back together at a visible, supernatural rate. His eyes, now just the milky, sad eyes of an old man, found Gerard's. He saw the hateful, pained glint in Gerard's eyes. He saw the remaining Bogator readying another attack. He saw the few surviving human hunters closing in with tasers in hand. Then his gaze drifted to the patch of darkness where Jacob and his group were hidden. Though he couldn't see them, he felt the wrongness there, the coiled threat. He decided Gerard wasn't worth the trouble. With a final weary sigh that fogged in the cold air, his body began to dissolve, not into the aggressive shadow beast, but into a wisp of harmless, dark mist that started to seep into the forest floor. Just then, Jacob teleported. He appeared right next to the dissipating mist. His hand shot out, fingers crackling with raw, arcing lightning. He caught the mist in his electrified grip. The black Shuck's form snapped back into solidity with a choked gasp. The old man convulsed violently as Jacob's lightning coursed through him. In one smooth motion, Jacob shifted his grip, his lightning-coated hand closing around the old Shuck's throat, lifting him off the ground. Jacob didn't say a word. With his free hand, he summoned his new reward from his pocket dimension. The sword of Gryffindor appeared in his grasp. It was a magnificent silver longsword with a gleaming blade. A ruby the size of an egg was set into the pommel. The name Godric Gryffindor was etched just below the crossguard. As Jacob held it, the etching shimmered and reformed, becoming Jacob Alexander. He tested the weight in his hand. "Nice sword," he murmured. "Let's see if you can absorb his freezing fire." Then, without ceremony, he drove the blade straight through the black Shuck's heart and released the lightning. The old Shuck, freed from the electrocution, stopped convulsing. He looked down at the sword buried in his chest, then up at Jacob. A peaceful smile touched his bloody lips. "I had a vision of you killing me in the hospital," he rasped. "I thought I escaped it. It seems I was wrong." Jacob met his gaze. "Yeah. You should have run when you had the chance." The old Shuck coughed, dark blood coloring his lips, yet his serene smile remained. He looked not at Jacob but past him into the deep shadows of the woods. "No creature outruns death, child, not even the hound who delivers it." He drew a shuddering, wet breath, his eyes growing distant. How ironic. To have ushered so many into the quiet, and now to fear the silence waiting for me. His eyes focused back on Jacob. "The cold I served has come to collect its servant. And I find I am as frightened as any of the souls I relieved when it comes to my own end and what's waiting for me next." A final tremor passed through him. The light in his milky eyes dimmed, flickered, and went out. He died with that peaceful, knowing smile still etched on his face. Jacob shook his head. What a crazy old man. He pulled the sword free and directed a concentrated stream of dragon fire at the body, reducing it to ash in seconds. He looked at the sword in his hand. He channeled a trickle of his energy into it, and a beautiful, controlled blue flame, the black Shuck's signature freezing fire, danced harmlessly along the silver blade. He smiled, a genuine note of satisfaction in his voice. "You didn't disappoint me. From now on I'll call you Griffin." Chapter 123, The Only Warning. After admiring his new sword, Jacob turned to face Gerard and the surviving hunters, an unsettling, evil smirk curling his lips. The two surviving Bogators were already shivering with primal fear. The moment Jacob had appeared, unleashing lightning and fire, they felt his immense, unconcealed power. His concealment ability had dropped the moment he attacked. The Bogator with the frozen leg began desperately crawling backward through the dirt. The one standing beside Gerard took slow, stumbling steps away, his eyes wide with terror. Gerard clutched the frozen stump of his arm, the part from the elbow down now missing. He glared at the retreating Bogater. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so terrified of that kid?" The Bogater's voice was a hoarse whisper. "You might not feel it, but that kid is a monster. I've never sensed anything like him before." He turned and used every ounce of his enhanced speed to flee. Jacob vanished. He teleported directly into the Bogater's path and swung his sword in a single fluid arc. The hunter's head tumbled from his shoulders. His headless body ran for a few more staggering steps before collapsing to the forest floor. Then Jacob looked at the crawling Bogater. He raised a hand and his telekinesis clamped down. With a sickening, wet crunch, the hunter was compressed into a bloody mist that hung in the cold air for a moment before spattering the leaves. Jacob turned his gaze to the 5 remaining human hunters. "Which ones of you are Argent hunters? Go stand next to Gerard." The 5 hunters exchanged panicked looks but remained frozen. Jacob growled, the sound vibrating with power. "Hurry up. I don't have all night." Chris stepped out of the shadows and into the clearing. He stood beside his father, his expression grim. He pointed to 2 of the hunters. "Frank. John. Over here. Now if you want to live past tonight." The 2 hunters, Frank and John, didn't hesitate. They hurried over to Chris, leaving the 3 Loran family hunters standing alone, weapons trembling in their hands. Jacob considered for a moment, then reached out telepathically. "Malia, where are you guys now?" Malia's voice answered in his mind. "We're back at the mansion. We didn't find the Black Shuck at the motel." "The Black Shuck is dead. I just killed him." He stored his sword back into his pocket dimension and teleported. He reappeared in the mansion's living room, where Malia and Cogman were watching TV. He kissed Malia quickly, then looked at Cogman. "Do you want to have some fun?" Cogman, who had been sitting in an armchair, sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming. "Yes, sir. Who are we killing?" Jacob briefed them on the Zema and Loran hunters in town for revenge. "I left 3 of them alive in the woods for you." Cogman's smile turned predatory. "What about the rest of their forces in town?" Jacob shrugged. "Find them. Hunt them when you have time." Cogman's smirk was pure, wicked delight. "Excellent. I shall find them. Perhaps I will hunt a few each night. I do hope there are a great many of them." "All right, let's go." Jacob placed his hands on Cogman and Malia and teleported them back to the edge of the clearing, next to Allison and the others. He pointed at the 3 Loran hunters, who were still standing paralyzed, scanning the darkness for him. "Those are them, Cogman." Cogman studied the terrified men for a moment, then looked back at Jacob. "Thank you, sir." "And sir. What is it?" Cogman's voice was uncharacteristically sincere. "I do love you very much. You are my favorite master. Ever." Jacob smiled. "All right, go. Don't make this awkward." Allison stepped forward, her face stern. "Cogman, take them somewhere far from here. I don't want to see or hear what you're going to do to them." "As you wish, my lady," Cogman said with a slight bow. Then he turned and began walking toward the 3 hunters. His eyes glowed an icy blue, and an expression of evil joy spread across his face. The hunters took one look at him and opened fire. Bullets riddled his chest and face, but they merely flattened against his nanotech skin with soft pings. He didn't even flinch. He rubbed his hands together gleefully. "I do love it when my prey fights back," he chuckled. The 3 hunters exchanged one final look of horror, turned and bolted into the dark woods. Cogman followed at a leisurely pace, his voice echoing cheerfully after them. "Wait. Don't run. I'll be gentle." Soon he and his prey disappeared into the trees. Lydia shook her head, a mix of pity and dark amusement in her eyes. "Poor bastards." Jacob turned to Melissa, who was watching with a troubled, conflicted expression. "Melissa, the Loran and Zema hunters aren't just hunters. They're evil. The Lorans hunt anyone, supernatural or human, for money with no regard for innocence. The Zemas hate all supernatural creatures and have made it their mission to exterminate them, good or bad. They also kill anyone related to a supernatural being. So don't feel sorry for them." "Really?" Melissa asked, her voice soft. "Yes, Mom," Scott confirmed, his tone serious. "The last time the Zemas were here, they tried to kill me just because I'm a werewolf." That was all Melissa needed to hear. Her expression hardened, all traces of pity vanishing. Then I hope every single one of them dies. Jacob looked at Allison. Do you want to come meet your grandfather? Allison made a face. Nope. I'm good. All right. Let me go have a word with him and then we'll go home. As Jacob started walking toward the clearing, Kate fell into step beside him. Wait, Jacob. I'm coming too. The two of them walked up to Gerard, Chris, and the two remaining Argent hunters. Gerard and his men watched them approach with deep, wary tension. Jacob said to Chris, Did you tell him who I am? Chris nodded, his face grim. Yes. He knows you're Allison's husband. Jacob turned to Gerard. I heard what you said about killing every creature like me in this town. You're only alive right now because of Chris. His voice was calm. So here is my only warning. If you try to attack me, my family, or my friends, I will kill you. Chris won't be able to save you. And don't think you can hide. No matter where you go in this world, I can find you. So don't do anything stupid if you want to live a little longer. Gerard glared at Jacob, his jaw clenched, but he remained silent. His gaze shifted to Kate, who stood beside Jacob. Hello, Dad, Kate said. Gerard's lips twisted into a sneer. The moment you were turned into a monster and chose to live instead of doing the honorable thing, you ceased to be my daughter. You are just a creature that needs to be put down, Kate. Kate's eyes welled with tears, but her voice didn't break. I turned into a monster because of you. Because I burned good people, even children, just so you would be proud of me. Gerard's sneer deepened. You turned into a monster because you didn't finish the job. The Hale mutts you let live came back to bite you. You're a disappointment, Kate. You are the shame of the Argent family. If you want me to be proud of you, then do the honorable thing. Take your own life. Right here, right now. Do it and... Before he could finish, a sharp, hissing sound cut through the air. A crescent blade of condensed green wind shot from the darkness, scything toward Gerard with impossible speed. It struck with surgical precision, severing the remaining stump of his frozen arm cleanly at the shoulder. Gerard crashed to the ground, a raw, agonized scream tearing from his throat. Allison's voice, cold and sharp, came from the shadows. Kate. Let's go. Chris looked from his screaming father to Jacob, his expression one of weary resignation. Burn the bodies, will you? Jacob gave a nod. He waved a hand and a fire serpent erupted from his palm. It slithered through the clearing, coiling around each fallen hunter's remains, reducing them to ashen moments. Then he turned and walked back to where Allison and the others waited. Kate took one last, long look at her father writhing on the frost-covered ground. She let out a shaky sigh, wiped the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand, and followed Jacob without another word. Chris hauled the bleeding, unconscious Gerard onto his back. Frank. John. Let's go. He didn't look back as he led the two remaining hunters away into the night. Gerard, slung over his son's shoulder, regained a flicker of consciousness. His pain-glazed eyes found the retreating backs of Jacob and Kate. His face, pale with blood loss, contorted into a mask of pure hatred. Jacob, as if sensing the venomous stare, turned his head and met Gerard's gaze over his shoulder. He offered the old hunter a slow, knowing smirk. He looked at Kate walking beside him. Gerard looks pissed. I guess he's already planning how to kill us. Kate didn't even glance back. Yeah. He'll definitely try. When they rejoined the group, Kate's eyes found Derek. She walked up to him, stopping a few feet away. I know it won't mean much to you. And I know what I did can never be forgiven. But still, I am truly deeply sorry for what I did and for the pain I caused you. After saying her piece, she turned and walked to Allison, who opened her arms without hesitation. Kate buried her face in her niece's shoulder and finally let the sobs she'd been holding back shake her frame. Allison held her tight, gently patting her back. She looked at Jacob over Kate's shoulder. Let's go home. Jacob nodded. He glanced at Derek. See you around. Then he wrapped everyone in his telekinetic grip and teleported them all back to the mansion, leaving Derek standing alone in the silent forest. Derek let out a long, heavy sigh. He looked toward the distant lights of Beacon Hills. The town is more dangerous than ever right now. I need to warn Isaac and the others. Back at the mansion, Kate went straight to a guest room, declining Allison's offer to stay with her. I just need to be alone for a while, she said softly before closing the door. Jacob took a long, hot shower to wash away the night's grim residue. When he came out, he found Cogman already back in the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune as he prepared dinner. He was clearly in an excellent mood. Stiles called his dad to let him know Jacob had dealt with both the organ thief and the black Shuck. After they ate, they talked in the living room until late into the night. Allison showed Melissa to a guest room, and Stiles and Scott retired to the rooms they used when staying over. Finally, Jacob, the girls, and a contented Cogman left for Serendel to spend the night in the peace of their otherworldly home. Chapter 124, The Lightning Beast Technique. Chris took Gerard to the hospital and waded through the emergency surgery, a procedure to address the catastrophic wound where Gerard's arm had been severed cleanly from the shoulder. He remained until the anesthesia wore off before entering the private room to find his father pale and seething. Gerard glared at him, his voice a rasp of pain and fury. "Who attacked me when I was talking to Kate?" Chris sighed, ignoring the question. "I know you're dying from cancer, Gerard." Gerard's eyes narrowed. "Who told you that?" "It doesn't matter who told me," Chris said flatly. "What matters is why you're really here in Beacon Hills instead of at a proper cancer treatment center. Don't tell me it's revenge on the Hales for turning Kate. You don't care about her that much. I know if you'd had the chance, you would have killed her yourself tonight. Didn't you hear what I said earlier?" Gerard snapped. "I'm here to kill every supernatural creature in this town." "Perhaps," Chris said. "But that's not the real reason, is it?" Gerard's lips tightened into a thin, stubborn line. "It doesn't matter if you believe me. I'll prove it by my actions. Now tell me who attacked me." Chris ignored the question again. He leaned forward, his expression grave. "I have recently learned what kind of man you are, Gerard. But as your son, I'll give you one last piece of advice." He locked eyes with the old hunter. "Leave this town tomorrow if you want to live a little longer. Just walk away and don't do anything stupid." Gerard sneered. "You seem terrified of that kid, Jacob. But I'm not. Didn't I teach you, Chris? Every monster has a weakness. I'll find his and I'll use it to kill him." Painfully and slowly. Chris let out another weary sigh. "You have no idea what you're dealing with. And before you ask, no, I don't know exactly what he is either. All I know is that he's an incredibly powerful creature. And I hate to admit it, but he's a good kid. I like him. Even Victoria, an extreme hunter, likes him. So if you're stupid enough to provoke him, Victoria and I will not take your side. And we will not ask him to spare you." Chris stood up and walked to the door. He paused, one hand on the frame, and turned for a final look. "If you refuse to listen and leave tomorrow, then at least stay away from the Zemas and the Lawrence. The kid and his family don't like them. They will definitely go after them." With that, Chris left the hospital room, the door clicking shut behind him. Alone, Gerard closed his eyes, his mind churning with cold, calculated plans. "First, I find a way to get the bite from Derek. I'll kill take his alpha power and cure my cancer. Then I'll deal with that kid Jacob. If I can, I'll control him. Having something that's strong under my command, something that controls fire and lightning, something that makes a Bogator tremble, is better than killing it. But if I can't control him, I'll destroy him. It doesn't matter if he's good or evil. Power that can't be controlled by me is better off destroyed." In Serendel, after sleeping for 10 hours, Jacob woke up in Lydia's room. They took a long, lazy bath together before heading to the dining room. Cogman had already prepared breakfast. Malia, Kitty, and Allison were already there, with Saphira curled contentedly in Allison's lap. Jacob kissed Malia and Allison, rubbed Saphira's head affectionately, and sat down to eat. Lydia joined them, saying a cheerful good morning, before sitting next to Kitty and stroking her head. After breakfast, they moved to the living room. Jacob took out 4 ancient-looking scrolls. "These are lightning release technique scrolls," he explained. "They grant the ability to create and shape lightning into a fast-moving beast that hunts its target." He handed one each to Lydia, Allison, Kitty, and Cogman. Lydia, Allison, and Kitty unrolled their scrolls. The parchment glowed with a brilliant blue light, which then dissolved and streamed directly into the space between their eyebrows. Their eyes closed as the knowledge and ability merged with their beings. Cogman looked at his scroll, then at Jacob. "Am I able to learn this as well, sir?" "Yes," Jacob confirmed. "In case you ever have to deal with a creature that can only be harmed by elemental powers." "Thank you, sir." Cogman opened his scroll. Like the girls, it dissolved into blue light and was absorbed. Malia watched, a playful pout on her lips. Where's mine? You and I don't need it, Jacob said with a smile. We already have electrokinesis. We can perform that technique without a scroll. But doesn't Allison have lightning powers too? Malia argued. Why did you give her one? Because electricity isn't her main element, wind is, Jacob explained patiently. So while she can use lightning, she's not as proficient with it yet. Malia's pout deepened theatrically. All I hear is that you don't love me anymore. Jacob chuckled, pulled out another scroll and offered it to her. Here. It's for you. Malia grinned, not taking it. She came over and kissed him instead. I was just joking. I know, Jacob said, smiling. But take it anyway. Maybe in your hands it'll become an especially powerful attack, since electricity is your main element. Oh. Okay. Malia took the scroll, opened it, and absorbed the blue light. Jacob thought for a moment. I should probably learn it. He took out a scroll for himself as well and absorbed it. After a few moments of focused silence, they all opened their eyes, the new knowledge settling within them. Eager to test their new abilities, they decided to head to a training area far from the palace. Lydia went first. She raised a hand and crackling blue lightning gathered above her palm. It swirled and condensed, taking the form of a magnificent eagle with a wingspan of 8 meters. With a thought, she sent the lightning bird soaring into the sky. It dove and struck the ground with a thunderous boom, exploding in a brilliant flash that left a large smoking crater in the earth. Wow, Lydia breathed, impressed. That's strong. My turn, Kitty announced. She followed suit, and her lightning took the shape of a large, powerful cat. It pounced on a nearby hillside with the same devastating force, creating a crater nearly identical to Lydia's. Cogman was next. His lightning took the form of a roaring lion. The resulting explosion matched the others in scale and power. Allison went after him. Her lightning formed into a massive, snarling tiger. It was noticeably larger and more powerful than the previous attacks, a testament to her existing affinity for electrical energy. Then it was Malia's turn. She focused, and her lightning took the shape of a huge, winged wolf. It dwarfed Allison's tiger, and when it impacted, the explosion was significantly more powerful and destructive, shaking the ground beneath their feet. All right, Jacob said, a competitive glint in his eyes. My turn. He raised a single hand and poured all his energy into the technique. Unlike the others, the effect was not immediate. Dark, roiling storm clouds began to boil into existence across Sarendel's previously clear sky. Rain began to fall in heavy sheets, and erratic bolts of lightning lashed the distant landscape. Lydia stared at the forming cataclysm, her eyes wide with sudden panic. I know this ability. It almost killed me once. Everyone, get away from this overpowered idiot before we get caught in his attack. She snatched up Saphira and teleported far away in a blink. Allison, Malia, Kitty, and Cogman didn't need to be told twice. They vanished, reappearing beside Lydia on a distant hill, well out of the danger zone. They watched, awestruck, as the core of the storm clouds began to glow with an intense, pulsating blue light. A monstrous head, sculpted from pure lightning, pushed its way out of the cloud's heart. Then the entire body followed, a colossal dragon, 100 meters long from snout to tail tip, with vast wings that spanned 70 meters, all woven from searing, living electricity. Kitty stared, her jaw hanging open. Just how strong is Jay? We don't know, Allison admitted. He probably doesn't know either. And I have no idea what would happen if he let that thing hit the ground. Then should we ask him to stop it? Lydia asked, genuine worry in her voice. Why? Malia countered, her eyes shining with excitement. I want to see that lightning dragon explode. Yeah, me too. Kitty agreed, her fear forgotten in the face of the spectacle. But it could affect Sarendel. Lydia Good. That thing could probably destroy half of Beacon Hills. Don't worry, Malia said, though she sounded less certain now. Sarendel is way bigger than Beacon Hills. Besides, the damage from our training always fixes itself in a few hours. It'll be fine. Jay knows Sarendel better than we do, Allison said, making a decision. Let's just watch and see what he does. Beneath the terrifying lightning dragon, Jacob was panting heavily. He had poured every ounce of his energy into the dragon. He looked up at it with a smile of profound satisfaction. Not bad. The lightning beast technique merged perfectly with my storm call ability. If I unleash this on a small city, it would be wiped off the map. However, I still can't use it in a real fight. It leaves me completely drained. I'm about to pass out. With a final, focused thought, he commanded the lightning dragon. Instead of attacking, it descended toward him in a graceful, silent arc. As it touched him, the colossal form dissolved back into pure electrical energy, which he greedily reabsorbed into his body. The storm clouds dissipated as quickly as they had formed. A moment later, Jacob teleported to the hill, appearing next to the group. He was pale and breathing hard. Cogman, go cook me a lot of meat. I used all my energy to make that thing. Cogman looked genuinely disappointed. I'm very disappointed, sir. I wanted to see the lightning dragon explode. Me too, Jay. Malia pouted. You suck. Even though the damage repairs itself, Jacob said, I can't let something that powerful explode in our home. Besides, I needed to absorb the energy back. I was about to faint. He summoned the bottomless bag of chips from his pocket dimension and began shoveling handfuls into his mouth. Cogman, what are you waiting for? Go cook the skyr buffalo meat. Without another word, Cogman teleported away to the kitchen. Lydia's eyes locked onto the magical bag in Jacob's hand. Let me have some. Me too, Allison said. I haven't seen that bag in a while. You girls asked me to hide it, Jacob said around a mouthful of chips, because you were afraid you'd get fat. Malia looked intrigued. What's so special about that bag of chips? Lydia reached in, pulled out a handful and explained, for starters, it gives you any flavor you want. Just think of a chip flavor, reach in and you get it. Allison took her own handful. And most importantly, it has infinite chips. Malia grabbed a handful, tasted one, and her eyes widened. It really is barbecue, just like I imagined before I took them. But why did you guys ask Jacob to hide it? Because the chips from it are so good, Lydia admitted, munching happily. And since it's infinite, we couldn't stop eating. We were terrified we'd just eat until we turned into blimps. Malia took another handful. I can understand. These are amazing. What's your favorite flavor? Allison smiled. I like sour cream and onion, but everyone loves that, I guess. My other favorite is salt and vinegar. Lydia nodded. I'm a cheese and onion girl. Also spicy chili and all dressed. Kitty and Saphira joined in. Kitty happily fished out fish-flavored chips, while Saphira crunched away contentedly on barbecue ones, her tiny tail swishing with joy. I'll be taking a 4-day break. I'll be back on Monday. Chapter 125, A Gift of Ice. Jacob and the girls were relaxing on a beautiful hill in Serendel, enjoying the afterglow of testing their new lightning abilities and sharing chips from the bottomless bag. Jacob remembered something. By the way, girls, I have a cryokinesis ability I can pass on, but only to one of you. You'll have to decide among yourselves. Malia tilted her head. What does this cryo ability do? Jacob explained. Cryokinesis is the power to lower temperature, create ice, and control frozen matter. It can range from making ice cubes to flash freezing people or entire landscapes. Like the powers of that Yeti I fought. So who wants it? Not me, Lydia said immediately. I want fire. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Really? Ice would go really well with your snow-white hair when you shift. Lydia smirked, flipping her red hair. And fire would go perfectly with my red hair. Fair enough, Jacob conceded. Then you'll have to wait until I get a fire ability. Malia shook her head. I don't want it either. I want a teleportation ability or something like that. You can give that to me when you get it. Jacob looked at Allison. What about you? Do you want it? Allison's face lit up with excitement. Yes, please. I love ice powers. All right, Jacob said. Turn around. Allison turned her back to him. Jacob stored the chip bag in his pocket dimension, placed his hand firmly between her shoulder blades and focused internally. System, give Allison the cryokinesis ability. Are you sure, host? Yes. A wave of intense, chilling energy flowed from Jacob's palm into Allison's body. She gasped, her entire frame tensing as a profound cold spread through her veins. A minute later, a system notification appeared. Cryokinesis has been successfully merged into your mate, Allison Argent. You may remove your hand now, host. Jacob pulled his hand back. Just then, the grass beneath Allison began to crystallize with frost, and the air around them grew noticeably colder. All right, girls, Jacob said, standing up. Let's head back to the palace and let Allison get used to her new ability. They teleported back. Jacob went straight to the kitchen and devoured 20 kilos of skyr buffalo meat to replenish his energy, then rejoined the girls in the living room. He lay down with his head in Lydia's lap and promptly fell asleep. He woke up 4 hours later to find the girls watching Season 3 of the Vampire Diaries. Allison saw he was awake, launched herself at him, and gave him a deep, grateful kiss. I love the ability you gave me. I can flash freeze everything around me in a 100-meter radius, create all kinds of sharp ice weapons, and I even made ice golems, like the magma ones you used against the Yeti. She kissed him again, her eyes sparkling. Thank you so much. You're welcome, love, Jacob said, smiling as he hugged her close. He settled in to watch the show with them, his mind drifting. I wonder if the Vampire Diaries world is real. I'd love to go there for Hope, before she becomes a vampire though. I hate vampires, but she's also a witch. I don't like witches either, especially after meeting the ones in our world. Lydia glanced at Jacob's thoughtful expression. Hey Jay. If the world of the Vampire Diaries was real and you could go there, which girl would you want to marry and add to our family? Jacob looked at her suspiciously. Can she read my mind? Why are you looking at me like that? Lydia asked, noticing his stare. Jacob cleared his throat. Nothing. As for which girl, the answer is none. I mean, Caroline, Elena, and Bonnie are hot, but I don't like vampires and I don't like witches that much either, especially if they practice black magic. Allison chimed in. What about a good vampire? Or a good witch? I don't know if a truly good vampire or witch exists, Jacob said thoughtfully. Vampires drink blood, which I find disgusting, and they can just switch their emotions off and do horrible things. Witches practice black magic, and I hate people who do that. You girls have met the witches and wizards in our world. You know what they're like. Yeah, Allison agreed, her expression turning serious. The witches and wizards from our world are definitely the kill on sight, no questions asked kind. Speaking of adding new members to our family, Jacob said, shifting the topic, I think it's time to talk to Melissa. She was almost attacked by the black Shuck yesterday. She could have died. And now with Gerard and the Zemas in town, they might target her to get to Scott, to either use her to kill him or control him. So what do you think, girls? Lydia studied him. First, tell us why you like her. She's older and has a son our age. That's exactly why I like her, Jacob said. She raised Scott alone since he was 8, working double shifts to give him everything he needed and keep the bills paid. She's been single for 8 years for her son's sake. She's a good woman, I respect and like her for that. Plus, I find her very attractive. So I want to talk to her and see what she thinks about being with me. Lydia shrugged. Well, go ahead then. But you have to take me shopping and watch. Jacob groaned. Please don't say The Notebook. Lydia smirked. Relax, I won't. I want you to take me to see the new Twilight movie. All right, I will, Jacob promised. He looked at Malia. What about you? Malia shrugged. I don't want anything. And if Melissa says no, I can help you kidnap her. Jacob gave her a flat look. We are not kidnapping anyone. Oh, okay, Malia said, then winked and nodded knowingly. I understand. I'm serious. Malia winked and nodded again, even more exaggeratedly. I understand. Jacob shook his head with a resigned smile and looked down at Allison in his arms. What about you? I don't want anything, Allison said softly. And you should talk to Scott first. I will. Lydia threw her hands up. Come on, girls. Ask for something. You're making me look bad. But I really don't want anything, Malia insisted. Me neither, Allison echoed. Lydia sighed dramatically. You two are so boring. Jacob checked the time and found it was still only 5 a.m. in the outside world. Melissa would still be sleeping, he thought. He stood up. It's still early outside. I'm going to go play some video games. Malia jumped to her feet. I'm coming with you. Can't you just watch TV with the girls? Jacob pleaded. You don't want me playing with you? You rage every time you lose. How many controllers and keyboards have you smashed so far? Malia slung an arm over his shoulder, guiding him toward the gaming room with a mischievous smirk. Don't worry about that. We can always buy more. And I'm getting good at playing. I won't lose today. And I will not smash anything today, probably. Jacob just sighed and let himself be led away. 2 hours later, Malia returned to the living room, looking slightly sheepish. Jacob had clearly kicked her out. Lydia glanced up from the TV. What did you smash this time? Malia sighed. A controller. Allison raised an eyebrow. And? The TV, Malia admitted, wincing. And I kind of used my lightning and short-circuited his console. Also, I bit him. The girls burst out laughing. Lydia wiped a tear from her eye. I'm surprised he just kicked you out without punishing you. Malia's sheepish look morphed into a smirk. Who said he didn't? He spanked my ass red before he kicked me out. She chuckled. He was so pissed. Allison shook her head, still smiling. You should probably stop playing games if you're going to rage like that every time. No, Malia declared, crossing her arms. I like playing games. So I'll ask him when he calms down to buy me my own console and computer. I'll only play on easy mode. She stood up. Okay, I should go ask Cogman to teach me how to drive. Allison watched Malia leave the room and sighed. Now it's Cogman's turn to go into rage mode. Lydia smirked. Yeah. She's a terrible driver. Chapter 126, Talking to Scott. When the time outside reached 7 a.m., Jacob left Sarandel and made his way to the guest wing of the mansion. He found Scott's room and was about to barge in, but then remembered he needed Scott's permission before pursuing his mom. Deciding to be nice, or at least nicer, he knocked. But he still wasn't that nice. He did the Sheldon knock. Knock, knock, knock. Scott. Knock, knock, knock. Scott. Knock, knock, knock. Scott. A few moments later, a groggy Scott opened the door, hair sticking up in all directions. What do you want this early in the morning? He mumbled, rubbing his eyes. We need to talk, Jacob said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. What's going on? Jacob didn't beat around the bush. I'm going after your mom. And I'm not joking this time. Scott's sleepiness vanished instantly, replaced by wide-eyed shock. What? Come on, man, you can't do. Listen, Jacob cut him off, holding up a hand. She was inches away from being killed by the black Shuck yesterday. And now Gerard and the Zema hunters are in town. They'll find out what you are and that you're my friend. They'll go after you, either to kill you or to control you. And the easiest way to get to you is through your human mother. Scott opened his mouth to protest, but the words died in his throat. The memory of the hospital hallway, the creeping cold and the terror on his mother's face was still fresh. Jacob pressed his advantage, his tone earnest. I can protect her. I can make her strong, strong enough to protect you and herself. I can give her the ability to teleport somewhere perfectly safe to escape any danger. And I can give her a life without struggling with bills or double shifts. He met Scott's eyes directly. Scott, she worked herself to the bone for you. She deserves to be happy and cherished. It's time for her to enjoy life. I promise I will never ever make her sad. But you already have 3 girlfriends, Scott protested. Not girlfriends, Jacob corrected. Allison, Lydia, and Malia are my wives. Scott's eyes widened. Wives? When did you marry them? The moment they agreed to be with me, they became my wives for life. We have a supernatural connection deeper than love, and we can't harm each other. And even though I already have 3 wives, you don't need to worry about Melissa. Like I said, I'll do everything to make her happy. Tell me, have you ever seen Allison or the others sad? Scott sighed. No. So what do you think? I don't like the idea of my friend and my mom being together, Scott said, his voice strained. But she could have died yesterday. The horror of the near miss finally hit him fully. Exactly, Jacob said. And it won't be the last threat. This world we're in, it's not getting safer. It's getting more dangerous. Can't you just do me a favor and help her get strong without being with her? I could, Jacob admitted. But all I could give her is the potion I gave Stiles. I'm selfish too, Scott. If you want her to be as strong as Allison and the others, then she has to be my wife. Scott ran a hand through his hair, letting out a long, weary sigh. He paced the room once before stopping. What did Mom say about all this? I don't know. I haven't talked to her yet, Jacob said. I wanted to talk to you first. If you say no, then I won't go after her. I promise. That admission seemed to tip the scales. Scott looked at Jacob, really looked at him. Not just as his friend, but as the impossibly powerful dragon he'd seen fighting the Yeti that night. He knew Jacob didn't need to ask his permission, he could just go after Melissa and there'd be nothing Scott could do about it. But Jacob was asking, seriously and directly, however bluntly. He remembered the genuine concern Jacob had shown for Melissa when he arrived at the hospital yesterday, how she had brightened the moment he arrived, and the way she'd look at him when she thought no one was watching. He knew she had feelings for Jacob, feelings she buried because of their age gap and his friendship with Scott. As a werewolf, he could sense her joy during Jacob's visits as clearly as he felt the quiet sadness beneath her smiles at home, a sadness he now realized she'd been carrying for a while. After a long moment, Scott sighed again. Fine. Talk to her. If she agrees to be with you, then I guess. I don't have a problem with it. He pointed a finger at Jacob, his eyes flashing yellow for a split second. But you treat her right. You make her happy. Or we're going to have a problem, no matter how strong you are. A relieved smirk touched Jacob's lips. He clapped Scott on the shoulder. Thanks, son. Scott's eyes immediately glowed a fierce yellow, and a low warning growl rumbled in his chest. Don't push it. Jacob laughed. Too soon. My bad. He walked to the door, then paused and came back, a rare hint of nerves in his voice. I'm suddenly feeling nervous. What do you think would she agree to be with? Get lost or I'll change my mind, Scott growled, cutting him off. Jacob wisely decided not to press his luck further. He raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'm leaving. He opened the door, sighed, and muttered just loud enough to be heard. Everyone says it's hard to connect with stepkids at first. I guess they were right. Scott kicked him hard, sending Jacob crashing through the door of the opposite room. Scott closed his own door and went back to bed. He lay down, the anger already fading into a smirk. That was the first time I've landed a solid hit on that idiot since I've known him. That felt satisfying. He yawned and pulled the covers up. As for him being with Mom, she couldn't find a better man, I guess. I know he'll take care of her. I've seen how good he is to Lydia and the others, he's even scared of them sometimes. With that, Scott drifted back to sleep, finally putting the thought of Jacob and his mom to rest. Jacob found himself sprawled inside Stiles' room. Stiles, who had been sleeping sideways with his head dangling off the edge of the bed, was kissing the air and mumbling something about Erica. Startled awake, he sat up in a panic. I wasn't doing anything. Then he saw Jacob on the floor. Jacob? What's going on? Jacob stood up, dusting himself off. Nothing. Go back to sleep. Stiles shrugged. All right. He fell back onto the bed, hugged a pillow, and was asleep again in seconds. Jacob shook his head and left the room. He walked down the hall to the guest room where Melissa was staying, took a steadying breath and knocked softly. A moment later, the door opened. Melissa was already awake, fresh from a shower. She wore the comfortable hoodie and sweatpants Allison had left for her, her hair still damp. Jacob, she said, a warm, slightly curious smile on her face. Good morning. Good morning, Melissa, Jacob replied. What was that noise just now? She asked. Nothing. Just Stiles falling out of bed. Really? That was pretty loud. But then again, he does fall out of bed often when he spends the night at my house. Jacob said. Do you have a minute? I was hoping we could go for a walk. There's something important I need to talk to you about. You look serious, Melissa noted. Is everything all right? Yeah, everything's fine. The two of them left the mansion and found Kate sitting outside in the gazebo. She walked over to them. Jacob, is Allison awake? I want to talk to her. Yeah, let me call her, Jacob said. He sent a quick telepathic message to Allison, then studied Kate's sad expression. Are you still thinking about Gerard? Kate sighed. No. Although I was heartbroken after seeing him yesterday, I've always known he's a monster. I've already moved on. So, what's with the sad face? Beacon Hills is too dangerous for me these days, Kate admitted. I don't want to trouble you and Allison, so I've decided to leave for a while, take a little break from the supernatural. I'm just a little sad to leave Allison. Allison, who had just teleported from Serendel to the mansion, walked out in time to hear her. After hugging Kate, she said, Are you really leaving? Yes, sweetheart. I need to travel for a bit to clear my head. I've been Gerard's pawn since I became a hunter. I need to remember who I am. When are you leaving? Allison asked. Today. I was just waiting to talk to you over breakfast and then head out. But what if Gerard finds out? He has so many connections and he'll definitely try to kill you. I'll be fine, Kate assured her. Allison shook her head. Cogman and I will drive you to the airport and stay with you until you get on the plane. She looked at Jacob. Jay, can you give her one of the phones and the nano masks that Cogman made, please? Sure, Jacob said. He retrieved a phone, a nano mask, and a nano vocal band from his pocket dimension and handed them to Allison. Explain to her how they work. Thanks, Allison said. All right, goodbye, Kate, Jacob said, turning to leave with Melissa. Wait, Kate called. Aren't you going to give me a hug? Jacob looked at her for a few seconds before shrugging. Why not? He walked over and gave her a hug. Kate wrapped her arms around him. Thank you for everything. Take care of my precious princess. Then her hand slid down and pinched his butt. I'll miss you very much, handsome. Allison watched as the hug lingered a little too long, and she definitely saw Jacob sniff Kate's hair and let one of his hands slide down to squeeze Kate's ass. She angrily stepped forward and forcibly broke them apart. That's enough. She glared at Jacob, who coughed awkwardly. I was just being polite. Polite my ass. Allison snapped. Get lost, you pervert. She turned to Kate, who was snickering. And you bitch, I'm taking you to the airport right now. Kate pouted. Can I at least have breakfast? No. Please? Allison relented. Fine. She shot another glare at Jacob, who was still ogling Kate. What are you still doing here? Don't you need to talk to Melissa? Jacob coughed again. Yes, I need to talk to Melissa. See you later, love. Allison gave him an evil smile. Yeah, see you later, honey. Jacob saw the look and reconsidered. On second thought, I might not be coming back home for a few days. If you don't come back home today, Allison said sweetly, then don't come back at all. With that, she dragged Kate, who was still laughing, back inside the mansion. Jacob sighed. Melissa, let's go. Melissa smiled as she followed him. Are you in trouble with your little wife? Yeah, big time, Jacob admitted. And it's not just her. She'll tell Lydia and Malia too, and they'll gang up on me just for fun. So even someone as powerful as you is afraid of his wife, or should I say wives? Yeah, they're terrifying when they're angry. Do they beat you? I wish. At least that would be a quick punishment, and I wouldn't feel a thing even if they used their full strength. Then how do they punish you? Jacob sighed. They make me go shopping with them. Or watch boring romance anime or movies. They'll cook me a meal but use some dark culinary arts to create something disgusting smelling and make me eat it while praising them. Or reorganize my Hot Wheels collection, I hate that. Or, even worse, make me have a girl talk with them. Oh, the horror. Melissa laughed. Why are you scared of a girl talk? Because I can never focus during one. The moment they start talking about clothes or jewelry or other girly stuff, my brain just drifts somewhere else or I doze off. I swear I try, but my brain just doesn't want to listen. He chuckled. Sometimes my brain even turns into a muscular man, and I start fighting it with all my strength just so I can listen to the girls, but I always lose. Melissa was amused. Always? Jacob nodded. Always. He's very powerful and can use some strong illusion tricks to trap me, or ask me stupid questions like, what is my walk away from an explosion song? Or, if the couch were a person, would we be friends? Then I start imagining the couch as a woman, always a chubby and kind woman if it's a couch, or a tall and mean woman if it's a chair. I don't know why. Melissa laughed. You have a wild imagination. Jacob scratched the back of his head. Yeah, anyway. When I'm fighting in my head or trapped in an illusion or trying to answer some world-changing question, the girls shake me back to reality and ask me what they just said. And if I don't know, which I always don't, they start saying I don't love them anymore and I have to coax them by crap. What? Melissa asked. Ahem, nothing, Jacob said quickly, thinking, oh man, that was close. I almost told her that when I zone out I coax them by flirting and showering them with praise. If she decides to be with me and learns my trick, she'll never fall for it. I seriously need to learn how to shut my mouth. By the way, that hug with Kate was nice and she didn't seem to mind me grabbing her ass, but she started it. Should I go after her? Melissa nudged him. He snapped out of it and looked at her. You were lost in thought for a moment, she said. What world-changing question were you answering this time? Nothing, Jacob replied, quickly changing the subject. By the way, do you want to fly? Fly? Jacob moved closer to her. Yes, let's fly for a while before our talk. He hugged her. Are you ready? Melissa's heart began beating hard the moment he wrapped his arms around her. Why did I get so excited when he hugged me? Pull yourself together, Melissa. He is your son's friend. She thought. Aloud she said, Okay, I'm ready. Jacob used his telekinesis to lift them both into the air. They rose above the Beacon Hills Preserve, then climbed higher until they were flying above the clouds. He used his fire ability to keep Melissa warm in his arms. Melissa was scared at first, but soon she began enjoying the feeling and the breathtaking view. After a while she looked at Jacob's face, so close to hers, and said, So, what did you want to talk to me about? Chapter 127, Melissa's Answer. They hovered above the clouds, wrapped in a silence broken only by the whisper of the wind. Melissa was held securely in Jacob's arms, her heart beating a nervous rhythm. She looked at him and finally asked, So, what did you want to talk to me about? You know why I visit you, don't you? Jacob asked gently. Melissa looked out at the endless sea of white below. Yes. I'm not stupid. I know what you really want. She sighed. It was my fault. I should have said something when I first noticed. But I liked that someone liked me and I liked spending time with you. So I never stopped you from visiting. But we can't be together. Jacob tightened his hold slightly. Why can't we be together? She shook her head, still looking down. You're too young. And you're Scott's friend. It's wrong. I already talked to Scott. That made her look up sharply. What? I asked him. He said if you decided to be with me, he wouldn't have a problem with it. Melissa stared at him, searching for dishonesty. She found none. He really said that? He did. He loves you, Melissa. He wants you to be happy. She looked away again, but the tension in her shoulders had eased slightly. Why me, Jacob? Why do you even like me? I'm old. He smiled. You're beautiful, kind, and a good woman, one of the best I've ever met. He leaned a little closer, his breath warm against her temple. And don't worry about the age difference. I can help you look 20 again. And stay that way for hundreds of years. Maybe thousands. Really? The word escaped her in a whisper, laced with hesitant wonder. Really? She fell silent again, her brows knit in conflict. I don't know, Jacob. You're 16. Who cares about that? It's not like you're taking advantage of me or trying to seduce me. I'm the one who wants you. So don't worry about anything. And if you want, when we go out on a date, I can change my appearance to look older, or help you change yours to look younger, until I make you permanently and truly younger. His voice softened. So tell me how you truly feel, Melissa. A faint blush touched her cheeks. I'm not going to lie. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since the first night we met. I like you, and I've even had some wild dreams. She cleared her throat, flustered. Ahem. Anyway, it still doesn't feel right. And you already have 3 girlfriends. They're not my girlfriends, Jacob corrected. Allison, Lydia, and Malia are my wives. The moment a woman chooses to be with me, we're together for life. We're connected by something deeper than love. And we can't hurt each other. Melissa looked at his face, her gaze tracing the strong line of his jaw, the intensity in his eyes. She wanted to be with him. She wanted to say yes. But still, she hesitated, looking away once more. Gently, Jacob reached out and turned her face back to his with a finger under her chin. His eyes held hers. I know it's hard for you to accept sharing me with other women. That's my only flaw, I swear. But let me show you what I am. Let me show you how much I can make your life happy, how magical it can be. You'll understand that my one flaw isn't something big compared to what I can offer the women I love. Melissa searched his eyes for a long moment, her heart pounding. Finally, she gave a small nod. All right. Show me. A brilliant, triumphant smile spread across Jacob's face. Be prepared for your brain to be blown. In the next instant, the clouds vanished. The sky, the distant land, the cold air, all of it was replaced by a warm, golden light and the scent of blooming flowers. They were still floating in the air, but now they were overlooking an island so breathtaking it seemed ripped from the pages of a fairy tale. Below them sprawled a beautiful white palace the size of a small city. Vast, gorgeous gardens filled with flowers of every imaginable color. A huge mirror-calm lake reflected the sky. Stretching into the distance were orchards filled with fruit trees, fields of vibrant vegetables, dense, ancient-looking forests, and majestic mountains framing the horizon. Melissa gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. She took a deep, shuddering breath. What is this place? It's so beautiful. And the air, it feels like the first time I've ever really breathed. This is Serendel, Jacob said, an extra-dimensional island that belongs to me. Only me, my wives, and the people I allow can access it. We can teleport here from the outside world anytime. 1 hour out there is 5 hours in here. It's a safe place. A paradise for my family and friends. Where did you get a place like this? Melissa breathed, her eyes still sweeping over the impossible scenery. I inherited it from my ancestors. People inherit gold or farms or old castles, Melissa said, shaking her head slowly. I've never heard of anyone inheriting this, not even in fantasies. She turned her awestruck gaze back to him. Just what kind of creature are you, Jacob? He smiled, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Let me show you. In a blink they were somewhere else, a wide, open plain far from the palace. He set her down gently on the soft, lush grass. Stay here and take a look at how magnificent your future husband is. Melissa rolled her eyes. I still haven't said yes. Jacob smirked and gave her a wink. You will. He walked a short distance away, then turned to face her. Under Melissa's watchful, expectant eyes, Jacob began to change. His body expanded and reshaped. He grew and grew and grew, until standing before her was not a man, but a magnificent, terrifying dragon. He was 7 meters tall at the shoulder, a creature of sleek, powerful muscle covered in shimmering black scales that drank in the light. Enormous wings, leathery and strong, were folded against his back. His head was crowned with 2 curved horns and his eyes glowed with an ancient red light. Even though he was suppressing his aura, he couldn't contain it fully. A powerful, primal energy still radiated from him. Melissa stumbled back a step, her hand pressed to her chest. Fear, instinctual and cold, shot through her veins as she looked upon the majestic monster Jacob had become. A deep, resonant voice, both familiar and monstrous, echoed in the air. Don't be scared. Jacob lowered his massive head, moving with deliberate slowness until his snout was mere inches from her. The heat of his breath washed over her. You can touch me. I won't bite. I promise. Curiosity overcame her fear. Hesitantly, Melissa reached out. Her fingertips brushed the hard, smooth surface of a scale on his snout. It was warm like sun-baked stone. She traced the line of it, her touch growing surer. You're a dragon, she whispered in disbelief. With how handsome and charming you are, I thought you were a demon, or something like El Chuchui. Jacob shifted back, his body shrinking and reshaping. In moments he stood before her again, completely, unashamedly naked. He grinned. What's an El Chuchui? Melissa's eyes widened as she took in his powerful, muscular frame. Her gaze dropped to his crotch and stayed there, unblinking, for several seconds before she swallowed hard. Oh my. That's big. She came back to her senses, blushed furiously, spun around and shouted, Jacob! Put some clothes on. Oh, my bad, he said with a smile. She heard the rustle of fabric and glanced over her shoulder. He was pulling on a black tracksuit from what seemed like thin air, taking his time to put it on. Melissa stared until she met his gaze and saw the smirk on his face. She quickly looked away again, a fresh wave of heat in her cheeks. Once he was dressed, he walked back to her. So? El Chuchui? It's a monster my mom used to warn me about when I wouldn't listen, Melissa said, her composure returning. Or when she was warning me about boys. She said it would kidnap me. She gave him a wry look. And you definitely did something to me because I couldn't stop thinking about you. So I thought you might be something like it. But not El Chuchui because he's supposed to be very ugly. Jacob chuckled. Lucky me I'm not one. He stepped close to her again, this time cupping her face in his hands, his thumbs gently brushing her cheeks. He looked directly into her eyes. So Mel, what do you think? Will you be my wife? Melissa's blush returned. She tried to look away, but his gentle hold kept her gaze locked with his. She was still hesitating. Look, he said softly, life with me will never be boring. I can even help you travel to other worlds. That caught her full attention. Other worlds? Yes. Worlds you've seen in movies. You know Cogman? And my talking cat, Kitty? I summoned them both from movie worlds. Movie worlds are real? You're kidding, right? Nope. They're pretty much real. And someday we'll be able to travel there. Melissa let out a long, shaky sigh, all her doubts swirling in her eyes. I like you, Jacob. I really do. And I want to be with you. It's just, I'm not too sure. He brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. What's holding you back? You almost died yesterday. This world will only get more dangerous. Being with me will not only make you safe, but make you happy and let you live a long, fulfilling life full of wonders and magic. You'll become strong enough to protect Scott. And if you ever face something you can't handle, I will always be there. For both of you. Melissa's eyes lit up as she finally found a way to get rid of her doubt and hesitation. Wait, if I choose not to be with you, are you not going to protect Scott? Jacob said, Of course I will. He's my friend. Even if you choose not to be with me, I'll always protect you and him if I can. Melissa shook her head. No, you don't seem to understand, you idiot. She took a step back, pretending to be angry, and pointed an accusatory finger at him, her voice rising in mock outrage. I said, if I don't want to be your woman, are you not going to protect my son? Then she pretended to be scared, clutching her chest. Are you even going to harm him, you monster? Jacob finally realized she was making a silly excuse to be with him. Ah, women, he thought, then played along. His eyes glowed red and he smirked evilly. Yes. If you don't become my woman, I will kill your son. Melissa, still pretending to be scared, lifted her chin dramatically. Then I have no choice. I have to sacrifice myself for the safety of my child. Is that a yes? Jacob asked, the red glow fading from his eyes, replaced by hopeful, open affection. Melissa looked at him, at the boy who always made her happy whenever he visited her at the hospital. She thought of all the magical things he had shown her, the lonely years behind her, and the breathtaking paradise surrounding her now. She stopped hesitating. Taking a final deep breath of Sarendel's perfect magical air, she stepped forward and closed the distance between them. She placed her hands on his chest, feeling the steady, strong beat of his heart. Yes, she said, her voice firm and clear. It's a yes. Jacob smiled happily and hugged her. Before Melissa could react, he sealed her lips with a deep kiss, which she soon returned. He didn't let her go until he felt she was out of breath. Looking into her eyes, he whispered, So, should we go to the bedroom, Anne? Not so fast, Melissa said, catching her breath. I agreed to be with you, but we're not sleeping together until you reach 18. Or at least until I can't resist anymore. Okay, I'm in no hurry, Jacob said. Then he wiggled his eyebrows. But I'll try my best to make you sleep with me as soon as possible. Melissa gave him a light kiss on the lips, then winked. I'm looking forward to how hard you'll try. She glanced down. Now let go of me, because your little dragon is about to drill a hole in my stomach. Jacob let her go and smirked. Sorry about him. He's just a little too excited. Why don't you help him go to sleep? Melissa rolled her eyes. If this is the best you can do to seduce me, you can forget sleeping with me and wait obediently until you turn 18. Jacob shrugged. It was worth a shot. Then he raised his right hand, revealing a faintly glowing red tattoo, an intricate circle with a dragon's head at its center. Drop your blood on this tattoo. Melissa looked at the tattoo. What for? To become my mate. You'll understand after you do it, Jacob explained. But think carefully. Once your blood is on it, we'll be bound together for life. I already agreed, Melissa said. But I need a needle or something. Jacob used a claw to make a small wound on her finger. She let a drop of her blood fall onto the tattoo. The symbol glowed with a bright, vivid light, then slowly faded until it vanished entirely. Both of them closed their eyes as the magical contract sealed their bond. In Jacob's mind, a screen materialized, contract successful. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Melissa McCall. The two of you are bound for life. You cannot betray one another, and her mind is protected from being read by any other creature. You can communicate with her telepathically, and you will sense when she is in danger. Jacob opened his eyes and looked at Melissa, who was still processing the connection with her eyes shut. I wonder what kind of bloodline she'll get. Melissa felt a deep connection to Jacob and the girls. As she was still processing it, she heard 3 voices in her head. Welcome to the family. She knew it was Allison, Lydia, and Malia. She responded telepathically, Thank you, girls. I thought you'd be mad and wouldn't welcome me. Allison replied, we know what he is and have accepted that he'll have more women. He already asked us this morning about adding you to our family. Anyway, we'll let you talk to Jay now. We'll have our girl talk tonight, unless you want to sleep with him, of course. Melissa replied, no, although I accepted being his wife, we're not sleeping together just yet. Lydia's voice chimed in, then we'll have a girls' night tonight and let him spend the night alone. Melissa opened her eyes with a smile and looked at Jacob. I just talked to the girls in my head. They said they want you to join us for a girls' talk tonight. Jacob looked horrified. No, anything but that. I'll fall asleep as soon as they start talking again, and then I'll have to pay the price when I wake up. I haven't even dealt with angry Allison yet. Melissa laughed. Relax, I was just joking. Jacob sighed in relief. Phew, don't joke about stuff like that. I was already thinking of a way to get out of it. Let's go back to Beacon Hills, Melissa said. I think we should tell Scott. Jacob kissed her. Just stay here. I'll go get him and Stiles. After we tell him we're together, there are some things I want to give you three. With that, he teleported back to Beacon Hills, leaving Melissa there with a content smile, and also a bit nervous about telling Scott. Chapter 128, For Scott's Own Good. Jacob appeared in the living room of his mansion in Beacon Hills and found Stiles and Scott about to leave. Stiles saw him and said, Where have you been? We were looking for you all over the place. I was in Sarandel, my other home, Jacob replied. Well, give Scott his car back. We're late for school. Oh, I forgot I still had it. Jacob led Stiles and Scott outside, took Scott's car from his pocket dimension and placed it in the driveway. Here is the car, but you guys are skipping school today. Why? Stiles asked. I'm taking you to Sarandel. Finally. I really want to see this extra-dimensional home of yours. Jacob put his hands on their shoulders and looked at Scott. You seem very quiet, man. Why is that? Did you talk to her? Scott asked. I did. What did she say? Jacob smirked. I'll tell you later. Scott snorted. From that smirk of yours, I already got the answer. Jacob just smiled and teleported them all into the sky above Sarandel, using his telekinesis to keep them hovering. Stiles and Scott stared wide-eyed at the breathtaking island below them for several minutes. Finally, Stiles turned to Jacob. What kind of magical place is this? And how did you get it? I inherited it. Then Jacob teleported them down to Melissa, who was standing nervously where he had left her. He dropped Stiles and Scott on the ground, then walked over to Melissa and hugged her. Stiles sat up, saying, Can't you be gentle? His words cut off when he saw Jacob hugging Melissa. Hold on, what's going on between you two? When did this happen? This morning, Jacob said with a smile. Scott stood up and sighed, looking at his mother. Melissa said, Jacob told me he already talked to you and you have no problem with me being with him. Yes, Scott said. As long as you're happy, Mom, then I have no problem. Melissa smiled. I'm really happy and looking forward to my new magical life. Thank you, Scott. Jacob said, Scott, I'll take good care of Mel, I promise. I'll never make her sad. Don't call her Mel, Scott said sharply. Jacob smirked. Why? She's my wife. I can call her whatever I want. He looked at Melissa. Isn't that right, beautiful? Without waiting for an answer, he leaned in and kissed her deeply, only stopping when he heard a low growl. He turned to see Scott glaring at him, eyes flashing, but what caught Jacob's attention wasn't the anger. Scott's eyes were glowing, cycling between yellow, orange, and red before settling back to yellow, then repeating the cycle. Jacob thought, oh, he's feeling so conflicted he's about to become an alpha. He only needs a little push. If I remember right, in the original show he became a true alpha when he was desperate to save Melissa from Jennifer. That might be what he needs now. He sent a telepathic message to Melissa. Mel, look at Scott's eyes. He's about to become an alpha and I know how to help him, but you have to play along. Melissa focused on Scott's glowing eyes and replied telepathically, What should I do? I'll teleport us deep into the Beacon Hills Preserve, then disappear and let Malia attack you three. She'll pretend to want to kill you. She might have to beat Scott up pretty bad, but he'll heal. You need to pretend to be scared. It's for our son's own good. Melissa rolled her eyes and pushed Jacob away, responding, Okay, I'll play along. Jacob pretended to panic. Guys, something powerful is attacking Allison in the Beacon Hills Preserve. Stiles looked alarmed. What? How do you know that? She's my wife, I have a connection with her. Let's go. In a hurry, Jacob wrapped all three in his telekinesis and teleported them out of Serendel, deep into the Beacon Hills Preserve. Just as they appeared in the woods, Jacob opened a portal to Serendel behind them. Watch out, it's a trap, he shouted, then shoved the three away and pretended to be sucked into the portal. Before disappearing, he yelled, Scott, Stiles, run and protect Melissa. Stiles and Scott watched in panic as the portal swallowed Jacob and vanished. They didn't snap out of it until Melissa urged, What are you waiting for? Let's get out of here. Yeah, Scott said, turning his back to her. Mom, get on my back. Melissa felt a pang of guilt, which Scott sensed. Mom, don't feel guilty. I can carry you and run like I'm not carrying anything. Melissa thought, oh no, I almost ruined Jacob's plan because I felt guilty about what's going to happen to Scott. She shook her head, climbed onto Scott's back, and the two boys took off at full supernatural speed. In Serendel, Jacob appeared in the living room where Lydia and Kitty were scrolling through their phones and Malia was playing with Saphira. After quickly explaining the situation, he said, Malia, I want you to shift into your giant coyote form and attack the three of them. Pretend you want to kill Melissa, but remember, don't hurt her. She's still human. Malia's eyes lit up. Can I beat Scott? Jacob smirked. Yes. And Stiles too. Give them both a good beating. Malia smiled excitedly. This is going to be fun. All right, shift and go after them. Malia stripped off her clothes, shifted into her full animal form, a horse-sized coyote with wings, and teleported to the Beacon Hills Preserve. She sensed Melissa's location through their new connection, then took to the air. Her wings spread wide and she channeled her lightning powers, turning into a blue flash of lightning as she shot toward them. Jacob, holding Saphira, teleported to the woods as well, along with Lydia and Kitty. They followed from a distance, hiding their presence with Jacob's telekinetic shield and Lydia's sound barrier. Wait, Lydia whispered. Won't Stiles and Scott recognize Malia? They won't, Jacob assured her. They've never seen her in this form. They think she's a regular coyote, but now she's huge-winged and looks more like a wolf. On the other side, Scott and Stiles were running with all their strength when Scott suddenly stopped, a primal fear gripping him. Stiles skidded to a halt and looked back, finding Scott frozen in place, his eyes wide with horror at something bay. Stiles. Stiles stiffened, hearing the crackle of lightning behind him. There's something behind me, right? Scott shouted in panic, run. But it was too late. Malia's giant paw hit Stiles hard, sending him flying into a tree trunk. He slid to the ground, groaning. Ack, that hurts. He stood up, clutching his side. Something's definitely broken. He looked to see what had hit him, a giant winged wolf standing where he had just been. What is that thing? I don't know, Scott said, but I saw it come from the sky in a blur of lightning. Stiles noticed the lightning still dancing across Malia's fur. We're doomed. He took out his phone and tried to call Jacob. No answer. He tried Allison, Lydia, and Cogman, none picked up. He looked at Scott in horror. Scott, I called Jacob and the others, but none of them answered. Didn't you hear Jacob? Scott said. He said it was a trap before he got sucked into that space portal. Maybe they're busy dealing with it. Now come on, let's protect Mom. I don't like the way that thing is looking at her. Scott put Melissa down. Mom, go. Stiles and I will buy you enough time to escape. Melissa pretended to be scared. But can you even last a minute against that thing? Scott turned to her, his eyes glowing yellow. His features turned wolf-like, his skin turning gray with fur growing around his face and the backs of his hands. Just go. I can't protect you and fight at the same time. Don't worry, I'm strong. Okay, be careful, Melissa said, then started to run. Just then, Stiles shouted, Scott, watch out. Scott turned to find Malia standing just inches away. With a swipe of her claws, she sent him flying, crashing into Stiles. They scrambled up quickly. A deep wound on Scott's chest was already healing. Malia then used her lightning speed, disappearing from her spot and reappearing in Melissa's path. She began stalking toward her, growling low. Stiles and Scott ran at full speed, positioning themselves between Malia and Melissa, then charged. Malia simply swatted them away with her paw, sending them flying left and right into trees. She kept advancing slowly toward Melissa, who backed away, pretending to be terrified. Stiles and Scott ignored their wounds and charged again, only to be easily thrown back, deep claw marks scoring their bodies. Scott and Stiles got up once more and charged. This time, Malia opened her mouth and released two small birds made of lightning. One shot toward Scott, the other toward Stiles. They tried to dodge, but the birds followed, striking them and sending them to the ground convulsing from the electricity. Then Malia pounced on Melissa, pinning her down beneath her giant form. She growled, lowering her head slowly as if preparing to bite. Scott, still convulsing on the ground, roared. Forcing his trembling body to stand, his eyes glowed red. He charged and slammed into Malia's side, creating a shockwave on impact, but she didn't budge. With a swing of her wing, she sent him flying again, then opened her mouth and fired another lightning bird at Stiles, who was trying to charge, knocking him back to the ground convulsing. Malia lowered her head toward Melissa and sent a telepathic message. Melissa, the last time Scott attacked me, his eyes were glowing red. Let's give him a final push. I'll pretend to bite you, scream. She lowered her head and gently placed Melissa's shoulder and neck in her mouth, pretending to bite down. Melissa screamed. Scott heard it. He got up and saw the terrifying sight, his mother's shoulder and neck in the giant wolf's mouth. He let out a roar from the depths of his soul. His eyes glowed a firm, steady red this time, and his body began to shift. He grew taller, reaching 2.5 meters. Dark fur spread across his body, and his head transformed into that of a wolf. Then he charged. Malia released Melissa and turned to face the beast Scott had become. His glowing red eyes met hers as he charged. She met his assault with a swipe of her giant paw. A shockwave erupted where paw met fist, but Scott was still sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground. He stood up and charged again, and Malia kept toying with him. Jacob, watching from a distance, said, "All right, the plan worked. Scott's an alpha now. But I have to admit, I didn't think he'd shift into that." Lydia said, "Even though he's an alpha, he's still way weaker than Malia." "Malia's a chimera and she drank the Hulk serum," Jacob replied. "Of course Scott doesn't stand a chance." He sighed. "Let's go stop the fight. Otherwise, Malia's going to beat Scott back into a beta." Chapter 129, Bringing Everyone In. Jacob, holding Saphira, and Lydia, holding Kitty, appeared next to Melissa using Jacob's teleportation. Jacob looked at Scott, who was still charging at Malia no matter how badly she beat him. Using his telekinesis, he suspended Scott in midair, growling and struggling. Stiles, whose body had just stopped convulsing, walked over cautiously, making sure to stay away from Malia until he stood next to Jacob. "Jacob, what's going on?" "First," Jacob said, "Melissa, talk to Scott. He seems to have lost control." Melissa walked toward Scott, who was still floating in the air, trapped by Jacob's power. "Scott, I'm fine." Scott's growling and struggling stopped. He looked at his mom and his sanity slowly returned. "Jacob, let him down," Melissa said. Jacob let him drop to the ground. Melissa walked over, touching his wolf-like head gently. "I'm sorry. What is going on?" Scott asked in a deep, monstrous voice. "Earlier, when Jacob kissed me, we noticed your eyes glowing red and yellow," Melissa explained. "So Jacob told me he had a plan to help you become an alpha." Stiles walked over to Scott. "I see. So the plan was to make it look like Melissa was in danger." "Yes, Jack." OB confirmed. Scott only needed a small push to become an alpha, and the desperate desire to save Melissa was the push he needed. He smirked and looked at Scott. "I'm proud of you, son." Scott growled. "Screw you. Is that how you thank me for helping you?" Jacob raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Malia. Malia beat him some more. Scott stood up and quickly hid behind Melissa. No. Mom, keep her away from me." "Then thank Jacob," Melissa said firmly. Scott looked at Jacob reluctantly. "Thank you very much for helping me become an alpha." Jacob grinned. "Call me Dad." Scott growled again. "Don't push it." Jacob smiled, hugged Melissa, and said, "There's Malia's saliva all over your shoulder. Let's go have a shower together." Melissa kissed him, then shook her head. "That's a no." Scott groaned. "This is not good for my health." Ignoring them, he turned to Stiles. "Take a picture of me. I want to see what I look like." Stiles took out his phone, snapped a photo, and showed it to him. Scott studied it. "Oh, I look good." He looked over at Lydia. Lydia, I don't look ugly anymore, right? Lydia shrugged. I guess. Melissa finally noticed the small blue dragon in Jacob's hands. Jacob, who is this? Jacob handed Saphira to her. This is Saphira. She's like Cogman and Kitty. Melissa played gently with the little dragon in her hands. She's not from our world? Stiles's eyes widened. Wait, I know a dragon named Saphira. She's from the movie Aragon. But she doesn't look like this. He glanced at Kitty in Lydia's arms. And you're Kitty Softpaws from the Shrek universe, right? But again, you don't look exactly like the one in the movie. Well, Jacob said, you can't expect them to look exactly like the movie version. Why not? Jacob shrugged. I don't know how the writers of those movies could tell almost the exact story of other worlds, but you shouldn't expect them to be accurate in every detail. Kitty chimed in. I've been meaning to ask since I saw the Puss in Boots movie, how does whoever wrote it know my backstory and my world so well? Lydia considered it. Maybe some people who travel through worlds like Jacob's ancestors brought stories back with them and told people. Or maybe some people have psychic powers like me and can connect to other worlds through visions or dreams, then wrote stories about what they saw. Maybe, Jacob said. Anyway, let's not think too much about that stuff. All I know is that the movie worlds are real, and I'm looking forward to visiting them. Now let's go back home. Stiles held up a hand. Wait, I get that you had to beat Scott to help him become an alpha, but why beat me though? If Malia only beat Scott, the whole play wouldn't have been so realistic, Jacob explained. He might not have believed Melissa was really in danger. So beating you was a necessary evil. Stiles rubbed his sore ribs. So I just got beaten up for nothing? No, you got beaten up to help your best friend. Besides, you're all healed up. Yeah, but it still hurts. Stiles looked over at the giant winged wolf. What is Malia anyway? I've never seen or heard of a wolf with wings and lightning powers before. She's a chimera, Jacob said. A mix of a were-coyote and a thunderbird. With that, they teleported back to Serendel. Lydia, Malia, and Kitty teleported directly to the palace, while Jacob teleported the others to the wide plains far from the buildings. He gave Melissa, Stiles, and Scott the permission mark to enter and leave Serendel as they pleased and explained the time dilation. Then he took out 3 Hulk serums and 3 white honey potions, explaining what they were and handed them out. Next, he explained the Faraga and lightning release technique scrolls, handing Melissa one of each. He looked at Stiles and Scott. You two can choose one. Stiles pouted. Why can't we have both scrolls like Melissa? Because she's my wife. So stop being greedy and choose one, or I'll change my mind and give them both to Scott. Scott said, Give me the fire spell. Are you serious? Stiles argued. The lightning ability is more powerful, it can chase your enemies. Scott took the Faraga scroll from Jacob and shrugged. I'll ask Mom to get me the lightning scroll later. That's not fair. Stiles turned to Melissa with pleading eyes. You're the closest thing to a mother I've had since my mom died. Don't forget to get me some good things from Jacob. Then he looked back at Jacob. I could be your son. And unlike Scott, I'd call you Daddy if you want, just not when my real dad is around. Jacob hit him with the lightning release scroll. Get lost. He then took a space ring and slid it onto Melissa's ring finger. Making a small cut on her finger, he let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. Melissa felt the connection with it instantly and knew what it was. Excited, she pulled Jacob into a deep kiss. Scott looked away and Stiles focused on the ring. Hey Jacob, I've seen Allison and the girls wearing the same kind of ring, and I've seen them pulling stuff out of it. Is it a space ring? Yes. Can I have one, please? That's a no. These rings are wedding rings, I can't give you one. Now go drink the serum and potion and learn the lightning ability before I take them back. Stiles hugged the items Jacob gave him and walked off without another word. Scott followed. Jacob handed Melissa the Quen scroll, explained what it was, and said, Put the scrolls in your ring and absorb the serum first. Melissa stored the scrolls, kissed him, and whispered, Thank you. You're welcome. Jacob lay back on the grass with Saphira sleeping on his chest and waited for the 3 of them to absorb the serum and learn the abilities from the scrolls. Afterward, he sparred them for a few hours until they got a handle on their new strength. Then he told Stiles and Scott to choose a room in the huge palace for whenever they stayed in Serendel, and showed Melissa to her room, where he tried to join her in the shower, but she kicked him out. He went to Malia, who hadn't gone to school, and took a long bath with her. Later, Lydia and Allison returned from school and helped throw a small welcome party for Melissa. Jacob had brought Noah, Natalie, and Allison's parents to Sarandel for the occasion. He quietly warned them all beforehand, no strange looks. Melissa was already feeling self-conscious about their relationship. After the party, Jacob, Allison, and Lydia gave Noah, Natalie, and the Argents a quick tour of Sarandel and explained how it worked. He gave Noah the Mirakuru serum and a Fur-Aga scroll, gave Natalie and Chris each a lightning release scroll, and gave Victoria the Fur-Aga scroll. He also gave each of them the permission mark to enter and leave Sarandel and let them choose rooms in the palace to use whenever they visited. That night, Allison was so happy that he'd allowed her parents into Sarandel that she forgave him for flirting with Kate. She took him to her room and rewarded him with sex until she couldn't anymore, then sent him to Lydia's room, where another sex marathon began until Lydia passed out. Jacob lay in bed with Lydia sleeping on his chest, a content smile on his face. Today was a great day. Chapter 130, The Whole Family Knows. Jacob woke up after a good 10 hours of sleep to find Lydia still asleep, her head resting on his chest. He kissed her forehead, playing with her hair as he thought, "System, sign in." Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 9,000 coins, the Wonka Chocolate Bar X100, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory 4 flavors of Willy Wonka's signature and most famous product, Whipple Scrumptious Fudge Mallow Delight, Chili Chocolate Creme, Triple Dazzle Caramel, and Nutty Crunch Surprise. Nerf Double Punch Blaster. Jacob read the list and his eyes lit up at the chocolate bars. Great, I always wanted to try those when I saw the movie. He took a Triple Dazzle Caramel bar from his pocket dimension and bit into it. Delicious, he said out loud, waking Lydia. She rubbed her eyes and looked at him. What are you eating? Willy Wonka's chocolate bar, and I mean the real bar from the movie. Really? Give me some. What kind do you want? I have 4 flavors, Whipple Scrumptious Fudge Mallow Delight, Chili Chocolate Creme, Triple Dazzle Caramel, and Nutty Crunch Surprise. All of them, Lydia said, but I need to take a bath and brush my teeth first. All right. Jacob scooped her into his arms and teleported them to the bathroom. After a quick bath, they dressed and headed to the dining room, where they found Malia, Allison, and Melissa already seated at the large table, with Kitty playing nearby with Saphira. Jacob gave each of his wives a good morning kiss, sat down, and placed a generous stack of Wonka bars on the table. He explained what they were, and everyone enjoyed the chocolate together. Soon, Cogman filled the table with food. As they ate breakfast, Jacob said, "Cogman, make a VIP bank account for Melissa and put $5 million in it." "Already created one for her yesterday, sir," Cogman replied smoothly. He reached into his vest and handed a card to Jacob. "Here is the card." Jacob took it and offered it to Melissa. Melissa hesitated. Jacob, this is too much. I can't take it." Jacob smiled, pressing the card into her hand. "You're my wife now. If I give you something, take it with peace of mind. I'm very rich. I don't know what to say. This is too much money. Don't say anything. From now on, just enjoy your life. Go shopping with the girls, buy a nice car for yourself, and if you run out of money, just tell me, I'll give you more." He took some cash from his pocket dimension. "And here's 30,000. Give Scott 20 and Stiles 10. Seeing that Melissa was still looking at the card and cash with a mix of joy and hesitation, Jacob turned to Cogman. "How much money do we have now?" "I invested $1 billion as you instructed, and our net worth is now $4 billion, $2 billion of which is liquid. I also started a software company. We're already selling some programs I developed, and they're quite popular worldwide. I plan to expand into electronics soon." Melissa's jaw dropped in shock. Allison and Lydia just smiled, already aware of Jacob's wealth. Malia, focused entirely on her breakfast, didn't seem to care. "When did you start the company?" Jacob asked. "And what's it called?" 15 days ago. I simply named it Alexander Technologies, like Luther Corp and Wayne Enterprises from the DCU, or Stark Industries from the MCU. I thought you'd like it. I love it. If we ever get to visit the MCU or DCU, let's make my company even bigger than those 3. Jacob grinned. "Show me the logo." With a thought, Cogman sent the design to Jacob's phone. "Check your phone, I just sent it." Jacob pulled out his phone. The screen displayed a sleek, modern emblem against a dark background, a stylized dragon's head etched with luminous electric blue circuits. Beneath it, in clean, authoritative font, were the words Alexander Technologies. He passed his phone around for the girls to see and said, "It's perfect." Allison glanced at the logo. "Won't the dragon head give away what you are?" "Probably not, and besides, I don't really care anymore. I'm not arrogant enough to think I'm invincible, but we have Serendel and everyone we care about can enter it. I'm not afraid of trouble." Lydia added, "Cogman, can't you hide the identity of the company's real owner?" "Not entirely, my lady. While ownership can be shielded from public records, it's impossible to remain completely anonymous to banks, tax authorities, or in legal proceedings. But as Sir said, it's unlikely anyone would assume he's a dragon just from the logo. Dragons have been extinct in this world for thousands of years." "All right," Jacob said. "No need to worry about me being exposed. And even if some unlucky bastards suspect what I am and come looking for trouble, they'll only have themselves to blame for what happens next. I just don't want our normal lives interrupted by idiots hunting a dragon," Lydia sighed. "But now that my mom can enter Serendel, I guess I don't care as much." She turned to Melissa. "Melissa, let's go shopping today." Allison took Melissa's hand. "Yes, let's buy you some expensive clothes and jewelry. You're rich now, you should look the part." Melissa smiled. "Okay. I'll call work and ask for a vacation." Jacob looked at Cogman. "Buy Beacon Hills Memorial Hospital for Melissa and help her hire a competent director to run it." "Consider it done, sir." "Wait," Melissa protested. "You don't have to do that. You're my wife now. I don't mind if you want to work, but not as a nurse. Now you'll be the owner of the hospital. With Cogman's help and a good director, you can make it profitable and still do good, like providing free operations for those who can't afford them, discounted care for the uninsured based on income, forgiving debts for struggling families, free checkups and vaccines, funding nurse training, and so on." He gave her a wink. "And if you really want to continue being a nurse, you can dress up as a slutty nurse for me from time to time. That's the only kind of nurse I'll allow you to be." Melissa leaned in and kissed him, murmuring against his lips, "Okay, I'll dress up as any kind of nurse you want, but not just yet." She kissed him again. Just then, Scott and Stiles entered the dining room. Scott saw Melissa kissing Jacob passionately and groaned, "I don't want to see that." Melissa broke the kiss, unfazed. She simply smiled and said, "Good morning, Scott." Scott sat at the table with a sigh. "Morning, Mom." "Everyone." Stiles sat beside him and grinned at Melissa. "You seem happy. Is Scott going to have a sibling soon?" Scott's eyes flashed red and he growled, "Stiles, shut up." Stiles shrugged. "Don't growl at me. Jacob's the one doing your mom." Melissa looked at Scott calmly. "I haven't slept with Jacob yet. I told him we should wait until he's 18, if I can wait that long." Then she turned to Stiles. "Jacob, will you teach Stiles some manners for me, please?" "Of course," Jacob said with a smirk. Stiles panicked. "Wait, I was just joking. See you guys later." He tried to teleport out of Serendel but couldn't. He looked at Jacob fearfully. "Why can't I leave Serendel or teleport outside the palace?" "Because," Jacob said, his smirk turning evil, "I deactivated the mark I gave you yesterday." "That's not fair." Stiles stood up to run, but Jacob teleported beside him and grabbed him by the back of the neck. "Let's go. I'll teach you the consequences of your bad jokes." "I'm sorry." "Tell him," Stiles pleaded, turning to Melissa. But Jacob teleported them both away before he could finish, dropping him to the ground far from the palace. "Now try your best to survive. I'll show no mercy." Stiles scrambled to his feet, saw Jacob's evil smirk and glowing red eyes, and turned to run toward the depths of Serendel's ancient-looking woods and towering mountains. "I always knew my loud mouth would get me killed someday." Jacob laughed and gave chase. Soon, Stiles' shouts for mercy echoed as Jacob delivered a thorough beating. After half an hour, Jacob summoned a thunderstorm with his storm call ability, and it began chasing Stiles through the forest. Satisfied, Jacob teleported back to the dining room and took his seat, finding that Chris, Victoria, Natalie, and Noah had joined the group for breakfast. Noah asked, "Where's Stiles?" Jacob smiled. "He's still training. He'll be here in 10 minutes or so." Chris hesitated a moment, then said, "Jacob, are you going to tell us what you are now?" Jacob looked at him. All right, but from the looks you were giving me yesterday when you saw Saphira, I think you've already guessed. So you're really a were-dragon? Close but no. I'm not a were-dragon, I'm a dragon. You know the difference between the two, right? Yes, Chris said. It's like the difference between a house cat and a full-grown lion. Kitty interrupted, Hey. I'm stronger than a stupid lion. Allison soothed, Dad isn't talking about you. He means a normal house cat, right, Dad? Chris glanced at Kitty. Yeah, I wasn't talking about you. He turned back to Jacob. Isn't your kind extinct? Jacob shrugged. I have no idea. I didn't even know what I was until a few months ago. Victoria spoke up. What about your parents? I know you said they're dead, but… Mom, don't. Allison cut in sharply. It's all right, Allison, Jacob said gently. He looked at Victoria. I think either they died before awakening their bloodline, or only one was a dragon and chose to die with the other. Noah asked, How could they do that and leave you alone? Jacob thought, because they were just normal humans. Sorry for lying, Mom, Dad. Out loud, he said, losing them was painful and still hurts to this day, but if one was a dragon and instead of living with the grief, they chose to die with the person they loved. I understand that. Especially now that I know what love feels like. I know they loved me. And I know how much they loved each other. I can imagine that if one had survived, they would have just been broken. A hollow shell of who they used to be. Everyone fell silent. Allison shot her mother a look and Victoria mouthed, I'm sorry. Just then, Stiles teleported into the dining room. Jacob had reactivated his Mar. K after the beating. Although healed, his clothes were burned and torn, black spots marred his skin from lightning strikes, and his hair stood on end. He sat down and started eating, ignoring everyone's shocked stares. Noah finally asked, Stiles, what happened to you? Stiles glanced at Jacob and Scott, who were both laughing, then continued to stuff his mouth with food. Nothing. I was just training. No, that can't be just training. What did you do to get beaten like that? What makes you think I did something? Because you're my son and I know you. Stiles shrugged. I just said something, but Melissa and Jacob have no sense of humor. Noah looked at Melissa. I'm sorry if he said something rude. Melissa smiled. Don't worry about it. He's just being Stiles. Jacob took 5 phones from his pocket dimension and handed them to Melissa, Noah, Natalie, Chris, and Victoria. These phones were made by Cogman. There's an AI assistant inside that'll explain what they can do. You can even receive calls while you're here in Serendel. There's also a bestiary app on each. Chris raised an eyebrow. Bestiary app? Allison chimed in. It's an app with information on every supernatural creature from our world. You just open it, point the camera at a creature, and it'll identify it or give you a list of the closest matches. Victoria opened the app. There are creatures in here I've never seen or heard of before. Where did you get this app? It's mine. I have the hard copy and Cogman turned it into an app. Chris set his phone down and looked at Cogman. Can you tell us what you are? Cogman glanced at Jacob, who gave a slight nod. Tell him. Cogman's nanoskin and suit dissolved, revealing his true form. Chris stared in surprise. You're a robot? Not exactly, Cogman replied as his nanoskin reformed. I'm a living being like you humans. I'm a Cybertronian, a sentient robotic species from the planet Cybertron. Allison added, He's a Transformer, Dad. From the Transformers movies. You've seen them with me before. But how? Jacob summoned him. And yes, the movie worlds are real. Kitty is from the Shrek universe, and Saphira is from a movie called Aragon, Allison explained. Chris, Victoria, Natalie, and Noah just stared at Allison in stunned silence. Jacob spoke up. All right, if you're questioning your existence now, stop. The theory we came up with is that the writers of those movies are either people who can travel between worlds or have the ability to connect to other dimensions and brought stories back with them. So don't think too much about it or you'll go crazy. Chris let out a slow breath. This is a lot to take in. Not really, Jacob said with a shrug. You and Victoria have known about the supernatural since you were kids, and you're talking to a dragon right now. Why should the existence of other worlds be so hard to accept? Chris sighed. I guess you have a point. All right, Noah said, standing up. That's enough surprises for me or my brain's going to shut down. I'm going to work. See you all later. He teleported back to Beacon Hills. Allison turned to her mother. Mom, we're going shopping today. Wanna join us? Victoria smiled. Sure, sweetheart. Great. Lydia invited her mom as well, then looked at Jacob, about to ask him to come along, but before she could say anything he stood up and declared, Oh, look at that, I'm late for school. Lydia rolled her eyes. It's still 5 hours until school starts. Jacob grinned. Then I'll go play some video games. See you tonight. He teleported to the gaming room in a hurry. Lydia snorted and looked at Malia. What about you? I'm not going. Shopping is boring. Besides, I'm busy. Busy with what? Malia smiled. Cogman and I are going to hunt a herd of deer and ask Jacob to bring them to Serendel. If they live here, eat the magic grass and breathe the magical air, they'll grow bigger and taste even better. That's a good idea, Allison said. She glanced at Cogman. Buy some cattle, 2 breeds, 1 for milk, 1 for meat. Also get sheep, goats, chickens, and all kinds of delicious fish to put in the lake. But check with Jay first. Right away, my lady, Cogman replied. He left for the gaming room to speak with Jacob, and Malia followed. Chris kissed Victoria goodbye and left Serendel. Stiles and Scott were about to leave too, but Melissa stopped them. Wait. She took $30,000 from her ring. Here, go buy yourselves something nice. And I mean for yourselves, don't waste my money on girls or I'll beat your asses. Scott took the money. How much is this? 30,000. Split it between you. Scott kissed her cheek. Thanks, Mom. Stiles leaned in for a kiss, but Melissa stopped him with a disgusted look. You're dirty. Go take a bath. Oh, right. Thanks for the money. Stiles threw an arm around Scott and led him out of the dining room. Let's go. I'm buying a new engine, suspension, and wheels for my Jeep, and helping my dad with some bills. What about you? Scott grinned. I'm getting a bike. Something like Jacob's Ducati. Chapter 131, The Ecosystem Project. The moment Cogman and Malia suggested adding more animals to Serendel, Jacob was sold. The trio launched their project without delay. First, they focused on deer. They teleported to the Beacon Hills Preserve, and Jacob pulled a long rope from his pocket dimension. Malia shifted into her horse-sized coyote form. With a playful glint in her eyes, she crouched low, inviting him on. Jacob grinned, swung a leg over her back, and held tight as she took off through the woods. Yeehaw, he called out like a cowboy. With practiced ease, Malia found a herd of deer. Jacob swung the lasso, catching deer one by one. As each animal was snagged, he'd open a small portal straight to the plains of Serendel and gently toss them through. Cogman, meanwhile, took a different approach. He didn't bother with ropes. Instead, he'd single out a buck, square up, and, using exaggerated, almost comical karate moves, would block, parry, and then deliver a gentle but firm headbutt that left the deer dazed but unharmed. Then he'd grab it by the antlers and drag it over to Jacob, then cheerfully go after another buck, again fighting it with his comical karate moves and annoying it until the buck stopped running and started fighting back. Jacob and Malia stopped and just watched, laughing and enjoying the show, before sending the confused creatures Cogman brought to them through the portal. They rounded up over 300 deer before they decided it was enough. He instructed Cogman to arrange for cattle, sheep, goats, and other domestic animals to be purchased, but no pigs. Jacob had never liked pigs. With the local hunting done, Jacob and Malia took to the skies. Using a mix of wing power and crackling lightning speed, they shot north toward Yellowstone. There, they worked in tandem, Jacob using his telekinesis to gently lift entire groups of animals, while Malia herded them with low growls and the occasional flash of electricity. They gathered bison, elk, moose, mule deer, white-tailed deer, pronghorn, bighorn sheep, and mountain goats, opening larger portals to deposit them into the spacious landscapes of Serendel. Standing together later on a Serendel hilltop, they watched the new arrivals begin to graze cautiously on the magically rich grass. I can't wait to see what happens to them after a few months of eating magic grass and breathing this air, Malia said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. They're going to taste amazing. Yeah, Jacob agreed, smiling. What about other animals? Malia asked. Like penguins? Not for eating, they're just too cute, I want to keep them. But there's no snow here. I can fix that, Jacob said. I can control Serendel's weather. I'll make a snowy zone with a frozen lake for them, stock it with fish. We could add Arctic foxes, seals, make it a whole biome. Okay, let's do that biome thing. By the way, what is your favorite animal? My favorite animal is the lion, Jacob said. But if we brought a pride here, they'd eat everything. Maybe no predators for now. But elephants, giraffes, zebras, wildebeest, more antelope, exotic birds, that could work. Won't it get too crowded? Not even close. Cogman measured Serengeti, it's about the size of California. How big is that? You know the Serengeti National Park? Where they film all those lion documentaries you love. Yeah, it's huge. Full of animals. California is 14 times bigger than the Serengeti. Serengeti is the same. Malia's eyes lit up with excitement. Then we have to bring predators, please. Wolves, tigers, leopards, and definitely lions and hyenas. You can't have lions without hyenas. I love watching their wars. Jacob laughed. Fine, we'll bring them. But first I'll remodel some areas and bring in fish. Tonight, you and I can liberate some animals from zoos around California. You mean steal them? Liberate, Jacob corrected with a smirk. Animals should be free. We'll give them a real home. But zoo lions can't even hunt, and hyenas are already stupid enough in the wild, let alone the ones raised in captivity. I want wild prides of lions and wild clans of hyenas. I want to see some real animal wars. We'll go to Africa when we have time and bring some back. For now, let's work with what we can get. Malia grinned. All right. Tonight's going to be fun. Jacob closed his eyes and focused on his connection to Serengeti. In the distance, several mountains suddenly grew white caps as heavy snow began to fall. A new clear lake formed at their base. Then he turned his attention to the huge lake in front of the palace. With a thought, he split it into two, one smaller, perfect for swimming, and one larger, which he'd soon fill with aquatic life. Next, he carved a winding river and a sprawling wetland into the landscape. Malia watched the changes unfold. Why split the lake? The small one is for us, no fish, just clean water. The big one will be an ecosystem. And the new lake by the snow mountains will be filled with fish too, to feed penguins and seals. I see. Jacob kissed her. All right, I'm going to stock the lakes. He teleported out of Serengeti, flying swiftly to the Pacific Ocean. He dove into the deep blue water and opened a massive spatial portal directly above the larger Serengeti lake. With a sweeping gesture of telekinesis, he drew up vast schools of fish, tuna, salmon, bass, trout, etc., along with crabs, lobsters, shrimp, and even vibrant coral reefs, transplanting them seamlessly into their new home. He repeated the process several times until the lake teemed with life. Next, he returned to Yellowstone, gathering wolves, bears, beavers, mountain lions, wolverines, and otters, placing them in the forests and along the new river. He visited southern wetlands for alligators and freshwater fish, introducing them to the river and marsh. By the time he finished, the sun had set. Jacob teleported back to the palace, washed off the day's adventures with a long bath, and joined his family in the living room. He kissed his wives and sat down. Have you seen all the animals I brought here? Yeah, Allison said, raising an eyebrow. I thought you were just bringing some deer and cattle, not the entire animal kingdom. And by the way, Lydia added, those grizzly bears you brought chased a herd of mule deer into the wetland, trapped them, and started killing them without even eating. They went crazy. Jacob stood up. What? I'm going to skin those stupid bears and make rugs out of them. Actually, sir, Cogman interjected smoothly, it is natural for bears to do that. They're known for killing numerous calves without immediately eating them. This behavior is called surplus killing or henhouse syndrome. While it seems wasteful or cruel from a human perspective, it's a highly adaptive foraging strategy for bears in certain environments. And I assume you brought them from Yellowstone while they were still hibernating. Jacob sat back down. Yeah. It was hard to find their dens, everything was frozen and covered in snow. Bears in Yellowstone typically hibernate from mid-November to March or April, Cogman continued. That means the bears you brought haven't eaten in over 2 months. They're killing to stockpile food, not out of malice. So their behavior is your fault, sir. But if you wish, I can go kill them. He smirked wickedly. Or even skin them alive. Jacob sighed. Let them be. Since I brought all kinds of animals here, they'll have to learn to adapt and coexist. I purchased the cattle and other domestic animals, Cogman said. They'll arrive tomorrow at an empty ranch I rented. You'll need to bring them here and create a safe area for them. They're domestic animals, they won't survive roaming free near wolves, bears, and mountain lions. I know, Jacob said. I'll set up a natural barrier to keep the wild animals a few hundred miles from the palace and make a confined space closer to us for the livestock, far enough that we won't smell or hear them, but close for easy access. They can roam and graze freely. You can gather eggs and milk and store them in the kitchen. Butcher some bulls if needed, and remember, be gentle with the milk cows. Don't hit them. I would never hit them, sir. I'd believe you, Jacob said with a grin, if I hadn't seen what you did to those poor deer this morning. Melissa looked curious. What did he do? He was headbutting them and hitting them with these funny karate moves, Malia said, grinning. It was fun to watch. Jacob chuckled. Yeah, some of the deer even fought back. It was hilarious. Allison shook her head. Sounds like you three had fun, but seriously, Cogman, don't ever hit the cows. They're beautiful and cute. Cows are not cute, Malia said flatly. Seeing Allison and Lydia glare at her, she smirked. I'm not saying Cogman should hit them. I'm just saying cows are stupid and delicious. Jacob laughed. Malia's right. Cows are very delicious, and now I'm craving beef. I've already prepared dinner, sir, Cogman said. The ladies were just waiting for you. All right, let's eat, Jacob said, standing. I'm starving. As they settled around the dining table, Jacob turned to Melissa. Did you buy a car? Melissa shook her head. No, I'll just drive your Aston Martin if I want to drive. I really liked it. For work, Cogman insisted on driving me. It is my duty as your butler, my lady. What about you girls? Jacob asked. I remember you wanted a Ferrari or something. Lydia shrugged. I thought about it, but then I remembered I don't like driving. So I didn't buy it. I don't like driving either, Allison added. If I feel like it, I'll just borrow one of your cars or bikes. I want to buy a car, Malia announced. A fast one. You need to learn how to drive first, Jacob said. Then you can buy whatever you want. After dinner, Jacob and Malia changed into dark clothes and put on their nano masks. They took Cogman and Kitty with them and began their nighttime mission, raiding zoos across California. Moving with lightning speed, they flew from zoo to zoo. At each location, Cogman disabled security cameras and systems while Jacob, Kitty, and Malia worked swiftly. They took almost all the animals, leaving behind only one male and one female of each species, a small act of mercy so the zoos wouldn't be completely empty. By dawn, they'd cleared out every major zoo in the state. The next day was Saturday. Jacob and Malia slept in, had a late breakfast with Kitty, then made their way to the living room. Except for Noah, everyone else was there. Allison, Lydia, Melissa, Scott, Stiles, Chris, Victoria, and Natalie were all staring at the TV. What are you watching? Malia asked. Animals disappeared mysteriously from every zoo in California, Stiles said, eyes wide. Only a male and female of each species were left. The whole country's freaking out. Some people think it was aliens. Jacob, Malia, and Kitty burst out laughing. Everyone turned to stare. Allison shook her head. I knew it was you. Lydia sighed. Why did you kidnap all the animals? Jacob wiped a tear from his eye. Because Malia and I wanted lions, hyenas, and penguins, and I didn't feel like going to Africa or Antarctica. So we liberated them. You didn't just bring lions, hyenas, and penguins, Allison pointed out. You took everything. Jacob shrugged. Since we were there, we figured we might as well free them all. I left a breeding pair out of kindness so the zookeepers wouldn't lose their jobs. Allison sighed. Well, you made the whole country freak out. Again. Stiles's eyes narrowed. Wait, what do you mean again? Allison stayed silent, but Jacob just shrugged. I was the Joker in Vegas. I knew it. Stiles exclaimed. Chris frowned. Why would you fight a minotaur in front of everyone? That minotaur was running an illegal auction, Jacob explained, his tone turning serious. They were selling humans and supernatural beings as slaves, plus organs, blood, bones, even live subjects for experiments. The girls and I freed the captives and destroyed the place. You did good. I hate people like that, Chris said, though his expression remained troubled. But why do it publicly? Jacob shrugged. I thought it would be fun. Innocent people died because of that. Yes, Jacob admitted. Oh. Any man died because of me. I have no excuse. I made a selfish choice to prolong the fight for my own amusement, and completely underestimated the unpredictability of a terrified crowd and a drunk person's stupidity and lack of self-preservation. I'll be more careful next time. Melissa gave him a worried look. There's a next time? Of course. If I find more people like that, I'll go after them. I might even give the world another show, but I'll make sure no innocent people get hurt. I promise. Please take me with you, Stiles cut in eagerly. And give me a mask like the Joker one. I know you have it. Sure. Right now, Cogman's monitoring something the SDS found near the waters off Alaska, something that's sinking ships. Once they locate it, I'll go fight it. You can tag along. Melissa looked confused. What's the SDS? The Supernatural Defense and Enforcement Section, Cogman explained. A U.S. government division dedicated to supernatural affairs. Most of their agents are supernatural beings themselves. I see. Jacob stood up. All right, I'm going to see how the animals are adapting to Serendel. Wait, I'm coming with you, Lydia said. I want to see the penguins. Maybe pet them. Me too, Allison added. Malia grinned. I'm coming too. I want to see if the lions have found the hyenas yet. Soon, everyone joined Jacob, and they spent the next few hours watching and interacting with the new wildlife. At one point, Malia even caught a Siberian tiger. It struggled and fought at first, but soon realized it was no match for her. Defeated, it lay obediently while Malia proudly showed off her new pet, and the girls gathered around to stroke the poor, bewildered big cat. Chapter 132, The Bite That Went Wrong. The weekend passed quickly as Jacob and his family and friends spent it watching the new animals in Serendel. Today was Monday. Jacob wore his nano mask, adjusting his appearance to look older, and drove Melissa to San Francisco in his Camaro for a date. He glanced at her as she sang along with the radio, clearly in a good mood. He smiled and thought, System sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 15,000 coins, 1-liter mineral water bottle X100, an original 1800 Baker flintlock rifle X2. Jacob read through the list. Nice. 2 original flintlock rifles. I'll ask Cogman to put them in a glass display case and hang them in my gaming room. Meanwhile at school, Allison, Lydia, Malia, and Erica were heading to the cafeteria for lunch when Scott and Tracy came running toward them. We have a problem, Scott said. What's going on? Allison asked. Tracy spoke quickly. Derek just called me. He said Isaac got arrested for killing his father. Tonight's the full moon, so you can imagine what'll happen if the cops lock him up tonight. Lydia looked at Scott. You just need to tell Noah that Isaac's a werewolf. He'll take care of it. Where's the problem? Stiles jogged up to them. That's not the real problem. Tracy blinked. It isn't? No. I just talked to my dad. He said Isaac didn't kill his father, so he'll be released after answering a few questions. How does he know that? Tracy asked. He asked Isaac to show him his wolf eyes. They were glowing yellow. So? Stiles stared at her. Seriously? Derek didn't tell you? Lydia gave Scott a pointed look. Forget about Derek. Why didn't you tell her? Scott scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I forgot. I finally have a girlfriend, my entire focus has been on her. Tracy smiled and kissed him. Okay, that's sweet. But can you tell me now what they're talking about? When a werewolf kills someone, their eyes turn blue, Scott explained. Unless they're an alpha, then their eyes stay red. Oh. Good to know. Anyway, Stiles cut in, the real problem is that something's killing people in town again and we need to find it. Allison said, then go ask Cogman for help. But ask him during the day, he said he's busy tonight. Busy with what? He's going to have fun with the Lawrence and the Zemas. Stiles nodded. Then I'll ask him when he's done. He looked around. Where's Jacob? I'll give him a call and tell him what's going on. He pulled out his phone, but Lydia stopped him. Don't. Why not? He and Melissa drove to San Francisco to spend the day there. Don't ruin their date. Wait until he comes back tonight. Stiles pocketed his phone. Fine. With that, the group headed to the cafeteria for lunch. After school, Allison and the others gathered at the gate. Tracy kissed Scott goodbye. All right, I need to go. I can teach you how to control yourself during the full moon if you want. No thanks. Derek's my alpha, he'll teach me. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Be careful. Call me if you need help. Tracy smiled and left, meeting up with Boyd before both of them got into Derek's car. Derek gave Scott a smile, then drove off. Allison turned to Scott. You didn't tell her you're an alpha yet, did you? No. Not yet. You don't trust her? Malia asked. We just started dating. And she trusts Derek too much. Honestly? I don't really like that. Erica blinked. Wait, you're an alpha? When did that happen? Scott snorted. Quit acting. I know Stiles already told you everything. Erica grinned. Okay, yeah, he did. And I still can't believe you got so emotionally uncomfortable after you saw your mom kissing Jacob that you became an alpha. That's hilarious. She burst out laughing. Scott growled at her. Erica quickly ID behind Stiles. Okay, I'll shut up, she said, still giggling. Scott glared at Stiles. You talk too much. Stiles scratched the back of his head. Unlike you, I trust my girlfriend and she's not gonna tell anyone. Besides, you're strong now. You don't need to worry even if people find out you're an alpha. Just then, Cogman pulled up in the Rolls-Royce. Allison, Lydia, and Malia walked toward him. Erica kissed Stiles quickly. I'm going with Allison and the others. I don't lose control during the full moon, but I don't want to risk hurting my parents. I'll see you at Jacob's place. All right. See you later. After the girls left, Stiles got into Scott's car. His Jeep was still at the mechanic. As Scott drove toward his house, he asked, Did you tell Erica what Jacob is? Nope, Stiles said. I don't know if he wants people knowing what he is. Aren't you going to ask him to let Erica come to Sarandel? Stiles was quiet for a moment. He already let me and my dad live there. You know that's like giving us an extra life. He also made me way stronger than an alpha werewolf, and he gave my dad a strength potion and a fire spell. He gave me things that make me owe him for the rest of my life, Scott. He exhaled slowly. I can never ask him to let Erica live in Sarandel. No matter how much I love her. I need to protect her myself. If one day he decides to let her in, I'll be grateful. And if he doesn't? I'm still grateful for everything he's already given me. I'll never blame him, not even if Erica gets hurt. I'll only blame myself for not protecting her. Scott nodded. You're right. We owe him a lot. He paused, then added, and honestly? With how dangerous our world is, I'm glad he fell in love with my mom. I'm still uncomfortable watching them kiss, but I'm happy for her. Nonetheless. They arrived at Scott's house, grabbed a quick bite, then headed to the animal clinic for his shift. Stiles tagged along. At the clinic, Stiles and Scott were telling Deaton about Isaac and his father when the door swung open. Chris Argent walked in, accompanied by a few hunters carrying a covered body. Scott Stiles, Chris acknowledged. He turned to Deaton. Doc, I was wondering if you could give me a medical opinion on what killed one of my men. Deaton glanced at the door. I don't know if you saw the sign outside, but this is just an animal clinic. Come on, Alan, Chris said. We both know you're not just a vet. Scott and Stiles exchanged a look but stayed silent. Deaton studied Chris for a long moment, then exhaled. All right. Put him inside. The hunters placed the body on the examination table. Chris dismissed them, and once they were alone, Deaton uncovered the chest. The torso was shredded, deep claw marks stretched from abdomen to sternum. Stiles turned to Chris. Did you use the bestiary app? I did. It gave me a long list of creatures that could have killed him. Nothing specific. Scott frowned. Did you ask Cogman? I sent him pictures. He said he doesn't know either. Deaton began his examination, methodical and silent. Then he noticed a thin, precise cut at the base of the victim's neck. He turned the stiff head. Have you seen this? Chris leaned in. I saw it. But that's not what killed him. No, Deaton agreed. But it's more interesting. This cut is precise, close to the spine. If I'm right, its purpose was to disable all motor function. Stiles blinked. How? That wound looks shallow. If I'm correct, Deaton said, the creature that killed this man uses a paralytic toxin. Let me run some tests. He took samples from the wound and began his analysis. At night, Jacob and Melissa returned from San Francisco. He parked the Camaro in front of the mansion and walked her to the door. Melissa pulled him into a deep kiss. Thanks. Today was great. You're welcome, Jacob murmured against her lips. Can I get a reward tonight? She winked. I just gave you a thank you kiss. That's all you get for now. Jacob smirked. If a kiss is all I can get, let's kiss some more. He captured her lips again, slower this time, more intent. His hands began to wander, tracing the curve of her back, pulling her closer. Melissa melted into him, her fingers gripping his jacket. Neither of them heard the front door open. Allison stepped out and said, Jay, you're back. Jacob finally let go of Melissa, who ran away in a hurry, face flushed. As she passed Allison, she said, Thank you, Allison. That handsome idiot almost made me take him to my room. Allison smiled at the blushing Melissa disappearing inside, then turned to Jacob, who was glaring at her. Sorry, she said sheepishly. Yeah, you should be. I was this close to a major breakthrough. He pulled her into a hug. You're going to have to compensate me for that. Sure, Allison laughed. But first go talk to my dad. He's looking for you. Stiles too. Jacob's expression shifted. What's going on? Isaac's father was killed by something and one of my dad's hunters was probably killed by the same thing. Jacob's mind immediately clicked into place. Jackson. And that psychopath Matt, his thoughts raced. How should I deal with them? Jay? Allison's voice pulled him back. What are you thinking? Nothing. Where are they now? My dad took the body to Deaton's clinic. Stiles and Scott are there too. Okay. I'll go see what's happening. You want to come? No, the girls and I are binge-watching the first 15 episodes of Season 2 of Pretty Little Liars. Do you want to join us? Jacob made a face. Ugh, gross. Hard pass. He kissed her forehead. See you later. Then he teleported. Allison just shook her head with a smile and went back inside to join the girls, who were already deep in questioning Melis. Essay about her date while watching Pretty Little Liars. Jacob appeared in front of the animal clinic and walked inside. He found Chris, Scott, Stiles, and Deaton gathered around the dead body in the examination room. Hey guys, Jacob said. What's up? Jacob, you're back, Stiles said. Yeah, I just got back. Allison said you and Chris were looking for me. Stiles nodded toward the body. Something's killing people in town again. Can you tell what killed him? Jacob looked at the corpse, then at Deaton. Hello, document. I see you're still giving me that weird look, same one you gave me last time we met. Deaton studied him. Forgive me. It's just, you're different than the last time I saw you. That day I could feel a terrifying energy radiating from you. Now? I feel nothing. It's like you're the most ordinary human I've ever met. Jacob smiled. I learned to control my aura. He turned his attention to the body. What did you find? Deaton explained the precise cut at the base of the neck and confirmed, after running tests, that the creature had used a paralytic toxin. Jacob was quiet for a moment. I know what killed him. Chris leaned in. What is it? A Kanima. Both Deaton and Chris spoke at once. A Kanima? Yes. And if you know what a Kanima is, you know it's just a weapon. You don't just need to find it, you need to find who's controlling it. Stiles raised his hand. Can someone please explain what a Kanima is? Chris answered. A Kanima is a reptilian shapeshifter, essentially a werewolf transformation gone wrong. Instead of becoming a wolf after being bitten, the individual mutates into a lizard-like creature due to unresolved personal issues or an identity crisis. Deaton continued. Unlike werewolves who seek a pack, a Kanima is a weapon of vengeance that seeks a master to control its actions. Its most dangerous feature is a venom secreted from its claws that can paralyze victims for hours. Jacob said, I also know who the Kanima is. But he's an idiot who doesn't even realize what he is. I'm not sure what we should do with him. Who is it? Chris asked. Jackson. He got the bite from Peter a while ago. He didn't gain powers, but he didn't die either. Stiles added, last week I saw him bleeding black blood from his nose and ears. Chris's jaw tightened. We need to know who's controlling him. Then start by finding the connection between Isaac's father and this dead hunter, Jacob said. That might give you some clues. Scott spoke up. What should we do about Jackson? Jacob shrugged. I don't know. Kill him to stop him from killing more people. We should figure out who's controlling him first, Chris said firmly. You guys can't be serious, Scott protested. Jackson doesn't even know what he is. He's being used. Then what should we do? Jacob asked. Scott met his gaze. Let's save him if we can. Do you know how? Jacob paused. If I kill Jackson, I probably won't get a sign-in event. Let's see if Scott can actually save him. Aloud, he said, if you want to save him, you have to help him resolve the internal conflict or identity crisis that caused him to mutate in the first place. Then you break the Master's control by killing the Master. After that, you put him in a near-death state and have someone who loves him call out his name. That should turn him back into a werewolf. Stiles stared. How do you know all that? It's in the bestiary. Jacob gave him a flat look. Seriously? Read it. I do read it. From time to time. I just haven't gotten to the Kanima part yet. Jacob turned back to Scott. You can try to save him. But you also need to know that he might kill more people before you succeed. Can you shoulder that responsibility? Scott nodded. I'll try my best to save him and keep him from killing anyone else. Stiles will help me. I'll figure out who's controlling him, Stiles said. We'll monitor Jackson and stop him whenever he tries to kill someone. All right, Jacob said. Jackson is your problem for now. But if he kills again, he becomes Cogman's problem. So you'd better do your best to stop him before that happens. Scott looked at Chris. What about you? Do you agree with this? Chris exhaled slowly. I don't care about Jackson, as long as you keep him from killing more people. The one I want is his master. We'll tell you as soon as we find out who it is, Stiles promised. Chris moved aside and began making calls, summoning his hunters to collect the body for burial. Stiles turned to Jacob. Hey, are you busy tonight? Nope. The girls are binge-watching some stupid show called Pretty Little Liars. If I go back home, they'll make me watch it with them. Then how about you come with us to watch Jackson? Jacob gave him a flat look. That's even worse than watching this stupid show with the girls. In case you forgot, I hate Jackson. If it weren't for Scott wanting to save him, I'd just ask Cogman to kill him and end this drama. Stiles raised his hands. All right, forget I asked. See you guys later. Jacob glanced at Deaton, a slow, wicked smirk spreading across his face. Then he let his aura loose, just a fraction, just enough. Deaton's eyes went wide. His breath caught. His entire body went rigid. Jacob, stop that. Scott snapped. You're scaring him. Jacob laughed, then teleported out of the clinic. It took Deaton a long moment to regain his composure. He exhaled shakily and looked at Scott. Seriously, what kind of creature is your friend? Scott sighed. I can't tell you that. All you need to know is he's not evil. Jacob reappeared at the mansion and found Cogman just stepping out the front door. Where to? Jacob asked. Cogman's S. Smile was serene and deeply unsettling. Hunting the Lawrence, sir. They're holed up in a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. How many? 24. And the Zemas? 14 of them in town, sir. They're staying at a hotel in the center of the city. I can't hunt them there, too public. Jacob nodded. What about Gerard? Where is he? After he left the hospital a few days ago, he met with the Zemas and the Lawrence, then went to ground at one of the Argent family's safe houses. I'm monitoring his location. Keep me updated. Of course, sir. Cogman paused. Would you like to join me tonight? Jacob shook his head. No, thanks. I'd rather play video games. As you wish, sir. And if you're hungry, I've already prepared dinner. It's on the table in Serendel. All right. Good hunting. Thank you, sir. Cogman turned and walked into the night, humming a cheerful tune. Jacob watched him go, then headed inside. Chapter 133, Cogman's Night Hunt. Cogman stepped out of the mansion and into the night, his expression calm, almost serene. But behind his eyes something dark and eager stirred. He made his way to the outskirts of the city, where an abandoned warehouse sat isolated among industrial ruins. Inside, 24 Loran hunters were gathered, believing themselves safe. They sat around a large metal table, sharing a meal, laughing, unaware that death had already arrived. Cogman entered like he owned the place. The hunters froze mid-bite. They recognized him instantly, the man Gerard told them killed 3 of their hunters a few nights ago, and the butler of the kid who probably killed Marcus and his hunter party 2 months ago. Without a word, Cogman turned his back to them and raised his hand. His fingers shifted, reforming into a blazing plasma torch. A searing line of light cut through the air as he welded the door shut behind him. The metal glowed red, then cooled, sealing them all inside. He turned back to face them, a wicked smile curving his lips. "Good evening, gentlemen." At the head of the table, an older man with cold eyes and a cruel mouth rose slowly. He smiled back, though his was laced with arrogance. "We were going to come hunt you and your freak master tonight. But who knew you'd be stupid enough to deliver yourself to us?" He glanced around at his men. "Boys, make him feel the pain of killing our people. And don't kill him until he apologizes for the death of my son." Cogman's smile widened. "You must be Henri Laurent, the head of the Laurent hunter family. The family that hunts anyone, supernatural or human, for money with no regard for innocence." His eyes glittered with cruel amusement. "And speaking of your son Marcus, I was the one who killed him. He screamed like a little bitch while I had my fun with him. Too bad he was too weak. He died too quickly." Henry's face contorted with rage. "Boys, light him up." The hunters grabbed their rifles from the table and opened fire. Cogman raised one hand lazily. A translucent blue energy barrier shimmered into existence before him, the shield he'd gained after fusing with the Iron Man armor, Mark 85. Bullets struck it and flattened, fragments scattering harmlessly to the floor. Not a single round penetrated. Panic flickered across the hunters' faces. Henri shouted, "Use grenades." One hunter pulled a grenade from his belt and pulled the pin. He drew his arm back to throw, but Cogman's finger twitched. A thin, precise laser shot from his fingertip, striking the grenade just as it left the hunter's hand. The explosion ripped through the warehouse. The hunter who'd thrown it was killed instantly. The man beside him crumpled, shredded and bloody. Others dove for cover, shouting in chaos. Cogman lowered his hand, his expression mockingly serene. Now. Grenades are too dangerous. I don't want you gentlemen dying too soon." His arms shifted, the nanites reshaping into brutal melee weapons. His right hand became a spiked morning star, his left a heavy war hammer. "I'm here to have fun. So I'm going to keep you alive as long as I can." He attacked. The hunters never stood a chance. Cogman was too fast, too precise, too relentless. He flowed between them like a shadow made of steel, his weapons rising and falling with sickening precision. He didn't kill, not yet. Screams filled the warehouse as he shattered arms and legs, leaving the hunters writhing on the ground, unable to fight back. Then his real, twisted fun began. Henri, now tied to a chair, watched in horror as Cogman methodically worked through his men. Arms were torn from sockets. Windpipes were crushed. Hearts were ripped from chests and tossed aside. Every bone that could be broken was broken. The warehouse became a slaughterhouse, painted in blood and echoing with desperate, agonized cries. When the last hunter fell silent, Cogman stood among the carnage, his work complete. He surveyed the scene with a satisfied smile. Then he began to clean. He severed each hunter's head and stacked them carefully in the center of the warehouse, forming a gruesome pyramid. He carried the bodies to the incinerator room in the back and fed them to the flames one by one. When the fire had consumed them, he washed the blood from his nanite skin, returning to his immaculate appearance. Finally, he turned to Henri. Tied to a chair, his gun gone and his dignity shattered, the old hunter stared at Cogman with wide, horror-filled eyes. "Please," Henri begged, his voice cracking. "Let me go. I'll leave Beacon Hills. I'll never come back. Please." Cogman smiled gently. "The moment you came here to hunt my master, you were already dead. Don't bother begging for mercy. You'll get none from me, just as you showed none to the countless innocent people you and your family hunted for years. I'll pay you." Henry's voice rose desperately. "Say. $20 million. I'll buy my life." Cogman snorted. "I said don't bother." He reached into Henry's coat and retrieved a bank card. "As for your money? I'll take every penny, not just 70 million. Henry's last hope crumbled. His eyes burned with hatred. "I hope you and your master and your whole family die miserable deaths. Go on, kill me. I'm not afraid of death." "Don't worry," Cogman said softly. "I will kill you. But not yet. I saved you for last because I want to try something very fun with you." He leaned close, his smile turning predatory. "I promise you'll love it." He punched Henri in the face. The old man's head snapped back and he slumped unconscious. Cogman found a large bag in the warehouse, stuffed Henri inside and slung it over his shoulder. He walked out into the night, leaving behind a blood-soaked warehouse with a pyramid of severed heads standing silent vigil in the middle. Cogman returned to the mansion and slipped quietly into the backyard. He sent a quick text to Jacob. "Sir, can you meet me in the backyard?" He waited. Nothing. Then Henri woke up inside the bag and started screaming. Cogman panicked. He dropped the bag and began kicking it furiously. "Shut up. Shut up, or I swear I'll torture you for days." The screaming continued. Cogman mentally dialed Jacob's phone. Finally, Jacob answered, sounding annoyed. "Cogman, I'm in the middle of a game. What do you want?" "Can you meet me in the backyard, sir? I need to ask a favor, but please don't tell the ladies." "What favor?" "Meet me first and I'll explain." Jacob sighed. "Fine. Give me 5 minutes." As Cogman waited nervously, Henry's muffled screams grew louder. Inside the mansion, Allison and Malia heard the noise. They exchanged a glance and headed outside to investigate. Cogman spotted them and froze. He quickly tried to hide the wriggling bag behind his back, forcing a polite smile. "Good evening, my ladies. Are you finished watching your show?" Allison's eyes narrowed at the bag. "What's in the bag, Cogman?" "Nothing to concern yourself with, my lady. You should go back inside, it's cold out here." Henri screamed again. Cogman kicked the bag and dropped an elbow on it, then choked Henri until he went limp. He stood, straightened his suit, and turned back to Allison with an innocent expression. "Did you have dinner yet, my lady?" Allison crossed her arms. "Don't change the subject. Who's in the bag?" Cogman sighed in defeat. "It's the head of the Laurent family. Henri Laurent." "And why did you bring him here?" Cogman thought frantically. "Oh. Sir wants to read his memories." "Yes. Yes, that's it." Allison's eyes narrowed further. "I know you're lying. But whatever reason you brought him here, I don't want to hear his screams. Take him to the woods." She fixed him with a stern look. "And Cogman? This is the last time you bring someone home to have your twisted fun with." Cogman nodded quickly, almost bowing. "Yes, my lady. I will never bring my prey back home again. I promise." Allison turned and went inside. Malia, however, lingered. She walked up to Cogman with a knowing smirk. "So, now that Allison's gone, why did you really bring him here?" Cogman glanced around to make sure no one else was listening, then whispered, "I want to get inside of him." Malia's eyes widened. She gave him a deeply weirded out look. "Gross. I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff." Cogman's face cycled through several expressions of horror. No. That's not what I meant, my lady. Just wait until Sir gets here." Just then, Jacob walked out from the mansion. "Cogman. What do you want?" "Let's go to the woods first, sir." Jacob put an arm around Malia, kissed her, then used his telekinesis to wrap Cogman and the bagged Henri together. He teleported them all deep into the woods. Once they landed, Jacob said, "All right. Spill. What's this about?" Cogman's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. "I want you to hit me with the shrink ray, sir." Jacob blinked. "What for?" "I want to go inside Henry's body. Play around in there for a while. Then, when the shrink ray's effect wears off, I'll grow larger inside him and, well..." He smiled pleasantly. "He'll die." Jacob stared at him for a long moment. Then he grimaced. "All right, you psycho. But I don't want to see that." Malia's eyes lit up. "That sounds interesting. I want to watch." "Seriously?" "Yeah," she grinned. "Stay and watch with me. It'll be fun." Jacob sighed. "Fine." Cogman pulled Henri from the bag and laid him on the ground. Jacob retrieved the shrink ray from his pocket dimension and aimed it at Cogman. He held the trigger until Cogman had shrunk to barely 2 centimeters tall. They watched as the tiny Cogman scurried toward Henry's open mouth and disappeared inside. A moment later, Henri jolted awake with a sharp, agonized cry. He clutched his stomach, writhing on the forest floor. His eyes found Jacob and Malia, wild with pain and confusion. "It's you, the master of that psychopathic butler?" Henri gasped between screams. "What did you do to me?" Jacob shrugged. "I didn't do anything." Henri doubled over, screaming as another wave of excruciating pain tore through him. What is moving inside me? Please. Make it stop." I'm begging you. Jacob watched him writhe for a moment, then turned to Malia. Let's go. Cogman won't be back to normal size for another hour. All right, Malia said. But we have to come back before he does. Jacob teleported them back to the mansion. He returned to his video games while Malia joined the others in the living room. An hour later, Jacob went to fetch Malia. He found Stiles there too, cuddled up with Erica on the couch watchin' GTV with the girls. Jacob smirked. He hugged Malia, then wrapped Stiles in his telekinesis and teleported all three of them back to the woods. They found Henri still alive, just barely. His screams had weakened to hoarse, broken whimpers. His body convulsed sporadically as something moved beneath his skin. Stiles, who moments ago had been blissfully cuddling his girlfriend, found himself on the cold forest ground. He looked at Jacob, then at Malia, then at the writhing, screaming old man nearby. Who's that? Stiles asked, pointing. And what's wrong with him? That's Henri Laurent, Jacob said. Head of the Laurent Hunter family. And Cogman's the thing causing him pain. Stiles looked around. Where is Cogman? Malia smirked. Inside the old man's body. Stiles's face went through several stages of horror. What? I don't even want to know how he did that. But why did you bring me here? Jacob grinned mischievously. Cogman's doing something disgusting and creepy. Malia wanted to watch. And I can't suffer alone, buddy. So I brought you to suffer with me. You're welcome. Stiles gave him a flat look. Thanks. What a great friend you are. He watched Henri claw at his own stomach. What's Cogman doing in there anyway? Suddenly, Henry's stomach bulged outward. Stiles stumbled back. What's happening? Jacob raised a hand, conjuring a telekinetic shield in front of them. Just in time. Henri let out one final, blood-curdling scream. Then his chest and stomach exploded in a gruesome spray of flesh and blood as Cogman's body expanded back to its normal size, bursting free from the remains. Malia made a disgusted face. Gross. I thought it would be interesting, but that was just disturbing. I told you it would be disgusting, Jacob said. But I'm not gonna lie, it was interesting to watch. Like a scene from Alien, except instead of a xenomorph bursting out of a human, it was our psychopathic butler. Cogman stood up, brushing viscera from his suit with a grimace. Well, that wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. I'm never doing that again. He noticed Stiles staring at him in shock and took a step forward toward him with a smirk. Stiles immediately stepped back. Stay away from me, you psychopath. And how did you even shrink in the first place? Should I be worried about you getting inside me? Cogman looked almost offended. I just said I'd never do that again. It wasn't enjoyable. I don't trust you, you sick bastard. I don't think I'll ever sleep again. Jacob incinerated Henry's remains with a wave of dragon fire. Relax, Stiles. Cogman won't get inside you. Besides, I'm the one who shrunk him. He pulled the shrink ray from his pocket dimension. With this, Stiles's eyes went wide. Wait, that's the shrink ray from Despicable Me. Yes. Stiles's horror transformed into pure, manic excitement. Can I borrow it? No. But I'll do you a favor and help you live the dream of all men. Stiles blinked. What dream? Jacob gave him a knowing smirk. Let's get back first. He shot Cogman a disgusted look. You can walk home. Wash all that gore off. Then he teleported himself, Malia, and Stiles back to the mansion, leaving Cogman alone in the bloody woods. They reappeared in the living room, where Melissa, Lydia, Erica, and Allison were watching TV. Allison looked up. Where did you guys go? Trust me, Jacob said, you don't want to know. He raised the shrink ray and fired it at Stiles, shrinking him to the size of 5 centimeters. Then he hit himself with the ray and shrank to the same tiny size. He pocketed the ray and walked over to Stiles, whispering something that made Stiles's tiny face split into a perverted grin. The girls watched as tiny Stiles sprinted toward Erica. Jacob teleported and reappeared on Lydia's chest. He promptly dove into her cleavage and burrowed deep, making her giggle. Stiles followed suit, climbing into Erica's chest and disappearing with a delighted squeak from her. Allison stared at Lydia's chest with undisguised annoyance. Pervert. Lydia smirked. Jealous he didn't choose you? You can't blame him. Mine are bigger. And more comfortable. Allison's eye twitched. Bitch. Lydia just laughed then squirmed. Jay, stop. You're tickling me. Jacob, thoroughly enjoying himself, sent a telepathic message to Allison, Melissa, and Malia. Don't worry, girls. I haven't forgotten about you. I'll come play with your fun bag soon. Melissa panicked and said aloud, Don't. Everyone looked at her. She blushed furiously, stood up, and announced, I'm going to rest. Good night, girls. She fled the room and teleported to Serendel. 20 minutes later, Jacob teleported to Allison's chest and played there for another 20 minutes before moving to Malia's. He was having the time of his life. Why didn't I think of this sooner, he thought. After an hour, Jacob and Stiles both felt the shrink rays effect beginning to wear off. They climbed out just before returning to full size. Stiles scooped Erica into his arms. Good night, everyone. He bolted out of the mansion and ran toward his house at supernatural speed, Erica giggling the whole way. Jacob kissed Lydia and Malia. Good night, girls. Then he hugged Allison and teleported them both to his room in Serendel. He laid her gently on the bed, climbed on top of her, and kissed her deeply. Soon the room filled with the sound of Allison's pleasure. Chapter 134, A somewhat normal day at school. The next day, after having breakfast with his family and training for hours in Serendel, Jacob took a shower and drove his Camaro to school. As he drove, he thought, System sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. 5,000 coins, Funyuns snack bag X50, original onion-flavored Teletubbies plush toys set. Jacob read the list and smiled. Great. I love Funyuns. As for the Teletubbies, I'll just give them to the girls if they want them. He pulled out a bag of Funyuns and started eating while driving. Soon he arrived at school, parked, and headed inside. In the hallway by the lockers, he found Allison, Lydia, and Malia talking with Erica. Scott stood nearby, glaring at Stiles with undisguised annoyance. Stiles spotted the Funyuns in Jacob's hand and extended his own. Give me some. Jacob handed over the half-empty bag and pulled a fresh one from his pocket dimension. He popped a few in his mouth. What's wrong with Scott? Stiles winced. I was supposed to meet him last night. We were gonna watch Jackson together. But after that blessed hour in Erica's chest, I got a little too excited. I took her to my place and we, lost ourselves in each other. Totally forgot about Scott. Jacob's gaze went distant, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Indeed. That was a blessed hour. Scott overheard them and marched over. What did you two do yesterday? Jacob's smile didn't fade. We were in a beautiful ravine, surrounded by soft, fluffy mountains. One of the best hours of my entire life. Stiles nodded dreamily. Yeah. So soft. And it smelled amazing. I wish I could live there. Malia walked up, kissed Jacob, and stole the Funyuns from his hand. She started eating as she looked at Scott. Forget about these two idiots. Why were you watching Jackson? Scott explained about Jackson being the Kanima and his plan to save him. As they talked, Coach suddenly appeared and snatched the Funyuns from Stiles' hand. Stiles? You're not allowed to eat in the hallways. I'm taking these. Hey! Stiles protested. Why aren't you taking Malia's too? Coach shrugged. She can eat if she wants. I just said you can't. That's not fair. Sue me. Coach turned and walked away, already munching on the stolen snacks. Stiles glared after him. Stupid Coach. Just then, Jackson walked past them. Scott followed him toward class. Jacob was about to head to class himself when he heard the distinct click of a camera shutter. He turned and spotted Matt in the corner, taking pictures of Allison. Jacob didn't get angry. He smiled, a slow, unsettling smile, and with a subtle gesture, used his telekinesis to crush the camera into pieces. Matt froze as his camera cracked and shattered in his hands. He looked at Allison, but she was still talking with her friends, oblivious. Then his gaze shifted to Jacob. Jacob was staring right at him, that unnerving smirk still in place. Matt spun around and tried to hurry away. Jacob flicked his fingers. Matt tripped and slammed face first into the floor. He scrambled up, nose bleeding, still not daring to look back. He tried to leave again. Jacob made another gesture. Matt's pants and underwear dropped to his ankles. He tripped again, harder this time. The hallway erupted in laughter. Students pointed, phones raised, capturing every moment. Jacob wasn't done. He clenched his fist. Matt's eyes bulged. A strangled, high-pitched scream tore from his throat as his hands flew to his crotch. He collapsed, writhing in agony before going completely still, unconscious. The laughter died. Students stared in shock at the naked, bleeding boy on the floor. Jacob smirked. "That'll teach you to stalk my wife." He turned and walked calmly toward class. Allison, Lydia, and Malia had noticed Matt taking pictures earlier but hadn't bothered with him. They'd also noticed what Jacob just did. They exchanged glances, shook their heads with small smiles, and followed him, Erica trailing behind them. Stiles, however, ran to the unconscious Matt. He looked at the ruined crotch and whistled low. "That's gotta hurt." Coach heard the commotion and stepped out of a nearby classroom. He walked over, looked down at Matt, then at Stiles. "What's wrong with him?" Stiles shrugged. "I dunno. He tripped. Took his pants off. Then crushed his own balls. Maybe his girlfriend dumped him?" Coach squinted. "He's not on the team, right?" "He is. But he doesn't play." Coach bit into another Funyun. "That's good. I was scared there for a second." He raised his voice. "All right, nothing to see here. Just a nut job who didn't want his nuts anymore. Get to class. Someone call 911. Stiles raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you supposed to call 911? You're a teacher." Coach waved him off. Fine. I'll do it. Now go to class." Stiles hurried to class and slid into the seat next to Jacob. He leaned over and whispered, "Was it you who did it?" Jacob gave him an innocent look. "Did what?" "You know. What just happened in the hallway. The thing with Matt." "Oh, that." Jacob shrugged. "Maybe it was me. Maybe it wasn't." "Why?" "I don't like him. He feels evil. And he was taking pictures of my Allison." Jacob's voice dropped, cold and flat. "He's lucky he's still alive." Jacob glanced at Allison and gave her a wink. His eyes then drifted to Boyd and Isaac, who had also been in the hallway and had witnessed Matt's tragic accident. They'd clearly overheard the conversation between him and Stiles, because both quickly looked away, not daring to meet Jacob's gaze. Jacob shook his head with a small smirk and started absently spinning his pencil between his fingers. 30 minutes passed. Most students were diligently working through their polynomial equations, or at least pretending to. Jacob and Stiles were not pretending to do anything except argue. "It's a lion, Stiles." End of discussion. Jacob didn't even look up from his paper, his pencil moving steadily through problems. Stiles swiveled in his seat, genuinely offended. "A tiger is literally bigger, stronger, more muscular. They're solitary, which means they have to be tougher because they don't have a pride to back them up. Lion versus tiger? Tiger wins 8 times out of 10. Lions have experience fighting things that fight back," Jacob countered. "Male lions spend their whole lives fighting other male lions. Tigers hunt deer. There's a difference between a warrior and a hunter." "A warrior who runs away from honey badgers," Stiles muttered. "Don't bring the honey badger into this. That thing is unkillable." Ms. Fleming, the math teacher, glanced up from her desk but said nothing yet. "Okay, fine," Stiles whispered, leaning closer. "Tiger versus lion is whatever. Here's the real question, lion versus gorilla." Jacob finally looked up. "Go on. I'm listening." "Gorilla has opposable thumbs. Intelligence. Grip strength that could crush a coconut into coconut milk instantly." Stiles counted on his fingers. "Lion has claws, teeth, and pure predator instinct. So who wins? 1-on-1? Jacob considered. "I think the gorilla wins. Lions kill things that run away. But a silverback gorilla doesn't run. It charges. A lion sees something big and hairy screaming and pounding its chest. I think that lion tucks its tail between its legs and runs back to its harem to hide." Stiles considered this. "Aren't lions your favorite animals?" "Sure. But let's be honest, I don't think a lion can win against a silverback. Those things are freakishly strong. The only way a lion wins is if it brings its whole pride and a few of its brothers." Ms. Fleming cleared her throat loudly. They ignored her. "All right," Jacob said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Let's talk about something bigger. Jurassic Park 3. The big fight. T-Rex versus Spinosaurus. You've seen it. What do you think?" "That was cinematic terrorism," Stiles hissed, stabbing his pencil into his notebook. "The Spinosaurus won because the script said so. That's it. That's the only reason. In what world does a dinosaur built like a sailboat with legs beat the literal tyrant lizard king? Huh? The T-Rex has the strongest bite force of any land animal ever. The Spinosaurus has a mouth designed for catching fish. Fish, Jacob. Tell that to the T-Rex's neck in the movie, Jacob said, a small smirk playing on his lips as he deliberately provoked Stiles. That shouldn't have happened. Stiles's voice cracked, drawing stares from the 3 rows ahead. Allison whispered to Lydia, I don't know why those 2 idiots even bother coming to class. Lydia smirked. Right? Every time they get here, they just won't shut up. They don't even talk this much at home. Stiles noticed the stares and lowered his voice to a furious whisper. The Spinosaurus breaks the T-Rex's neck by twisting. Do you know how much force it takes to break a T-Rex's neck? Do you know how thick those vertebrae are? The Spinosaurus would have snapped its own Spinosaurus spine trying. Jacob nodded slowly. Calm down. The veins in your forehead are about to pop. And for the record, I agree with you. Stiles blinked. Wait, you agree? Of course I agree. The T-Rex should have one. That fight was disappointing. That T-Rex got killed by the new guy just to make him look scary? Bad writing. Stiles sighed in relief. Yeah, that fight was terrible, but the movie was still better than the second one. Agreed. The second Jurassic Park movie was trash. That is enough. Ms. Fleming's voice thundered through the classroom. She stood at her desk, hands on her hips, glaring at them. Jacob. Stiles. Out. Now. But Ms. Fleming. Stiles started. I have listened to 35 minutes of animal fighting, dinosaur slander, and whatever that gorilla conversation was. I don't care if you're both passing my class. I don't care if you finish the worksheet in 10 minutes. You are disrupting my classroom. Detention. Both of you. Effective immediately. Pack your things and go. The class fell silent, thoroughly enjoying the show. Jacob and Stiles exchanged a look, then gathered their things with practiced theatricality. They headed for the door. As they passed the whiteboard, Jacob's eyes caught something. Ms. Fleming had been working through a complex quadratic equation, demonstrating a method for the class. In the third line, she had made a small error, a negative sign where a positive should be, throwing off the entire solution. Jacob stopped walking. Hold on, he said, placing a hand on Stiles's chest. Stiles froze. What now? Detention waits for no man, Jacob. Jacob walked to the board, picked up a marker, and calmly erased the incorrect sign. He replaced it with the right one, fixed the following 2 steps that had unraveled as a result, and wrote the correct solution at the bottom. He capped the marker, set it down, and walked back to Stiles, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Now, Jacob said, steering them both toward the door. New question. 100 men versus 1 gorilla. Who wins? Stiles's eyes lit up. Okay, so the gorilla has the strength advantage, but 100 men is a lot of men. Are they armed? Unarmed? Are they coordinated or just a mob? Ms. Fleming stared, her mouth opening and closing silently. The problem she'd written had a deliberate, tricky sign change. She'd left it there as a challenge for her top students to notice. On second thought, she said, her voice faint with surprise, since you just fixed my error, I'll let you 2 stay this time. They didn't pause. They kept walking. No thanks, Jacob said simply. Yeah, Stiles added, already deep in thought. We have serious discussions to have in detention. 100 men, Jacob. That's a lot of men. But a gorilla could take out 5 or 6 with one swing. The door swung shut behind them. Miss Fleming stood frozen, staring at closed door. The silence in the classroom stretched for exactly 3 seconds before the first student laughed. Then another. Then the whole room dissolved into chuckles and whispers. Ms. Fleming blinked once, twice. Then, to her own astonishment, she let out a small, reluctant laugh. All right, settle down, she said, shaking her head. Now I need volunteers at the board. She looked around the room as a few students raised their hands. All right, Lydia, Danny, Malia, to the board. Malia's head snapped up. I didn't volunteer. You do now. To the board. Malia groaned. Can I just go to detention too? Ms. Fleming's eye twitched. Solve the problem on the board first. Then you can go to detention. Malia's face brightened. Great. She sent a telepathic message to Allison. Allison, help me. Allison smiled and replied, sure. Malia walked to the board and, with Allison's telepathic guidance, solved the problem seconds after Lydia finished hers. Ms. Fleming nodded. Excellent, Lydia. Excellent, Malia. They returned to their seats. Malia immediately gathered her things and headed for the door. Ms. Fleming blinked. Wait, Malia, where are you going? You said I could go to detention after solving the problem. I did say that, but, okay. I'm off. See you. Malia walked out, leaving the teacher stunned. Malia made her way to the classroom Jacob had unofficially claimed as their personal gaming room. She opened the door to find Jacob and Stiles already deep in a heated game of Mario Kart 7. She grinned and grabbed a controller. Move over. I'm playing Yoshi. Chapter 135, The Funny Guy. At lunchtime, Jacob, Stiles, and Malia emerged from their gaming room, also known as detention, and headed toward the cafeteria. They ran into Principal Thomas in the hallway. Jacob greeted him casually. Hey man. Where've you been? You didn't join us for a game this morning like you usually do. Principal Thomas sighed. I was busy. The parents of that student who mutilated himself were here with the sheriff, asking questions. Now they're talking to our new English teacher, Victoria Argent, and her daughter Allison in my office. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Talking to them about what? The sheriff told me they searched Matt Daler's room and found some disturbing pictures of your girlfriend Allison. Stiles leaned in. What kind of pictures? The room was filled with creepy, photoshopped images of Allison. Matt had taken a lot of pictures of her in various places and digitally inserted himself into them, romantic poses, possessive poses. The whole thing was deeply unsettling. Jacob shrugged, utterly unbothered. Maybe he finally realized he'd never have a chance with Allison and mutilated himself out of frustration. Principal Thomas gave him a flat look. I don't know why he did it, and frankly I don't care. But you kids should be careful. Stalkers like him tend to become violent. They usually end up hurting the people they're obsessed with. Don't worry, Jacob said. We'll be careful. All right. I'm going to have lunch in the detention room. Since my office has been taken over by the sheriff. The three of them shared knowing smiles. Jacob nodded. Okay. Have fun. Principal Thomas headed off to relax in the detention room, and Jacob, Stiles, and Malia continued to the cafeteria. They found Lydia and Erica already seated at their usual table. Jacob slid in beside Lydia just as Allison joined them, settling next to Jacob. Lydia glanced at her. What did Noah want? He wanted to know if I knew Matt Daler. Allison's expression was calm, but her eyes held a flicker of disgust. They found a lot of photos of me in his room. Apparently, he'd been stalking me, taking pictures and editing them to look like we were in a relationship. Lydia turned to Jacob. Did you know he was stalking her? I noticed him taking pictures, Jacob admitted. I didn't know it was that bad. He looked at Allison. What did Victoria say when Noah told her? Allison smiled, a genuine, amused smile. She's pissed. She's still yelling at Matt's parents in the principal's office, telling them why they didn't notice their son is a sick, stalking psychopath. That they're bad parents. That their son belongs in a nut house. She's enjoying herself. Jacob grinned. I'm sure she is. He looked around the cafeteria. Where's Scott? And Derek Spadas? Erica shrugged. We don't know. Scott said he was going to follow Jackson after class, and I haven't seen him since. Stiles grabbed Jacob's arm. Come on. Let's go find him. Why? For all we know, he's just fooling around with his girlfriend. Stiles dragged him up anyway. Just let's go. I feel guilty for leaving him alone watching Jackson all night. As Stiles pulled him toward the exit, Jacob complained, Then go look for him yourself. Why drag me? Come on, he's your stepson. Aren't you worried he might be in trouble? Jacob sighed. He's strong enough to protect himself. They left the cafeteria and Stiles immediately texted Scott. Dude, where are you? Scott replied, Lacrosse field. Monitoring Jackson. They found Scott sitting on the bleachers with Tracy, Isaac, and Boyd, all watching Jackson laugh with his friends on the grass below. Jacob and Stiles climbed up to join them. Scott gestured. We're all in the same class, but let me properly introduce you. He pointed. Jacob, Stiles, this is Isaac and Boyd. Boyd and Isaac both looked at Jacob warily and nodded stiffly. Jacob raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He gave Tracy a small wave. "Hey, Tracy." "Hey," she replied. Jacob moved to the side, sat down and pulled out his phone, scrolling idly. Stiles greeted everyone, then glanced at Jackson, then at Scott. "Did you tell them? About Jackson?" Scott nodded. "Yes." Jacob didn't look up from his phone. "Then you can forget about saving him." Scott frowned. "Why? Can't you feel the anger radiating off Isaac?" Jacob's tone was flat. "He's probably planning to kill Jackson for murdering his father. Derek will definitely try to kill Jackson. And Peter? He'll try to become the Kanima's master, control him for his own purposes." Scott turned to Isaac. "Are you really planning to kill Jackson?" Isaac's jaw tightened. "Yes. He killed my father. He wasn't a good father, but he was still my father." "You can't do that," Scott said. "Jackson's being used. The real killer is the one controlling him." Isaac's eyes flashed. "After I kill Jackson, I'll kill his master too." Stiles gave Isaac a flat look. "Well, genius, if you kill Jackson, you won't be able to find his master." He turned to Scott. "Remind me again, why did you tell them?" Scott rubbed the back of his neck. "Since you didn't show up last night to monitor Jackson with me, I thought they could help." Stiles threw his hands up. "I already apologized, okay?" He glanced at Boyd and Isaac, then back at Scott. "Besides, they can't help you. Isaac wants to kill Jackson. Boyd doesn't look like he even cares. And if there's a fight, they'll just be burdens you have to protect." Boyd's eyes narrowed. "Why would we need Scott's protection? He's just a beta like us. And we don't know who's stronger, him or us." Stiles gave Boyd a pitying look. "Yeah, sure, man. Whatever makes you happy." Boyd didn't like that look. He stood, took a step towards Stiles, and growled low in his chest. He reached out with a clawed hand, aiming for Stiles's shoulder, just to scare him. Stiles smiled. It was not a nice smile. He caught Boyd's wrist mid-reach and began to squeeze. Boyd's eyes widened. He tried to pull free. He couldn't. Stiles squeezed harder and Boyd let out a pained shout. "Ah! Let go." Stiles didn't let go. He added just a little more pressure and Boyd's wrist bones cracked audibly. The beta dropped to his knees, clawing uselessly at Stiles's arm with his other hand. His claws scraped against Stiles's skin and didn't even leave a mark. Stiles leaned down, locking eyes with him. "Don't let your new pitiful powers get to your head, little mutt. Otherwise, you might get yourself killed." Scott stepped in. "All right, Stiles. You made your point. Let him go." Stiles released Boyd's wrist and walked to sit beside Jacob, a satisfied smirk on his face. That felt good. "Now I know why you like bullying people." Jacob looked up from his phone, offended. "Hey, I'm not a bully. Don't slander me." Stiles snorted. "Yeah, right. Tell that to Peter. And the poor bastard who was stalking Allison. And the old guy you made drink magma. And the witch you turned into a bloody mush. And the Yeti. Want me to keep going?" Jacob protested. "All of them provoked me first. I don't go out of my way to bully people. Unlike you. You're a supervillain in the making." Stiles looked genuinely offended. "Hey, I'm not a bad guy." Jacob smirked. "Are you sure? Boyd just tried to scare you and you said you'd kill him." Stiles sputtered. "I was just scaring him." He stopped, reconsidered, then shrugged. "You know what? I bullied him and I felt good. So screw you. If I'm a supervillain in the making, you're already a full-blown supervillain." Jacob just smiled and said nothing. Boyd stood up, cradling his already healing but still aching wrist. He shot Stiles a wary look, then turned and walked away without a word. Isaac followed. Tracy stared at Stiles. "I thought you were a normal human. But apparently you're not. What are you?" Stiles flashed a grin. "I'm the funny guy." Tracy pointed at Jacob. "And him? He's the pervert." Stiles jerked a thumb at Scott. "And your boyfriend's the idiot." Jacob laughed and kept scrolling through his phone. Scott frowned. "Hey, why am I the idiot?" Stiles sighed. "Because if you weren't an idiot, you wouldn't have told Isaac that Jackson is the Kanima who killed his father, and you would have thought it through before telling Derek's betas about Jackson. Now, like Jacob said, Derek's going to try to kill Jackson, and Peter's going to start sneaking around to find a way to control the Kanima himself." Scott scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "I didn't think that far ahead. I thought they'd help me save Jackson." Stiles said. From now on? Don't do the thinking. If you have a thought, run it by me, Jacob, Lydia, or Allison first. And whatever you do, do not run it by Cogman or Malia. Those two will just make things worse. And bloodier. The bell rang, cutting off further discussion. They gathered their things and headed back to class. After school ended, Jacob drove to the mansion. Cogman arrived shortly after to pick up Allison, Lydia, and Malia. Stiles and Scott, meanwhile, went to keep an eye on Jackson. That night in Sarandel, Jacob, Allison, Lydia, Malia, and Melissa gathered in the main living room of the palace. The palace was enormous, and the royal residence, where Jacob and his wife stayed, was strictly off-limits to everyone else. Jacob had made sure Scott, Stiles, Natalie, Noah, and the Argents couldn't teleport there. Privacy was important. Jacob sat on the couch next to Lydia, munching on popcorn, when a translucent system window materialized before his eyes. System reminder event sign-in available. Host can sign in after witnessing Gerard Argent receive the bite from Peter Hale tomorrow. Location: an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. I will guide you there, host. Remaining time: 23 hours. Jocko. B's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Sweet. Another sign-in. Can't wait to see what I get this time. In a great mood, he dismissed the window and turned his attention back to his wives. They were laughing and talking, sharing snacks while watching Friends. Their laughter was genuine and loud, a perfect, peaceful end to the day. Chapter 136, Gerard's Move. While Jacob and his family enjoyed a peaceful evening in Sarandel, across town, a different kind of darkness was gathering. Gerard sat in a hotel room, his missing arm a constant, throbbing reminder of his humiliation. Across from him sat Stanislav Zema, the head of the Zema hunter family, a broad-shouldered old man with cold eyes and a scar on his face that never faded, even though he has supernatural healing. The scar ran from his temple to his jaw. Stanislav's fingers drummed slowly on the table. Henri Laurent and his people were supposed to meet us tonight. They're not answering their phones. Gerard's jaw tightened. They're probably dead. You don't know that. I saw that boy kill a black Shuck and 2 hunters from your family like he was swatting flies, Gerard said flatly. I saw his butler get hit with a rain of bullets, and there wasn't even a scratch on him. If Henri went after them like he said he would yesterday, then he and his entire group of hunters are dead. The only question is how long it took. Stanislav was silent for a long moment. Did you figure out what the kid and his butler are yet? Not yet, Gerard admitted. But I've gathered a list of his family and friends. Maybe we can use them against him. Then what are we waiting for? Stanislav leaned forward. Let's grab a few of his family, torture them, kill them, and send him the heads. I want him to feel the pain of losing someone he loves, just like he killed my brother and his sons. Not yet, Gerard countered. Aside from their names, we don't know anything about his family and friends. What if they're as strong as him? Stanislav smirked. What about your granddaughter? I heard she's his wife. He must love her very much. So how about we start with her? She's just human. If you're confident you can catch her, be my guest. Why don't you lure her somewhere and leave the rest to me? Stanislav suggested. As her grandfather, she'd be willing to meet you if you called. Gerard shook his head. That's not true. I haven't seen her since she was 3. And if I'm right, she was there the night I asked Kate to kill herself. She's probably not human. I think she's the one who severed my arm. Stanislav looked at Gerard with disgust. What a wonderful family you have, old friend. I'll clean my own house soon enough. Gerard leaned forward. Anyway, I'm here because I need 2 of your best hunters for something else. Tomorrow. There's an alpha werewolf I have unfinished business with. Once he's dealt with, I'll have what I need to handle the rest. Stanislav studied him. Last time you borrowed my hunters, they all died. So, although we're friends, you'll have to pay this time. How much? $1 million. Gerard didn't flinch. Done. He stood, adjusted his coat over his empty sleeve, and walked out without another word. Later that night, Gerard gathered a small group of Argent hunters in a private room at the safe house. These were his men, not Chris's. Hunters who shared his extreme views. I want you to catch Peter Hale's betas, Boyd and Isaac, tonight, Gerard ordered. Where are they right now? A hunter stepped forward. We've been monitoring them these past few days like you said, sir. Both Isaac and Boyd are probably still with Derek at the abandoned railway depot in the warehouse district, where they usually meet. He glanced at his watch. But Boyd will be heading home soon. Go. Follow him and take him quietly. Gerard turned to another hunter. Once you have Boyd, use his phone to text Isaac. Lure him somewhere isolated and take him too. I want them both delivered to the warehouse on the outskirts of town alive. Understood? The hunters nodded and moved out. Boyd left the abandoned railway depot alone, as he usually did, and walked home through the dark streets. His mind churned with the afternoon's humiliation. The memory of Stiles crushing his wrist with effortless strength made his blood boil. He had thought that after becoming a werewolf he'd be strong, that except for Derek, no one could harm him. Yet that scrawny human had made him feel like a weakling. And the worst part was that Stiles hadn't even seemed to try. When Boyd had told Derek, the Alpha had simply said, "Don't mess with Jacob and his friends if you want to live longer." Boyd was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the van pull up beside him until the doors slid open. Hands grabbed him, gloved, efficient, fast. Before he could shift or fight back, a taser was jammed into his ribs. Electricity coursed through his body. He felt something stab his neck, and a liquid entered his bloodstream. Then the world went black. When Boyd woke, he found himself chained to a metal support beam in an abandoned warehouse. Thick electrical cables were wrapped around his wrists and ankles, humming with a low, menacing current. Beside him, still unconscious, Isaac hung from similar restraints. Boyd's head throbbed painfully. He tested his bonds cautiously. The moment he moved, a jolt of electricity shot through him, making his muscles seize uncontrollably. He gasped and went still. A door creaked open somewhere in the darkness. Gerard walked in, his footsteps slow and deliberate on the concrete floor. Behind him, two hunters stood guard, their expressions blank. "Ah, you're awake." Gerard smiled, a thin, cruel expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Good. We have a lot to talk about." Isaac stirred, groaning. His eyes aired open, then widened in horror as he took in his surroundings. "What the?" Isaac started, but another jolt of electricity cut him off mid-sentence. "Quiet," Gerard said pleasantly. "I'll ask the questions." He walked to a small table covered in equipment, 4 bags filled with purple liquid, electrical controls with multiple switches, and an array of surgical tools laid out like a silver nightmare. He picked up a remote and pressed a button without hesitation. Both Boyd and Isaac screamed as electricity coursed through them, their bodies arching against the restraints. When he finally released the button, they hung limply, panting, their skin slick with sweat. "Now then," Gerard said, setting the remote down and picking up a tablet. "Let's start. Tell me everything you know about your Alpha, Derek Hale. And does he know a kid named Jacob Alexander? How close are they?" Boyd mustered what strength he had and spat on the floor at Gerard's feet. Gerard's eyes hardened. He pressed the button again. Longer this time. The warehouse filled with the sound of their screams, echoing off the walls. When it stopped, Isaac's head hung low, drool dripping from his lips. Boyd's muscles twitched uncontrollably, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Gerard repeated this 3 more times, but Boyd and Isaac didn't say a word. Through the pain, through the electricity, they remained silent. "Not talkers," Gerard mused, almost admiringly. "Pity." He gestured to one of the hunters. "Hook them up to the wolfsbane drips." "Deluded, I don't want them dead. Yet." The hunters moved efficiently, inserting 4 lines into Boyd and Isaac's arms. The moment the wolfsbane entered their bloodstreams, both werewolves convulsed violently. Their eyes rolled back, and soon they lost consciousness as the poison weakened their already exhausted bodies. Gerard watched for a moment, his expression unreadable, then turned and walked toward the door. He paused, pulling out his phone. He dialed. Derek answered on the second ring. "Hello?" "Hello, Derek," Gerard said with a chuckle. "Gerard Argent here. I have 2 of your betas, Boyd and Isaac. They're alive. For now." Derek's voice went cold. "If you hurt them." "I'll hurt them as much as I want," Gerard interrupted smoothly. "But if you want them to stay alive, you'll do exactly as I say. Tomorrow. Alone. No pack. No friends. And especially," his voice dropped to a venomous whisper, "no Jacob. You tell that boy about this and I'll kill them both." Slowly. A long pause. Then Derek said, his voice tight with restrained fury, "Where?" I'll send you the location tomorrow. Be ready. Gerard hung up without waiting for a response. He looked back at the unconscious Boyd and Isaac one last time, his eyes cold and satisfied, before leaving the warehouse and walking out into the night. The next morning in Sarandel, Jacob trained with his wives as usual, pushing their abilities to new heights in the endless fields behind the palace. After a satisfying session and a relaxing bath, they all gathered in the grand dining room for breakfast. The table was full: Jacob, Allison, Lydia, Malia, Melissa, Kitty, Stiles, Scott, Noah, Chris, Victoria, and Natalie all seated together. Laughter and conversation flowed as freely as the food, creating a warm atmosphere that felt like home. The topic inevitably turned to Matt. Victoria looked at Jacob with undisguised approval. "I love what you did to Matt. That was a fitting punishment for that creepy little stalker." Jacob smiled. "Thanks. I thought so too." Melissa added, "They had to remove his testicles yesterday." The doctors and nurses were completely baffled. Both testicles had been completely crushed. Turned into mush, basically. She shook her head. They kept wondering what could possibly make someone crush their own testicles like that. Noah, however, fixed Jacob with a disapproving stare across the table. "You can't just hurt people like that, Jacob. Yes, he was a stalker, but that..." "Dad." Stiles cut him off firmly. "Don't. Jacob will tolerate a lot of things, but not someone stalking one of his wives. I've seen him deal with idiots who were brave enough to hit on Allison, Lydia, or Malia." Scott added, "But he doesn't really hurt them." Noah frowned, clearly unconvinced. "Then why hurt Matt like that?" Jacob shrugged, his expression neutral. "I just don't like him. He feels evil to me." He shifted the subject smoothly, turning to Melissa. "Anyway, let's not waste more time on that idiot. Did you finish buying the hospital?" Melissa brightened. "Yes, we agreed on the price. Now I just need to finalize the paperwork and transfer the funds. It should be officially mine within the week." Natalie leaned in, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "How much did you pay for it?" Melissa smiled, still seeming slightly amazed by the whole ordeal. "They wanted 400 million at first. But Cogman," she glanced at the butler, who stood silently nearby, "he knew exactly what he was doing. He pointed out all the hospital's debts, the outdated equipment, the need for new doctors, the building repairs. He kept bargaining until we got it for 250 million. Natalie's eyebrows shot up. "He lowered it by 150 million? That's incredible." Cogman allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. "I am proficient in negotiation, madame." Noah raised his coffee cup in a toast. "Congratulations, Melissa." Melissa said, "Thanks, but honestly, I'm way out of my league here." Jacob took her hand and squeezed gently. "Don't worry. Cogman will help you hire a great medical director. We'll make the hospital profitable and do all the charity work you want. You'll be fine." Melissa's expression softened as she looked at him. "Thanks, Jay." Breakfast wound down, and since it was still too early for school or work, everyone scattered to their own activities. Les and Scott retreated to their rooms to catch up on sleep. They'd spent all night monitoring Jackson, and exhaustion had finally caught up with them. Noah and Natalie took a leisurely walk through the palace gardens, marveling at the impossible beauty of Sarandel. Allison accompanied her parents to their private residence within the palace, eager to spend some quality time with them. Lydia, Malia, and Melissa headed out to check on the animals, with little Sapphira, now more active and curious than ever, perched happily on Lydia's shoulder. Jacob retreated to his gaming room, Kitty lounging beside him on the couch as they dove into an intense co-op session. The screen flashed with explosions as they coordinated attacks, Kitty's focus absolute despite her relaxed posture. They were mid-boss fight when the door opened. Cogman entered, his expression serious. "Sir, we need to talk." Jacob paused the game, ignoring Kitty's protests. He patted her head absently, a silent promise to return to the fight, and turned to Cogman. "What's up?" "Gerard met with the Zemas yesterday," Cogman reported. "Then he kidnapped Vernon Boyd and Isaac Leahy. They're being held captive in a warehouse on the outskirts of town. He called Derek and instructed him to come alone to save them. Today. Do you know what time?" "Gerard hasn't given Derek the location or time yet. He's keeping him waiting." Jacob nodded slowly. "I see." Cogman tilted his head. "Are we going to intervene, sir?" "Not yet." Jacob's voice was calm. Keep monitoring Gerard and Derek. I want to be there when they finally face each other. Cogman gave a slight bow. As you wish, sir. He turned and left the room silently. Kitty looked up at Jacob, her tail flicking with impatience. Can we finish our game now? Jacob smirked and grabbed his controller. Sure. They resumed their game, the looming confrontation pushed aside for now. Chapter 137, Walking into the Trap. The school day passed in the usual blur of lectures. Jacob, Stiles, Scott, and the girls endured it with varying degrees of patience. At lunch, they gathered at their usual table. Tracy joined them, squeezing in next to Scott. Stiles looked around, then at Tracy. Hey, where are Isaac and Boyd? They didn't show up today. Tracy frowned. I don't know. I haven't seen them either. Scott shrugged. Maybe they're just skipping after you bullied Boyd yesterday, Stiles. Stiles snorted. He started it. Jacob knew that Isaac and Boyd had been kidnapped, but he kept the information to himself. Soon the conversation drifted to other topics, and they forgot about Boyd and Isaac. When the final bell rang, the group dispersed. Allison, Lydia, and Malia climbed into the Rolls-Royce where Cogman waited patiently as always. Jacob glanced at the translucent system window hovering at the edge of his vision, event sign and reminder time remaining until the face-off between Gerard Argent and Derek Hale. 3 hours, he dismissed it, swung a leg over his Ducati, and the engine roared to life as he sped off toward the mansion. Stiles and Erica headed to the mechanic to pick up his freshly repaired Jeep. Scott and Tracy walked toward his car, ready to head out, when a black Camaro pulled up beside them. The window rolled down, revealing Derek's tense face. Scott, I need your help. Scott blinked. What kind of help? Not here. Derek's eyes flicked to Tracy. Both of you. Follow me to the loft. Before Scott could argue, Derek rolled up the window and drove off. Scott exchanged a look with Tracy, shrugged, and they followed. Derek's loft was its usual blend of industrial chic and barely concealed desperation. When Scott and Tracy entered, they found Peter lounging on the couch, a drink in his hand, looking far too comfortable for someone who'd lost his alpha spark and nearly died not long ago. Peter's eyes landed on Scott, and his head tilted. You seem different. Scott smirked. Hello, Rocket Man, haven't seen you since that night. You look good. Tracy leaned closer to Scott, whispering, Rocket Man? Scott cupped a hand around his mouth and stage whispered. When Jacob healed him, the medicine made people uncontrollably fart. Peter here ran around the woods naked and farting. Jacob even kicked him and made him fly through the air like a human rocket. Despite the whisper, both Derek and Peter caught every word. Tracy's eyes went wide. She looked at Peter, lips pressed together, fighting not to laugh. Peter didn't seem to care much, he simply shrugged. A small price to pay for keeping my life. Derek, who had his own unpleasant memories of expired senzu beans, cleared his throat awkwardly and steered the conversation back on track. Gerard has Isaac and Boyd. He kidnapped them last night. Scott's smirk vanished. What? Derek's jaw tightened. He called me. Told me to come alone to save them. No pack. No friends. Scott shook his head. Jacob, Kate Deaton, they all say the same thing about Gerard. Evil, cunning, ruthless. He'll sacrifice anyone to win. This is a trap, Derek. We should call Jacob. Peter nodded knowingly from the couch. Listen to the kid, Derek. Remember what happened to Deucalion when he trusted Gerard? The man doesn't play fair. He doesn't play at all, he just wins. Derek shook his head. He said if I told Jacob he'd kill them. Peter said, then forget about saving them. Derek said, I'm not leaving Isaac and Boyd to die. I'm not like you, Peter. Peter shrugged. Then good luck. I'm not going. Derek's eyes flashed red. You're coming with me, Peter. Whether you like it or not. Peter raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Derek looked at Tracy. And you're coming too. Then his gaze shifted to Scott. And since Tracy's coming, you need to protect her, so you're coming as well. Scott's eyes narrowed. You think you're clever, don't you? What if I don't want her going at all? Derek's voice hardened. She goes where I say. She's my beta. And in case you've forgotten, I'm stronger than you now. Scott's lips curved into a slow, confident smirk. His eyes flared red, deep, steady, undeniable. Are you sure about that? The room went silent. Tracy stared. Peter's drink paused halfway to his lips. Derek's expression shifted from cunning confidence to disbelief. Peter recovered first. How? Derek's mind raced, then landed on the impossible truth. A true alpha? You're a true alpha? Scott nodded, the red in his eyes never wavering. Yes. So do you still think you're stronger than me? Tracy looked between them, lost. What's a true alpha? Peter set his drink down, his tone almost reverent. A rare type of werewolf who becomes an alpha through sheer willpower, virtue, and character, not by killing another alpha. I never thought the beta I created on a whim would become one. Derek exhaled slowly. I'm still taking Tracy. She's my beta, Scott. Scott turned to Tracy. How about you join my pack instead? Tracy hesitated, caught between the two. She looked at Scott, then at Derek. I can't betray Derek. He gave me these powers. And Isaac and Boyd are my friends. I want to help rescue them. Scott's expression flickered, hurt, disappointment, resignation. He didn't like it, but he understood. Okay. His voice was quiet. I get it. And if you're going, I'm coming too. Tracy smiled and reached for his hand. Thanks, Scott. Scott smiled back, but it was tight, strained. He pulled his hand away gently and tucked it into his pocket. He looked at Derek. So, when are we going? Derek watched the exchange with knowing eyes. Gerard hasn't given me the time or location yet. He'll call soon. Scott nodded. Let me know when he does. I need to get to work. He turned and walked out without looking back. The door slid shut behind him. Tracy fidgeted, guilt written across her face. I feel like I did something wrong. Derek, are you angry? Scott seemed angry too. Derek sighed, rubbing his temples. You didn't do anything wrong. Scott's just a jealous teenager. He'll calm down. Peter smirked. Well, Derek. You just gained a loyal beta and lost a true alpha's goodwill in one conversation. He clearly didn't appreciate her choosing you over him. They won't last, and I doubt Scott will be rushing to help you again. Derek shot him a warning glare. Shut up, Peter. Peter opened his mouth, clearly ready to add another sarcastic comment, but one look from Derek made him raise both hands and surrender. Fine, fine. I'll shut up. After hanging out with his wives for a while in the living room of the mansion, Jacob glanced at the countdown in his system window. Half an hour remained until the face-off between Gerard and Derek. He stood, kissed Malia, Lydia, and Melissa, then scooped Allison into his arms and teleported to Serendel. They found Cogman in the kitchen, already hard at work preparing dinner. Cogman, Jacob said, did you get the time and location yet? For Derek and Gerard's meeting? Cogman paused mid-chop. Not yet, sir. He stopped abruptly, his eyes glazing over for a moment as he connected to the digital world. Wait. Derek and Gerard are talking right now. Give me a moment. Allison slid down from Jacob's arms. What's going on? Jacob explained quickly. Gerard's kidnapping of Boyd and Isaac, the borrowed Zema hunters, the looming confrontation. We're going to watch. I want you to see just how truly evil your grandfather is. Allison nodded. Cogman's eyes snapped back into focus. Sir, they're meeting in half an hour. But Derek isn't going alone, he's bringing his entire pack. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Gerard specifically told him to come alone yesterday. Indeed. But Derek just informed Gerard that he would not come alone. He said that if Gerard didn't agree, then he wouldn't come at all, and Gerard could go ahead and kill Isaac and Boyd. Gerard agreed. Allison frowned. That's cruel. Derek's sacrificing them? Jacob shook his head. No. Gerard's real goal is Derek himself. Derek knows that. Allison considered this, then nodded slowly. So Derek's calling his bluff. You could say that, but it's not exactly a bluff. Gerard will definitely kill Isaac and Boyd, but not until he gets what he wants. I see. Cogman sent the location of the warehouse to Jacob's phone. Jacob, of course, already had the location from the system, but he played along. He nodded at Cogman and said, Thanks. You can finish cooking now. Cogman's face fell. Wait, can I come with you? No. We're not going to fight. We're just going to watch the fun. So stay here and cook obediently. Cogman sighed dramatically and resumed chopping vegetables, with perhaps a bit more force than necessary. Jacob shook his head, then took Allison's hand. Let's go get your parents. They teleported directly to the Argent house in Beacon Hills and knocked on the door. Victoria opened it, surprise flickering across her face before settling into a warm smile. "Hey kids. We were just about to head to Sarandel for dinner." Allison smiled back, though her eyes were serious. "Something came up, Mom. Is Dad here?" "Inside. Come in." They stepped inside and quickly filled Chris and Victoria in on the situation. Gerard, the kidnapped betas, the Zema hunters, the imminent confrontation. Within minutes, all four of them were heading toward the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. They arrived at a safe distance and settled into position, hidden by shadows and Jacob's telekinetic shield. While they waited, Jacob thought to the system, "System, sign in." Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 200 coins, a pair of slippers, fudgy brownies x60. Jacob's eyes lit up at the last line. He reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out a brownie, taking a large bite. "Oh, these are delicious," he thought. Allison noticed. "What are you eating?" "A brownie." She held out her hand. "Give me one." Jacob handed one over. Allison took a bite and her eyes widened. "Delicious. Do you have any milk?" "I have cold milk, and hot chocolate milk." "Which one do you want?" "Hot chocolate milk, please." Jacob produced a steaming cup and handed it to her, then pulled out a cup of hot milk for himself. Victoria and Chris watched their daughter and son-in-law casually enjoying snacks while waiting for a life-or-death confrontation. Chris cleared his throat pointedly. Allison glanced at him, then at Jacob. "Give Mom and Dad some." "Don't be rude." Jacob shrugged and handed out brownies and drinks. Soon all four of them were nibbling contentedly, as if they were at a picnic rather than a stakeout. 10 minutes later, a convoy of vehicles pulled up to the warehouse. Derek, Peter, Scott, and Tracy stepped out and disappeared inside. Allison asked, "Did you know that Scott was with them?" Jacob's expression flickered with surprise. "No, he didn't tell me anything." Chris straightened. "All right. Let's sneak in." Jacob wrapped them all in his telekinesis and lifted them silently to the warehouse roof. He found a hole, likely from years of neglect, and guided them through, landing softly on the second-floor rafters. From their shadowy perch, they had a perfect view of the scene below. Isaac and Boyd hung limply from chains, hooked up to electrical wires and wolfsbane IVs. Their faces were pale, their bodies slack with suffering. In front of them stood Gerard, flanked by 6 Argent hunters and 2 strong-looking men, the Zema hunters. Facing them were Derek, Peter, Scott, and Tracy. The warehouse was silent. Gerard's lips curled into a thin, satisfied smile. "Gentlemen. And lady." His gaze swept over them, lingering on Derek. "I'm so glad you could make it." Chapter 138, Gerard Argent. Gerard's evil smile grew wider across his weathered face. He paced slowly before the chained forms of Isaac and Boyd, his voice carrying through the warehouse with theatrical disdain. 6 years ago, Derek, you should have died with the rest of your filthy family. But my incompetent daughter, Kate, failed to finish the job." He stopped pacing, fixing Derek with a cold stare. "But I am not Kate. I don't make mistakes. And I don't leave loose ends." Derek's eyes burned red. "Let them go, Gerard. They are just innocent kids. This is between us." "Oh, this is between us, all right." Gerard's voice dropped to a venomous whisper. "But I'm not letting them go. Not until you're dead." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The 6 Argent hunters raised their rifles and opened fire. The warehouse erupted in gunfire. Derek and Peter moved with supernatural speed, weaving between bullets, closing the distance toward the hunters. Tracy stumbled back in panic, but Scott was already there, shielding her with his body, guiding her behind a thick metal support beam. Bullets struck Scott's back, his arms, his legs. He felt pain, but the bullets didn't penetrate his skin. The Hulk serum had done its work. Tracy stared, wide-eyed. You're not even bleeding." Scott gave her a tight smile, focused on keeping her safe. Meanwhile, Derek and Peter tore through the hunters. Claws and fangs met flesh and bone. Within minutes, 4 of them lay dead or dying on the warehouse floor. Only 2 hunters remained and walked back to stand near Gerard, their weapons raised but their hands trembling. And behind them, the 2 Zema hunters watched, unmoving, unimpressed, their arms crossed over their chests. Above them, hidden in the shadows of the second floor, Jacob's eyes narrowed. He turned his gaze toward the warehouse walls, not seeing through them but feeling what lay beyond. Allison noticed his shift in focus. "What's wrong?" "There are people surrounding the warehouse," Jacob said quietly. "I don't know if they're with Gerard or not, but from the energy radiating off them they're Boggiters." Chris asked, "The rest of the Zema family?" Jacob nodded, a slow, dangerous smile curving his lips. "Yes. This is going to be fun." Below, Gerard glanced at the two Zema hunters behind him with barely concealed irritation. "I didn't bring you here to watch." The larger of the two snorted, unimpressed. But they stepped forward anyway, drawing their swords. White energy flared along the blades, humming with power. Derek's eyes widened. Recognition hit him like a punch to the gut. "Peter? Be careful. Those are Boggiters." Peter's smug expression evaporated. "What?" He glared at Derek. "I knew I shouldn't have come here. We're all going to die. Shut up and fight." The Boggiters attacked. They moved with brutal efficiency, their energy-coated swords leaving trails of white light. Derek dodged the first strike, but the second caught him across the ribs, a deep burning gash that smoked as it tried to heal. Peter fared worse. He wasn't as fast as Derek, and the Boggiter he faced was as strong as him. Peter's claws scraped uselessly against the hunter's energy shield. In desperation, he dove for the assault rifles dropped by the dead hunters, rolling and firing in one motion. The bullets forced the Boggiter back, buying precious seconds. After fighting for a while, Derek, bleeding from half a dozen wounds, finally saw an opening. He feinted left, then lunged right, driving his claws through his opponent's throat. The Boggiter gurgled, dropped his sword and covered his throat and distanced himself from Derek, trying to buy time to heal. But how could Derek let him heal? He closed the distance between them and drove his claws into the Boggiter's chest, piercing his heart and killing him. But Derek wasn't doing too well either. The wounds from the energy blade were too deep, his healing was struggling to keep up. Peter was losing. His opponent pressed forward, sword swinging, energy shield raised. Peter fired wildly, backing away, but the hunter kept coming. Gerard saw his moment. He raised a pistol, loaded with wolfsbane rounds, and fired. The bullet tore into Derek's leg. He roared, collapsing to the ground as the wound blackened and burned. He tore his pants and looked at it, watching as the injury refused to heal. Black veins began spreading slowly from the wound, the poison creeping through his flesh. "Damn it," he snarled. "The old bastard used Nordic blue monk's hood." Gerard smirked triumphantly. Derek, still on the ground, snarled and tried to push himself up. Gerard aimed the pistol at Boyd. His voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Stop, or I'll blow his head off." Derek froze. Peter, still fighting, shouted, "Derek, don't listen to him." Derek ignored him, eyes locked on Gerard. "What do you want?" "Let my men tie you up." "Not happening." Without a word, Gerard fired a normal bullet from his gun. Boyd screamed as a bullet tore into his stomach. Derek's eyes went wide. "Stop." Gerard fired again. Isaac convulsed, a second bullet punching into his abdomen. Derek's hands clenched into fists. "Okay. Stop. Stop. I'll do it." Peter's voice rose above the gunfire as he continued firing at the Boggiter. "Derek, don't. They're not worth it." But Derek was already surrendering. "Release them and I'll let you tie me." Gerard chuckled, a low, evil sound. "You don't seem to understand the situation." He shot Boyd in the leg. Boyd howled in agony. "You either do as I say or I kill them. Simple as that." Derek's shoulders sagged. Defeat burned in his eyes. Above, Allison gripped Jacob's arm. "Jay, we should help them." Jacob's expression was calm, almost detached. "Not yet. What are we waiting for?" He glanced at Chris and Victoria, who watched in grim silence. "I want Chris to see exactly what kind of man his father is." Chris and Victoria didn't respond. Their eyes remained fixed on the scene below. Derek's voice was hollow with defeat. "Fine. You can tie me." Gerard nodded to the two hunters beside him. They approached Derek cautiously, one of them holding a rope laced with wolfsbane. Just as he reached for Derek's wrists, Derek's hand shot out and clamped around the hunter's throat. The other hunter stumbled back toward Gerard. Derek's eyes blazed red. "Release them or I'll kill him." Gerard's face twisted with rage. "Useless trash." He raised his pistol and shot the captured hunter in the head. The man died in Derek's hands. Gerard immediately aimed at Isaac. You made your choice, Derek. Derek's defiance crumbled. He released the corpse, hands rising. Wait, I won't struggle again. Gerard glanced at the remaining hunter, the one who'd retreated, and sneered. Well? Go on. Tie him up. I can't do it myself. I only have one hand. The hunter didn't move. He stared at the body of the man Gerard had just killed, his face pale with shock and growing fury. Why did you kill him? He was a liability. The hunter's voice cracked. He is my brother. Gerard corrected flatly. You mean to say he was your brother? The hunter blinked. Huh. Gerard sighed, utterly indifferent. Oh well. He raised his pistol and shot the man between the eyes. Gerard then raised his voice, addressing the shadows where Scott and Tracy hid. You two? Come out or I'll shoot your friends. Scott's jaw tightened. He whispered to Tracy, stay here. Then he stepped out, walking toward Derek. As he moved, Peter scrambled past him, diving for cover. The Bogator who'd been fighting Peter pursued, and swung his energy-coated sword at Scott. Scott didn't even flinch. He sidestepped casually, then drove his fist into the Bogator's chest. The hunter flew backward, slammed into a wall, and collapsed with broken ribs, vomiting blood. Gerard's eyes flickered with surprise, but he recovered quickly. He pointed at the wolfsbane-laced rope near Derek. Tie him. Now. Scott glanced at the gun aimed at Isaac, weighing the distance. Could I move fast enough to save Isaac? Derek said. Scott, do it. Scott picked up the rope and bound Derek's hands. The rope burned Derek's skin, but no one noticed that the rope had no effect on Scott. His legs too, Gerard ordered. Scott obeyed. When he finished, Gerard gestured with the gun. Now back away. Scott stepped back, positioning himself between Gerard and Tracy's location. Gerard walked to Derek, gun pressed against his temple. He leaned close, his voice a triumphant whisper. Now, give me the bite. Derek's eyes widened in shock. Above, Allison gasped softly. That's what he really wants? But he told Kate to kill herself after he learned she was a shapeshifter. Why go through all this to get the bite himself? Chris exhaled heavily, understanding dawning. I understand the real reason he came to Beacon Hills now. He wants to cure his cancer by becoming a shapeshifter. The bite is his only hope. Victoria's voice was cold. I knew he was extreme, but I never thought he'd stoop this low. Becoming the very thing he's hunted his whole life. Jacob's smirk returned. I told you. That old man is evil. He killed his own people in cold blood, ordered his daughter to kill herself when he found out what she'd become, and now he wants to join the monsters he despises to extend his life. He paused, eyes gleaming. But he's not surviving tonight. Chris turned to him. Just don't let Cogman have him. Kill him yourself. Make it quick. And burn the body. Jacob raised a brow. What? He shook his head. No. You got it all wrong. It's not me who's going to kill him. He gestured vaguely toward the warehouse walls. Did you forget? The Zema family is waiting outside. They hate supernatural creatures. And Gerard is about to become one. Chris frowned. Oh, I forgot about them. If I'm right, Gerard probably has a plan to deal with the Zema family, even if he doesn't know yet that they're outside. At the very least, he would have made a plan to get rid of the 2 Bogators he brought with him. Jacob smiled, clearly enjoying the show. Let's just keep watching. Below, Gerard pressed the gun harder against Derek's temple. Hurry up. We don't have all night. Then he turned and fired a shot into Boyd's leg. Boyd screamed. Derek snarled, but Gerard just aimed the gun back at his head. Peter hissed from behind Scott. Derek, don't. Derek's eyes closed. When they opened, his fangs had extended, then he bit down hard on Gerard's leg. Gerard roared in pain as Derek's jaws clamped down, before shaking his head and throwing the old man aside. Scott? Help me. Scott was already moving. He sliced through the ropes binding Derek with his claws. Then, together with Tracy and Peter, they rushed to Isaac and Boyd, cutting them free and dragging them to relative safety. Gerard lay on the ground, clutching his leg, but his face split into a manic grin. Above, a translucent screen materialized before Jacob's eyes. You have witnessed Gerard Argent receive the bite. You may now sign in, host. Jacob smiled. Great. But keep it for later, system. Right now I want to watch the fun. Gerard pushed himself up, ignoring Derek and his pack completely. He stared at the bleeding bite mark on his leg, then threw his head back and laughed, a triumphant, insane sound. Finally, he breathed. Finally. Derek's eyes burned with fury. Now you have no bargaining chips. Are you ready to die, old man? Gerard's laughter didn't stop. It faded into a cruel, knowing smile. Do you really think I came here without a plan to leave? Before Derek could respond, movement drew everyone's attention. The Zema hunter, the one Scott had sent flying into the wall, pushed himself to his feet. His broken ribs had already healed, though blood still stained his lips. He walked toward Gerard, his expression cold and deadly. So, the Bogator said, his voice thick with contempt, becoming a monster was your plan all along. Sir Stanislav warned us about you. He said you were an evil, cunning old bastard who couldn't be trusted. Gerard watched him approach, his hand sliding subtly behind his back toward a gun tucked into his waistband. The Bogator stopped a few feet away. You know what I have to do now, don't you, Gerard? Gerard nodded slowly, his expression almost sorrowful. I know. You have to kill me. But I hope you can understand what I have to do. The Bogator's eyes narrowed, suspicion flaring, but it was too late. Gerard's hand snapped forward, gun raised, and fired. The Bogator tried to dodge, but he couldn't. The bullet tore into his shoulder. He stumbled back, gasping, as black veins began spreading rapidly from the wound. He clutched the injury, his face contorting in agony. Rusted bullet, he choked out, glaring at Gerard with pure hatred. Gerard walked toward him, gun still aimed. Yes. The Bogator's lips curled into a bloody smile. Even if you kill me, you won't live past tonight. Gerard didn't waste words. He pressed the gun to the Bogator's temple and fired. Another rusted bullet. The hunter crumpled, dead before he hit the ground. Peter watched the exchange with growing unease. He took a step back toward the exit. I think we should leave. Now. Gerard doesn't look like he's the one at a disadvantage here. Scott shook his head, his eyes fixed on the warehouse walls. We can't leave. Tracy frowned. Why not? Derek's voice was grim. Listen. They fell silent. And then they heard it, multiple heartbeats, the soft shuffle of feet, the whisper of movement just beyond the walls. Derek's eyes widened. There are people outside. We are surrounded. Chapter 139, Gerard's Fall. Gerard stood triumphant, the bite mark on his leg already beginning to darken as the transformation stirred within him. His cold eyes focused on Derek. But while Gerard was fixated on him, Derek, Scott, and the others were concentrating on the people they'd heard outside the warehouse. Gerard's lips curled into an evil smirk. You don't think my plan was just to get the bite, do you, Derek? Derek's focus snapped back to Gerard, his eyes wary. No, no, no. Gerard shook his head slowly, savoring the moment. I want everything from you. Your life. The lives of your pack. And most importantly, your alpha spark. He sighed theatrical. But I can't take it yet. I need to wait until my transformation is complete tomorrow. So none of you are leaving here tonight. I'll capture you and you'll watch helplessly as I kill your pack on. By one. Then tomorrow. I'll take your spark and end you myself. He laughed, a cold, triumphant sound, and reached into his pocket for a small remote. A gas made of concentrated wolfsbane waited in the vents above, ready to weaken the werewolves and leave them defenseless. But before his finger could press the button, the main entrance doors creaked open. A man walked in. He was old but built like a warrior who had never stopped fighting. A scar ran from his temple to his jaw, and his cold eyes swept the room with predatory calm. Behind him walked two hunters, swords ready. And behind them, 9 more filed in, fanning out to surround the space. Stanislav Zema had arrived. Scott instinctively pushed Tracy behind him, backing away from the advancing hunters. Derek and the others followed suit, retreating toward the corner of the warehouse, watching, waiting. Stanislav's cold gaze flicked over them for a brief moment, acknowledging their presence, deeming them irrelevant for now, then settled on Gerard. So, Stanislav said, his voice deep and calm, this was your plan, old friend. Gerard didn't panic. He met Stanislav's gaze with equal coldness. Why are you here? Stanislav shrugged. Because I know what kind of man you are. I don't trust you. But I never thought your real goal was to become a filthy beast. Gerard's jaw tightened. I have cancer. Death is knocking on my door. To heal myself, I had no choice. Given the choice to live, no one chooses death. I am no different. Stanislav's expression didn't change. I'm not surprised. Only disappointed. He took a step forward. You know what I have to do now, old friend? I have to kill you. Kill your entire family. Make an example of you so no hunter family ever thinks of joining the monsters again, or accepts members who become them. Gerard reached into his pocket and pulled out a small remote. You do what you have to do. I'll do what I have to do. Stanislav's eyes narrowed. Kill him. The two hunters beside him lunged forward. Gerard pressed the button. Massive industrial fans bolted to the warehouse walls roared to life. Black dust erupted from hidden vents, filling the air in seconds. One of the Zema hunters near the entrance inhaled sharply and collapsed, convulsing, choking, black veins spreading across his face. It's rusted iron dust, another hunter shouted, covering his mouth. Cover your faces. Don't breathe. The boggiters scrambled, tearing strips of fabric to cover their eyes, noses, and mouths. But the dust was everywhere, settling on their skin, burning like acid, seeping into their lungs. They tried to use energy shields to protect themselves, but the shields flickered and died. Their enhanced strength wavered. Gerard moved. He crossed to a crate in the corner, throwing it open to reveal 3 gleaming desert eagles. He tucked 2 into his belt, raised the third, and fired at Stanislav. The shot was precise. But Stanislav, even blinded and burning, felt the danger. He grabbed the nearest hunter and jerked him into the path of the bullet. The hunter screamed as the rusted round tore into his chest. Stanislav hurled the dying man at Gerard with supernatural strength, then dove behind a thick metal support beam. Gerard dodged the flying body and fired again. Soon 2 more hunters died, and another 2 screamed as bullets hit them, making them forget to cover their mouths. They inhaled the rusted dust, collapsed, and convulsed on the ground. The remaining boggiters scattered, diving behind beams and crates, desperately trying to shield themselves from the relentless gunfire. Derek and his group tried to take advantage of the chaos and run, but Gerard's wild shots pinned them down. They were trapped. One brave hunter spotted the battery bank powering the fans. He sprinted toward it, ignoring the burning dust, and ripped the cables free with his hands. The fans whirred to a stop. The dust began to settle. Gerard cursed and bolted for the exit. But Stanislav was faster. A dagger, coated in white energy, flew from his hand and buried itself in Gerard's arm, tearing through flesh, shattering bone. Gerard screamed, the desert eagle slipping from his nerveless fingers and clattering to the floor. Stanislav walked toward him, his face a mask of bloody, healing wounds from the iron dust. He showed no emotion, no triumph, no satisfaction. Only cold resolve. As expected from you, old friend, Stanislav said quietly. You put up a good fight. Gerard glared at him, pain and hatred burning in his eyes. Stanislav drew his sword. Let me do you one last favor before you turn into a monster. Let me kill you as Gerard Argent the Hunter. He swung. Gerard's head separated from his body and rolled across the warehouse floor. From above, in the shadows of the second floor, Chris watched in silence. His jaw was tight, his eyes fixed on the headless corpse of his father. Victoria's hand found his and squeezed, once hard. Allison took his other hand. I guess this is a good end for Gerard, she said softly. Chris exhaled slowly. I guess. Then his gaze shifted to Stanislav, cold resolve hardening his features. But I'm going to kill that old bastard. After killing Gerard, Stanislav walked to his injured hunters. They lay on the ground, rusted bullets in their chests, their faces burned and blistered from the iron dust. Their supernatural healing wasn't working, the rust had poisoned them too deeply. Stanislav showed no emotion. He drew his sword again and stabbed each one through the heart, ending their suffering efficiently. Then he turned his cold gaze to Derek and the others, who were trying to slip away in the chaos. Kill the wolves, Stanislav ordered. The 6 surviving Zema hunters focused on Derek's group, hatred and disgust twisting their features as they advanced. Stanislav himself held back, his eyes locked on Scott. Something about that boy feels wrong. Dangerous. Better to keep my distance. Derek shifted, fur sprouting along his jaw as his eyes blazed red. He roared and prepared to attack, Scott's hand clamped down on his shoulder. Protect Tracy. Leave the rest to me. Before Derek could argue, Scott stepped forward to face the hunters. He looked at Stanislav, his voice calm but firm. I don't like to fight. And I don't want to kill. So walk away. Leave this town while you still can. Stanislav's eyes narrowed. Be careful. Something's off about that kid. Kill him quickly. The 6 Boggiters coated their swords with white energy and attacked. Scott's eyes flashed red. You brought this upon yourselves. He moved. The Boggiters couldn't follow his speed. He flowed between them like water, dodging their energy-coated blades with contemptuous ease. Each punch he threw landed with devastating force. When they raised energy shields, his fists punched through them like paper. Within seconds, all 6 hunters were on the ground, legs broken, arms shattered, ribs caved in. But they were Boggiters. They soon healed and stood. They exchanged glances, then nodded. For turned back to Scott. 2 broke away and charged toward Derek and the others. Scott raised his hand. Fire gathered in his palm, then shot out at blinding speed, a Fur-Aga spell. It struck one of the 2 hunters charging past him square in the back and exploded, burning and sending both men flying past Derek's group to smash into the far wall. The warehouse fell silent for a heartbeat as everyone stared in shock at Scott. Derek recovered first. Peter? Finish them before they heal. Peter's lips curved into a cruel smile. With pleasure. He walked to the 2 severely injured Boggiters and drove his clawed hands into their chests, ripping out their hearts. The 4 hunters still facing Scott charged again. Scott met them without flinching. Within moments they were back on the ground, alive but broken. Stanislav's face paled. Fear flickered in his cold eyes, though he fought to hide it. He raised a hand. Stop. The 4 hunters dragged themselves to their feet and limped back to him. Stanislav studied Scott, his voice carefully controlled. What are you? Scott smirked. I'm a werewolf. Stanislav didn't believe him. But he wasn't stupid enough to argue. Fine. You win. We're leaving. Scott nodded. Leave. And never come back to Beacon Hills. Stanislav exhaled slowly, relief hidden beneath his stoic mask. He turned and gestured for his hunters to follow. They were halfway to the exit when a voice cut through the silence. Going so soon? Everyone froze. Beside Gerard's corpse, 4 figures materialized out of thin air. Jacob crouched down and picked up a gun from Gerard's jacket, the one loaded with Nordic blue monkshood bullets. He examined it casually as if he had all the time in the world. Chris walked to his father's body and removed the jacket, draping it over Gerard's head and torso. A small, final act of dignity. Stanislav stared at the newcomers. He recognized Chris and Jacob, but what puzzled him was that he sensed nothing from Jacob. No supernatural energy. No aura. Nothing. Jacob felt like the most ordinary human he'd ever encountered. And yet he felt extreme danger radiating from Jacob and the young woman beside him, Allison. Jacob walked past Stanislav and his hunters without sparing them a glance. He approached Scott, his tone filled with disappointment. You're too soft, Scott. If you let them leave now, they'll just gather more people and come back for revenge. Scott scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm not stupid. I just didn't want to kill them. I knew you wouldn't let them leave Beacon Hills alive. Jacob snorted, then turned to Derek. He tossed the gun he'd taken from Gerard. Here. Your leg doesn't look too good. Derek caught it one-handed. Thanks. He bit the head off the remaining bullet, pouring the Nordic blue monkshood powder into his palm. Scott, can you burn this for me? Scott shook his head. No way. I'd probably make your hand explode. Jacob walked over, a tiny flame flickering on his fingertip. Let me. Derek extended his palm. Jacob burned the powder with surgical precision. Derek dug the bullet out of his leg with his claws, screaming through the pain, then shoved the burned powder into the wound. The black veins receded. The wound closed. Chris stepped forward, his eyes locked on Stanislav. Gerard was a monster. But he was still my father. His voice was cold, controlled. And I heard you want to make an example out of my family. Stanislav met his gaze. Christopher. Your father took the bite and killed one of my own. I had no choice but to execute him. And I was speaking of Kate, not your entire family. She is a monster now. She needs to be put down. Chris shook his head. You can't talk your way out of this, Stanislav. You and your hunters aren't leaving this warehouse alive. Chapter 140, End of the Zemas. Scott looked at Jacob beside him and asked, When did you guys get here? Jacob shrugged. We came before you arrived with Derek and the others. Scott's brow furrowed. Then why didn't you help? Jacob threw an arm around Scott's shoulder, his tone shifting to something almost paternal. You can't always depend on me, Scott. You have to learn to protect yourself and the people you care about. He squeezed his shoulder, holding his gaze for a moment longer. That's what it means to be a man's son. Scott's eyes narrowed. He shoved Jacob away. Screw you. Jacob laughed. Then his gaze drifted to Peter, who was staring at Allison with unmistakable fear. Memories of the beating she'd given him clearly still fresh. Jacob said, Hey, Peter. Stop ogling my wife. Peter flinched so hard he nearly stumbled. His eyes went wide with panic. I wasn't ogling her. I swear. I'm sorry, I won't look at her again, just please don't beat me and keep her away from me. Jacob smirked. Relax. I was just messing with you. Peter exhaled in relief. By the way, thank you for saving my life. Jacob waved a dismissive hand, his attention already shifting back to the main event, Chris, Victoria and Allison facing down Stanislav and his 4 remaining hunters. But then he heard it. Someone running toward the warehouse at supernatural speed. Scott heard it too. So did the others. Every head turned toward the entrance. The massive iron door exploded inward, torn from its hinges and sent flying across the warehouse floor. 2 figures burst through, skidding to a halt with predatory grace. Cogman and Malia had arrived. In the stunned silence that followed, they didn't hesitate. They didn't scan the room. They didn't assess the situation. They locked onto Stanislav and his hunters like missiles and attacked. Cogman's voice rang out, righteous and indignant. Sir, Lady Allison, we are here to save you. He grabbed the nearest Zema hunter before the man could even react. A vicious headbutt sent the hunter crumpling to the ground, dazed. Cogman straddled his chest and began punching, methodical, brutal, relentless, until the hunter's face collapsed into a pulpy mess and exploded like a overripe melon. How dare you attack sir and my lady? At the same time, Malia coated both fists with crackling lightning and punched 2 hunters simultaneously. They flew backward, chests caved in, bodies smoking, and crashed into the wall. They coughed blood once before going still, their hearts shattered by the impact. Stanislav and his sole surviving hunter scrambled back, putting distance between themselves and the 2 new threats. Malia glanced at Allison, tilting her head. They're the enemy, right? Allison pinched the bridge of her nose. You're only asking now? You already killed them. She sighed. What are you even doing here? Malia scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Well, Cogman told me some idiots were trying to ambush you and Jay, and he was going to deal with them. So I came along to join the fun. She paused. He didn't tell me what they look like, though. Allison stared at her. Then why did you kill them? They looked suspicious. Malia shrugged. Are they the enemy or not? Yes, they are. But next time, ask who the enemy is before you start killing people. Yeah, sure. Malia's eyes locked onto Stanislav. Old man. Let's each take one. Cogman straightened, outraged. That's not fair, Lady Malia. You already killed 2. Leave these 2 to me. I can't help it if you were slow. I wasn't slow. I was taking my time. There's no fun in killing them too fast. Malia's eyes lit up. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Winner fights them both. Cogman considered this for half a second. Deal. They began playing, completely ignoring the stunned hunters. Stanislav's face twisted with rage. These new arrivals were treating him like a joke. He coated his sword with white energy and snarled, Do you think I'm a joke? Malia and Cogman turned to him simultaneously. They opened their mouths. A ball of lightning shot from Malia's. A searing energy beam from Cogman's. The 2 attacks merged and struck Stanislav before his energy shield could solidify. His hastily woven barrier shattered like glass. The blast hit him square in the chest, burning through flesh, sending him crashing into the wall. He convulsed, electricity arcing across his body. Malia and Cogman turned back to their game without a second glance. Cogman pumped a fist. Yes. I win. You'll keep your word, right, my lady? Malia sighed. Fine. You can have them. Allison shook her head at the 2 idiots. Cogman. You can't kill Stanislav. Cogman's face fell like a child who'd just been told their birthday party was cancelled. But why? Leave him for my dad. Allison's lips curved into a knowing smile. And Cogman? You're in trouble. Cogman's eyes widened. What trouble? Allison nodded subtly toward Jacob. Cogman turned slowly. Jacob was staring at him with an evil smirk. Cogman swallowed hard. Oh bollocks. Jacob raised a hand. A massive fire serpent erupted from his palm and streaked toward the remaining Zema hunter. The man raised an energy shield, but the serpent burned through it like paper and consumed him entirely, leaving nothing but ash. Cogman didn't move. Didn't breathe. He just watched Jacob nervously. Chris picked up the Desert Eagle loaded with rusted bullets, the one that had fallen from Gerard's hand. He walked to Stanislav, who still lay injured and convulsing on the ground, and aimed the gun at his head. Stanislav opened his mouth to speak. But Chris had no interest in last words. He pulled the trigger. The shot echoed through the warehouse. Stanislav Zema's body went limp, his unfinished sentence dying with him. Chris turned and walked to Victoria without a backward glance. Jacob, please burn Gerard's body. Then he and Victoria teleported to Serendel. Jacob waved his hand. A wallet flew from Stanislav's pocket into his palm. He pocketed it, then raised his other hand. Flames erupted, consuming every corpse in the warehouse until nothing remained but ash. He turned to Cogman, one eyebrow raised. Didn't I tell you not to come here? Cogman straightened, trying to look helpful. I noticed all the Zema hunters left their hotel and headed to your location, sir. I came to assist. Jacob gave him a long, flat look. Cogman deflated. Okay. I admit it. I came here to have fun. That's not the problem. Jacob's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. The problem is that you brought Malia with you. What if we'd been fighting a wizard or a witch? What if she'd touched one of them and gotten hurt? Cogman's expression softened with genuine sincerity. Rest assured, sir. I told her the enemies tonight were all Boggiters. I explained their abilities to her in detail. I would never put one of my ladies in danger. I promise. Jacob studied him for a moment, then sighed. Fine. But I'm still punishing you. So that the next time you'll tell me before you decide to do something. Cogman's eyes widened. What's the punishment, sir? Do you want me to wash your feet? Jacob recoiled. What? No. I can wash my own feet, you weirdo. He crossed his arms. You just earned yourself another month. So for the next 3 months, no killing for you. Cogman wailed, his voice echoing through the warehouse. No. Please, sir. Anything but that. He lunged forward, arms outstretched to hug Jacob's leg. Jacob flicked a finger. Telekinesis caught Cogman mid-lunge and sent him flying into the wall with a satisfying thud. I can make it 6 months if you're not satisfied with 3. Cogman slid down the wall, eyes wide with despair. He looked at Allison pleadingly. Allison shook her head. He turned to Malia. Malia, suddenly very aware that she might also be in trouble, pretended she didn't see him. She walked to Jacob, wrapped her arms around him and kissed him. It was all Cogman's fault. I won't do it again. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Malia nodded quickly, her eyes wide and innocent. Yes. Next time I'll tell you first. She kissed him again. Can you forgive me? Just this once. Jacob's lips twitched. Fine. But only this time. Cogman's jaw dropped. That's not fair, sir. You should forgive me too. Jacob's expression hardened. No. For the next 3 months you're just a butler. No fighting. No killing. Understood? Cogman slumped. Damn it. He muttered under his breath, just loud enough for everyone to hear. With how perverted you are, I should have taken the appearance of a beautiful woman instead of an old man. Then I could get away with everything. The warehouse went silent. Allison's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. Make that 4 months. And this is the last time I hear you say you want to become a woman. Cogman's face cycled through several expressions of horror. No. I'm sorry, my lady. Please. Allison waved a hand, cutting him off. Are you still complaining? Look at Jay. He looks like he's about to stop you from fighting for a few years, or even melt you with his fire. I just saved your ass. Cogman glanced at Jacob, who was indeed glaring at him with barely contained irritation. He bowed deeply to Allison. Thank you, my lady. Without another word, he teleported to Serendel. Jacob shook his head, dismissing Cogman from his thoughts. All right. Let's get out of here. Allison gestured at the scattered weapons. We can't leave these guns and swords behind. Take them. Jacob waved his hand. All the weapons, guns, swords, daggers, lifted into the air and floated toward him before disappearing into his pocket dimension. Allison walked to Jacob, then paused. She turned to Peter with a slow, dangerous smile. Hello, Peter. Wanna spar again? Peter's face went pale. He scrambled behind Derek, clutching his arm like a shield. No. No. Please, just leave me alone. Allison's smile widened before fading into something more serious. She looked at Boyd and Isaac, both still battered from their ordeal. I'm sorry for what Gerard did to you. I hate to admit it, but that monster was my grandfather. So, I'm sorry. Her voice hardened slightly. You should be more careful. The supernatural world is unforgiving. Ruthless. Filled with people much worse than Gerard. It's not as nice as Derek probably told you before he gave you the bite. She turned to Derek, her gaze sharp. You shouldn't just teach them to control themselves. You need to tell them how dangerous our side of the world really is. Derek met her eyes but said nothing. Jacob looked at Scott. You coming home or not? Scott glanced at Tracy. I'll drive Tracy home first. Jacob smirked. All right. Drive safe. And don't stay out too late. Me and Mel worry about you, you know. Scott rolled his eyes and walked toward the exit without responding. Jacob smiled, then wrapped one arm around Allison and the other around Malia. He looked at Derek one last time. See you around, man. Try to stay out of trouble. And then they vanished from the warehouse, teleporting back to the mansion. They found no one there, so they teleported again, this time to Serendel. Dinner was warm and lively, the tension of the night slowly melting away as Jacob, his wives, Kitty, and Saphira ate together. When the meal ended, they moved to their private living room. Jacob sank into a comfortable recliner, and Kitty immediately hopped onto his lap, curling up with her phone. He stroked her fur absently, his mind finally turning to the system notification that had been waiting patiently. System, sign in. Event sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, keycap 1 senzu bean seeds x4, DBZ4 planting, not eating. Can be planted in Serendel. Each seed grows into a small bush that produces 10 fully grown senzu beans per year. Effect, fully heals all injuries, restores stamina and energy, neutralizes poison, and eliminates hunger for days. Works instantly. Note, the produced beans can be saved for planting or consumption and will not spoil. Keycap 2 Cleaning Spell Scroll X20 allows the user to learn a cleaning spell. Instantly cleans and freshens any target, clothes, dishes, floors, entire houses, etc. Keycap 3 Mercedes SLS AMG Roadster 2012 Jack. Obi's eyes lit up with excitement. Okay, senzu beans are awesome. Sure, I don't need the healing, but stamina and energy restoration? That's incredibly useful. And I can have 40 beans a year, then plant more when I harvest them. It's a good reward. The cleaning spell isn't bad either. As for the car, he pulled out his phone and quickly looked up the Mercedes SLS AMG Roadster. Nice car, but I'll give it to the girls. I don't like it very much, and the one the system gave me is red, so, yeah, that's not for me. He glanced at Melissa and the others who were absorbed in whatever show was playing. Hey girls. Anyone want this car? He tossed his phone to Melissa. The girls crowded around, studying the image of the sleek red convertible. I want it. Malia declared immediately. Jacob raised an eyebrow. You can't have a car yet. Get your driver's license first. Malia pouted but didn't argue. Allison looked at Jacob curiously. Did you buy this? Nope. It just appeared in my pocket dimension a minute ago. Along with some senzu beans and a cleaning spell. The car was instantly forgotten. Lydia's eyes sparkled. Just put the car in the garage and whoever feels like driving can take it. Now tell us about this cleaning spell. Jacob pulled out 6 scrolls. He tossed 4 to Allison, Lydia, Malia, and Melissa, handed one to Kitty, and kept one for himself. Open it. You'll learn it. Everyone unrolled their scrolls. The parchment dissolved into streams of white light that sank into their foreheads. For a moment they all sat still, eyes closed, absorbing the knowledge. Then, one by one, their eyes snapped open with excitement. One by one they kissed him, Melissa, Lydia, Malia, Allison. Even Kitty gave him a quick peck on the cheek before scrambling off to test her new ability. Jacob watched with a satisfied smile as the girls and Kitty darted around the room, cleaning things with gleeful waves of their hands. Dust vanished. Smudges disappeared. The room sparkled. Saphira, who had been watching everything from her spot on the couch with bright, intelligent eyes, waddled over and climbed onto Jacob's lap. She raised a tiny clawed hand. Jacob tilted his head. What? You want the spell too? Saphira shook her little dragon head and pointed at her mouth. You want food? Meat? Another shake. Chocolate? Saphira nodded frantically, her eyes wide and hopeful. Jacob chuckled, pulling a chocolate bar from his pocket dimension. He unwrapped it, and Saphira took it delicately, munching happily, her tiny tail swishing with contentment. Soon she finished and curled up in Jacob's lap, ready to sleep. Lydia appeared beside them. She frowned at the tiny dragon. Saphira, you're dirty. Let me clean you up. She waved her hand and a soft white light enveloped Saphira. The chocolate stains on her face vanished, and her blue scales gleamed like polished gems. Lydia nodded in satisfaction. There. Perfect. She turned and headed for the door. Now I need to go clean my room. This spell is amazing. The other girls followed her, chattering excitedly about all the things they were going to clean. Jacob just smiled, watching them go. He looked down at Saphira, who yawned widely. Jacob yawned too. Soon both of them were fast asleep, curled together in the comfortable chair. Chapter 141, Visitors from Mexico. The next morning in Serendel, the golden light of the magical realm filtered through the windows of the Argent family's private residence. Allison had come to check on her father, half expecting to find him brooding after the events of the warehouse. Instead, she found Chris in the kitchen, humming softly as he made coffee. Allison blinked. Dad? You're in a good mood? Chris glanced up, a small smile on his face. Good morning to you too, sweetheart. She hesitated, then asked carefully, Aren't you sad? About Gerard? Chris's expression didn't falter. He poured himself a cup of coffee and leaned against the counter. Gerard was going to die from cancer anyway, Allison. It was just a matter of time. He took a sip. Stanislav gave him a fight. A real fight. Gerard went out as a hunter, not as a monster. He shrugged. For someone as evil as him, that's more than he deserved. Allison studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Okay. If you're all right, then that's all that matters to me. Chris smiled again, warmer this time. I'm all right, sweetheart. Let's go join the others for breakfast. The main dining room of the palace was enormous, but it felt warm and full. The long table was crowded with family. Jacob, Allison, Lydia, Malia, Melissa, Chris, Victoria, Noah, Natalie, Scott, and even Kitty and Saphira had their own high chairs. Only one person was missing. Jacob raised an eyebrow as he looked around. Where's Stiles? Scott shrugged. No idea. He wasn't in his room. Cogman bustled in, pushing a cart laden with Jacob's favorite foods, perfectly cooked steaks, exotic fruits from Serendel's gardens, fresh bread, and an array of pastries. He served Jacob first with exaggerated care, then moved to the others. Jacob noticed. He noticed the way Cogman hovered near him, the hopeful glances, the way he refilled Jacob's glass before it was even half empty. He said nothing. Breakfast was lively, laughter, conversation, the clink of silverware. When everyone finished, Cogman began clearing the table, but not before approaching Jacob with a tentative expression. Sir, Cogman began, his voice uncharacteristically meek, I was wondering, given my heroic assistance last night and my sincere apology, might you consider pardoning me from my punishment? Jacob took a slow sip of his coffee. No. Cogman's face fell. But sir. No mean. No. Cogman sighed dramatically and began sulking as he cleared the dishes, muttering under his breath about ungrateful masters and wasted heroism. After breakfast, everyone drifted to the palace gardens. The air was warm and fragrant, thick with the scent of blossoms. The flowers themselves were impossibly vibrant, their colors almost too rich to be real. Benches and shaded seating areas dotted the landscape. Noah offered Natalie his arm with a small smile. Care for a walk? Natalie smiled and took his arm. I'd love that. They wandered off together, disappearing down a path lined with blooming roses. Allison nudged Lydia. Hey. What's going on with your mom and Noah? Lydia watched them go, a thoughtful expression on her face. I don't know, but they've been spending a lot of time together. And they keep staring at each other. She shrugged. I think they're probably dating. Well, Noah's a good man, Allison said. I think he'll make her happy. Lydia nodded. I really hope so. Nearby, Melissa and Victoria sat on a bench, deep in conversation. Melissa was talking about her plans for the hospital. Victoria listened intently, offering advice and nodding along. Malia had shifted into her giant coyote form and was sprawled on a sunny patch of grass, dozing. Saphira curled up on her back, and Kitty lay stretched across Malia's head, using her like a very warm, very furry pillow. Jacob sat at a stone chess table with Chris, the board between them. Scott watched from the side, waiting for his turn to challenge the winner. Jacob moved a knight. Check. Chris studied the board, then moved his rook. You're aggressive today. Jacob smirked. I'm always aggressive. A flash of light interrupted their game. Stiles appeared, looking half asleep. He was dragging something behind him, a long, scaly, twitching lizard tail. Scott stared. Stiles? What is that? Stiles dropped the tail on the grass and flopped down beside them. That's the Kanima's tail. Chris raised an eyebrow. How did you get it? Stiles yawned. Last night, when Erica and I went to pick up my Jeep from the mechanic, Jackson showed up in Kanima form and tried to kill the guy. I saved him, grabbed the Kanima by the tail and started beating it. He demonstrated with a half-hearted swinging motion. Then I heard Erica scream. Allison and Lydia had walked over. Allison asked worriedly, Is Erica okay? Yeah, she's fine. Turns out the Kanima's venom was on the door handle. She touched it and got paralyzed. She panicked because at first she thought her epilepsy was back. Stiles rubbed his eyes. I saw the sticky stuff on her hand and figured out what happened. By the time I calmed her down, I realized the Kanima had escaped, after ripping off its own tail and leaving it in my hand like some kind of disgusting parting gift. Lydia pointed at the tail on the ground, still twitching slightly, and asked, Why bring that thing with you? Stiles shrugged. I thought it might be useful. He looked at Jacob hopefully. Is it useful? Jacob studied the tail for a moment. Not really. But you could take it to Deaton. Maybe he'll buy it from you. Stiles's eyes lit up. How much? I don't know. Bargain with him. A slow, evil smile spread across Stiles's face. If it fetches a good price. I might just have to cut Jackson's tail off a few times. Scott frowned. He only has one tail. Stiles waved a dismissive hand. He's a lizard, Scott, and a supernatural one at that. I think his tail will grow back. He stood, stretching. Anyway, I need to grab some breakfast from the kitchen and get back to Erica. I'll see you guys at school. Allison said. Wait, what about the mechanic? Did he see the Kanima? Stiles shook his head. No, he didn't. The Kanima bashed his head against a steel beam, so he was unconscious. And he doesn't have surveillance cameras in his garage, only out front. I called 911 and stayed until he woke up, then Erica and I left. Lydia said, Don't forget to take your lizard tail with you when you leave. Stiles said, I won't. Then he teleported to the kitchen. Jacob looked at Scott. Jackson is attacking people again. If you're going to save him, do it soon. Scott nodded slowly. Just give me a few days. I need to think. He stood and followed Stiles, leaving Jacob and Chris to their game. 4 days passed peacefully. Scott and Stiles kept a close watch on Jackson, but he never transformed into a Kanima again. Maybe it was healing. Maybe Jackson was fighting it. Either way, Beacon Hills was quiet. On the 4th evening, Jacob and Allison were having dinner with Chris and Victoria at the Argent house. The meal was pleasant, good food, easy conversation, and they'd just moved to the living room when the doorbell rang. Victoria frowned. Are you expecting someone? Chris shook his head. No. He stood. Let me see who it is. He walked to the security monitor and peered at the screen. His expression shifted, surprise, then wariness. He returned to the living room. It's Araya Calavera. And her son, Severo. Victoria's eyebrows rose. What does she want? Chris shrugged. I don't know. But we're about to find out. Allison tilted her head. Who's Araya? Araya is the matriarch of the Calavera family, Chris explained. A Mexican hunter family. Victoria said, Let her in. Let's hear what she has to say. Chris went to the door. Moments later, he returned with 2 guests. Araya Calavera was an old woman, dark hair, sharp eyes that missed nothing, and the kind of posture that spoke of decades of authority. Her son, Severo, was younger, mid-30s, with a guarded expression and the wary stance of someone always ready for a fight. GHT. They sat on the couch across from Jacob and Allison. Araya's gaze swept the room, lingering on Jacob and Allison. She looked at Victoria. Who are these 2? Victoria's voice was calm. They are my children. Araya's eyes narrowed slightly. As far as I know, you only have 1 daughter. Chris interrupted. Don't worry about how many children I have, Araya. Just tell us why you're here. Jacob and Allison watched in curious silence. Allison wondered what Araya wanted. Jacob, however, recognized her. I didn't think Araya would come to Beacon Hills. But she was the one who took Kate when Peter slashed her throat, so for her to be here makes sense if she heard that Kate was turned. Araya leaned forward slightly. I heard that Kate is now a shapeshifter. Chris's expression didn't change. I won't ask how you know. But what do you want from my sister? Araya's voice was cold. I want her to follow the code. Do the honorable thing as a hunter. Or I will do it for her. The temperature in the room plummeted. Allison's eyes blazed green. Ice crept across the window behind her. Wind arrows materialized around Araya and Severo's heads, hovering inches from their temples. You want to kill my aunt? Allison's voice was cold. Is that what you just said? Chris held up a hand. Allison. Calm down. Allison dismissed the arrows with a flick of her wrist, but her eyes remained glowing. If I hear you say you want to kill Kate again, you won't leave this house alive. Araya stared at Allison, then turned to Chris. Your daughter is a shapeshifter. Chris nodded calmly. Yes. And a piece of advice? Don't even think about harming her. Or your entire Calavera family will be wiped out. Allison's eyes flicked to her father. Why are you even talking to her? Chris met her gaze. Because Araya is one of the few hunters who strictly follows the hunter's code. She focuses on killing supernatural creatures that threaten humans, not mindless slaughter. And I'm sure that if she were bitten, she'd kill herself. If her son were bitten, she'd kill him too. He looked back at Araya. She's one of the good ones. Allison's expression didn't soften. She just said she wants to kill Kate. Chris turned to Araya. If you want to live longer, and if you don't want your family wiped out, I advise you to stay away from my sister. I'm sure by now you've heard what happened to the Zema family. And the Lawrence. Araya's eyes flickered, just for a moment. She had heard. Everyone in the hunter community had heard. I know they came to Beacon Hills for revenge on someone who killed members of their families, she said slowly. But a few days ago, the Lawrence and the Zemas went silent. I even heard the rest of their families were wiped out in Europe yesterday by their old enemies. Her gaze sharpened. Could it be that you are the one who killed them? Because I don't believe it. Sure, you could kill the Lawrence, they're just a bunch of idiots. But the Zemas are boggeders. You can't expect me to believe you killed them. Chris shook his head. It wasn't me. They were killed by a very dangerous family living here in this town. They're not evil, but they do not spare anyone who provokes them. And if you go after Kate, you will definitely provoke them. Araya glanced at the still glaring Allison, then at Jacob, who was watching the exchange with an amused smirk. Does your daughter and this boy belong to that family too? She tilted her head. I also heard no one has heard from Gerard in days. Did your daughter kill him? Or did you kill your own father, Chris? Chris's expression remained calm. It wasn't me who killed Gerard, and it wasn't my daughter. It was Stanislav. He leaned forward slightly. Now hear what I'm about to say. Kate is a shapeshifter and she chose to live. That's her choice and I support it. She already knows how to control herself, and if she ever kills innocent people, I will deal with her myself. So forget about Kate. Leave Beacon Hills if you value your family. Araya considered this for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. All right. I'm not stupid. I know that something capable of killing an entire family of boggeders is capable of killing mine too. She looked at Allison. I just hope that if Kate turns evil and starts hurting innocent people, you will deal with her. Allison's voice was cold but steady. Don't worry about Kate. Just worry about the evil shapeshifters in your own country. Araya nodded at Chris and Victoria. Severo. Let's go. She stood to leave. Jacob's voice stopped her. Hey, old woman. Araya turned, one eyebrow raised. Jacob studied her with an unreadable expression. I don't know why, but I think we'll see each other soon. And I hope that when we do, you won't do anything stupid. Allison looked at him, confused. Why would you see her? Jacob shrugged, his gaze distant. I don't know. I just have this feeling. Like déjà vu. Or a vision. He frowned. Me and one of you girls will meet her in Mexico. In her own territory. Allison's eyes narrowed. Which one of us? And why would we meet the old woman? Jacob's gaze grew distant, a dreamy smile playing on his lips. I don't know the girl who was with me, I haven't even met her yet. But we went to Mexico to retrieve something that old woman took. Something that doesn't belong to her. Allison's smile turned sweet, too sweet. So this unknown girl is one of us, huh? She tilted her head. Is she beautiful? Jacob's expression shifted. A perverted, longing smile spread across his face as his mind conjured the image of Cora, someone he hadn't even met yet, but knew he would meet soon. Oh yes. She's gorgeous. A bit grumpy but gorgeous. He sighed, completely lost in thought. I can't wait to meet her, whoever she is. The temperature in the room dropped again. Ice crept across the windows, frost spiderwebbing along the glass. Jacob's dreamy expression snapped. Ed into panic. He looked at Allison's furious green eyes and realized his mistake. Oops. I said too much. He spun to Araya and Severo, pointing accusingly. Hey. What are you two trying to do? Allison and her parents whipped around, alarmed, but Araya and Severo just stood there, looking puzzled. When they turned back, Jacob was gone. Allison stamped her foot. Damn it. He escaped. She whirled on Araya, her eyes blazing. Get lost. Araya said nothing. She and Severo walked out of the house without another word. Outside, they found Jacob walking toward the front door, holding a bouquet of flowers he'd just picked from Sarendel's gardens. He smiled pleasantly at them. Araya stared at him for a long moment. Then she got into her car and drove away without a word. Jacob knocked on the door. An angry Allison opened it. So, you came back, you pervert. Jacob cleared his throat and held out the flowers with his most charming smile. Hello, my beautiful fairy. I know we were apart for only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity to me. I missed you so much. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Don't tell Lydia and the others, but you're my most beautiful wife. The one I love the most. Allison's anger vanished, replaced by an amused raise of her brow. Before she could respond, he pulled her into a deep, lingering kiss. When he finally released her, she was slightly breathless, her cheeks flushed. Let's go watch a movie, he murmured against her ear. You pick. And when we get home tonight, I'm all yours. I'll love you until you pass out. Allison's blush deepened. She glanced back at her parents, who were watching with poorly concealed amusement. Good night, Mom. Good night, Dad. She took the flowers from Jacob and grabbed his hand. Let's go, you shameless pervert. She dragged him toward the Aston Martin. Chris and Victoria watched them drive away. Victoria turned to Chris, arms crossed. How come you never flirt with me like that anymore? Or take me on dates? Chris blinked. We go on a date once a month. Once a month isn't enough. She walked inside. And I want flowers. Chris followed, closing the door behind him. Okay. I'll take you on more dates. And bring you flowers. In fact, why don't we go watch a movie right now? Victoria's lips twitched into a small smile. That's a start. Chapter 142, The Monster in the Woods. Jacob woke up slowly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he took in the chaos of Allison's room. Clothes were torn and scattered across the floor, the sheets were tangled, and one pillow had somehow ended up near the door. Memories of the night before, wild, passionate, and thoroughly satisfying, flashed through his mind. He turned to look at Allison, still asleep beside him, her hair spread across the pillow. He spanked her gently. Wake up. Let's go have breakfast with the others. Allison murmured sleepily, burying her face in the pillow. It's Saturday. I want to sleep more. She reached out and pulled him closer, hugging him. Stay with me. Jacob leaned in and kissed her. You can sleep if you want, but I'm starving. And I need to take Lydia on a date. She was glaring at me when we got back from the movies last night. Allison sighed dramatically. Fine. Jacob got out of bed, pulled the covers up to cover her, and gave her one last kiss. Then he headed to the bathroom for a quick shower. As the hot water cascaded over him, he sighed in satisfaction. Allison and I used the cleaning spell before we fell asleep, but there's something about a real shower that just feels right. After drying off, he teleported to his own room, dressed quickly, and made his way to the large dining room, but it was empty. He checked the kitchen and found Cogman there, neatly arranging ingredients. "Good morning, sir," Cogman greeted. "Morning. Where is everyone?" "Lady Melissa went with Lady Malia and Kitty to teach them how to drive," Cogman reported. "And Lady Lydia is outside in the garden." Jacob grabbed a quick breakfast, then headed out. He found Lydia sitting on a stone bench near the fountain, her phone in her hand. Soft music drifted from her earbuds. She was so focused on her screen that she didn't notice him approach. Jacob smiled. "Good morning, beautiful." He leaned in to kiss her, but she turned her face away at the last second. His smirk widened. He caught her chin gently but firmly and turned her face back toward him, pressing a kiss to her lips despite her resistance. Then he scooped her up, sat down on the bench, and settled her onto his lap. "Tell me why you're angry," he said. Lydia snorted and looked away. "You know what you did. Are you angry because I took Allison to watch a movie yesterday?" "No." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "Then tell me. I can't read your mind, you know." Lydia huffed. "You spent the whole day and night with her yesterday. That's not fair." Jacob's smirk softened into a genuine smile. "That's it? Then how about I spend the whole day with you today?" Lydia's face lit up. She smiled sweetly. "And we should go watch The Vow." Jacob blinked. "What's that about?" "It's a romance drama," Lydia explained, her eyes sparkling. "Rachel McAdams and Channing Tatum play a married couple. She gets into a terrible accident and ends up in a coma. When she wakes up, she doesn't remember him at all. So he has to win her heart all over again. It's based on a true story." Jacob considered this for a moment. "All right. That actually sounds interesting. I'm in." Lydia squealed, threw her arms around him, and kissed him. "Wait for me. I need to change." She teleported off his lap and disappeared toward her R. Soon, Jacob and Lydia left Sarandel and appeared in the mansion's garage in Beacon Hills. Lydia's eyes landed on the sleek red Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG Roadster. "Let's take the new car." Jacob grinned. "All right." They climbed in and Jacob drove them away. They spent the next few hours at an amusement park, roller coasters, games, cotton candy, and Lydia's delighted screams on the drop tower. They had lunch at a fancy little cafe near the park, laughing and talking like any normal couple. As evening approached, they left the park. Lydia insisted on driving this time. They chatted easily as she navigated the roads, but after a few minutes, Jacob noticed something. They weren't heading toward the movie theater. "Lydia?" He looked at her. "Where are you going?" Lydia glanced at him, then at the road, then back at him with confusion. "To the movie theater?" Jacob pointed out the window. "You're driving out of town." Lydia's eyes widened. She looked around, finally registering the familiar woods on either side. "Oh, I don't know why I drove here." She started to slow down. "Let's turn around." Jacob shook his head. "No. Follow your instincts. Let's see what we find." Lydia pouted. "Do we have to? I'm sure it's nothing good. We're going to be late for the movie." "It's still early for the movie," Jacob said calmly. Lydia sighed but nodded. "Fine." She pulled the car to the side of the road and they got out. She pointed toward the dense woods. "This way. I feel something, a dead body." They walked deeper into the forest, the shadows lengthening around them. Soon the sounds reached them, the wet crack of bone, the sickening crunch of something being chewed. Lydia's eyes widened. She raised a hand and a silent barrier enveloped them. They crept closer. At the edge of a clearing they saw it. The thing was enormous, easily 10 feet tall, with dark fur covering a vaguely humanoid body. Glowing red eyes burned in a twisted face, and massive bat-like wings folded behind its back. Its teeth gleamed dark silver as if forged from metal. It was hunched over a body, tearing into it with savage hunger. Lydia frowned. "What is that ugly thing?" Jacob pulled out his phone and opened the bestiary app, pointing the camera at the creature. The app displayed several similar entries. Jacob scanned quickly and found the match. Name, Sasabonsum, Ghana, Akan people mythology, type, shapeshifter/supernatural predator description, a vampiric shapeshifter with cannibalistic tendencies. In human form, appears as an ordinary person, always over 2 meters tall. When hunger takes hold, they transform into a monstrous bat-like creature with iron teeth and leathery wings. Behavior. The Sasabonsum is a cunning hunter, driven by an insatiable craving for human blood and flesh. They often lure victims into deep forests before striking from above. The more they feed, the more powerful and feral they become. Weaknesses. While formidable in their monster form with supernatural healing, they are not immortal. A fatal blow to the heart or decapitation will kill them. Jacob handed the phone to Lydia. She read it and grimaced. Gross. Another cannibal creature. Jacob took his phone back. Do you want to fight it or should I? Lydia's eyes gleamed. Let me handle it. The Sasabonsum had been watching them warily. It didn't sense any threat, they felt like ordinary humans. It was puzzled by their calmness but not scared. Hungry, yes. Greedy, definitely. It took one last bite from the body, then tossed it aside and lunged. Lydia opened her mouth and released a powerful sonic scream. The sound wave hit the Sasabonsum hard, sending it flying backward faster than it had come. It slammed into a large tree with a sickening crack and slid down, its head ringing, ears bleeding. Lydia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Sorry. I don't have time to play with you. She raised a hand. Crackling blue lightning gathered above her palm, swirling and condensing into the form of a massive eagle. With a thought, she sent it straight at the Sasabonsum. The creature had already recovered and was launching itself at her again. It saw the lightning eagle and panicked. It beat its wings desperately, trying to flee into the sky. The eagle was faster. It struck the Sasabonsum mid-flight, electrocuting it and sending it crashing to the ground. The creature screamed in agony as lightning burned its skin and convulsed its muscles. When the attack ended, Jacob and Lydia walked closer. The Sasabonsum lay motionless, smoke rising from its mouth. Its form shifted, shrinking, reforming, until a man lay before them. He was black, in his 40s, and easily over 2 meters tall. Burned, beaten, unconscious. Jacob knelt and pressed his claws into the base of the man's neck. He closed his eyes, rifling through memories. After a moment he withdrew and stood. Lydia tilted her head. What did you see? Lucky for us he's alone, Jacob said. He was just passing through town and decided to stop for a snack. That guy he was eating was his only victim here. He paused. As for his other memories, I didn't want to see them. His eyes glowed red. 2 thin beams shot from them, piercing the Sasabonsum's heart. The body jerked once, then went still. Jacob waved a hand and flames consumed it, leaving nothing but ash. Lydia sighed. Can we go now? Not yet. Jacob looked toward the half-eaten corpse. We need to call Noah. That man might have a family. It'll be painful for them to know that he died and was eaten by something, but at least they'll have closure. Lydia nodded. Fine. Call him. Jacob kissed her. Don't worry. We don't have to wait for him to drive here. I'll teleport him. He vanished. Noah was at his desk in the sheriff's station when Jacob appeared right in front of him. Noah jolted, hand flying to his gun. Jacob? You scared me. Jacob held up a hand. Sorry about that. What's up? I need you to come with me. There's a body. Noah's expression shifted instantly to professional focus. Where? Jacob explained quickly. A minute later, they were in Noah's cruiser, driving to an empty street. Jacob placed a hand on the car and teleported the entire vehicle to the edge of the woods, near his own parked Mercedes. Then he teleported Noah to Lydia. It's not dark yet, Jacob said, so the woods are relatively safe. And you can teleport to Serendel if anything goes wrong. The body's over there. Noah nodded grimly and walked toward the body. He took a look, then pulled out his phone to call his deputies. Jacob walked over to Lydia, then called out to Noah. All right, you handle things here. We're leaving. Noah gave a brief nod in acknowledgement. Jacob hugged Lydia and teleported them both back to the Mercedes, parked just outside the woods. As they walked toward the car, Lydia said, You drive. I don't want to accidentally lead us to another dead body. Jacob laughed and put an arm around her shoulder. Sure. And since you handled that thing so well, I'll reward you all night when we get home. Lydia's lips curved into a smile as she winked at him. I'm looking forward to it. They got into the Mercedes and drove toward the movie theater. Chapter 143, A Week in Houston. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the large windows of Lydia's room in the royal wing of the palace. Jacob stirred awake, a lazy smile spreading across his face as memories of the previous wild night flooded back. He turned his head. Lydia lay beside him, her expression peaceful in sleep. Jacob propped himself up on one elbow and gently brushed a strand of hair from her face. Good morning, beautiful. Lydia's eyes fluttered open. She smiled sleepily. Good morning. Jacob leaned down and kissed her softly. How about we take a shower together? Save water and all that. Lydia raised an eyebrow. Save water? That's your excuse. It's a valid environmental concern. She laughed and pushed him lightly. Fine. But no funny business. I'm tired after what you put me through last night. Of course, Jacob said with mock seriousness. No funny business. An hour later, after a shower that definitely involved some funny business, Jacob and Lydia made their way to the dining room. It was empty. Jacob sighed. Looks like we slept in. They had a quiet breakfast together, just the two of them, before heading to their private living room in the royal wing. Inside, they found Melissa, Allison, Malia, Kitty, and Saphira already gathered. Melissa and Allison were curled up on one couch, looking through a shopping catalog and murmuring excitedly. Malia sat on another couch, holding Kitty in her lap as they watched a rodeo show on the massive screen. Saphira was nestled beside them, her tiny tail swishing as she watched the horses on screen with bright, curious eyes. Jacob kissed each of his wives in turn, Melissa, Allison, then Malia, before settling next to Malia and wrapping an arm around her. Kitty immediately climbed onto his lap instead, purring. Jacob glanced at the screen. Cowboys on bucking broncos, bulls trying to throw their riders, the crowd roaring. I didn't know you liked watching the rodeo. Malia turned to him, her eyes gleaming. It looks fun. Can you take me there sometime? I want to see it in person. Jacob pulled out his phone and did a quick search. His eyes lit up. Actually, there's one happening right now. Rodeo Houston. It's a huge event, lasts 2 to 3 weeks. They've got everything, bull riding, concerts, carnival rides, even a barbecue competition. Malia's eyes widened. Barbecue? Jacob scrolled further. Yeah, and get this, right now they're having the World's Championship Barbecue Contest. Over 200 teams competing. Live music. All the barbecue you can eat. Allison looked up from her catalog, interest piqued. What else does it have? Jacob read from his phone. A carnival with roller coasters and a giant Ferris wheel. A food trail with all kinds of unique stuff, funnel cakes, turkey legs, fried everything. And shopping. Lots of shopping. Western wear, custom boots, hats, jewelry. Lydia's eyes sparkled. Shopping? Melissa nodded approvingly. That sounds fun. Allison grinned. Can we all go? Jacob looked around at his wives' eager faces and laughed. All right. We'll skip school this week and all go together. Melissa asked, Can we take Scott? Sure, Jacob said. Anyone who wants to come is welcome. He stood up. I'll tell Cogman to book us a hotel and get passes. Then I'll fly to Houston so I can teleport everyone there. I don't feel like driving all that way. Malia jumped up. I'm flying with you. Jacob smiled. All right. Let's go. After a quick word with Cogman, Jacob and Malia teleported outside. They shifted, unfurling their wings, and channeled their lightning abilities. In an instant, they transformed into twin blue blurs and shot into the sky. The flight from Beacon Hills to Houston took less than 20 minutes at their speed. They landed in a secluded spot on the outskirts of the city. Malia grinned. That was a nice flight. Can we look around before bringing the others? Jacob checked the time. Sure. They spent the next few hours exploring the rodeo grounds, walking through the carnival, enjoying a few rides, and buying snacks. Finally, Jacob found a quiet, hidden spot and sent a telepathic message to Allison. Are you guys ready? Allison's voice came back instantly. We've been ready for a long time now. Jacob replied, Sorry about that. Malia wanted to have some fun. Then he opened a portal to Serendel. One by one they stepped through, Allison, Melissa, Lydia, Kitty, Cogman, Stiles, Scott, Natalie, Chris, and Victoria. Stiles looked at Jacob. Hey, can you grab Erica and Tracy? They're waiting outside your mansion in Beacon Hills. Jacob nodded and vanished. He reappeared in front of his mansion, where Erica and Tracy stood waiting. Without ceremony, he grabbed their shoulders and teleported back to Houston. Both girls stumbled slightly, looking dazed from the sudden journey. Stiles caught Erica. Thanks, man. Scott caught Tracy. Yeah, thanks. Jacob waved it off. No problem. Stiles, I'll bring your dad tonight. Stiles grinned. Awesome. Cogman stepped forward. I've booked us a block of rooms at a hotel near the rodeo grounds. If you'll follow me, we can check in and get settled before the fun begins. They followed him through the streets of Houston, ready for a week of rodeo, barbecue, and fun. The next week in Houston was pure magic. Jacob made sure every one of his wives had the time of their lives. He took each of them on a private date, one per day. Some days were carnival nights with cotton candy and Ferris wheel kisses. Others were quiet dinners at fancy restaurants or slow walks through the western shopping districts, where he bought them whatever caught their eyes. Victoria and Chris rediscovered their spark. They spent their days wandering through the carnival hand in hand, laughing like teenagers. Chris even won Victoria a giant stuffed bull at one of the game booths, a feat that required 3 attempts and a lot of muttered cursing. Jacob brought Noah to Houston every night after his shift ended and teleported him back to Beacon Hills each morning before work. By the 3rd night, Natalie and Noah finally made their relationship official. Everyone celebrated with them. Stiles and Erica were inseparable. They rode every roller coaster, won prizes at the carnival games, and ate enough barbecue to feed a small army. Erica laughed more in that week than she had in her entire life. Scott and Tracy were more subdued but no less happy. They walked through the western village, tried on ridiculous cowboy hats, and took countless photos. They went on double dates with Stiles and Erica, and Stiles even convinced them to try line dancing, which ended with him making a fool of himself and making everyone there laugh so hard they cried. Even Cogman enjoyed himself, though in his own unique way. He watched the rodeo shows with a serene smile, but his eyes lit up whenever someone got hurt: a cowboy thrown from a bull breaking loose and charging at the clowns, a horse going wild and biting the handlers. He clapped politely every time. During one particularly violent bull riding accident, Cogman actually cheered. Melissa sighed beside him. Cogman. People are injured. Cogman's smile didn't waver. Yes, my lady. It's wonderful. Melissa just shook her head and ignored him, just like Jacob and the others had learned to do. The week flew by in a blur of laughter, food, and joy. Too soon it was over. They returned to Beacon Hills. Jacob and his family were now in Sarandel, happy and content, gathered in their private living room. Everyone sprawled across couches, content sighs filling the space. Allison stretched like a cat. That week was amazing. Jacob nodded, hugging Lydia closer. Yeah. That was definitely fun. They talked for a while, reliving favorite moments. Melissa laughed along with them, but she noticed the way Jacob kept glancing at her. He was giving her teasing looks, winking at her whenever their eyes met. Melissa's cheeks flushed. She knew that look. I better go to bed, she thought. That handsome little pervert is giving me some very dangerous looks. She stood abruptly. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. She was halfway to the door when Jacob appeared beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Not so fast, he murmured. I'm sleeping with you tonight. Melissa's heart skipped. She stammered, I'm not ready yet. You know that. Jacob's expression softened. He brushed a strand of hair from her face. I know. Don't worry. I'm just going to sleep next to you. That's all. Melissa searched his eyes. Are you sure? Jacob smiled. Well, maybe make out for a bit. But I promise I'll stop when you say so. Melissa blushed deeply, but a small smile tugged at her lips. All right. Jacob teleported them to her room. Melissa changed into her nightclothes in the bathroom, taking deep breaths to calm her racing heart. When she emerged, Jacob was already in bed, sweatpants, no shirt, leaning against the headboard and smirking like an idiot. Melissa's eyes traced the lines of his chest, his shoulders, his arms. This is bad, she thought. That little idiot is way too hot. I don't know if I can resist tonight. She walked to the bed, turned off the light, and slipped under the covers. Good night, Jay. Not so fast. He turned her toward him and kissed her, deep, slow, thorough. Melissa's hands found his chest, then his shoulders, then his hair. She was breathless when he finally released her. Jacob lay back and pulled her close, guiding her head to rest on his chest. Don't worry. I'm in no hurry. I'll wait until you're ready. Melissa's heart swelled. She looked up at him, eyes soft. Thank you. Then she kissed him. It was gentler this time, but no less passionate. When they finally broke apart, she settled her head back on his chest with a contented smile. Jacob smiled too, his hand moving slowly through her hair. Soon they both fell asleep, wrapped in each other's warmth. The next morning, Jacob woke up and found Melissa already awake and wearing a suit. He glanced at her groggily. Where are you going? Melissa smiled. I need to go to the hospital. Today is my first day as the owner, so I need to be there. Jacob blinked. Okay, but isn't it too early? It's 8 a.m. in the outside world. Jacob pulled the covers up. Okay, then I'm going back to sleep. Melissa snatched the covers away. She kissed him. Get up. You need to go to school. And by the way, I'm taking Cogman with me, so you and the girls have to drive yourselves. She straightened and headed for the door. See you later. Jacob sat up, rubbing his eyes. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 7,000 coins, apple pie x 50 onions, 100 kilograms. Jacob stared at the list. Apple pie is nice, I guess. Onions? What am I supposed to do with 100 kilos of onions? Another screen appeared. Reminder, monthly sign-in available. Jacob's eyes lit up. Already been another month? He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. System, monthly sign-in. Chapter 144, Monthly Sign-In. Reminder, monthly sign-in available. Jacob's eyes lit up. Already been another month? He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. System, monthly sign-in. Monthly sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, keycap 1 repair spell scroll x20, allows user to learn repair spell. Mends broken objects, cracked pots, torn clothing, damaged tools, broken cars, etc., and makes them as good as new. Note, cannot create missing pieces and cannot repair, heal living creatures. Keycap 2 Mooncalf Summoning Scroll, the Wizarding World summon a herd of 20 mooncalves. They are shy, gentle, and cute creatures with enormous bulging blue eyes. Special property, mooncalves produce silvery dung that serves as a highly prized fertilizer. It makes magical herbs and flowers grow exceptionally fast and strong. Feeding note, they love carrots, lettuce, cabbage, and sweet fruits or simply fresh grass. A small, safe wild meadow keeps a herd happy. Keycap 3 Monster Trucks X5, specialized off-road vehicles with heavy-duty suspension, 4-wheel steering, large displacement V8 engines, and oversized tires. Jacob read the list with a satisfied smile. Nice. A repair spell. Now I don't have to worry about Malia breaking my stuff. He glanced at the Mooncalf Summoning Scroll. I bet Allison, Lydia, and Melissa will love those. And I'll ask Cogman to use their dung as fertilizer for the senzu beans. Then his eyes landed on the monster trucks. Malia is going to lose her mind. And with the repair spell, I don't have to worry about her breaking them either. He teleported from Melissa's room to his, cast a quick cleaning spell on himself, changed clothes, then teleported to the dining room. All his wives were there, along with Cogman, Kitty, and Saphira. Jacob smiled at Melissa. Good, you're still here. Melissa raised an eyebrow. Do you need me for something? Jacob pulled 7 scrolls from his pocket dimension. I have a new spell to give all of you. He distributed them around the table. Lydia examined hers with excitement. What kind of spell is this? A repair spell, Jacob said. Open it and you'll learn the details. They all unrolled their scrolls. The parchment dissolved into streams of light that sank into their foreheads. For a moment, everyone sat still, absorbing the knowledge. Then their eyes opened. Melissa was the first to move. She threw her arms around Jacob and kissed him. Thank you. With this, Cogman and I can repair expensive hospital equipment without buying new ones. The rest of the girls lined up to kiss him as well. Allison picked up an empty glass and dropped it deliberately. It shattered on the floor. With a wave of her hand, white light enveloped the shards, and the glass reassembled itself, shining like new. She grinned. Cool. Cogman nodded approvingly. Thank you, sir. This spell will be very useful to me. After a few minutes of playing with their new ability, they returned to breakfast. Cogman cleared his throat. By the way, sir, I've finished transferring all the Loran and Zema assets into our accounts. Lydia looked up. How much did those families have? Stanislav Zema had 875 million. Henri Loran had 645 million. Combined, that's 1.52 billion. Melissa's eyes widened. That's a lot of money. Jacob waved a hand. Cogman, handle it as usual. Of course, sir. Would you like me to transfer some to your personal account? Jacob shook his head. No, I still have over 100 million in my account, and I barely spend anything. He looked at his wives. What about you girls? Allison shrugged. We've barely touched the 5 million you gave us. Jacob nodded. Well, if any of you need money, just ask Cogman. Cogman cleared his throat again, more pointedly this time. Sir, considering the good news about the 1.5 billion I just secured for you, I was wondering if you might. Jacob cut him off. No. You're still not allowed to kill for 3 months. Cogman let out a frustrated scream. He marched to an empty chair and began attacking it with a series of exaggerated karate moves, not hard enough to destroy it, but enough to vent. The chair tipped over. He righted it, straightened his suit, and returned to refilling coffee cups and juice glasses like nothing had happened. Jacob and the others ignored him. They were used to his crazy behavior by now. Melissa finished her breakfast and stood. All right, I'll see you guys later. Cogman, let's go. She kissed Jacob and teleported out of Serendel. Cogman bowed to the others and teleported after her. After breakfast, Jacob scooped Saphira into his arms. Let's go, girls. I still have something you're going to love. He wrapped everyone in his telekinesis and teleported them away from the palace. They landed in an open area. Jacob closed his eyes, focusing on his connection to Serendel. The ground shifted and reshaped itself, flattening into a dirt track, then rising into ramps of all sizes. Some were low and easy, others were steep and dangerous. When he finished, he waved his hand. 5 massive monster trucks materialized in a row. Malia's jaw dropped. Her eyes went wide, then sparkled with joy. Wow. They're so beautiful. I love them. Jacob smiled. You can choose whichever one you want. She looked at him. Really? He nodded. Malia spun to face the trucks. They were all stunning, custom paint jobs, aggressive tires, each one a beast in its own right. She pointed at the blue one that looked like a shark. I want the blue shark one. Then she saw the red one with flames. No, I want the red one. Then the orange one caught her eye. Wait, I want the orange one. She clutched her head. Aha. They're all gorgeous. This is so hard. Jacob chuckled and looked at Lydia and Allison. What about you girls? Do you want one? Allison shook her head. Nah. I might try driving one someday, but I don't want one for myself. Lydia made a face. Those cars are ugly. I don't want one. Malia, Jacob, and Kitty all turned to stare at her, deeply offended. In perfect unison they said, Take that back. They are not ugly. Lydia raised her hands in surrender. Okay. You don't have to yell at me. They're not ugly. Malia ran to the trucks and began stroking their massive tires. Don't listen to stupid Lydia, she cooed. You are beautiful. Yes, you are. Kitty walked over to Jacob. Jay, can I have one? I'll ask Cogman to modify it so I can drive it. Jacob nodded. Sure. He looked at Malia. Malia, the black one is mine. Give Kitty one and the other 3 are yours. Malia ran back and threw her arms around him, kissing him deeply. I love you so much. Then she sprinted back to the trucks. Jacob smiled. Love you too. Malia climbed into the blue megalodon monster truck, with Kitty jumping in beside her. Moments later, the engine roared to life and Malia tore across the dirt track, jumping ramps, kicking up dust, driving with reckless abandon. They watched for a while. Allison tilted her head. She's a terrible driver, but she seems to be doing fine out here. Jacob nodded. She never had a problem with driving itself. What she hates is following the rules. And parking. She sucks at parking. Lydia sighed. Now she'll never learn to drive properly. Jacob said, Don't worry. She'll learn eventually. And she'll get her license. He turned to them with a grin. Now let me show you something you two will love. He settled Saphira on his shoulder, hugged both girls, and teleported. They reappeared near a small forest with gentle rocky hills, not far from the palace. Jacob pulled out a scroll. "This is a summoning scroll," he explained. "It'll bring some cute animals from the Harry Potter world." Allison's eyes lit up. "What kind of animals?" "Let me show you." Jacob unrolled the scroll and tossed it into the air. It ignited with a brilliant glow and the space before them split open. A blinding flash of light forced them all to close their eyes and step back. Then they heard it, soft, curious cooing sounds. When the light faded, they opened their eyes. Before them stood a herd of 20 mooncalves. They were adorable, gentle creatures with enormous blue eyes. Adults and young ones mingled together, blinking curiously. Both Allison and Lydia screamed with excitement. "Aha! They're so cute!" The mooncalves startled and huddled together nervously. Jacob held up a hand. "Girls, don't shout. They're very shy." He lowered his voice. "They are called mooncalves. They produce silvery dung that's a highly prized fertilizer. It makes magical herbs and flowers grow incredibly fast and strong." Allison and Lydia exchanged gleeful glances, then approached slowly. They knelt and began patting the creatures gently. Allison scooped a tiny one into her hands. Her voice went high-pitched and sing-song. "You guys are so cute. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but you're just so cute." Lydia held another little mooncalf, cooing at it. "I've never seen anything this cute before." Saphira, perched on Jacob's shoulder, let out a dissatisfied chirp. Lydia looked up quickly. "Except you, of course. You're a beautiful, majestic creature who's going to grow up to be very strong. That's why I don't call you cute, you're my favorite." Saphira's little chest puffed up with pride. Then she turned back to watch the mooncalves curiously. Allison looked at Jacob. "Jay, what do they eat? Carrots, lettuce, cabbage, sweet fruits, or just fresh grass?" Allison beamed. "Then I'm going to bring you guys all kinds of fruits every day." Lydia nodded. "Me too." Jacob pulled out some fruits from his daily reward stash and handed them to the girls. Together, they fed the mooncalves, laughing as the creatures nibbled gently from their palms. 2 hours later, Allison reluctantly stood. "All right, you cuties. Get used to your new home. We have to go to school now." Lydia sighed. "What about Malia?" Allison waved a hand. "She's probably still playing with her trucks. She's definitely not coming to school today. Just let her be." Jacob kissed them both. "I'll take Saphir. A to Malia and Kitty. See you at school." He teleported back to the dirt track, where Malia was still joyriding with Kitty. He left Saphira with them, then teleported out of Serendel. He appeared in the mansion's garage, glanced at his 2 bikes, and chose the Harley. Moments later, he was riding toward school. After parking his bike, Jacob entered the school and found Stiles, Scott, Erica, and Tracy standing with Isaac and Boyd. He greeted them with a nod. "Morning, guys." Erica smiled. "Morning. Where are Allison and the others?" Jacob said, "They should be here soon." He glanced at Boyd and Isaac, who were eyeing him nervously. "Stop looking at me like that. I won't harm you." Stiles chimed in. "Yeah, as long as you don't stare at Allison and his other girls, you're safe." Jacob turned to Stiles. "So, what are you guys talking about?" Stiles sighed in frustration. "They're talking about Jackson. You don't seem to like that very much." "I don't," Stiles admitted. "Scott wants to save him. Isaac and Boyd want to kill him because Derek told them they should. They've been bickering since we got here." He threw his hands up. "And I don't care about stupid Jackson." Jacob slung an arm over Stiles' shoulder. "Malia, Kitty, and I were planning to go see 21 Jump Street movie tonight. Want to join us? Bring Erica." Stiles' face lit up. "Yes. I saw the trailer, it looks hilarious." He glanced at Erica. "What do you think, babe?" Erica grinned. "Sure. I'll go with you guys." Jacob nodded. "Great. Let's go after school." Just then, Coach appeared behind them and wrapped his arms around Jacob and Stiles' shoulders. "Jacob. Stiles. I discovered your little detention secret." He smirked. "And I think a room like that shouldn't exist in a school." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "What? Who snitched?" Coach pointed to Principal Thomas, who was watching from a short distance away. "Him." Jacob, Stiles, and Coach walked over to the principal. Jacob crossed his arms. "Come on, man. Why'd you tell this idiot about our gaming room? Principal Thomas looked uncomfortable. Sorry. He caught me last week playing while you kids were in Houston on vacation. The vacation I approved, by the way. Jacob turned back to Coach. What do you want? Coach's smirk softened into something almost pleading. I heard you're rich and donated some money to the school. So I was hoping you could donate to the lacrosse team. We need new gear, training equipment, new jerseys. He lowered his voice. And I promise I won't bother you about the gaming room. I'll even send you and Stiles to detention whenever you want. You just have to be present during tests. Jacob thought for a moment, then smirked. I don't like being blackmailed. So you can go ahead and do whatever you want about the gaming room. I don't care. Coach's bravado crumbled. Okay. I'm sorry, alright? I just really need a donation. Some of my players are good, really good, but they can't afford gear. Please. Can you help? Jacob's smirk softened into a genuine smile. He threw an arm around Coach's shoulder. Fine. But I want to be assistant head coach. So we can both bully the players, especially the teams from other schools. Coach's eyes widened. No. Absolutely not. I still remember the only time you played. You almost gave me a brain aneurysm. He looked desperately at Stiles. I don't know this idiot well, but you're his friend. You don't really want him as assistant head coach, do you? Stiles considered it. As fun as that would be? No. I don't want that. And I'm pretty sure Scott doesn't either. Coach smiled hopefully. Then help me convince him to donate without becoming my assistant. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to accept his offer. Stiles turned to Jacob. Come on, man. You hate lacrosse. Don't ruin it for us. Jacob laughed. Fine. I was just messing with him. He looked at Coach. How much do you need? Coach blinked, surprised. 30,000? If that's too much, 15 will do. Jacob waved a hand. I'll tell my butler to donate 100,000 to the lacrosse team tomorrow. Just promise me you'll take care of the players with difficult situations at home. Coach's face split into a massive grin. He pumped his fist. Yes. Thank you. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. I promise. I'll help those poor bastards however I can. Then his voice shifted back to its usual gruff tone. Now what are you two idiots still doing here? Go to class. Jacob and Stiles grinned and headed toward their classroom. As they walked, Stiles shook his head. I'm surprised you gave him the money without asking for anything. Even after he tried to blackmail you. Jacob smiled. He meant well. And he's my favorite teacher. His expression grew distant for a moment. Besides, I was poor when I was in the orphanage back in New York. I know what it's like to want something and not have the money for it. And I know he'll keep his promise. He won't take that money for himself. Chapter 145, The Plan to Save Jackson. At lunchtime, Jacob, Scott, Stiles, Allison, Lydia, Erica, and Tracy gathered in the empty bleachers of the lacrosse field. Jacob pulled out meals and drinks from his pocket dimension, and they all ate together under the warm afternoon sun. Scott broke the comfortable silence. Jacob, I have a plan to save Jackson. But I need your help. Jacob raised an eyebrow. I don't feel like saving that idiot. Come on, Scott pressed. I just need you to make his parents forget everything. Jacob leaned back. Tell me this plan of yours. Scott took a breath. I'll capture Jackson and take him to that abandoned warehouse where we fought Gerard and the Zemas. I'll bring his parents there too. Then I'll give Jackson a fatal wound in front of them. Hopefully his mother loves him to call out his name and turn him back into a werewolf. After that, I'll need you to make his parents forget they were kidnapped and saw their son turn into a monster. Jacob studied him for a moment, then smirked. Did you come up with that on your own? Scott nodded proudly. Yes. I thought of it this morning during class. Jacob's smirk widened. Well, I guess you're not a hopeless idiot after all. I'm proud of you, son. Scott growled. Screw you. Jacob and Stiles burst out laughing. Allison ignored the two idiots and focused on Scott. When are you planning to do it? Scott's expression turned thoughtful. First, I need someone to help me kidnap Jackson's parents. Jacob held up a hand. I'm not kidnapping anyone. I'll help you erase their memories and that's it. Scott looked at Stiles. Stiles sighed heavily. Fine. But not tonight. Erica and I are going to watch a movie with Jacob and the others. Scott nodded. I wasn't planning to do it tonight anyway. I still need to ask Derek for help. I don't think I can fatally injure Jackson. I need Derek to do it. Stiles frowned. Why can't you do it? Scott's voice dropped. What if I kill him by accident? I couldn't live with that. Jacob's eyes lit up. Kill him by accident? That sounds fun. I'll do it. Scott shot him a look. We're trying to save him, not kill him. Jacob waved a dismissive hand. Boring. Allison asked, what about the Kanima's master? Did you find him yet? Stiles shook his head. No. I searched for a connection between the three victims, Isaac's dad, the hunter, and the mechanic. All I found was that they all knew each other. The mechanic and the hunter were in the same class at Beacon Hills High, both on the swimming team. Isaac's father was their swimming coach. Lydia's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. So the Kanima's master might be one of the members of the swimming team. Stiles nodded. Maybe. But there are a lot of them from different years and classes. It's hard to narrow down. Allison asked, has the Kanima only attacked those three? Yeah, or at least as far as we know. Stiles shrugged. Jackson hasn't shifted since the day I beat him. Unless he did while we were in Houston, but I doubt it. My dad said there were no murder cases last week. Jacob stood and stretched. Anyway, let me know when you're going to execute your plan. I want to be there to watch the fun. Meanwhile, across town, Matt Daler was released from the hospital. He had healed physically weeks ago, but the doctors had kept him for psychological evaluation and monitoring. His parents drove him home in silence. When they arrived, Matt went straight to his room and slammed the door. His parents exchanged a weary look, sighed, and left for work. Matt watched from his window as their car disappeared down the street. Then he began to pace. Faster and faster. His breathing grew ragged. His hands clenched into fists. Then he started breaking things. His computer. His cameras. His fist punched through the drywall again and again until his knuckles bled. When the rage finally subsided, he collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. I'll make that freak Alexander regret destroying my balls, he thought, his mind churning with venom. I'll make him wish he was dead. He closed his eyes. First, I need to see if I still can control that monster Jackson turns into tonight. Then I'll make him paralyze Alexander and bring him to me. So I can have some fun. A slow, ugly smile spread across his face. Back at the school, Jacob was walking toward his bike when he sneezed suddenly. He grinned. I don't know which beautiful girl is thinking about me. Allison and Lydia glared at him. Jacob held up his hands. Relax. Maybe it's just Malia or Melissa. Allison and Lydia ignored him, climbed into the red Mercedes, and drove away. Jacob turned to Stiles. I'm going to get Malia and Kitty. We'll meet at your house, then hit the town before the movie. Stiles nodded. Sounds good. Jacob swung a leg over his bike and rode away. Stiles looked at Scott. You want to come with us? Scott shook his head. No, I have to go to work. Then I need to talk to Derek afterward. Stiles smirked. Why are you still working anyway? Your mom's rich now. His smirk widened. And let's not even talk about your daddy. Scott's eyes flashed red. Shut up, Stiles. I work because I love animals. Stiles laughed and took Erica's hand. All right, see you later, man. Let's go, babe. He climbed into his Jeep and drove away. Scott and Tracy got into his car and left school too. Jacob, Malia, Kitty, Stiles, and Erica spent the evening shopping, grabbing dinner, and finally watching 21 Jump Street. After the movie, they split up. Jacob drove home with Malia and Kitty. Stiles drove home with Erica. The next day, Jacob skipped school and was fishing with Chris in the huge lake of Sarandel when Melissa and Stiles suddenly appeared beside them. Jacob looked up, immediately reading their expressions. What's wrong? Melissa sighed. There's a pregnant woman in the hospital. They brought her in around 1 a.m. last night. She was hysterical, talking about a monster. They gave her a sedative and let her sleep. She woke up this morning after I came in and I talked to her. Melissa's voice tightened. She said she was attacked by a dark, scaly, lizard-like creature. It was about to kill her, but then it stopped. It just stared at her stomach, sniffing and listening, like it was listening to the baby. Then it left without harming her. Stiles added, and there's more bad news. Jacob's jaw tightened. What? Her partner was killed by the Kanima. My dad found the body, ND asked us to deal with Jackson soon. Chris set down his fishing rod. Are you sure it's the Kanima? Stiles nodded grimly. Yeah. I saw the body. It was torn open just like your hunter. Jacob thought, I should have dealt with Matt sooner. He looked at Melissa. Where's Scott? Melissa sighed again, heavier this time. He's blaming himself. He didn't want us to tell you, he's afraid you'll kill Jackson. Jacob shook his head. Tell him to try saving Jackson tonight. I'll find his master and deal with him. Stiles frowned. How are you going to find his master? Jacob asked. First, tell me, were the pregnant woman and her partner on the same swimming team as the other victims? Stiles nodded. Yes. Both of them were. Jacob nodded slowly. Then whoever's controlling the Kanima will probably come to the hospital to finish the job himself. The Kanima disobeyed him by not killing the pregnant woman for some reason, so he won't send it again. Stiles caught on. So we just have to stay close to her. Exactly. But he won't move until nightfall. We'll go this evening. Jacob reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out a device. He handed it to Melissa. This is a memory neuralizer. Same as the one from Men in Black if you saw those movies. Stiles's eyes lit up. Can I play with it? He reached for it, but Melissa quickly put it into her ring. No, she said firmly. You might not. She looked at Jacob. I know how it works, I've seen the movies. But why are you giving it to me? Jacob's voice was calm but serious. Use it on the pregnant woman. Make her forget the Kanima. Make her believe her husband died in a wild animal attack. He thought for a moment, recalling the pregnant woman's situation from the show, living in a trailer in the woods, barely getting by. And tell Cogman to give her $200,000. She'll need it to raise her child. Melissa's expression softened. That's very kind of you. Jacob shook his head. No. It's our fault this happened to her. We could have prevented her partner's death. This is the least we can do. Melissa sighed. All right. I'll go now. Jacob added, talk to Scott. Tell him not to blame himself too much. Melissa said, I will. Then she vanished. Stiles, however, didn't leave. He teleported to the palace, grabbed a chair and returned, setting it up next to Jacob and Chris. He sat down with a satisfied sigh. Jacob, do you have an extra fishing rod? Jacob pulled one from his pocket dimension and handed it over. Stiles grinned and cast his line. Just then, a translucent system window materialized before Jacob's eyes. System notification. A quest sign-in available. Host can sign in after killing Matt. A event sign-in available. Host can sign in after witnessing Jackson transform from Kanima to werewolf. Jacob stopped thinking about the pregnant woman and her dead partner, a smirk tugging at his lips. Nice. He dismissed the notifications and said, Guys, let's compete. Whoever catches the biggest fish wins. Stiles grinned. All right, but no telekinesis. And no using skir buffalo meat as bait. Jacob laughed. Deal. Stiles cast him a sideways glance. Speaking of skir buffalo, how did you get that? I heard Lydia tell her mom it's from the Godzilla universe, but you told us you bought it. Jacob's smirk turned sly. Lydia talks too much. I need to punish her. Stiles's face paled. Please don't. She'll kick my ass if she finds out I was the reason. Jacob laughed again. Then stop asking so many questions. All you need to know is that I have a large dimensional pocket left to me by my ancestor. He could probably travel to other worlds. There's a lot of good stuff in there, but most of it's locked. It unlocks on its own as I get stronger. That includes the fire and lightning spells I gave you guys, the serums, and even the summoning scrolls for Cogman and Kitty. Stiles said, all right. No more questions. Then he grinned. But can you take something fun out of your pocket dimension right now? Jacob thought for a moment, then produced 2 scrolls. One of these is a cleaning spell. The other is a repair spell. You guys can choose one. Both Stiles and Chris sat up straighter, eyes gleaming. Stiles said, Wait, tell us what they do first. Jacob explained both spells. Chris nodded appreciatively. Both are excellent. Hard to choose. Stiles spoke quickly. I want the repair spell. Chris's eyes narrowed. Hold on. I want it too. Stiles blinked. Then let's flip a coin for it. They flipped. Stiles won. Chris cleared his throat. Best out of 3. Stiles stared at him. I didn't know you were shameless, Chris. Chris smirked unapologetically. It's a repair spell. You have no idea how useful that would be. He glanced at Jacob. Jacob, toss the coin this time. I think Stiles was cheating. Stiles gasped in mock offense. I was not. Jacob smiled and reached into his pocket dimension. He pulled out another repair scroll and tossed it to Stiles. Then he handed Chris a cleaning spell and a repair spell. Here. You take the repair spell and give the cleaning one to Victoria. Chris took them gratefully. Thanks. He unrolled the repair scroll immediately. It dissolved into light and sank into his forehead. Stiles stared at Jacob, outraged. That's not fair. Give me a cleaning spell too. Or at least a Spartan laser, you stupid lizard. Jacob raised an eyebrow. I can take back the scroll I just gave you if you think I'm being unfair. Stiles's eyes widened in panic. He tried to open the scroll, but it flew from his hand as Jacob used his telekinesis. Stiles dropped to his knees and hugged Jacob's leg. I'm sorry I called a noble creature like you a lizard. I was just joking. Please give me the scroll back. Jacob smirked and tossed the scroll high above the lake. Go fetch. Stiles stripped off his shirt and threw it onto the chair along with his phone. Come on, man. You're so petty. He watched the scroll arc through the air, then leaped with all his enhanced strength. He caught it mid-air, but gravity took over and he plunged into the lake with a tremendous splash. A moment later, Chris's eyes, which had been closed while learning the repair spell, snapped open. He joined Jacob in calmly watching the spot where Stiles had fallen. They both saw Stiles swimming frantically toward the shore, screaming at the top of his lungs. Behind him, a massive dorsal fin cut through the water. A shark. The fin disappeared. Then Stiles was launched into the air as the shark struck him from below. That hurt. Stiles flew upward, then splashed back down. But he wasn't bleeding. The shark's razor-sharp teeth hadn't penetrated his skin at all. When Stiles hit the water again, the tables turned. He swam after the shark with supernatural speed, caught it, and punched it repeatedly in the head until it went limp. Then he dragged it to shore. He emerged from the water, dripping, and threw the massive shark at Jacob's feet. I won our fishing competition. Chris stared at the creature. It was enormous, easily over 20 feet long. I've caught some unusually big fish here before, but this shark is way too big. Jacob nodded. Serendel is filled with supernatural energy or magic or whatever you want to call it. All the animals I brought from the outside world are mutating. Chris's brow furrowed with concern. Isn't that dangerous? Look at this shark. It's a tiger shark, they're aggressive, and they max out at 14 feet in the outside world. This one's over 20 feet. What do you think it'll turn into after a few years here? And what about the lions? The tigers? The bears? How strong will they become? Jacob shrugged, unconcerned. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out. And the stronger they get, the tastier their meat will be. But I'm not eating lions or tigers, only herbivores. Just remember, don't swim in this lake. And tell Victoria the same. Stiles said, we should warn my dad and Natalie too. This lake is a death trap. He looked at Jacob. Remind me again why you brought sharks here in the first place? Jacob shrugged again. Aside from the delicious species, salmon, sea bass, shrimp, lobster, king crab, etc., I didn't exactly choose the rest of the species I brought here. I just opened a large portal whenever I found a lot of fish, and they all got sucked in. The tiger shark is probably the least dangerous thing in there. Stiles's eyes widened. What's more dangerous than a tiger shark? Jacob started counting on his fingers. Electric rays. Stingrays. All kinds of eels, especially that large green one that lives in coral reefs. Great white sharks. Orcas. Bluefin tuna. Barracuda. Swordfish. Giant squid. Giant octopus. He paused. Those are just off the top of my head. I saw them all get sucked into the portal. Imagine what they'll mutate into after a few years here. He added thoughtfully, and there might be more dangerous things I brought in without noticing. Stiles stared at him. That's reckless, you idiot. What if, for example, the octopus mutates into a kraken? Jacob's eyes lit up. Isn't that just more octopus meat for us? Stiles threw his hands up. What if you brought a dangerous supernatural creature in here without knowing? What if it kept growing stronger until it became a real threat? Jacob waved a hand dismissively. Relax. Serendel is mine. I'm in total control here. Nothing can beat me in my own domain. He gazed out at the vast lake, his expression turning thoughtful. Speaking of supernatural creatures, do you guys think I accidentally brought in a beautiful mermaid? Stiles and Chris both turned to look at the lake. Stiles's earlier panic melted into a mischievous grin. Should we go for a swim and find out if she's there? Jacob smirked. I can check if there's a mermaid, or any other supernatural creature, in the lake without getting wet. He closed his eyes and focused on his connection with Serendel. The lake's depths unfolded in his mind, every creature, every shadow, every hidden corner. 15 minutes passed in silence. Finally, he opened his eyes and shook his head. Unfortunately, no mermaid. No supernatural creatures either. Just fish, shellfish, and other normal sea creatures. But I should have expected that. If there was any supernatural creature in Serendel, I'd sense it right away. Guess I was just hoping there might actually be a mermaid in the lake. Both Stiles and Chris sighed in disappointment. Stiles muttered, I wanted to see a beautiful mermaid. Jacob said, but I did see a school of seahorses, or herd, or whatever you call a group of them. And they were big. Some of them were probably 4 feet long. Chris's eyebrows shot up. 4 feet? The largest seahorse species only grows to about 14 inches. Jacob nodded. I know. Serendel's energy is making them grow bigger. Stiles waved a hand dismissively. Why are you excited about stupid giant seahorses? I wanted to see a beautiful mermaid. Jacob smirked. Think about it, if the seahorses keep growing, we might be able to ride them around the lake. That would be fun. Stiles sighed. Yeah, that would be fun, but I really wanted to see a mermaid. Look, even Chris is disappointed. He nodded toward Chris, who wore a contemplative expression. I wonder if they are as beautiful as in the stories. You know, with their bras made from scallop shells? Jacob shook his head. You're too naive, Stiles. Stiles frowned. Why? Jacob grinned. Mermaids don't wear bras. Stiles's eyes widened. Oh. A grin spread across his face. Even better. The three of them turned toward the lake. Identical longing expressions on their faces. Just then, Allison, Lydia, and Malia appeared beside them, making them jump. Allison glanced around suspiciously. What are you guys doing? Stiles, without thinking, blurted out, We were looking for a mare. Jacob moved like lightning. He snatched the scroll from Stiles's hand and shoved it into his mouth, silencing him. Before Stiles could even process what happened, Jacob's foot connected with his ass and sent him flying into the horizon. Chris cleared his throat awkwardly. I'm going to, I have things to do. I need to give this scroll to Victoria. He teleported out of Serendel before anyone could respond. The three girls turned to Jacob with identical suspicious expressions. Lydia crossed her arms. What were you three really doing? Jacob pretended he hadn't heard the question. Instead, he spun around and pointed at the massive shark like he'd just discovered treasure. Malia, look at this shark. I bet it'll taste delicious. I'll take it to Cogman so he can make us some fish and chips. He grabbed the shark and teleported away before anyone could stop him. Allison stared at the empty space where Jacob had been. They were definitely talking about something weird. Or perverted. Something they didn't want us to know about. Even my dad was panicking. Lydia's lips curved into a slow, dangerous smile. Don't worry. I'll make Stiles tell us what they were talking about. Chapter 146, Matt's Fatal Error. After Allison, Lydia, and Malia had lunch with Jacob in Serendel, they teleported back to the school's bathroom and made their way to the library to wait for their next class. The library was empty. The three girls sat together, chatting quietly. Then Jackson walked in. He moved with purpose, ignoring Lydia and Malia completely as he sat down across from Allison. His eyes locked onto her with an unsettling intensity. Allison's frown deepened. What do you want, Jackson? Jackson leaned forward. Why are you with him? Allison's expression hardened. Excuse me? Why are you in a relationship with that rich, pretty boy Alexander? Jackson's voice dripped with contempt. He's dating other bitches. He doesn't deserve you. Malia's eyes flashed and Allison's hands clenched into fists, but Lydia's telepathic voice cut through their anger. Girls, don't do anything yet. I don't think Jackson is the one talking. I think it's his master. And I think he has a crush on you, Allison. Which means we know him. Let him keep talking. We might figure out his identity. Allison forced herself to relax. She smiled. Even though it's none of your business, I'll answer your question. I'm with Jay because I love him. Jackson's face twisted with anger. He's a monster. One day he'll turn on you. Allison tilted her head innocently. What do you mean he's a monster? Don't act dumb. Jackson's voice rose. I know all about your little furry secrets. Furry secrets? Jackson sneered. That's right. I've learned a few secrets lately. Werewolves. Hunters. Scaly monsters. He laughed bitterly. It's like a freaking Halloween party every full moon. Allison's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean you learned lately? Didn't you pay Scott and Stiles to help you get the bite from Peter? Haven't you known about werewolves for a long time? She paused. And you know Jay isn't a werewolf, don't you? Jackson's confidence wavered. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Oh, of course I know about werewolves for a long time, and I know Alexander isn't a werewolf. He's a different kind of monster. Allison shrugged. Anyway, you don't have to worry about me, Jackson. And you're right, Jay is a monster. The ruthless kind. And he doesn't like it when people get too close to us. She smiled sweetly. So you're in deep trouble. I'm going to tell him you were trying to hit on me. And that you called Lydia and Malia bitches. Jackson glared at her. I'm not scared of him. I'm not scared of anyone. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a venomous whisper. I'll kill those who killed me before. And I'll make you mine, Allison. I'll make that arrogant pretty boy pay for the pain he caused me. His breathing grew ragged. I'll paralyze him and make him watch while I play with you three. His voice rose to a shout. Then I'll crush his balls and cut off his dick and feed it to him. I'll make him wish he was dead. Lydia suddenly spoke, her voice calm and certain. That's it. Allison and Malia looked at her. Malia cracked her knuckles. Did you figure out who he is? Because I really want to kill him now. Lydia stared into Jackson's eyes. I know you're not Jackson. Jackson is dumb, but he's not dumb enough to provoke Jay. He's terrified of him. Jackson's face flickered with panic. I don't know what you're talking about, you crazy bitch. I am Jackson. Lydia smiled. No, you're not. And I know who you really are. Her smile widened. I think Jay would love to have a word with you. Jackson's hand shifted, scales rippling across his skin, claws extending as it transformed into a Kanima's claw. He lunged at Lydia, aiming for her throat. Before his hand could reach her, Malia caught his wrist. Electricity surged from her palm. Jackson convulsed, screamed, and collapsed, unconscious. Lydia pouted. Hey. I could have protected myself. Malia shrugged, unapologetic. I know. I just really wanted to beat him. Allison looked at Lydia. So? Who's the Kanima's master? Lydia said, pretty sure it's Matt. You know the creep Jay introduced to the joys of telekinetic ball crushing a couple weeks back? She raised an eyebrow. He's obsessed with you, Allison. And he seemed really angry when he said he'll make Jay pay for the pain he caused him. He said he'll crush Jay's balls. That's too specific to be a coincidence. Allison nodded slowly. That makes sense. She pulled out her phone. You tell Jay. I'll ask Cogman to find Matt. While Lydia spoke to Jacob telepathically, Allison dialed Cogman. Cogman answered immediately. Good afternoon, my lady. What can I do for you? Find a guy named Matt Daler. And tell Jay his location. Cogman's voice brightened. Did he offend you, my lady? Shall I deal with him? There's no need to trouble, sir. Allison cut him off. Just tell Jay. And remember, you're still not allowed to fight or kill. Cogman's sigh was audible even through the phone. Fine. I'll find him and inform sir. Will that be all, my lady? Yes. Allison ended the call and looked at Lydia. Did you tell Jay? Lydia nodded. Just did. Allison dialed again. Scott? Come to the library. They waited. Soon Scott and Tracy arrived, both staring at Jackson's unconscious form. Scott looked up, confused. What happened? Allison explained quickly, then left with Lydia and Malia for their next class. Scott turned to Tracy. Help me get him to my car. Tracy's eyes widened. What if someone sees us? Then we wait until everyone's back in class. I'll take him out the back way, through the lacrosse field into the woods. He handed her the keys. Drive my car and meet me there. Tracy took the keys. Okay. Meanwhile, Matt paced frantically in his room. Damn it. He ran his hands through his hair. Those bitches knew someone was controlling Jackson. They were just playing with me, trying to figure out who I am. He punched the wall. And they probably did. He paced faster. That Malia Tate is a monster too. I don't know what she did to Jackson when she caught his arm, but I can't control him anymore. His breathing grew ragged. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What should I do? Matt started destroying things in his room, throwing books, punching walls, kicking furniture. The chaos echoed through the house. A knock came at the door. Matt? His mother's worried voice filtered through. What's wrong? Open the door. Matt screamed, Go away, Mom. She didn't leave. The knocking continued, accompanied by desperate pleas. Matt yanked open the door, fury twisting his features. He tried to push past her, but she caught his arm. Matt, please, talk to me. What's happening? I'm fine. Let me go. Please, honey, just tell me what's wrong. In a burst of rage, he shoved her hard against the wall. The back of her head slammed into it, and she crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Matt didn't even look back. He stormed into his parents' room, grabbed a gun from the nightstand, and headed downstairs. He snatched his mother's car keys from the hook by the door and left. As he drove, his mind raced. I need a hostage. Someone to bargain with. Lydia's mother? No, I don't know where she is. He gripped the wheel tighter. The hospital, I'll go to the hospital and grab Scott's mother. If I remember correctly, she's a nurse. Then I'll wait until I can control Jackson again, and with his help, I'll catch the sheriff too. With both their parents in my hands, Stiles and Scott will have to help me deal with Alexander. He pressed the accelerator and sped toward Beacon Hills Memorial Hospital. In the living room of the mansion, Jacob sat with Cogman, waiting. Cogman's eyes were closed, his system scanning every camera, every phone signal, every digital footprint in Beacon Hills. After a long moment, he opened them. Sir, I found him. He appears to be heading toward Beacon Hills Memorial Hospital. Jacob stood. All right. You stay here. I'll handle it. Before Cogman could respond, Jacob teleported. He appeared in Melissa's office on the top floor of the hospital. Empty. He followed their connection through the building, sensing her presence, and found her at the main entrance. She was talking to Raphael McCall. Jacob stepped into an empty room nearby, put on his nano mask, and adjusted his appearance to look older. Then he walked out and approached Melissa, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her. Melissa rolled her eyes but kissed him back. Jacob glanced at Raphael. Who's this? Melissa sighed. My ex-husband. Scott's father. Jacob's eyebrows rose. I thought he already left Beacon Hills. What does he want? He says he wants to meet Scott. But what he really wants is to know where I got the money to buy the hospital. Jacob smirked. Is that so? Raphael studied Jacob with narrow eyes. Was it you? Did you buy it for her? Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Raphael's jaw tightened. No. But I'd like to know who you are. Where you got that kind of money. Melissa may be my ex-wife, but she's still the mother of my son. I worry about her safety. About Scott's safety. Jacob's smile didn't waver. I'm her man. As for where I got my money, that's none of your business. And from now on you don't need to worry about Melissa. She's happy with me. She's safe. He tilted his head. If you want to talk to your son, find him yourself. Or call him. Melissa stepped in. All right, Raphael. You can leave now. I'll let Scott know you want to see him. Whether he wants to see you or not. That's up to him. From now on, don't come to me. Call Scott directly if you want to meet. She took Jacob's hand and pulled him inside the hospital. Raphael watched them go, then sighed and walked away. Inside, Melissa handed Jacob the memory neuralizer. I already erased the pregnant woman's memories. Cogman gave her the money. I asked him to add another 200,000. I hope you don't mind. Jacob shook his head. I don't mind at all. Melissa studied him. You said you weren't coming until evening. What are you doing here early? Just visiting, or is something else going on? Jacob's expression turned serious. We figured out who the Kanima's master is. Melissa's eyes widened. Who? Jacob filled her in quickly. Then they positioned themselves near the entrance, waiting. They didn't wait long. 10 minutes later, Matt walked in. He approached the front desk and asked a nurse, "Excuse me, do you know a nurse named McCall?" The nurse pointed directly at Melissa, who was standing nearby in her lady suit. "That's her." "But she's no longer a—" Matt cut her off with a quick, "Thank you." He walked straight to Melissa, not even glancing at Jacob, whose appearance was completely disguised. He put on a scared, anxious expression. "Ma'am? Are you Scott's mother? He said you could help me." Melissa played along. "Calm down. What kind of help do you need?" "My mom, she's in the car. She needs help." Melissa nodded. "Okay. Take me to her." Matt turned and led her toward the parking lot. He noticed Jacob following and frowned. "Who's he?" Melissa smiled. "My husband." Matt's eyes flickered with satisfaction. "Perfect. Now I can catch both of Scott's parents." He led them to the underground parking lot. When they reached his car, he checked that no one was watching, then pulled out his gun and aimed it at them. "Get in the car. Drive to the Beacon Hills Preserve." Jacob had been about to end things right there, but Matt's destination caught his interest. He held up his hands. "Okay. Just don't shoot." Melissa raised an eyebrow at him. Jacob winked. They got into the car. Matt climbed into the back seat, gun still aimed. "Drive." Jacob started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot, heading toward the preserve. Melissa's voice echoed in his mind. "Jay, why are you playing along? I thought you were going to deal with him in the parking lot." Jacob's telepathic response was calm, almost amused. He called Allison and the others bitches. He said he wanted to crush my balls and cut off my dick. And now he tried to kidnap you. Since he asked us to drive to the preserve, I'm going to show him a really good time there. As fun as that sounds, I don't want to watch. Don't worry. I'll teleport you back to the hospital as soon as we arrive. Melissa settled into her seat, a small smile playing on her lips as she looked at the anxious Matt in the rearview mirror. Poor bastard has no idea what he got himself into. Chapter 147, Matt's End. Jacob drove toward the Beacon Hills Preserve, a dark amusement curling in his chest as he imagined the look on Matt's face when he realized just how badly his plan had backfired. Soon they arrived at the edge of the woods. Matt leaned forward from the back seat. "Drive deeper. Further in." Jacob obliged. The deeper they went, the more isolated they became, exactly where Jacob wanted him. After several minutes, Matt said, "Stop here. Get out." Jacob parked the car and stepped out with Melissa. Matt retrieved a rope from the trunk and pointed it at Melissa. "Tie your husband's hands behind his back." Melissa looked at him, really looked at him, and all she saw was a pathetic, terrified boy who had no idea what he'd walked into. She shook her head slowly, pity in her eyes. "Jay, take me back." Jacob smirked, wrapped an arm around her waist, and said to Matt, "Wait here. I'll be back in a moment." Before Matt could react, they vanished. Matt spun in circles, panic rising. "Where did you go?" "Come out." Jacob reappeared directly in front of him. Matt raised his gun with trembling hands. "Where's the woman?" "She's back at the hospital." Jacob smirked. "It's funny, you thought this was a kidnapping. Instead, you just delivered yourself to me. And you even picked a place where no one can hear you scream." His smile widened. "So congratulations, dumbass." Matt's face went pale. Who are you?" Jacob reached up and deactivated his nanomask, revealing his true face. "Surprise." Matt stumbled back, his face twisting with terror. His skin lost all color. His mouth opened and closed uselessly. He tried to release the safety on his gun, but his hands shook so badly that the weapon slipped from his grip and clattered to the ground. Jacob chuckled. "Let me help you." With a wave of his hand, he used his telekinesis to lift the gun and float it back to Matt. "I removed the safety for you. Go ahead. Shoot me." Matt grabbed the floating weapon with shaking hands and opened fire. Jacob raised one hand. Every bullet stopped midair, hovering inches from his palm. Matt emptied the entire magazine. And every single bullet hung there, suspended, defying everything he thought he knew about the world. His legs gave out. He collapsed to the ground, staring up at Jacob with pure, primal terror. "What kind of monster are you?" The kind you should never have messed with. Jacob's voice was cold, casual. I heard you called my wives bitches. Matt shook his head frantically. I didn't. And I heard you wanted to play with them in front of me. Jacob released a fraction of his dragon aura. Before crushing my balls and making me eat my own dick. Matt's whole body convulsed with fear. He tried to stand, but his legs wouldn't obey. Help. Someone, please help. Jacob tilted his head. You can shout all you want. No one can hear you. You picked this place, remember? With a thought, 3 bullets shot forward, faster than any gun could fire, and struck Matt directly in the crotch. Matt screamed. A high, animalistic sound of pure agony. He curled into a ball, clutching his crotch, rolling on the forest floor as blood soaked through his pants. Jacob waved a hand and stone rose from the earth, forming a comfortable chair. He sat down to watch. After a moment, his expression shifted. This isn't as fun as I thought it would be. He frowned. I feel uncomfortable. Maybe I should have let Cogman handle this. Matt's screaming eventually subsided into sobbing. He looked up at Jacob, his face streaked with tears and dirt. A puddle of urine mixed with blood had formed beneath him. He had even lost control of his bowels. Jacob wrinkled his nose in disgust. Gross. You just made me lose interest in torturing you. So I'll make your death quickish. Through choking sobs, Matt begged, Please don't kill me. I'm sorry. I'll leave Beacon Hills and never come back. Please spare me. Spare you? So you can find some washed-up mentor, learn some forbidden curse spell or some shit, and return to gloat about how my mercy was my greatest weakness? No thanks. I've seen this movie before. The hero always ends up with a knife in his back or a loved one's corpse in his hands because he was too noble to finish the job. I'm not noble, Matt. I'm vengeful. I'm petty. And when provoked, I'm ruthless. Jacob smiled, a cold, humorless smile. I heard you have hydrophobia. And while I can't use the water element, I can still make you drown. He stomped his foot. The earth beneath Matt softened, liquefied, becoming quicksand. Matt began to sink. Slowly. He screamed. He begged. He clawed at the edges, but there was nothing to hold on to. Please. I'm sorry. Don't let me drown in mud. Please. Jacob watched for a moment, then sighed. Too slow. He waved his hand. The remaining bullets shot forward and pierced Matt's body from multiple angles. The screaming stopped. Jacob rose from his stone chair. With a gesture, he lifted Matt's corpse from the quicksand and incinerated it with a burst of dragon fire. He burned the car too, then smoothed the earth until it looked untouched. The stone chair dissolved back into the ground. He teleported back to the mansion. Jacob lay back in his recliner in the living room, staring at the translucent system window that had appeared before his eyes. You have killed Matt. You may now sign in, host. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Rewards obtained. Keycap 1 enchanted camera, the Wizarding World, a vintage-styled camera that captures fully animated photographs which loop indefinitely. With a single click, it can print animated photos from wallet-sized up to poster-sized. It's filled with infinite enchanted film that transforms directly into printed photos, no developing needed. Keycap 2 Stealth, you can follow any target while completely hiding your presence and sound. Unless you attack, you will never be discovered. They won't hear footsteps, feel your gaze, or sense you behind them, no matter how close you get. Note, this ability only works against females. Keycap 3 X-ray vision, the ability to see through solid objects, walls, doors, clothing, etc. at will. Enjoy, host. Jacob read the first reward and thought, animated photographs? We have phones that capture videos, so it's not exactly mind-blowing. But it's better than nothing, I guess. He moved to the second reward and frowned. A creepy stalking ability? Well, it could be useful. But I should remember it won't work on my wives, they can feel my presence through our bond. Then he read the last reward and grinned. Great. X-ray vision. That's a nice ability to have. And don't worry, system. I will enjoy myself. But between the camera, the stealth that only works on females, and the X-ray vision, it feels like you're trying to turn me into a super creepy stalker. I am merely an assistant to you, host. I have no ill intentions. Yeah, right. Jacob shook his head. Anyway, merge the stealth ability and the X-ray vision into my body. Are you sure, host? Yes. A faint tingling sensation washed over his eyes, then faded. The two abilities have been successfully merged into your body, host. Jacob focused. Immediately, he could see through the living room wall, the garden beyond, the flowers, the path. He looked down at his hand and pushed further. Skin became translucent, revealing muscles, then veins, then the stark white of bone beneath. Cool. He deactivated the ability and lay back in the recliner, a satisfied smile on his face. I can't wait to see what rewards I get after witnessing Jackson turn into a werewolf tonight. He closed his eyes, intending to nap, but sleep wouldn't come. I should go get a coffee. Jacob walked out of the mansion and found Cogman tending to the garden. Cogman looked up. Where are you going, sir? Out for coffee. I can make you some, sir. It would be my pleasure. Jacob waved a hand. No, I want to go to a cafe and enjoy the atmosphere. He swung a leg over his bike and rode into town, eventually finding a busy cafe on a bustling street. He ordered a coffee, found a table, and sat back. He put on his sunglasses, activated his X-ray vision, and let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. For the next 2 hours he sat there, coffee forgotten, a perverted grin plastered on his face as he watched the women passing by. This is the best ability I've ever gotten since I arrived in this world. Thank you, system. He was so engrossed he didn't notice the Rolls-Royce pull up. He didn't notice Allison, Lydia, and Malia get out. He didn't notice them walk toward him. Allison raised an eyebrow at his expression. What is he doing with that perverted grin on his face? Lydia studied him. Nothing good, I'm sure. But I can feel that he's in a very good mood. Malia nodded. Yeah, I can feel it too. He's really happy right now. They followed his gaze to a table not far away, where 4 beautiful older women sat laughing together. Allison and Lydia's expressions darkened. They strode toward him. Jacob shivered suddenly, a primal warning shooting through him. My spidey senses are tingling. I'm in danger. He looked around and saw Allison and Lydia advancing with murder in their eyes, Malia smirking behind them. Wait, when did they get here? And why do they look pissed? He quickly pulled off his sunglasses and put on his most charming smile. Hey girls. What are you doing here? Allison's voice was ice. Don't you want us here? Of course I want you here. I was just surprised, that's all. He stood and pulled out chairs for them. Please join me. Lydia sat, her eyes narrowed. So, Jay. She nodded subtly toward the 4 women. Do you like them? No. Malia grinned. Then why were you ogling them with that perverted smile? Jacob coughed awkwardly. I wasn't looking at them. I was actually asleep. Yes. Asleep. And I was dreaming about you girls. Allison rolled her eyes. Right. I'd believe you if I didn't know you so well. Lydia ignored him and called the waiter over, turning to Allison and Malia to discuss what they wanted to order. Jacob glanced away from Malia, who was still giving him a knowing look. Note to self, never tell them about the X-ray vision. And especially never tell Stiles, that idiot would definitely snitch. Soon the waiter arrived with their drinks and an assortment of pastries. The girls dug in, laughing and talking between bites. After a while, Allison turned to Jacob. By the way, did you deal with that creep Matt? Jacob nodded casually. Yeah. He's dead. Lydia's eyebrow arched. Where did you find him? Jacob smirked. Actually, he found me. Cogman told me he was heading to the hospital, so I went there and disguised myself. When he arrived, he came up to me and Melissa and kidnapped us at gunpoint. Told us to drive to the Beacon Hills Preserve. He shrugged. We played along. Allison shook her head. What an idiot. Lydia leaned forward. Did you find out why he was killing people? Isaac's father, that pregnant woman's husband? Why he tried to kill her and the mechanic? Jacob's expression shifted. He thought for a moment. I didn't dare read his memories, didn't want to see his imaginary life with Allison. But I remember his backstory from canon. Out loud, he said, when Matt was young, he was good friends with Isaac. They bonded over comics. One night in 2006, when Matt was around 8 or 9, he went to Isaac's house to trade comic books. That same night, Isaac's father had invited the swim team he coached, who had just won championships, to the house for a pool party. They'd been drinking and things got pretty rowdy. The girls listened intently as Jacob continued. Isaac's brother, who was on the swim team, drunkenly grabbed Matt and threw him in the pool. despite Matt's desperate protests that he couldn't swim. He sank beneath the surface, tried to plead for help, but no one noticed. Everyone was too busy hooking up. He lost consciousness. Lydia's eyes widened. Jacob paused. Matt woke up and found that Isaac's father had saved him. But instead of showing concern, the man was furious, terrified that Matt's near drowning could get him and the team in trouble. So he blamed Matt. Told him it was his own fault for not being able to swim. He bullied him into silence, and Matt never told anyone about the party, the alcohol, or his near-death experience. Malia frowned. That's messed up. Jacob nodded. That trauma gave him hydrophobia and panic attacks. And over time, it grew into an obsession with revenge against everyone who hurt him. Allison's expression shifted as the pieces clicked into place. So that's what he meant earlier, when he was controlling Jackson and said he'd kill those who'd killed him before. Lydia shook her head. Isaac's father was a terrible person. He was an abusive father, and he turned a scared kid into a psychopathic killer. Malia shrugged. Well, he got what he deserved in the end. Allison nodded grimly. Yeah. Matt killed him. Lydia waved a hand dismissively. Anyway, let's not talk about that psycho anymore. She smiled brightly. How about we go shopping? Allison's face lit up. Sure. Malia glanced at Jacob. I'll only go if Jay comes. Lydia turned to him with a sly smile. Come with us. We'll let you pick out some lingerie for us. Jacob's eyes lit up. Oh. Okay. I'm in. He smirked pervertedly, adding internally, I can just use my X-ray vision to pass the time when they shop for other stuff. Allison caught his expression and shook her head with a smile. All right, pay the bill so we can go, you pervert. Jacob grinned. Oh, sure. He paid the bill, then stood. Wait here. I'm going to stash my bike. He rode to an empty alley. After making sure there were no cameras, stored his bike in his pocket dimension. Then he teleported directly into the Rolls-Royce. Cogman, already in the driver's seat, merely glanced at him through the rearview mirror and said nothing. The girls felt Jacob's presence in the car and climbed in, Malia in the front, while Allison and Lydia slid into the back, wrapping themselves around Jacob. Cogman asked, Where to, my ladies? Lydia smiled. Macy's. As you wish. The Rolls-Royce pulled smoothly into traffic. Chapter 148, From Lizard to Wolf. Stiles and Scott stood in the abandoned warehouse where they had fought Gerard and the Zemas. Jackson lay on the floor, slowly regaining consciousness after being shocked by Malia's electricity. Jackson pushed himself up, blinking groggily. He looked around, confusion twisting his features. What's going on? Why am I here? Stiles crossed his arms. Well, long story short, you're a Kanima, a lizard-like shapeshifter that needs a master to control it. Bad news? Why? Oh, you killed Isaac's father and some other guy in the woods. You also tried to kill 2 more people. Good news? You didn't know what you were doing because Matt Daler was controlling you. Jackson shot to his feet. You're lying. I didn't kill anyone. Stiles shrugged. Yeah, you did. And if it weren't for me, you would have killed 3 people instead of 2. He smirked. I cut off your tail that night, by the way. Sold it for $4,000. His smirk widened. I wonder if you've grown another one I can cut and sell again. Jackson stared at him. A tail? Scott nodded. Yeah. You turn into a lizard, dark green scales, claws, and a tail. Jackson's voice rose with indignation. Is this some kind of prank? Are you two making fun of me because I didn't turn after Peter gave me the bite? Scott shook his head. No. We're trying to save you. Jackson scoffed. I don't need saving. You 2 idiots are the ones who'll need saving after I prosecute your asses all the way to jail. He turned and started walking toward the exit. I'm out of here. You'd better hire a good lawyer. Stiles's voice stopped him. I wouldn't leave if I were you, princess. Unless you want to die, that is. Jackson froze. He turned back slowly. What do you mean? Derek wants to kill you, Stiles said flatly. The only reason you're still alive is because of us. Jackson's jaw tightened. I can take care of myself. Are you sure? Stiles tilted his head. Because Derek isn't the only one who wants you dead. Jackson's bravado flickered. Who else? Scott stepped forward. Allison's father and his hunters. You killed one of theirs. And Jacob was going to kill you too. He only agreed not to because I asked him to let me save you. He paused. But you hit on Allison at school today while Matt was controlling you, and you called Jacob's girlfriends bitches to their faces. I'm not so sure if he is going to spare you this time. Stiles added, I'm actually surprised you're still alive after calling Malia a bitch. That girl is crazy. She scares the shit out of me. Jackson's confidence crumbled. So what? You're saying I'm stuck with you? Scott nodded. Pretty much. If you walk out that door, I can't protect you anymore. And as for suing us? Go ahead. It's your word against ours. And if it comes to hiring a good lawyer. He smiled. My mom is way richer than your parents. I'm not worried. Jackson stared at them for a long moment. Then he exhaled heavily. All right. Let's assume everything you said is true. How are you going to help me? By turning you into a werewolf, Scott said. Jackson frowned. You just said I'm some kind of lizard. How do you turn a lizard into a werewolf? Scott explained patiently about Jackson's lack of identity as an orphan and adopted child, how that made him feel like he had no true sense of self, causing him to reject the alpha's bite and become a Kanima instead of a werewolf. He explained how the Kanima was a creature that lacked its own identity and needed a master to give it purpose. Jackson listened without interrupting. When Scott finished, he said flatly, You still haven't told me how you're going to turn me into a werewolf. We need someone who loves you, Scott said. Your mother, probably. She'll have to call out your name while you're dying. Don't worry, we'll erase her memories afterward. She won't remember anything. Jackson thought for a moment. Then he nodded. Fine. But how are you going to get her here? And how are you going to erase her memories? Stiles grinned. We'll kidnap her, of course. Make her watch as we fatally wound you. Then, if she loves you enough, she'll call your name and... Jackson's eyes went wide. His body stiffened. Then he began to shift. Scott turned to Stiles. Seriously, man? Did you have to say kidnap his mother? You made him lose control. Stiles shrugged. Relax. We can just beat him until he shifts back. If you don't want to do it, I'll gladly handle it. Jackson completed his transformation into the Kanima, scales, claws, glowing eyes. But instead of attacking or fleeing, he simply stared at Stiles. Then he approached slowly and raised a clawed hand. Scott tensed. What's happening? Stiles's eyes widened. I read about this in the bestiary. I think he wants me to be his master. He paused, realization dawning. That means Matt is probably dead. He reached out and touched his palm to the Kanima's. Instantly, a connection formed. Stiles could feel Jackson's presence in his mind, docile, waiting, ready to obey. With a thought, he made the Kanima do a backflip. Stiles grinned. He pulled out his phone and started filming. Dance, he commanded. The Kanima began dancing awkwardly. Scott stared. What are you doing? Having fun. Stiles didn't look up from his phone. And now that he's under my control, this is way easier. We'll just make him call his mother to pick him up. When she arrives, I'll make him stop resisting, let Derek wound him fatally, and hopefully she loves him enough to turn him back. Scott nodded slowly. All right. We'll wait until evening when she gets off work. Stiles nodded and with a thought made Jackson shift back to human form. Then, still controlling him, he made the naked Jackson dance around the warehouse, hug a support beam, and kiss it passionately, all while Stiles filmed every second. Scott watched in disgust. What are you doing now? Stiles grinned. He said he was going to prosecute us and send us to jail. I'm just collecting blackmail material. Scott shook his head. Okay, you've got your video. Make him stop humping the beam and put his clothes on. Stiles sighed dramatically. Fine. He mentally commanded Jackson to stop and dress in his torn, shredded clothes. Then he released control. Jackson blinked, coming back to himself. He looked down at his ruined clothing, then up at Stiles and Scott. What happened? Ed? What did you two do to me? Stiles shrugged innocently. Nothing. You just shifted into your Kanima form, danced around for a bit, shifted back, and then really got friendly with that support beam. Then you put your clothes back on. That's why they're torn. Jackson's face twisted with disbelief. You're lying. Stiles held up his phone and played the video. Jackson watched in horror as a green scaly creature danced, then shifted into him, then hugged and kissed a metal beam with disturbing enthusiasm. He lunged for the phone, but Stiles pocketed it smoothly. "Delete that," Jackson demanded. Stiles shook his head. "Not happening. But don't worry, as long as you don't sue us for trying to help you, this video will never see the light of day." Jackson opened his mouth to argue, but Stiles raised a hand. Jackson's eyes went vacant. Stiles guided him to a corner. "Sit there. Don't move until I say so." Jackson obeyed, slumping into a daze. Scott pulled out his phone and dialed Derek. "Come to the warehouse where we fought Gerard. We're going to try to turn Jackson into a werewolf tonight." As the sky over Beacon Hills darkened, Stiles made Jackson call his mother. Using a lie that he'd driven to the abandoned warehouse with a girl who'd then left him stranded, Jackson convinced her to come pick him up. When Mrs. Whitmore's car pulled up outside, Scott called Jacob. Jacob, who had been shopping with the girls, excused himself. He left Allison and Malia at the mall and teleported with Lydia to the warehouse, where they settled into the shadows to watch. Lydia studied the scene. Jackson stood in a daze in the middle of the empty warehouse, illuminated by the harsh lights left behind after Gerard's death. She turned to Jacob, confused. "Why did you bring me here?" Jacob nodded toward Jackson. "They're going to try to turn him into a werewolf. I brought you because—" Lydia's expression shifted. Hurt flickered in her eyes. "The only way to save him is for someone who loves him to call his name when he's near death." Her voice tightened. "Do you think I still have feelings for Jackson? Is that why you brought me here?" Jacob raised an eyebrow, then flicked her forehead gently. "Ow!" Lydia rubbed the spot. "What are you thinking, you idiot?" Jacob's voice was soft but firm. "Of course I know you don't have feelings for Jackson. I know the only man you love is me." Lydia pouted. "Then why bring me here? I don't really care if Jackson lives or dies." Jacob pulled her into a hug. "I brought you here just in case his mother's voice doesn't reach him when he is dying. I want you to amplify it with your sound control ability. That's all." He tilted her chin up, meeting her eyes. "With how possessive I am, do you really think Jackson would still be alive if I felt you had even the slightest romantic feeling for him?" Lydia looked away, guilt flickering across her face. "Sorry. I was just overthinking." Jacob smirked. "Yes, you were. I'm going to punish you all night tonight. And you'd better not lose consciousness." Lydia's lips curved into a smile. She kissed him. "I'm looking forward to it." Just then, a woman's voice echoed through the warehouse, Jackson's mother, Mrs. Whitmore. "Jackson." She spotted him standing motionless under the lights, his clothes torn and disheveled. Worry creased her face as she hurried toward him. Before she could reach him, a low growl rumbled from the shadows. She froze. Derek stepped out from behind a support beam, his eyes glowing red, fur spreading along his jaw. Mrs. Whitmore stumbled back, terror flashing across her face. She turned to Jackson, her voice shrill with panic. "Jackson? Run. Get away from that thing." But Jackson didn't move. Instead, under Stiles's mental command, he began to shift. Mrs. Whitmore watched in horror as her son's body transformed, scales erupting across his skin, claws extending, his face twisting into something reptilian and monstrous. Her legs gave out. She crumpled to the floor, trembling. "What's happening?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "Jackson, what happened to you?" She looked at Derek, accusation and fear mingling in her eyes. "What are you? What did you do to my son?" Stiles released his control. Jackson's eyes cleared. He looked down at his scaled hands, then at his mother, terrified, weeping, but still there. Still looking at him. He shifted partially back, his face still half covered in scales, his eyes glowing with slit pupils, his mouth still filled with jagged teeth. But his voice when he spoke was human. "Do you still think I can be your son?" He paused, the words heavy. "Even if I'm a monster?" His mother's tears flowed freely, but her voice didn't waver. "Of course, honey. Even though I'm not your biological mother, I'll always be your mom. Don't worry. I don't know what that thing behind you did to you, but we'll find a cure. We have money. We'll fix this." Jackson's expression softened. He turned to Derek and nodded. "Do it." Derek stepped forward without a word. His claws pierced Jackson's chest, through flesh, through bone, through heart. Then he withdrew and stepped back into the shadows. Jackson collapsed. Mrs. Whitmore screamed. She ran to him, collapsing beside him, pulling him into her arms. She cradled him on her lap, her hands pressing desperately against the bleeding wound in his chest. Tears streamed down her face. "Hold on," she sobbed. "I'll call for help." She patted her pockets frantically, then realized her phone was still in the car. "Wait here, I'll get my phone. I'll be right back." Jackson's hand shot up and caught her wrist. His grip was weak but firm enough to stop her. "Don't." He coughed, blood spilling from his lips. "Stay with me." His eyes fluttered. His breathing grew shallow, each inhale small. Lower than the last. His mother clutched him tighter, her voice breaking. "Let me go get help. Please." But he wouldn't let go. Even as his strength faded, even as the light dimmed in his eyes, he held on to her. From the shadows, Scott watched with growing urgency. "Jackson's dying. I should go, make her call his name." Jacob appeared beside him. "Don't. She needs to believe he's dying. She needs to call his name on her own." Mrs. Whitmore let out a piercing wail as her son shifted fully to human form. His hand went limp. His eyes closed. She shook him. Screamed his name. Begged him to come back. Nothing. Believing her son was dead, she threw herself over him, sobbing, calling his name over and over in desperate, agonized repetition. Then she felt it. A twitch. A breath. Movement beneath her hands. She pulled back, staring in disbelief as Jackson's eyes opened. His hand moved. His chest rose and fell. Just then, a translucent screen materialized before Jacob's eyes. "You have witnessed Jackson transform from Kanima to werewolf. You may now sign in, host." Jacob dismissed the window, saving the sign-in for later. He watched as Jackson stood, his eyes glowing blue, fur spreading along his jaw. The new werewolf raised his head and roared, a sound of power, of release, of rebirth. Jacob teleported instantly, appearing between Jackson and his mother. Jackson's protective instincts flared, but Jacob raised a calm hand. "Relax. I don't like you, but I'm not going to hurt your mother." He pulled clothes from his pocket dimension and tossed them over. "Put these on." Jackson caught them and dressed quickly. "Why are you helping me?" Jacob glanced at Mrs. Whitmore, still kneeling on the ground, tears on her face, shock in her eyes. "Because of her. She's a good mother." He handed Jackson a bottle of water. "Help her clean up." Jackson knelt beside his mother, gently wiping the tears and blood from her face. She touched his cheek, wonder and relief mingling in her expression. "Are you really okay?" Jackson nodded. "I'm okay now. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. I'll explain everything." He helped her wash her face and hands and dry them. When she was calm, Jacob stepped forward, memory neuralizer in hand. A flash of light. Mrs. Whitmore's eyes went distant, vacant. Jacob spoke calmly, clearly. "You will forget everything you saw after entering this warehouse. You came here to pick up your son. You found him hanging out with his classmates. Nothing more." He pocketed the device. Stiles and Scott emerged from the shadows. Scott approached Jackson. "You still need to learn control. Otherwise you'll hurt more people." He glanced at Mrs. Whitmore, still dazed. "You might hurt her." Jackson nodded solemnly. His mother blinked, coming back to herself. She looked around at Scott, Stiles, and Jacob, then focused on Jackson with a gentle smile. "Ready to go home?" Jackson hesitated. "Do you remember what happened?" She laughed softly. "Of course I do. Some girl drove you out here, then dumped you and left." Jackson forced an awkward smile. She patted his arm. "Don't worry, honey. It's her loss. Now let's go home." She glanced around the warehouse with a shiver. "And stay away from places like this. It's not safe." Jackson nodded, then looked back at Jacob and the others. "Thanks." He followed his mother out. Once their car pulled away, Lydia and Derek emerged from the shadows. Derek looked at Jacob. "The guy controlling Jackson, he's really dead?" Jacob nodded. "Yes." "Good." Derek turned to Scott. "Are you going to ask Jackson to join your pack?" Scott shook his head. "No. He's all yours. Just make sure you teach him control." Jacob hugged Lydia and nodded to the others. "All right. See you guys later." Then he teleported them back to Allison and Malia. Chapter 149, Young Again. Jacob and Lydia returned to the shopping mall and met up with Allison and Malia. After filling them in on what had happened with Jackson, they continued shopping for a while longer. Then they headed to the hospital to pick up Melissa, enjoyed a nice dinner at a restaurant, and caught a movie before Cogman drove them back to the mansion. From there, they teleported to Serendel. Finally settled in their private living room, everyone relaxed after the long day. Jacob lay back in a recliner with Kitty curled up in his lap, absently stroking her fur as he turned his attention to the system window he'd been ignoring. You have witnessed Jackson transform from Kanima to werewolf. You may now sign in, host. System sign in. Event sign in successful. Rewards obtained. Keycap 1 system upgrade, requires host permission. A new function, world travel, will become available after upgrading. World travel, you can now travel to other worlds by opening dimensional portals. Note 1, the system will search for a world and notify you when you can travel. Once a new world is visited, host may freely travel between it and the Teen Wolf world at will. Note 2, you can take your wives or anyone you choose with you. Note 3, to activate the world travel function, you will permanently lose the monthly sign-in. However, think of what you gain: access to other worlds, new quests, event sign-ins, location sign-ins. You're not losing anything, host. You're upgrading. Note 4, after you give permission to upgrade, the system will require 2 months to complete the process. Keycap 2 Fountain of Youth X 20 cups, Pirates of the Caribbean. Each cup contains a single dose of enchanted water from the legendary fountain. Drinking one restores the user to their youth, appearing 26 years old for the rest of their natural life. Note, does not grant immortality, just youth until death. Keycap 3 Jumanji, Jumanji 1995, a supernatural, jungle-themed board game. Every time a player rolls the dice and lands on a space, the game releases a danger, such as wild animals, floods, thunderstorms, hunters, or even monsters. The game and its magical effects only ends when a player reaches the center and shouts Jumanji. Note, you should be careful, host. You never know what might come out. Jacob stared at the first reward, his eyes widening. He read it again. Then a third time. Yes. Finally. I can travel to other worlds. And losing the monthly sign-in is a fair trade, I guess, he thought. He read the second reward. Melissa is going to love that. Then he read the third reward and got more excited than he had about the world travel function. He shot up from the recliner so fast that Kitty tumbled out of his lap with an indignant yelp. He shouted out loud. Yes. Allison and the girls stared at him. Kitty picked herself up, glaring. Jay? What's wrong with you standing up so suddenly like that? Allison tilted her head. Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Jacob turned to them, his face split by a massive grin. I just unlocked a great new ability. And 2 amazing things just appeared in my pocket dimension. The girls and Kitty immediately crowded around him, curiosity blazing in their eyes. Lydia grabbed his arm. Hurry up and tell us. If you're this excited, the ability and the things must be incredible. Jacob held up his hands. Okay. First things first. He looked directly at Melissa. I finally have something that will make you young again for the rest of your life. Melissa's eyes went wide. Really? Jacob nodded. He reached into his pocket dimension and withdrew a crystal cup filled with shimmering water. Did you watch Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides? The girls and I did. I'm not sure if you have. Melissa nodded eagerly. I did. I watched it with Scott. This cup is filled with water from the Fountain of Youth from that world. Jacob held it out to her. The effect is a little different here. If you drink it, your youth will be restored. You'll appear 26 years old for the rest of your natural life. It doesn't grant immortality, just youth until death. He offered her the cup. Take it. It's yours. Melissa hesitated, staring at the cup, then at him. But this is too precious. Is it the only one? What if you need it when you grow old? Jacob teased. Are you sure I should keep it? Because you're drooling. I'm not Drew. Melissa panicked, wiping her mouth, then found nothing. She glared at him. Jacob laughed and handed her the cup. Take it. Are you sure? I'm sure. I won't need it. Besides, I have 20 cups. Melissa snatched it from his hands. Then say that sooner, you idiot. She raised the cup and drank. Everyone watched as the magic took effect. The fine lines around Melissa's eyes smoothed away. Her skin grew firm and radiant. Even her posture seemed to shift, her body returning to the vibrancy of youth. She stared at her hands, then touched her face, marveling at the smoothness. She looked at the others. So, how do I look? Lydia's jaw dropped. Wow. You look beautiful. Allison smiled warmly. Yeah. You look like you're our age now. And you're gorgeous. Jacob stepped forward and pulled her into a hug. I'm not gonna lie, part of the reason I liked you before was because you were an older woman. And just now I was thinking I'd miss that. He pulled back, admiring her new appearance. But seeing you like this? I changed my mind. I won't miss the older you at all. He leaned in and kissed her deeply, thoroughly, until she was breathless. When he finally released her, his eyes burned with desire. You look gorgeous. And I kind of want to eat you right now. Melissa saw the look in his eyes and panicked. She pushed him away and ducked behind Allison, peeking out at him. I'm not ready yet. Jacob's smirk widened. You need to make up your mind soon, gorgeous. Because I can't wait for you much longer. He took a step toward her. Melissa's eyes widened. I need to go see what I look like. She teleported to her room before he could take another step. Jacob just smiled and shook his head. Lydia immediately grabbed his arm. Hurry up and give us our share. Jacob raised an eyebrow. You don't need it. You'll keep your youth because of your powers. Allison shrugged. We know. But we still want to drink it. Malia nodded vigorously. Yes. I want it too. Kitty hopped up and down. Me too. Me too. I don't want to grow old. She pointed at her fur. Look, I already have a few gray hairs. Jacob laughed. Fine. He reached into his pocket dimension and produced 5 cups, handing one to each of them and keeping one for himself. Let's all drink it together. They clinked their glasses and drank. Nothing happened to Jacob or the girls, but Kitty's eyes went wide. Oh. The gray hairs are gone. And I feel much younger. Jacob grinned. By the way, Kitty, how old are you exactly? Kitty sniffed haughtily. You should never ask a lady her age. They settled back onto the couches, and Allison looked at Jacob expectantly. Okay, tell us about the other thing that appeared with the Fountain of Youth water. And tell us about your new ability. Jacob said, let's wait for Melissa to come back. Lydia snorted. She's probably not coming back. You scared her away. Jacob smirked. Then I'll have to go get her. He teleported. He appeared in Melissa's room and found her standing in front of the full-length mirror, admiring her reflection with a soft, wondering smile. She noticed him in the mirror, but instead of panicking, she simply smiled. She turned cross. Ed the room in 3 quick steps and jumped into his arms, kissing him deeply. Jacob caught her easily and carried her to the bed. They made out for several long, passionate minutes, until his hands began to wander beneath her clothes. She caught his wrists gently and pulled back, breathless but smiling. Not so fast. She kissed him one last time, soft and sweet. Give me a little more time. Jacob's voice was rough but patient. When you say more time, how much exactly are we talking about? Melissa traced a finger along his jaw. Your birthday is in 2 months, right? Let's wait until you turn 17. Okay. Jacob exhaled slowly, then nodded. Fine. I can wait 2 more months. He stood, lifting her easily into his arms. Now let's go back. The girls are waiting. He teleported them to the living room, settling into his recliner and pulling Melissa onto his lap. Lydia pouted. What took you so long? Jacob smiled innocently. Mel was thanking me. Lydia's eyes narrowed as she looked at Melissa. Weren't you acting all shy a few minutes ago? You literally panicked and escaped to your room. Now you're all lovey-dovey. Melissa snuggled deeper into Jacob's chest, completely at ease. I was panicking because I was afraid he wouldn't hold back and would try to sleep with me tonight. She looked up at Jacob with a warm smile. And for the record, I'm not shy. I never was. It's just Jacob is way younger than me and that made me feel a little awkward. She paused. But I promised him we'll sleep together after he turns 17. And now? I'm looking forward to it. Allison said, Okay, enough romance. Jay, tell us about your new ability. Jacob's face split into an enormous grin. I unlocked the ability to travel to other worlds. The room erupted in surprised exclamations. Lydia recovered first. For real? Jacob nodded. For real. So we need to talk about when we want to visit another world. Allison leaned forward eagerly. Which world are we going to? Jacob shrugged. No idea. We'll find out when we get there. And, he held up a hand before anyone could speak, I'm going first. Alone. To make sure it's safe before I bring any of you. Allison opened her mouth to protest, but Jacob cut her off. Not up for discussion. Lydia's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Why do I feel like you just want to go there, fool around, and find some new wives before you bring us along? Jacob's eyes widened. What? No. No, I wasn't planning that at all. I'm just worried about your safety. Internally, he panicked. That was exactly what I was thinking. How did she know? Can she read my mind? He glanced around the room. Every single one of his wives was staring at him with identical suspicious expressions. He cleared his throat. Anyway, when should we travel? Lydia considered. How about we wait until the end of the school year? No. Malia shouted. Who cares about stupid school? I do, Lydia said calmly. I like school. Allison nodded. Me too. Melissa added, and I'm still busy with the hospital. I haven't found a good medical director yet. Jacob held up his hands. Then let's wait until summer vacation. He thought quickly. The system said I'll lose the monthly sign-in once I allow the upgrade, and it needs 2 months to finish. I'll sign in for 2 more months, then upgrade. That way it'll be ready right at the start of summer. Malia slumped in frustration. You guys suck. Jacob looked at her. Don't be sad. I have something you're going to love. He reached into his pocket dimension and took out the Jumanji board game. Did you girls watch Jumanji? Lydia's eyes widened. Yes. Is that? Before she could finish, a deep, rhythmic drumming sound emanated from the game in Jacob's hand, growing louder by the second. Everyone except Malia and Kitty stared at Jacob in shock. Melissa looked up at him. Is that thing really the game from the movie? Jacob nodded. Yes. Lydia asked. Are lions and spiders and monkeys going to come out of it? Jacob nodded again. Allison clapped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. Let's play. Let's play. Malia looked around, confused. Wait, can someone please tell me what that annoying thing in Jay's hand is? Jacob smiled. How about we watch the movie again so Malia and Kitty know what Jumanji is? Allison pouted but agreed. Okay. Even though I really want to play. They downloaded Jumanji 1995 and settled in to watch on the large TV. A translucent system window appeared before Jacob's eyes. Host, do you wish to upgrade the system? Jacob thought, not yet. I want 2 more monthly sign-ins first. Then I'll allow the upgrade. As you wish, host. The window vanished, and Jacob turned his attention back to the movie. Chapter 150, Ready to Play. As they watched the Jumanji movie, Malia and Kitty finally understood what the board game was, and both were immediately excited. Malia bounced in her seat. We don't have to finish the movie. Let's just play. Kitty nodded eagerly. Yes. Let's play. Allison smiled. I can't wait to play either, but we already started watching. Let's finish it first. What do you think? Malia sighed. Fine. The movie's pretty good so far. I don't mind finishing it. Jacob leaned back, but his mind was elsewhere. Hey, system. Does the Jumanji game affect the whole world? I was thinking, maybe we could play in Beacon Hills and not finish the game on purpose. Let things get wild. Reveal myself as a dragon and expose the supernatural side of the world. See how humanity reacts. Maybe attract some powerful creatures and fight them. And if things go badly, I could just finish the game and reset everything back to the time before we started. It'd be a perfect way to test the waters and learn what kind of powerful creatures are hiding in this world. Sorry, host. The Jumanji game does not affect the whole world. Instead, upon the first roll of the dice, the game generates a self-contained, hyper-realistic illusionary dimension. This dimension is limited to an area roughly the size of a small town, Beacon Hills, for example. If you play there, the game will create a pocket realm that is an exact replica of Beacon Hills, complete with simulated buildings, terrain, and even people. To you and any other players, this illusion will feel 100% real. Sights, sounds, pain, everything. The game's dangers and creatures exist only within this copy. Meanwhile, the real Beacon Hills and the rest of the world continue on completely normally, unaware and unaffected. And no matter how long you spend inside the game's dimension, days, weeks, even years, when you finish you will return to the exact moment you started. No time will have passed at all. So, I can't reveal myself as a dragon to the whole world in that illusionary dimension? Correct, host. That small area which the game transforms into an illusionary dimension becomes the entire world to you until you finish the game. However, you could, for example, go to Washington, D.C., and use the game to turn the area around the White House into an illusionary dimension. Then you could see how the government reacts upon learning you are a dragon. Jacob sighed internally. Forget that. I wanted to see how the whole world would react, not just the idiots in the White House. They just try to use me or drop a nuke on me. Anyway, the game still sounds fun. He thought for a moment. The girls, Kitty, and I want to play. Maybe others too. But isn't the game limited to 4 players? There is a way for everyone you want to include to join, host. You can form teams. The team leader rolls the dice and their team members help them deal with the dangers that emerge from the game. I see. Anything else I should know? The creatures that come out of the game are real living beings from the Jumanji world. However, you cannot kill them while they are in the illusion dimension. When they are defeated, they are simply sent back to their own world. But if they kill you or another player, you will die for real. Additionally, if you roll a dice and the game sends you into the world of Jumanji until another player rolls and summons you back, that world you enter will be the real Jumanji world. And if you kill a creature there, they will die permanently. Jacob's eyes lit up. Can I bring people back with me from the Jumanji world? You can bring non-living things by storing them in your pocket dimension. Living creatures cannot be brought out yet, not until I can properly locate that world, and you can travel there by opening a dimensional portal after the upgrade. Jacob sighed. That's disappointing. I was hoping to bring back Ruby Roundhouse. She's hot. But if I get lucky enough to go there, I'll find her and get to know her. I just hope you can help me get to that world soon, system. That depends on your luck, host. When the movie ended, Jacob explained everything he'd learned from the system about how the game worked. Allison frowned thoughtfully. Then we need to be careful. Some of the things in the movie were no joke, giant mosquitoes, that man-eating plant. And Alan said there were much worse things in the game. Jacob shrugged. Don't worry. We're strong. Those things will be easy for us. He grinned. I was thinking of inviting everyone and playing in Beacon Hills. What do you girls think? Lydia considered. Then we should wait until morning. It's dark in Beacon Hills now and I don't want to fight scary giant bugs at night. I hate bugs. Malia pouted. But I don't want to wait until tomorrow. Jacob patted her arm. We could play now, but it might feel a little boring tomorrow when we play with everyone else. Let's wait. I promise we'll play as much as you want after this. Malia sighed dramatically. Fine. Jacob nodded. Okay. Allison, you go tell your parents about the game. Tell them to rewatch the movie too. Let Cogman and Natalie know as well. I'll tell Stiles, Scott and Noah. Allison nodded and left. Jacob pulled out his phone and sent a few quick messages. When he finished, he stood and scooped Lydia into his arms. Now let's go to my room. I need to punish you for overthinking things when I took you to watch Scott and the others help Jackson. Lydia winked, a teasing smile playing on her lips. I thought you forgot. Jacob smiled back. How could I forget? Tonight I'll remind you just how much I love you. With that, he teleported them both to his bedroom, where they spent hours together until Lydia finally passed out, thoroughly exhausted, a satisfied smile still lingering on her lips. The next morning, Jacob and Lydia shared a quick shower, then headed to the dining room for breakfast. Malia and Kitty were already there, along with an unusually excited Cogman. Cogman rushed to Jacob the moment he saw him. Good morning, sir. May I participate in the Jumanji game as well? Jacob smirked. Sure. He kissed Malia and sat down beside her. Soon the room filled. Allison arrived with her parents and Natalie. Stiles, Noah, and Scott filed in. Melissa was the last to join. As she walked in, Scott's jaw dropped. Beside him, Chris, Noah, and Stiles looked equally stunned. Across the room, Victoria and Natalie stared, their eyes going wide as they took in Melissa's youthful new form. Scott found his voice first. Mom, what happened to you? That can't just be one of Jacob's nanomasks, right? Because it's not just your face, your whole body has changed. Melissa smiled serenely. No, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm young again. She tilted her head. The only thing that makes me look old now is you. Her smile widened. So now on when we're outside you should call me Melissa. Not Mom. Scott clutched his chest dramatically. Are you trying to disown me? Melissa's smile turned wicked. Yes. I raised you into a man. You can take care of yourself now. Scott glared at Jacob. I blame you for this. Jacob grinned. Even though Mel doesn't want you to call her Mom anymore, I wouldn't mind if you called me Dad. In fact, I'd love that. He leaned forward, anticipation shining in his eyes. Go on, son. Call me Dad. Let me hear it. Scott's eyes flashed. Screw you. Melissa laughed and walked over, ruffling Scott's hair. Relax, sweetheart. I was just messing with you. You can still call me Mom. Natalie stared at Melissa, her eyes wide with wonder. Melissa, how did you become young like that? Victoria leaned forward. Are you a supernatural creature now? Or did Jacob give you something to eat or drink? Melissa smiled. He gave me something to drink. Both Victoria and Natalie turned to Jacob with hungry eyes. They walked toward him and Victoria cleared her throat, attempting her sweetest, most maternal tone. Jacob, honey, can you give me what you gave Melissa? It's the least you could do. After all, I gave you my precious daughter. Natalie nodded eagerly. Can I have some too? Jacob raised an eyebrow, then produced 2 cups of Fountain of Youth water. He handed one to each of them. Here. Take it. He looked at Victoria with a slight shudder. And please, never act all nice and sweet like that again. You scared me. He held up his arm. Look. Goosebumps. Victoria snatched the cup from his hand. Do you think I like being nice? She pointed at her own arm. Look, I have goosebumps too. Her expression softened and a genuine smile broke through. But thanks. Now I think I love you more than my stupid daughter. Allison pouted. Mom. Victoria shot her daughter a teasing wink. Natalie held the cup in trembling hands, her eyes darting from the water to Jacob. Thank you, Jacob. Jacob nodded. You're welcome. Now drink up. Victoria and Natalie raised their cups and drank. Everyone watched as the magic took effect, wrinkles smoothing, skin firming, bodies returning to the vibrancy of youth. Chris and Noah stared, pleasantly surprised, and suddenly feeling very old. Lydia and Allison immediately surrounded their mothers. Allison beamed. Wow, Mom. You look beautiful. Lydia studied Natalie with a grin. You look gorgeous, Mom. If people saw us now, they'd think you were my sister. Lydia and Allison exchanged a glance, then their eyes widened in unison. Oh no, they said together. They turned to look at Jacob. Jacob was casually eating his breakfast, but his gaze kept drifting toward Victoria and Natalie. He studied them up and down, nodding appreciatively, his eyes lingering on their faces. I knew they might have been beautiful when they were younger, Jacob thought, but this is a surprise. Both of them look so hot. Even Victoria. Too bad they're Allison and Lydia's mothers. And they're both in relationships. Don't even think about it. Allison's and Lydia's angry voices rang in his mind. Jacob's gaze snapped away from Victoria and Natalie. He looked at Allison and Lydia and replied telepathically, I'm not going to lie, they're both beautiful. And if they weren't your mothers, I might consider going after them. But they are your mothers. So relax. I have no interest in them. I'm just appreciating their beauty. Nothing more. Allison's telepathic voice was cold. Then stop looking at them like that. Your charm ability only works on women you're interested in, and with those hungry looks you're giving them, I think you're very interested. Stop before it's too late. Jacob sighed internally. Fine, fine. I'll stop staring. And like I said, I'm not interested. Don't worry so much. Satisfied for now, Allison and Lydia each grabbed their mothers and teleported out of the dining room to find a mirror. Chris and Noah finally came back to their senses. Chris stood, walked to Jacob and cleared his throat awkwardly, extending his hand. Jacob smiled and placed a cup in it. He took another cup and looked at Noah, who was still sitting, unable to muster the courage to ask. Jacob walked over and handed it to him. Noah took it gratefully. Thanks, Jacob. Both men drank. The years melted away. Stiles grinned at his father's new appearance. Dad, you look great. He lunged toward Jacob, arms outstretched. Jacob, thank you. I could just kiss you. Jacob's fist connected with Stiles's face. Stiles flew backward and crashed into the wall. Everyone burst into laughter. Stiles slid down the wall, groaning. One day I'm going to kiss you, Jacob. I promise. Jacob settled back into his chair. Cogman, beat up Stiles, please. Cogman's smirk turned wicked as he eyed Stiles. With pleasure, sir. Stiles scrambled to his feet. I'm not afraid of you, you stupid tin can. What followed was less a fight and more of a chaotic mess. Eye gouging, hair pulling, attempted wedgies, and some truly ridiculous karate moves on Stiles's part that would have made any martial artist cry. They didn't use their super strength, keeping it purely ridiculous. In the end, they both ended up tangled on the floor, kicking, punching, and pulling each other's hair and cheeks like children. Everyone laughed as they watched the ridiculous spectacle. But soon the laughter died down. One by one, they shook their heads and returned to their breakfast, completely ignoring the two idiots. They'd gotten used to these childish fights by now. After breakfast, everyone teleported back to Beacon Hills and gathered at Jacob's mansion to begin the game. They settled in the living room and split into 4 teams. Team 1, Jacob, Stiles, Scott. Team 2, Allison, Chris, Victoria. Team 3, Malia, Kitty, Cogman. Team 4, Lydia, Melissa, Natalie, Noah. Jacob reached into his pocket dimension and produced 5 small vials. White honey potions, he explained. Drinking this grants permanent immunity to all poisons. He handed them to Kitty, Chris, Victoria, Natalie, and Noah. The rest of us have already taken it. Drink these now just in case something in the game tries to poison you. They thanked him and drank. Stiles glanced at his father, a happy smile on his face. Jacob immediately pointed a warning finger at him. Do anything stupid, like try to kiss me again and you're out of the game. Stiles raised his hands in surrender and didn't dare say a word. Jacob pulled out the Jumanji board. The moment it left his pocket dimension, the familiar drumming began, low at first, then growing louder. He opened the game and placed it on the table. Stiles leaned in, reading the engraved words with growing excitement. Jumanji, a game for those who seek TO, find a way TO, leave their world behind you, roll the dice TO, move your token doubles, gets another turn, the first player TO reach the end wins. He continued, his voice dropping to a dramatic whisper. Adventurers beware, do not begin unless you intend TO finish. The exciting consequences of the game will vanish only when a player has reached Jumanji and called out its name. Malia bounced impatiently. All right. Let's start already. Each team captain took their token. The teams joined hands, forming connected chains. The captains tossed their tokens onto the board simultaneously. The tokens landed and slid into their starting places on their own, guided by an invisible force. A green light pulsed from the crystal ball in the center of the game, sweeping outward like a wave. It passed through each captain and their linked team members, warming them briefly before settling, acknowledging them as official teams bound to the game. Jacob looked at Malia. You go first. Malia grabbed the dice, a wild grin spreading across her face. She shook them in her hand, then threw them onto the board.